My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1338 to Chapter 1402. Yang Qing, who was flying back to Yanjing, couldn't help but worry about Yu Xuaning, who was on the first floor of the Tongtian Tower. To what extent did she fight with the cripple? Yang Qing felt that Yu Xuaning was not the kind of hot-blooded and reckless woman. She should have her own plans, so he tried to think positively. At least, it seemed that when Tao didn't come out with her, which was good news. Otherwise, he really couldn't do anything to him now. Yun Miao had already reported the news of Yang Cheng's return to Yanjing early, and the Yang family naturally received the notice. For the Yang family, it had to be said that it was encouraging news. The originally tense atmosphere, with the return of Yang Qing, was calmed down again. Many Yanjing families, political circles, and military forces who were eyeing covetously also lost their previous hungry tiger eyes and obediently calmed down. Many people were about to vomit blood in their hearts. This devil had made them happy for nothing. Sure enough, the scourge would live for 1,000 years, he wouldn't be finished so easily. It seemed that the heavens didn't want the Yang family to die, so they could only continue to endure. However, some people who were more scheming were curious about where Yang Qing went and why he disappeared for such a long time. In any case, it happened to be the time to welcome the New Year's Eve. The entire Yang mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners. Now it could be said to be double happiness. The entire Yang family's personal guards were relieved at this moment because of the previous tense atmosphere, and they were particularly energetic. They lined up neatly in 2 columns outside the courtyard, clearly telling the whole Yanjing that they were waiting for someone's return. When Wu Xuehua learned that her son had returned safely, she almost ran to the ancestral hall to burn incense and kowtow to the ancestors of the Yang family. Yang Pejuan, who was dragged along, also smiled bitterly. But when he saw the few strands of silver hair on his wife's temples, Yang Pejuan couldn't smile. The news of Yang Lai's death was a huge shock to Wu Xuehua. She had only given birth to 2 sons. If neither of them survived, the old would have to bury the young before her. This woman who was more than 50 years old would have a mental breakdown. Therefore, Yang Pejuan had a mixture of love and hate for Yang Cheng's return. He loved that the kid was fine, but he hated that he had been gone for half a month. These days, Yang Gongming's brows are also relaxed. He smilingly orders the servants to slaughter more sheep and cows, waiting for Yang Qing to come back to have a good meal, although in the end, Lan Lan will most likely eat it dry. The old man had always been in good spirits, but he had been burdened with work for the past few days, so it was inevitable that he looked a little haggard. The maid at home was ordered to run to the backyard to inform the young mistress. When Lin Ruoshi heard the news, she was giving Lan Lan a hot bath early in the morning, and the shower gel bottle in her hand immediately fell into the bathtub. The chubby little girl picked up the bottle, but saw that her mother's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. She obediently rubbed her fat and tender face on Lin Ruoshi's arm, trying to please and comfort her at the same time. Lin Ruoshi looked at her daughter with a complicated expression. Although nothing could be seen from her expression, her heart was in turmoil. In addition to ecstasy, excitement, and expectation, there was also a trace of uneasiness. Soon, the news was also learned by Tang Wan and other women, which made them all feel relieved. The women in Zhonghai didn't know that in just 2 weeks, the man they loved had escaped from the gates of hell. Yang Qing, who returned to Yanjing by private plane, was picked up by Yuanyi again. Yang Jieyu and her husband stayed in Yanjing with Yuanyi. They would return to Zhonghai after the new year. They thought that it would be a happy period of time, but it was spent in fear. Yuanyi inevitably asked what happened to Yang Qing recently, but Yang Qing rolled his eyes and told him not to ask what he shouldn't ask. When they returned to the outside of the Yang family's courtyard, it was close to noon. The vast parking lot in front of the door was already filled with a large number of luxury cars. Obviously, many people came after hearing the news. They pretended to visit, but in fact, they wanted to confirm whether Yang Qing really came back. After the black Mercedes-Benz S600 stopped, the two did not rush to get off. Hee, Brother Chen, it seems that many people are eager for you not to come back. Yuanyi had been mingling in the circle of Yanjing with his parents these days, and he had also matured a lot. On the other hand, Yang Qing looked at the mirror in the car and touched the stubble on his chin. He said vaguely, "Do you have cigarettes?" Although Yuanyi did not smoke, he still prepared a pack of yellow crane tower in the car for some occasions. He opened a pack for Yangqing and handed one to him. Yangqing directly snatched the whole pack and glared at him. "Brat, you obviously have one, but you only gave me one. Look at you, so petty, so useless." Yuanyi wanted to cry but had no tears. "You didn't make it clear again." He had not smoked for a long time and finally returned to the familiar world. How could Yangqing not let go of his mood? His smoking addiction was triggered again. However, this kind of high-end cigarette did not feel exciting enough, which made Yangqing feel quite regretful. After putting the cigarette in his mouth, Yangqing subconsciously wanted to use some true origin to light the cigarette butt. However, he realized that he almost made a big mistake again, so he could only groan and borrow a lighter from Yuanyi. The days of not being able to use his cultivation were really inconvenient, Yangqing thought unhappily. After tidying up his hair, Yangqing looked at his clothes again. Because he had not changed for a long time, he had been changed into a simple gray sweater and black trousers on Mount Shu. His shoes had even become a pair of cloth shoes. Yangqing could not help but glance at Yuanyi's black Giorgio Armani suit in front of him. His yellow teeth were almost exposed, and Yuanyi's smile was a little ugly. "Brat, take off your clothes." "What, Brother Chen? I'm not into that," Yuanyi said nervously. "What nonsense are you talking about? Leave your white but for that girl Tang Tang. I see that you look like a dog. Lend it to me. Don't you see that those people are waiting for me to return? How can I not show some style?" Yangqing no longer cared about Yuanyi's resistance and pounced on him to pull him. Yuanyi sighed bitterly. His good intentions were not rewarded. If he had known earlier, he would not have picked it up. He was really a robber cousin, even robbing his own cousin. At this moment, in the living room of the front yard of the Yang family, Yang Gongming was sitting on the master's seat, holding a teacup and waiting silently. The other members of the Yang family were also looking forward to it. Lin Ruoshi was holding Lan Lan and standing next to Guishuihua. The chubby little girl was not interested in attracting so many people when her father came back. She only held a bag of beef jerky in her hand and chewed it with relish. On both sides of the living room, there were some clan leaders from the collateral branches of the Yang family, some representatives of other families in Beijing, and dozens of cadres and military generals. Among them, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Ning Guangyao, who immediately put down his work and rushed over after receiving the report. However, what puzzled many people was that there was a handsome man in a white suit standing behind Ning Guangyao. He had long hair and an arrogant look. He seemed to be too lazy to talk to anyone. A guard entered the hall and reported, "Marshal, young Master Yangqing's car is already outside, but I don't know why he hasn't gotten off. Go and urge him, so many people who care about him are waiting." Yang Gongming waved his hand, and his words sounded a little different. Guishuihua stood behind and couldn't wait to open the door for her son. She could only stretch her neck anxiously. After a while, there was finally some movement at the gate. The moment a familiar figure stepped through the door, many people held their breath. His messy hair was very messy, with a few strands of hair still sticking up. He wore a pair of big sunglasses that he got from Yuanyi, covering half of his face. He bit a half-smoked cigarette but in his mouth and puffed out white smoke. His gray sweater had long been replaced with the striped shirt that Yuanyi wore. He was wearing a black suit jacket and a pair of leather shoes that didn't fit well, so he wore them as slippers. He walked toward the hall with his feet splayed out on the bluestone slabs, making a ta-ta-ta-ta sound. The serious and unpredictable expressions on everyone's faces all collapsed at this moment. Most of them couldn't help but smile and put on weird expressions. Even Guishuihua, who was very excited, stood there and didn't know what to say when she saw her son's appearance. "Haha, so many people are waiting for me to eat. It seems that I'm quite popular. Comrades, you've worked hard. Haha. Oh, isn't this Minister Wang? Oh, General Li is here too." Yangqing took off his sunglasses and shook hands with these officials and representatives who were just acquaintances as he entered the door. He really looked like a leader greeting the masses. In fact, these people didn't even want to shake hands with this devil, but Yangqing was too intimate with him, as if he was a close friend of many years, and his face was thick to a certain extent. In addition to that, they didn't dare to reject Yang Chen's request, so they all welcomed him with open arms. After a while, this group of people shook hands with Yangqing one by one, as if they were really close brothers. When it was Ning Guanyao's turn, Yangqing first winked at Ning Jingchen, who was behind him. Others didn't know, but Yangqing was very clear that this was one of the figures behind the Ning family. Although his cultivation wasn't very good, he was wearing the shackles now, so it was still very difficult to deal with this person. But because of this, Yangqing had to appear particularly relaxed, lest any flaws were seen through, and it would lead to trouble. Ning Jingchen indeed came to see what was going on. Yangqing was already a gradually famous figure in the illusion realm, and the Ning family regarded him as a key target. But at this moment, Ning Jingchen felt a strange feeling from Yangqing, as if Yangqing's cultivation was somewhat different from before. He actually couldn't feel any obvious cultivation from Yangqing. It wasn't that the feeling of his cultivation being destroyed was like a mountain covered in clouds and mist, making him want to find out. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Ning Jingchen spread out his divine sense, trying to explore more carefully, and slowly approached Yangqing. But as soon as he got close, Ning Jingchen felt an overwhelming crazy aura shatter his divine sense. Then, as if an evil spirit was invading, there was a destructive force trying to hit his primordial spirit, as if to swallow him up. Fortunately, he was vigilant and hurriedly cut off the exploration of divine sense, so Ning Jingchen was saved from the unexpected disaster with lingering fear. Looking at Yangqing again, seeing his smiling face, there was no need to mention how terrifying it was. Ning Jingchuan's face was livid, and cold sweat broke out on his back. This was almost impossible for a cultivator in the tribulation stage. Too terrifying. This brat was truly sinister. His cultivation was obviously much stronger than before, but he purposely hid it so deeply, waiting for others to investigate and then secretly counterattack. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? How did his cultivation increase so rapidly? If this went on, perhaps only those super masters who had been famous for more than 100 years in the illusion could have the power to fight with him. This really made Ning Jingchen quite unwilling. Ning Jingchen looked at Yangqing nervously and seriously, fearing that Yangqing would do something to him. But how could he have known that Yangqing hadn't participated in all of this? Yangqing didn't dare to use his cultivation at this moment, but it didn't mean that Yangqing's strength was gone. On the contrary, because the chaos and Yangqing had become one, the pure innate spiritual energy that the chaos had obtained by swallowing the 99 purple and blue heavenly thunder had become a part of Yangqing's cultivation, just that it wasn't used by Yangqing. The current Yangqing, in terms of pure cultivation, had risen a lot compared to when he was in the 10,000 demon realm. Even Yangqing himself didn't feel that his experience outside the tower this time had reduced at least 500 years of hard work in the outside world. In this way, he was a big step closer to the arrival of the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. It was a pity that he had lost control of his cultivation. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was very natural. I'm flattered that such a busy person like Premier Ning came to welcome me. Yangqing smiled faintly. Haha, it's only right. After all, you are Ruashi's husband, as he said. Ning Guanyao looked at Lin Ruashi intentionally or unintentionally. Yangqing secretly cursed this old fox for not letting go of the opportunity to get close to him. He turned around and walked to Yang Gongming, smiled and said, "Old man, there was some trouble these days. Is there any problem at home?" As he said, he glanced at the people present, and many of them felt a chill down their spine. Yang Gongming squinted his eyes and smiled. It's almost the new year, anything is a happy thing. So many people care about you. When they heard that you're back, they all came to see you. You should also express your sincerity. Yangqing thought to himself that he didn't have the time to bother with them. He pretended to turn around and asked them if they wanted to stay at the Yang family for lunch. He said that he wanted them to stay, but his facial expression was impatient. The meaning was obvious: hurry up and get lost. These people were all old foxes. They only came here to see if this bastard was missing an arm or a leg. The result was disappointing. Not only was he healthy, he was even more unpresentable than before. Therefore, the group of people got up and greeted Yang Gongming, then left the Yang family one after another. When the irrelevant people left, Yangqing restrained some of his ruffian aura and walked to Yang Gongming. I'm sorry, old man, I had no choice. Yang Gongming waved his hand. General Kai has already told me a little, I understand. Let's go back to the back hall first, don't let Lan Lan starve. Only now did Yangqing have the time to take a good look at his daughter. Although he had already been with Lan Lan for so many days, this time, when he saw this chubby little girl again, Yangqing didn't know why, but his nose was sour, his eyes were hot, and his muscles were trembling. Yangqing's strange situation caused everyone to be a little confused. It was rare to see Yangqing reveal such a complicated and deep expression. It was as if he was a completely different person from the ruffian from before. Taking a deep breath, Yangqing squeezed out a smile as natural as possible, walked to the side of the mother and daughter, and extended his hand towards Lin Ruoxi. Come, give me a hug. Yangqing's voice trembled. For some reason, Lin Ruoxi felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Originally, she thought that the first thing he would care about would be herself, but she didn't expect that he wanted to hug the child. Could it be that after being away for more than half a month, the thing that made the man miss so much was actually the child? However, Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything. After all, this wasn't wrong, so she handed Lan Lan over to Yangqing. Yangqing hugged his heavy daughter. Lan Lan was looking at him with her big black eyes, her chubby cheeks bulging as she chewed on the beef jerky. Yangqing didn't even realize that his eyes were already moist. Why didn't he notice it before? Other than being a little chubby and tender, this child's facial features when she was young were very similar to 17's when she was young. Daddy, you're crying. Lan Lan asked innocently, do you miss Lan Lan? That's right. Daddy really misses Lan Lan, really misses. Yangqing wiped his eyes and smiled foolishly at his daughter. Lan Lan also smiled sweetly, I miss Daddy too. Daddy, let's go for a meal, okay? Okay, hee hee. Yangqing kissed his daughter's cheek. He didn't care that there were still beef crumbs on it. His face was full of satisfaction. He couldn't even speak properly and could only smile foolishly. This scene made everyone in the Yang family a little confused, and it made Lin Ruoxi feel extremely puzzled and uneasy. When the group returned to the back hall, Guo finally had a chance to look at her son from head to toe. She touched him here and there as if she was afraid that a piece of flesh would be missing. She then asked Yangqing where he went. However, because the matter of the 10,000 demon realm was still a secret to the secular world, Yang Gongming stopped asking too much. Guo also knew that it was fine as long as her son was fine. When he sat at the dining table and saw Lan Lan grabbing a lamb leg and starting to eat it, Yangqing then retracted his gaze from his daughter. He turned back and saw a trace of loneliness in his wife's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, because I was too excited, I obviously neglected Lin Ruoxi just now. After all, she was his child after 17 passed away. Yangqing couldn't resist the joy of regaining what he had lost. When he came back to his senses, he saw Lin Ruoxi wearing a bright red woolen skirt with black stockings. She wore a white top with fashionable patterns and a light gray knitted coat. It set off her plump and curvy figure exquisitely, yet it didn't lose her elegance and gentleness. Although she didn't have any makeup on, her black hair was tied up in a knot. Her long fringe, parted at 3 to 7, matched with her real attire. She was really an eye-catching, stunning young married woman, delicate and charming. Such careful dressing was inconsistent with Lin Ruoxi's usual low-key appearance. It was obvious that it was designed to welcome her husband back. However, he focused almost all his attention on Lan Lan and didn't care much about her. No wonder this woman didn't say anything and didn't look good. Yangqing smiled and leaned towards Lin Ruoxi. Baby Ruoxi, you are really getting more and more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you just now. How is it? Did you miss me after so many days? Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxi glanced at him coldly without any expression. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a vegetable and put it in Lanlan's bowl. As if she didn't hear Yangqing's words, she educated her daughter, don't always eat meat, eat more vegetables. Lan Lan raised her oily little round face. Without using chopsticks, she directly sucked the vegetables in the small bowl into her mouth like noodles. She chewed a few times and swallowed it. As if she had completed her mission, the chubby little girl continued to eat the lamb leg in her hand with relish. Lin Ruoshi touched her daughter's head helplessly and asked her to eat slowly. Then, she also chewed slowly but didn't respond to Yangqing. Yangqing saw that this woman didn't have any intention to respond to him. He ate a few mouthfuls and didn't have a mood. He was thinking about how to make up for the mistake just now. In fact, at this moment, Yangqing's psychological burden was not small. It was impossible to hide Lanlin's identity forever. Sooner or later, Lin Ruoshi would know. 17 was different from other women. She was the special one who almost made them fall apart. If Lin Ruoshi knew that her beloved adopted daughter was actually the blood of 17, no matter how magnanimous she would still have a grudge. What's more, Yangqing didn't think that Lin Ruoshi was very magnanimous. Thinking of this, Yangqing couldn't help but feel nervous. He especially wanted to curry favor with his wife. After the Yang family's dinner, Guo asked Lin Ruoshi to accompany Yangqing to the room to rest. Although Yangqing's body shape didn't change at all, Guo said that her son had lost weight. This made Yangqing a little dumbfounded. After eating, Lanlan fell asleep unknowingly. Guo carried her granddaughter to the backyard to rest. She didn't want to disturb the reunion of Yangqing and his wife. Although the elders didn't say it, they all noticed that Lin Ruoshi was very unhappy with Yangqing's behavior. Although they felt it was strange that Yangqing loved his daughter so much, they didn't ask much. Yangqing hugged Lin Ruoshi's waist. Lin Ruoshi didn't resist and walked back to the room. As soon as they entered the room, they locked the door. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing silently. She stood coldly like an expressionless porcelain doll. Yangqing looked at her calmly for a while. They could hear each other's breathing. Yangqing swallowed and rushed forward. He hugged the ice beauty tightly. He held her head with one hand and kissed the woman's tender red lips. Lin Ruoshi moaned softly and clenched her teeth. She seemed to be resisting the man's sudden attack. The sullenness and grievance in her heart were still fighting back. Yangqing knew that when this kind of woman didn't speak, it was much more effective to invade her body and soften her heart than to waste his breath. A big hand had already entered the white collar and groped downwards. It gradually moved along the delicate edge of her breasts and rubbed against the smooth silk bra. It supported half of the perky snow peaks. The skin that was as tender as a newborn baby emitted a faint pink halo under Yangqing's slight touch. Lin Ruoshi's delicate body trembled. Every inch of her soft flesh was trembling. Her lips were ravaged into all kinds of shapes. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and let Yangqing's tongue go straight in. The sweet juice made Yangqing enjoy it so much that he was about to moan. His hands didn't stop moving. One of his hands slid down to the beautiful woman's perky buttocks and gently pinched that soft and elastic piece of flesh. But for some reason, Yangqing felt a hot liquid dripping down his cheeks. It was gradually being grinded away. When the liquid increased and fell to the corner of his mouth, he noticed a trace of saltiness. Yangqing raised his head in a daze and parted his lips and tongue. He looked at the pear blossom in tears and the pitiful woman. He was like a child who had done something wrong and felt a little embarrassed. "Wife, why are you crying? Hey, if you don't want to, just tell me. Don't cry." Yangqing retracted his hand that was still on Lin Ruoshi's chest. A faint milky scent wafted out, and he wanted to wipe it for her. However, Lin Ruoshi pushed Yangqing's hand away. Her eyes were red and she was sobbing. She said angrily and aggrievedly, "Am I that easy to get rid of? Am I that easy to bully? You pounced on me without caring about anything. Do you think you can heal the wounds that you cover up? Do you know that I haven't been able to sleep well these past few days? I've had nightmares, and I've been worried during the day. My mind is filled with voices asking me what happened to you. I'm afraid that something will happen to you, and I have to pretend to be at ease to take care of Lanlan. But you, in the blink of an eye, you left for more than half a month, leaving us orphans and widows behind. Do you know that we were kidnapped? Do you know that Lanlan was beaten up? You don't care about anything, you don't even say a word to me when you enter the door, you only know how to bully people." Yangqing's head felt as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. After a moment of blankness, his eyes began to emit fire as he asked fiercely, "Who did it? Lin Ruashi choked with sobs. They said that it was the Liang family's people. They knew that you were gone, so they wanted to take revenge on us. They even asked us about your cultivation technique. They all had the strength of the peak of the postliminary realm. Lan Lan was thrown to the ground and kicked by them, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Then what happened after that? Yangqing felt that his heart was about to be crushed. Why didn't anyone tell him all of this? Lin Ruashi wiped her eyes and recounted what happened after that. Lan Lan said that I killed those people, but I don't remember what I did at all. I fainted at that time and General Kai and the others also don't know what happened. Yang Cheng's clenched fists trembled for a while before he slowly loosened them. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, his family was almost destroyed. Sure enough, if one didn't remove the roots, there would be endless troubles in the future. Looking at Lin Ruashi's sad and helpless haggard face, Yangqing felt even more pity for her. As for whether Lin Ruashi killed those people or not, although Yangqing was puzzled, he didn't want to ask too much. Since so many people couldn't find out anything, asking more would only cause his lover a headache. It was fine as long as he confirmed that the mother and daughter were unharmed. As a father, Yangqing also felt gratified that Lan Lan was able to insist on keeping the secret. She was indeed his own flesh and blood. At such a young age, she already had the ruthlessness to not fear death. Yangqing sighed and helped Lin Ruashi to sit on the bed. He held the woman's hand and said, I know you've suffered these days. No one told me about what happened. You don't know that I almost died this time. I almost thought I would never see you again. After hearing Yangqing's words, Lin Ruashi's crying also stopped. In the end, she was still worried about Yangqing's safety. She looked at Yangqing in a daze, and there was no trace of her cold and elegant appearance just now. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. It was easy as long as the woman stopped crying. He said earnestly, I won't say much in front of outsiders, but you're my wife. We're husband and wife. Of course, I have to tell you where I went and what happened this time. This made Lin Ruashi's heart filled with joy. After all, even Guo Xiuehua and the rest couldn't know, but Yangqing wanted to tell her alone. No matter how smart a woman was, she still liked to live in sweet words. She knew that he was deliberately coaxing her, but she still fell for it. Of course, this also depended on the man being close to her. Yangqing tried his best to describe what happened in the 10,000 demon realm. As for the ambiguous relationship with Hui Lin and the acceptance of Hui Lin, Yangqing didn't dare to say it. He didn't want to agitate Lin Ruashi again. Moreover, Yangqing didn't mention that he could no longer use his cultivation, so as not to worry Lin Ruashi. But when Lin Ruashi heard it, she was surprised and scared, and her resentment towards Yangqing was reduced a lot. But she was clever, and she wouldn't believe Yangqing's words completely. She immediately said suspiciously that Yu Xuaning should be a great beauty. She helped you so much, could it be that she likes you? Yangqing was embarrassed and touched his nose. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm the kind of man who has a relationship with a beast? Lin Ruashi frowned and thought about it. No matter how beautiful she was still a vixen. A human and a fox? It was disgusting to think about it. Then, Lin Ruashi asked again, what about Hui Lin? You and her. Stop. Yangqing hurriedly stopped the woman from asking any further. With a sincere face, he said, Dear, how can you doubt your husband so much? I've always wanted to reunite with you since I came back. If you continue talking like this, I'll be heartbroken. A few strange thoughts flowed through Lin Ruashi's moist eyes, and her gaze became colder and colder. The more you act like this, the more I feel that something is wrong. Yangqing, tell me honestly, are you really with Hui Lin again? Yangqing's scalp went numb. He was still a little afraid of his wife, especially since he had a guilty conscience. He knew that if he didn't use his trump card, he would be defeated. Thus, with a thought, he took out something from the space ring. Although he couldn't use his cultivation, the space ring was a tool that could be used without any true inner force, so it wasn't a problem. Lin Ruashi's cold expression just now disappeared, and she couldn't help but cover her cherry mouth with her hands. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor as she looked at the thing that Yangqing suddenly took out. It was a huge gem that shone with a rose-colored brilliance. The gem hadn't been polished, but the original natural beauty of the gem was already intoxicating. It wasn't that Lin Ruoshi was inexperienced, but this woman had never seen such a big gem before. She suspected that it could break the world record. Even if it was held in 2 hands, the size of this ruby was still too big. She couldn't imagine how many ladies would drool over it if it was put in the outside world. Lin Ruoshi wasn't some saintess, and her resistance to jewelry was similar to most women, except that her taste was higher. However, no matter how rich she had never dreamed of getting such a huge gem as a gift. Xianxia was secretly pleased. This was the biggest ruby he had found, and it was useless for him to keep. He could only use it to make women happy. Wife, after I killed a very powerful dragon, I finally found it in its nest. At that time, I wanted to get out of that broken place and give this gem to you. Now, I can finally get my wish. Xianxia said as he placed the gem in Lin Ruoshi's hands. Feeling the heavy weight, Lin Ruoshi was sure that she wasn't dreaming. In the past, Xianxia said that he would give her a gem the size of a bull's eye, but he never did. Instead, he gave Mo Qianni a precious pink diamond. Thinking about it made her so angry. This time, she finally got herself a big enough gem. Lin Ruoshi felt that she had regained her status as a wife. Do you like it? Lin Ruoshi looked at it fondly and nodded lightly. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he stopped asking about Hui Lin. He smiled and said, I'll ask Ron to find a good jeweler. This gem is too big. We can cut it into a whole set of ruby jewelry and inlay it with platinum. It should be a good match for you. Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, clutched the big gem tightly and shook her head. No, I won't feel at ease if I give it to others. Besides, I just want to look at it. Don't take it out. If those vixens see it, you'll definitely give them something good again. Xianxia's facial muscles twitched. Looking at the woman who seemed to be protecting her food, she had thought so far ahead. Baby, don't tell me you've been hiding your trump card all this time? Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, nodded as if it was a matter of course. She had already happily regarded this gem as her personal collection, and no one could touch it. Xianxia didn't dare to say that he still had a lot of these colorful gems in his ring. He was afraid that Lin Ruoshi would take all of them. How could he deal with other women in the future? Hee, Ruoshi, my little baby, now you believe my sincerity towards you. Xianxia seized the opportunity to stick to her with a smile, like a wolf with a big tail. Lin Ruoshi didn't want him to be too complacent, but she really couldn't hide her joy. She took the initiative to kiss the man's face. You're still considerate, but don't let me know that you've given other women away. How could I? Xianxia spoke righteously, but his back was covered in cold sweat. This woman was too comprehensive. He had to secretly give the gift. Looking at Lin Ruoshi holding the gem in her hand, she was more beautiful than a flower, and her side profile was incomparably beautiful. Xianxia's hunger for many days finally couldn't be endured, and he pounced on the woman like a tiger on the big bed. The ruby in Lin Ruoshi's hand fell out and fell beside the pillow, but she didn't have time to care about it. The man's big hand had already pulled on her body, teasing every sensitive part of her body. You. What are you in such a hurry? Take a bath first. Xianxia's head was already buried in the middle of the 2 jade peaks, greedily kissing that place until it was wet, inhaling the fragrance of the woman, and said vaguely, I can't wait. I'm going to suffocate to death. It's been so many days, in a while. Why don't we take a bath together? You must want to do it in the bathtub, I won't be fooled. Then be obedient. What kind of lousy dress are you wearing? Where's the button? Xianxia's hand touched everywhere, not knowing whether he was looking for the button or the buttocks. He even went inside to look for the button. Lin Ruoshi didn't know what to do with him, she would only be asking for a snub with that hand between her legs. At this moment, she was also aroused, so she simply let the man do whatever he wanted. Under the stimulation of hormones, everyone was already instinctively squirming. After a while, Xianxia had already hugged 2 slender legs that were as beautiful as snow. Her jade-like feet were raised high, and her round toes, which were like lotus roots, were curled up cutely, showing the hostess's nervousness. And when the melodious chirp of an oriole ended, all that was left was endless spring. After more than 2 hours, when it was almost evening, the battle finally subsided. Halfway through, 2 maids were sent by Guo to tell the couple that Lan Lan had woken up, but after hearing some movements inside, the maids hurriedly ran away with a red face. Guo was also an experienced person, and she knew the truth that absence makes the heart grow fonder. She was happy in her heart, and she couldn't wait for the young couple to have a child as soon as possible, so she simply took her granddaughter to the children's palace to study, which was originally done by Lin Ruoshi. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn, and the bedside lamp was lit. On the comfortable big bed, Lin Ruoshi, whose 2 jade-like legs were numb, hung half of her snow-white body lazily on Yangqing's chest. Her hazy eyes were half open, and her eyelashes were trembling, and her charming face was full of aftertaste. Perhaps some women would never be able to experience this kind of peak enjoyment in their entire lives, but her husband could do it easily. This had to be said, this was a big advantage of this lecherous bad man. Yangqing was also quite comfortable. He hugged the woman's fragrant shoulder, and had a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't use anything to cover it, and the big guy below was still valiant. The satisfied Lin Ruoshi soon recovered her strength. After all, these days of cultivation were not in vain. After gracefully supporting her body, she gave Yangqing a kiss on the face. "Hubby, I have an idea, it's about Hui Lin," Lin Ruoshi suddenly said. Yangqing's relaxed mood tensed up, and he blinked his eyes and asked, "What?" "It's like this, the movie Sword Fairy that Ulay Entertainment invested in, including pre-production and post-production, added up to almost 250 million yuan, and the investment is definitely one of the highest in Xianxia. Moreover, this is a movie that Ulay Entertainment intends to use as a pivot, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it can only succeed, and not fail." "Wait," Yangqing frowned and said, "what does this have to do with Hui Lin?" Lin Ruoshi smiled and said, "Hui Lin is the female lead, and she was the biggest gimmick that attracted so many advertisers to join the movie, and pushed it to the European and American markets. After all, she is the super little empress that Kristen thinks highly of. It's just that after the incident last time, there were too many negative effects, but in the entertainment industry, such news reports come and go like a flood, and disappear without a trace. The movie will premiere in 2 days, and there are already many different opinions on whether Hui Lin will appear or not. If Hui Lin doesn't appear, I'm afraid that the movie will lose a large number of fans who watch the movie because of Hui Lin. This will be a huge blow to Ulay Entertainment, and also a huge loss to the company." Yangqing had a look of understanding, and with an evil smile, he suddenly slapped Lin Ruoshi's beautiful butt, and with a crisp paw sound, it was bouncy. "Lin Ruoshi, don't think that your hubby is a fool, and there are different opinions? Show me the evidence, right? Hui Lin has been out of the entertainment industry for so many days, if there's no one behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire, which media company would cooperate with the publicity? It's obvious that you want Hui Lin to make a comeback." Lin Ruoshi pouted coquettishly and touched the place where she was slapped. He hit her really hard, and it was burning. "So what? I can't just watch the company's big investment fail, it's obviously salvageable, and with this movie as a springboard, Ulay Entertainment's industry chain will expand rapidly. As long as we operate properly, and spend some money to build connections with the mainstream media, Hui Lin's image can be restored through this movie's premiere. This is also a good thing for Hui Lin, she can continue doing what she likes." Yangqing took a puff of his cigarette, all the way to the butt of the cigarette. After he spat out the cigarette, he blew a puff of white smoke onto Lin Ruoshi's face. Cough cough. Lin Ruoshi coughed from the sudden attack. She was so embarrassed that she pinched his waist angrily. Even though she knew that this fellow's skin was so thick that he wouldn't feel any pain, she still wanted to vent her anger. "Why did you blow smoke at me? I wanted you to smell it to wake you up." Yangqing was displeased. "Lin Ruoshi, are you only thinking about money? If it's a loss, then it's a loss. If it's a branch company that's going to close down, then so be it. Why did you have to pull Hui Lin back from Mount Amei? You're asking a shy girl like her to cooperate with you and put on an act to restore her image so that you can earn money? You don't lack money, why do you have to make things difficult for your sister?" Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth and glared at him. "You're the only one who cares about Hui Lin. Do you think I'm heartless and unscrupulous? Ever since I was young, my grandmother taught me how to be a businessman. As a businessman, if I don't love money, am I supposed to love beautiful women like you? I don't lack money, but what about my employees? What about the film crew? Who's going to pay their salaries? They have their own families, their own careers, and their own dreams. The finished product that everyone worked so hard to produce is going to be ruined because of Hui Lin's personal reasons. Do you think it's fair to those hardworking employees? Is it purely a matter of money? I believe that if Hui Lin listens to my suggestion, she'll definitely consider it carefully and accept it. I'm not forcing her to do hard labor for me. I'm asking her to return to the stage that she loves to sing for everyone. Yangqing lost his temper after hearing the series of questions. If he were to put it this way, it was true that Hui Lin had dragged them down, and he was partly to blame. Can you do it? Don't let Hui Lin become the target of public criticism. That old hag, Yun Miao, will kill me, Yangqing mumbled softly. Lin Ruoshi looked at him coldly. Since you don't want Hui Lin to make a comeback so much, could it be that you really have something going on with her and you don't want me to find out about it? Yangqing pretended to be calm and said, how could that be? Am I her brother-in-law? Lin Ruoshi did not suspect anything. She nodded her head and said, I think you won't go overboard. If you don't even let Hui Lin off, you are worse than a beast. Yangqing's intestines were almost tied up. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He was already worse than her. He was not only a failure, but there was nothing he could do. Hui Lin was infatuated with him, and he had rejected her time and time again. They even went through life and death together. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of a beauty. Now that Hui Lin knew his feelings for her, she would not let go. Although she was innocent, she was very serious about her feelings. If she had it, she had it. If she didn't, she didn't. She would not compromise. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi was thinking about how to bring Hui Lin and the movie back to life, Yangqing sighed in his heart. How should I tell you the truth so that you won't be furious, my dear wife? At this moment, Lin Ruoshi's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have thought of something and asked Yangqing, is Hui Lin's phone still working? Yangqing was speechless for a moment. She should be switched off. Then contact her through Abbess Yun Miao. I've already thought of a way. It's almost a success, said Lin Ruoshi. She quickly jumped off the bed and put on her clothes. Yangqing smiled stiffly. Do you have to be in such a hurry? You're in such a rush. Besides, aren't you no longer the CEO but the chairman? Yeah, but Shui Mingyi can't do it well. I have to do it myself, said Lin Ruoshi as she tidied her hair. There are still 2 days left. We can't delay any longer. We have to get Hui Lin back to Beijing as soon as possible. Yangqing knew that this was bad. If Hui Lin were to return to Beijing, their relationship would be exposed easily. This was not the right time. Suddenly, Yangqing thought of something and slapped his thigh. Aya, Ruoshi, this is bad. What's wrong? Asked Lin Ruoshi as she turned around. Yangqing frowned. Didn't I tell you that Hui Lin has broken through to the soul-forming stage with Yu Xuaning's help? She'll be discovered by the absolute sword Taoist in Hongmeng sooner or later and brought to Hongmeng. How can she be a celebrity? Lin Ruoshi was stunned for a moment. She suddenly suggested, what do you think? Isn't the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade the link between Hongmeng and the secular world? If Hui Lin is a member of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade and a celebrity with great influence in the country and it's not appropriate for her to suddenly disappear, will Hongmeng consider giving her special treatment? Yangqing opened his mouth and looked at his wife in admiration. Is that even possible? I don't think it's a problem. You were able to bribe the Hongmeng ambassador with those elixirs previously. It shows that Hongmeng isn't that strict. If Hui Lin continues to work, she'll definitely fly abroad frequently. At most, she'll just bribe them again. Moreover, with her relationship with Abbess Yun Miao, it'll be easier to say that Hui Lin is a citizen of the country. Lin Ruoshi analyzed logically. Yangqing was about to cry. He thought that it was a great reason to oppose Hui Lin's comeback, but after hearing what Lin Ruoshi said, it didn't seem like a big deal at all. Indeed, Hui Lin had an official background and her grandfather was the previous general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. It would be especially reasonable for Hong Meng. This was not much different from the children of the four aristocratic families. What Hong Meng cared about was whether these soul-forming stage people were loyal to the country. As long as they didn't cause any harm in the secular world, they wouldn't be too strict with them. Otherwise, Yan Feiyu wouldn't have built a nunnery in the secular world to cultivate. Talk to General Kai about this. I'm sure he'll have a way to contact the Hongming ambassador. I'm waiting for your good news. Lin Ruoshi tidied up her clothes and winked at Yangqing. She then walked out of the room briskly. She held her phone in her hand and started to make calls. She had other things to do. Yangqing laid on the bed weakly. He was conquered by this woman's careful steps. By doing this, Lin Ruoshi obviously wanted Hui Lin to stay away from him. Moreover, it was reasonable. In desperation, Yangqing could only call Kai Yunqing. Kai Yunqing was very happy to know about this. Although he didn't think that Hui Lin's soul-forming stage cultivation would really be useful, if it could really get the approval of Hong Meng, it would be of great benefit to the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. After the incident with Lin Jigua, Hong Meng had gotten closer to the general of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. He had given Kai Yunqing a way to contact him, and it just so happened that he could use it now. In addition, Kai Yunqing also wanted to report the 10,000 demon realm to the Absolute Sword Taoist. He could also mention Hui Lin's matter. Other than Hui Lin's matter, Yangqing also specifically asked about the kidnapping of Lin Ruoshi and Lan Lan. Yangqing didn't think that the Liang family's men of sacrifice would care so much about his cultivation technique. He suspected that there was a hidden family or someone with a background in Hong Meng who was behind it. Unfortunately, Kai Yunqing had no idea what was going on. He couldn't even find out whether the person was killed by Lin Ruoshi or not. Yangqing was a little disappointed. He felt that this father-in-law's workability was very problematic. It was a pity that he was too embarrassed to criticize him. After all, it was his two daughters who were trapped. After dealing with it, Yangqing calmed down and sorted out his thoughts. What he had to deal with now was his physical condition and find a way to control his cultivation. Secondly, he had to deal with the problem of Lan Lan. That Minwan was still in Zhonghai and he had to ask her about it. In his mind, he couldn't help thinking about Yu Xuaning in the 10,000 demon realm. Although that vixen repeatedly told him not to care about her and that she would handle everything herself, how could Yangqing really ignore her? After all, it was with Yu Xuaning's help that he and Hui Lin had the opportunity to directly charge into the Tong Tian Tower. Now, Yangqing could only think positively. The nine-tailed celestial fox had a godlike foresight, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to protect herself. After thinking about this, Yangqing picked up the phone again. This time, he called Jane, who was far away overseas. It was more appropriate to tell Jane about his loss of control of his cultivation. At least she could use a scientific method to check the condition of his body. The call was quickly connected, and the girl's surprised business came from Jane's side. "Dear Yangqing. Is that you? You're really back?" Yangqing could hear Jane's excitement and said gloomily, "You also know that I've been missing for a period of time? Of course, I'm always paying attention to you. It's just that I'm too far away, so I can't be too detailed." Jane said bitterly. It was always good to be worried about someone. Yangqing smiled. "Little Jane, how's your cultivation?" Jane didn't resist when Yangqing said this cheesy name that Catherine came up with. "It's a little slow. It's still the day after tomorrow. This kind of Huaxia's kung fu is really puzzling. It can actually improve my body's functions rapidly and greatly increase the activity of my cells. But there's no scientific basis for this," Jane said in distress. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. This girl's thinking seemed very interesting. But soon he sighed, "Let's not talk about this first. I'm in trouble. I need you to do a checkup for me." Jane heard and suddenly became nervous. "Dear, do you have a headache again?" "It's not a headache this time. It's worse than a headache. I can't use my cultivation now." Yangqing helplessly explained what happened before. After listening, Jane was silent for a while and said calmly, "In that case, you don't have to fly to London. I'll fly to Beijing and treat it as going to Huaxia's Spring Festival. It's safer not to attract the attention of other forces." Yangqing admired the girl's meticulousness. This seemingly simple question was indeed something that needed to be considered. He could not use his cultivation, and the fewer people who suspected him, the better. Hence, he readily agreed. However, he already had that relationship with Jane, and it would be troublesome to explain it to Lin Ruashi. He only hoped that Lin Ruashi would not find out too early. Yangqing felt that it was getting harder and harder to raise his head in front of women. Although all of his confidants were affectionate and sweet, his spine was hurting. He thought of Qiangwei and Kai Ning, who were still in the Mediterranean Sea. He did not know how they were doing, and whether they would blame him for not checking up on them for such a long time. Thinking of this, Yangqing slapped his forehead. He was so stupid. Since he could help Hui Lin pull some strings and get her out of the illusion, could Kai Ning, who also had an official background, do the same? She was a member of the group of 8 after all. After making the call, he immediately looked for Kai Ning. When Kai Ning learned that Yangqing had returned safely, she sounded quite happy. They had not talked for so many days, and her heart was always empty. She had a lot of hidden grievances, but now, they were all gone. Yangqing coaxed the woman with sweet words for a while, and then they talked about business. He discussed with Kai Ning whether he should help her pull some strings so that she could move freely in the country. However, Kai Ning smiled softly. "Hubby, have you forgotten that the general is my biological father? My dad has already asked me about this. He wants to help me and the people from Hongmeng." Yangqing was stunned. "Then why didn't you mention it to me? Did he not pass?" "No, I don't want my dad to break the rules, at least not as his daughter. Besides, I am the same as Qiangwei. I don't really care where I live. The environment here on the island is good, and it's quiet. Everyone is very warm and respectful to us. We have no reason to beg the people from Hongmeng to let us go back to Xianxia," Kai Ning said. Yangqing said sourly, "Don't you want to be by my side?" "If Ruashi doesn't mind, we'll go," Kai Ning teased. Yangchen was at a loss of what to do, thinking that the sun would rise from the west. "All right, let Rose answer the phone, I'll talk to her for a bit. What is she doing?" "She's fishing right now. She said she wants to eat seafood barbecue for lunch." Mr. Ron clearly arranged for a chef, but she insisted on trying it herself. "I can't do anything about it," Kai Ning said. This time, Yangchen believed that the two women were having so much fun that they forgot about their duties. However, this also made him feel more at ease. At this moment, far away in the Mediterranean Sea, beside the azure waters, Qiangwei was wearing a pair of large purple-framed sunglasses, slightly pouting her pink lips. She was wearing a charming orange and white Hawaiian casual swimsuit, which showed off her slender waist and enchanting figure. On a huge rock by the sea, Qiangwei held a fishing line and waited for the fish to take the bait. Kai Ning jumped a few times from afar and came to Qiangwei's side. She passed the phone to her. "It's a call from my husband." Qiangwei came back to her senses, but her attention was still on the sea. She didn't pick up the phone and asked casually, "You're back? Are you okay?" I'm fine. Aren't you going to pick it up?" "It's good that you're fine. Wait. Ah. Look. The fish took the bait." "It took the bait?" Qiangwei cried out in surprise. She stood up and straightened the fishing line, then started to spin the reel. For Qiangwei, who hadn't lived a good life outside since she was young and didn't have any holidays, picking wild fruits, fishing, picking seashells, and diving on the island were all new and interesting. Kai Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said to Yangqing, who was waiting on the other end of the phone, "Hubby, why don't we talk about it next time? Qiangwei is very busy now." Yangqing could already hear Qiangwei's happy shouts. He couldn't wait to go there and enjoy the leisure life on the island with a woman. Men had a hard life. They had to bear all the pressure by themselves. Yangqing muttered to himself. He still had a lot of things to deal with and didn't have the time to take a vacation. After telling Kai Ning and Qiangwei to enjoy themselves and that he would visit them in a few days, Yangqing hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, Yangqing took out his mobile phone and booked a flight ticket back to Zhonghai that night. There were still 2 days before the premiere of Hui Lin's movie. He still had time. Firstly, he hadn't accompanied Mo Qianni, Anqin, and the other girls for a long time. Secondly, he needed to ask Minwan why she didn't give him the token. That night, Yangchu only told Lin Ruashi and the others that he was going back to Zhonghai to take care of some matters, and then he went alone. Lin Ruashi was busy planning a perfect comeback for Hui Lin. She only thought that Yangqing was itching to find other women to be intimate with. She didn't feel good in her heart, but she didn't have time to care. At the same time, late at night, in the study of the Ning family's courtyard in Yanjing, Ning Jingchun, who had changed back into a white robe, was holding a top-grade purple clay teapot in one hand, sipping the fragrant tea, and flipping through a tablet on the table with the other hand. Although he was a member of the hidden family in the illusion, it didn't mean that the hidden family was completely detached from the secular world. On the contrary, they regularly sent people to the secular world to learn, so that the hidden family could keep up with the times. It wasn't difficult for them to operate products such as computers. These are the information about Yangqing that we've investigated? Are they all here? Ning Jingchun asked leisurely. Ning Guangyao stood aside and said respectfully, yes, the fourth, unless there are some hidden agencies and organizations abroad. Ning Jingchun nodded. This Yangqing is quite a troublemaker. He is only in his 20s, but he has made a name for himself abroad. That's right. Actually, he's the most difficult to deal with when he's overseas. Every country's government is wary of him. His firearms business, connections, and armed forces have made him an independent kingdom in the underground world. It's said that he has a territory in the Mediterranean Sea that the Queen of Wales gifted to him. It's called the Forgotten Kingdom, and it's his base camp. Many of the most notorious people in the world have been living in seclusion there ever since they surrendered to him. Unfortunately, there's no satellite signal there, so we have no way of knowing the exact situation, Ning Guangyao said. Humph, such a difficult character. No wonder no one dares to touch him even though he is so arrogant. It's a pity that he can't be used by us. Ning Jingchuan's eyes were misty. Recalling the scene of him testing Yang Cheng's cultivation during the day, he had a lingering fear. This kid's cultivation is getting more and more unfathomable. The family sent me here to try my best to get his cultivation method and make him one of us. But it won't be so easy if we don't get something on him. Ning Jingchun helplessly continued to read the information. There was a hint of hesitation in Ning Guangyao's eyes. He was considering whether he should say something. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, the fourth, actually. After the fight in Pear Garden a few days ago, the number one chief asked me to meet him. Oh? Ning Jingchuan's eyes flashed. Number one asked to meet him alone? Ning Guangyao nodded nervously. Yes, it's been a long time. Number one, what did he say? Ning Jingchun was quite attentive. Ning Guangyao said, what the chief means is for us to restrain ourselves. Recently, there have been a lot of people coming out of the illusion, and they are disturbing the people. They are about to cross the boundary. Ning Jingchuan's face darkened. His gaze changed unpredictably for a long time before he sighed. This is worldly power. Since the establishment of the new Xianxia, the four families have occupied the dominant position. The number one chief has never really participated in it. I didn't expect that this time. Finally, he is going to speak. Ning Guangyao's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. The fourth, is the power behind the number one chief really that terrifying? He had been the head of the Ning family for almost 20 years. His father had told him to have the deepest respect for number one. No matter how much power he had, he was not allowed to sit on number one's head. But for so many years, number one chief and him, the premier, were almost on two parallel lines. He didn't have much contact with the elders of the other three families, and only had a polite relationship. Therefore, Ning Guangyao didn't know much about them. Ning Jingchun suddenly looked serious. I warn you, Ning Guangyao, if number one said that this matter is about to cross the boundary, it means that the entire Ning family has been targeted. The person behind number one is not someone you can guess at your level. Use your pig brain to think why the four families have ruled over Xianxia for so many years, but there has never been a number one chief. Ning Guangyao's face turned pale. He suddenly realized that the only chief he had treated like air was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Seeing that Ning Guangyao's expression was not right, Ning Jingchun suddenly smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be too nervous. Number 1 is only in charge of the last pass. Unless it's absolutely necessary, the power is still in the hands of the 4 families. You, the head of the Ning family, can still sit in the position of premier, which means that it's not that bad. Ning Guangyao wiped his forehead and nodded with a smile. However, he was still curious as to what kind of background could make the hidden clans so afraid of him. After all, even the All Heavens Island represented by Hong Meng was on an equal footing with the hidden families, so they wouldn't really be afraid of them. Could it be that there was a more unfathomable force above the Hong Meng and the hidden families in the illusory realm? This thought made Ning Guangyao tremble subconsciously. He was not willing to be a puppet that was high and mighty in the eyes of the common people, but could be replaced in the eyes of some people. But if the core of Xianxia was in the hands of such an unfathomable person, it would be better for him to behave himself, lest he lose his life. At this time, Ning Jingchen had already continued to read through Yang Cheng's information. He seemed to be unwilling to give up and wanted to find a breakthrough. Suddenly, when he turned to a photo of a woman, Ning Jingchuan's pupils contracted, and his eyes flickered. He pointed at the beautiful woman in the photo with a gloomy tone. This woman is also Yang Cheng's lover? His tone seemed to be a little incredulous. Ning Guangyao took a look and replied with a smile, yes, her name is Xiao Qiqing. According to the latest information, her mother, Wang Yulan, is a maid of the Lin family. Many years ago, she gave birth to Xiao Qiqing with a gardener named Mo Xing, but later Mo Xing disappeared. This Xiao Qiqing returned to Huaxia from the United States. I don't know how she got involved with Yangqing, but now she lives with her mother in a courtyard in the western suburbs of Zhonghai. Mo Xing? Haha, it's sorrowless. It's really her. Xiao Qiqing. Haha, this is interesting, Yangqing is really audacious. Ning Jingchen laughed sinisterly. Ning Guangyao didn't quite understand either. After thinking for a while, he asked, the 4th, could it be that this Xiao Qiqing has another story to tell? Humph, this woman's background is not a big deal, but she is a treasure for alchemists. This is something you don't understand. What we need to do now is to pass this information to someone who wants to find her. Yangqing, at that time, maybe the Ning family will help you, humph. A trace of evil flashed in Ning Jingchuan's eyes. In Zhonghai, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The atmosphere of the spring festival shrouded this bustling city, and the bright night scene added a lot of festive elements. Located in a relatively secluded courtyard in the western suburbs, there were also many mansions lit up with red lanterns. These big families paid more attention to this traditional custom for a good omen in the coming year. Anyway, they didn't lack money for these decorations. After Yangqing got off the plane, he took a taxi to the courtyard. The security guard on duty hadn't seen Yangqing for a long time. If he didn't show his identity card, he might not let Yangqing in. Unable to use his cultivation base, Yangqing finally experienced the feeling of being an ordinary person in the past. Although his physical fitness was still there, it was no longer possible for him to come and go without a trace. Now, 5 of the 4 mansions near the back mountain were already the territory of his family. He hadn't seen his little lovers for a long time, so Yangqing couldn't bear it. At a glance, he found that only Mo Qianni and Ma Guifeng's room was still lit. This saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't need to make a choice. Yangqing ran downstairs like a gust of wind. Seeing that there was no one around, he easily jumped up to the balcony on the 2nd floor. The ability to be a thief had been integrated into his bones when he was a killer. When he was young and romantic, he often went to some rich and powerful families to steal women. At this time, in order to give Mo Qianni a surprise, Yangqing naturally did it like a fish in the water. Almost silently pushing open the glass door of the balcony, Yangqing walked into the corridor on the 2nd floor and came to the door of Mo Qianni's bedroom. From outside the door, he could hear the sound of hua water inside, and he could almost see the seductive scenery of the woman's plump body under the water. Yangqing's heart warmed up, and the little brothers below immediately felt it, valiantly flaunting their strength. Swallowing his saliva, Yangqing slowly unlocked the door with experience. He controlled every inch of the door to not make any friction sounds, and he pursued a perfect break-in. Finally, Yangqing opened the door to the room. He could already smell the fragrance of orchids in the room. On the big bed with clean white sheets, a few pink lace undergarments were casually thrown around. Yangqing squeezed through the door and was about to close the door with his backhand when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the back of his head. Who is it? At the same time that a cold gun barrel was grabbed by Yangqing, a sharp dagger was aimed at his throat from another direction. Someone was hiding behind the door to ambush. Because he couldn't spread out his divine sense like before, Yangqing didn't pay much attention and almost fell into the trap. Although he would be fine after being shot by hundreds of bullets, he would still lose face. Fortunately, Yangqing's skills were far better than that person's. Before the dagger reached him, he pulled with his left hand, and the attacker behind him was pressed against the door. Little Xianxia. Yangqing looked at the panicked and angry beauty in front of him and couldn't react. Mo Qianni didn't take a shower. Her hair was still in a bun, and she was wearing a black and white checkered suit and trousers. She had a floral collar, and she looked like a fashionable gold collar worker at work. However, the woman was holding a silver pistol in one hand and a military dagger in the other, which really made people break out in cold sweat. Hubby? Mo Qianni was stunned at first, and then she revealed a happy expression. She hadn't seen her lover for a long time. Why did you come back so late at night? I was wondering who it was that came to launch a sneak attack. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Who taught you this? You even know how to put in a bathwater and pajamas to distract others' attention. I taught myself. Just cultivating inner force isn't a problem. I just watched some Secret Service movies and learned a little. Maybe I can use it. Is that so? You have to. First learn how to judge good and evil. It's all thanks to your man's ability that other people would have peed their pants long ago. How would I know that you would come in like a thief in the middle of the night? Mo Qianni pouted. Let go of my hand first, it hurts from your pinching. Only then did Yangqing notice that he was still holding the woman's two white wrists and pressing her against the door. Hearing the woman's pleas, he revealed a mischievous smile. Mo Qianni felt that something was wrong and asked in a low voice, You. What are you doing? Little Xianxia, I haven't come back for so long. I'll take good care of you tonight. Yangqing's breathing gradually quickened. He lowered his head and the tip of his nose slowly approached Mo Qianni's face. Mo Qianni's dimples were instantly covered with haze, and her eyes were moist and misty. How could she not know what the man meant? I just came back from overtime. Let me take a bath, okay? No need, I think this scene is pretty good. Let's act out a play tonight. At night, a single woman returns home and encounters a flower thief. She tries her best to resist, but the flower thief picks a flower. Mo Qianni giggled and coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. What kind of melodramatic script is this? I'm not going to cooperate with you. Don't laugh. You've already been controlled by the flower thief, so you should be shouting for help. Yangqing guided. Mo Qianni couldn't do anything about this man. It was said that a man would never grow up in front of a woman he liked. If he acted mature enough in front of you, it could only be said that he didn't love you deeply enough. From this point of view, Mo Qianni was quite satisfied. Taking a deep breath, Mo Qianni looked at the man affectionately and simply accompanied him to go crazy. She pretended to be bullied and opened her mouth to shout help. However, before she could finish shouting, her cherry lips had already been heavily blocked by Yangqing. In the midst of the intertwining of their tongues, he began to ravage every inch of the tender flesh in her chest, wanting to make her unable to breathe. Woo-woo. Only after kissing Mo Qianni until she was gasping for breath and was about to suffocate did Yangqing let go. The moment their lips separated, a crystal silk thread was connected from their lips. For a time, the pink flame in the room heated up. Mo Qianni looked at the man she loved with a pair of blurry eyes. Her red lips were slightly parted, and she could feel the wild but loving emotions in his eyes. She was completely intoxicated. Bad guy. As soon as you come back, you bully me. Do you want me to be picked up by the flower thief so much? Then won't you be a cuckold in the end? Yangqing stuck out his tongue and licked the woman's lustrous earlobe like a dragonfly skimming the water, and then gently bit it with his teeth. Suddenly, Mo Qianni's whole body and bones were limp, and the gap between her legs was itchy, as if there was a moist water. What a little fool. You can fall in love with this flower thief in the end. Mo Qianni was about to laugh out when she found that her whole body had been carried horizontally. She couldn't help but let out a cry, and the dagger and gun in her hands had already fallen to the ground. Yangqing strode to the bedside, threw the plump beauty on the bed, and covered her with his whole body. "Little beauty, you disarmed so quickly. It seems that you have accepted your fate to be picked tonight?" Yangqing kissed the woman's pink neck and said vaguely. Mo Qianni let out a burst of comfortable whispers, It's not that my man is always not here, wild man is wild man. I'm afraid that you are a wax spearhead, can't satisfy me." Yangqing suddenly raised his head and looked at Mo Qianni, who had a hint of slyness in her eyes, and suddenly found that this woman was very talented in acting. This really stimulated him. With a very cooperative actress, Yangqing was full of energy for the whole night. He simply became a tireless supermotor, and the frequency of the piston movement reached a new height. Mo Qianni paid the price for her provocative behavior. Although the woman's body had a strong quality improvement after such a period of time with a large number of elixirs and internal force cultivation, there was still a gap between her and Yangqing's monster physique. In the latter half of the night, Mo Qianni almost felt that the lower half of her body had become numb. Her two plump and slender jade legs swayed as the man played with them, and she couldn't control them at all. She didn't know how many times she had climbed to the peak. This feeling of emptiness made her excited and infatuated, but she also felt a little scared, as if she was really going to be emptied by the man. Fortunately, Yangqing also knew how to cherish his woman. If this was in the past when he was still fooling around with his senior sister, he would definitely make this extremely daring woman who dared to doubt his manhood faint. Now that Mo Qianni had already begged, he let her go. He let her lie on his chest and fell asleep in a daze, so that she could rest for a few hours before dawn. When the sky turned white and the morning came in the misty clouds, Yangqing lay in the middle of Mo Qianni's big bed and found that the woman had gone downstairs. On the big bed, many places were still wet, obviously evidence of the woman's exhaustion last night. Yangqing revealed a smug smile, lying on the bed, took out a cigarette, and lit it for himself. He smoked for a while, extremely satisfied. If only he could enjoy life so peacefully and comfortably every day, how good would it be? After taking a hot bath, Yangqing leisurely walked downstairs. Before he reached the bottom of the stairs, he smelled a fragrance, which made him want to eat. Mo Qianni was concentrating on cooking breakfast. After all, the limitations of a small family made her more capable of housework than other urban women. Her hair was simply tied up, and she was wearing a blue and white checkered apron. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, and she didn't wear any culottes, revealing a pair of white and proud, round, and straight legs. Just looking at it from the back, it was filled with a strong sense of home warmth. Yangqing suddenly remembered the one-night stand in the suburbs. The woman was also exhausted, but she woke up earlier than him and dressed up in front of the dressing table. This kind of woman who came from a simple and traditional mountain village would not be like other women who would lie in a man's arms and sleep soundly in the early morning. Her hardworking nature naturally made her want to wake up early to make breakfast for the man she liked, even if the man didn't really need it. Mo Qianni noticed that Yangqing had come downstairs. She turned around and smiled, "You're coming down. Wait a moment, I'll fry you 2 more poached eggs." Yangqing's heart was filled with warmth. Although he already had quite a few close female friends, Mo Qianni always gave him the strongest sense of belonging to the family. Yangqing would even occasionally feel sorry for Lin Ruoxi. If he had met Mo Qianni for the first time, perhaps she would have been the candidate for his wife. As he thought about it, his love for women grew stronger. He walked up and hugged the woman's waist. His lips moved closer to Mo Qianni's neck, exhaling hot air. "I don't want to eat poached eggs, I want to eat steamed buns." Yangqing laughed evilly. Mo Qianni's face was dyed red, and her hands and feet stiffened. She asked with a gentle smile, "But what if we don't have it at home? How about I go out and buy it?" What a pitiful woman. She was still very naive about these things and didn't realize the meaning behind it. Yangqing's smile became even more evil. His left hand smoothly slipped into Mo Qianni's collar and grabbed onto a ball of delicacy. "I want to eat your steamed bun, a big white steamed bun with red dates." Mo Qianni let go of the spatula in her hand and fell into the pot. She trembled and said with a sobbing voice, "Hubby, don't be like this. I still have to go to work later. It's New Year's Eve tomorrow. Isn't you Lei on holiday? Yang Cheng's hand did not stop invading the smooth and tender meat. Mo Qianni's voice was mixed with a pleading and happy syllable, like the melodious cry of an oriole. I'm the vice president. Ruashi suddenly started to intervene in some of the company's matters recently. I was going to resign and focus on my cultivation, but I was dragged back by her. There are a lot of things to do. Yangqing thought to himself, what the hell is this Lin Ruashi doing? She said that she would focus on taking care of the child. Could it be that now that she found it easy to take care of the child, she's itching to return to her old job and start to take over the company? Sometimes this woman seemed like a pure angel, and sometimes she was like a scheming devil. She always gave him a feeling of ice and fire, and he couldn't figure her out. However, Yangqing was too lazy to think too much about it. The beautiful chef in front of him was the one he liked the most. He chuckled and said, breakfast doesn't matter, as long as the main course is my little Xianxia. As he spoke, Mo Qianni suddenly felt a chill on her butt. Yang Cheng's claws had already lifted the back of her long t-shirt and pulled her light pink panties down to the bend of her legs. He didn't know when he had pulled out the steel spear, but it pierced into her body without any hesitation. Oh! Mo Qianni's body trembled. The feeling of being stuffed again made her support her hands on the kitchen table. Once again, she suffered an absurd conquest. After more than an hour, Yangqing, who was finally done, let the woman go up to take a shower and change her clothes. Yangchen was like a contented king. He took a few pieces of bread and sat on the chair leisurely. He drank the porridge that he had just prepared and watched the news. When Mo Qianni came down from upstairs, she had already changed into a red cropped collar suit with a matching red and white silk scarf. She was wearing a short skirt and white stockings. She was graceful and beautiful, but the plump buttocks under the skirt didn't seem to walk naturally. It was obvious that the continuous exploitation last night and this morning had made the woman a little overwhelmed. Yangqing looked at her proudly, but Mo Qianni rolled her eyes in return. Oh, right. Little Qianqian, why isn't mother-in-law here? Yangqing just remembered that he hadn't seen Ma Guifeng, and she didn't seem to be in the house. Mo Qianni walked to the dining table and took a piece of bread. She took a bite and said, Mom went back to her hometown for the new year. She hasn't been to Grandma's house for a long time, and she misses Grandma. I saw that she's in good health, so I didn't stop her. I originally wanted to go back with her, but there are some things that Ruashi told me that I have to do personally. I don't feel at ease if others do it, so I can only stay in Zhonghai for the time being. Nodding his head, Yangqing briefly hesitated before he sincerely smiled. Anqing is now the patriarch of the Yin family, and Jingjing and Mingyu have their own families. They must be busy during the new year. Since you're alone, there's no point in staying in Zhonghai. Why don't you accompany me to Beijing tonight after I'm done with some matters? Mo Qianni's beautiful eyes showed a trace of unconcealable emotion. She could tell that Yangchen wasn't just trying to coax her. This wasn't something that he casually said. If she went to the Yang family to celebrate the new year, it would be equivalent to announcing to those influential families that the Yang family has a mistress. Although it's normal for men from influential families to have a few wives and concubines, it's still a shady business. Not only would she have to bear the pressure from her family, but she would also have to bear the ridicule from all parties. Not to mention, it might even cause a conflict between Yangqing and Lin Ruashi. However, Yangqing clearly didn't care about that. He only wanted to not spend the new year alone. Lowering her head and wiping the corner of her eyes, Mo Qianni smiled brightly. No need. With your words, I haven't spent the new year in vain. I'm born to be busy. Just let me spend the new year in the company. After all, there are still many people on duty during the new year. There must be a leader to take charge of the situation. I'll definitely spank your chairman Lin's, but when I get back. How dare he bully my little Qianqian? Yangqing pretended to be angry. Mo Qianni burst into laughter. However, she suddenly thought of something and looked at the time on her phone. Oh no, I still have a meeting in the morning. It's all your fault. I'm going to be late. Saying that, the woman rushed out of the door while chewing on her bread. Not long later, the sound of a car stepping on the accelerator could be heard from outside. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Yang Cheng's mouth. After finishing a big bowl of porridge, he washed the breakfast utensils and left. At this time, Mother Wang and Minwan should have finished their breakfast. Yangqing felt that it was time to clarify the matter. Yangqing walked to the door and saw Mother Wang sweeping the yard. Wang Ma raised her head and recognized Yang Chen. After being stunned for a while, she said in surprise, "Young master? Why are you back? Are you alone?" After all, she was getting on in years, and the house had been empty for so many days. Although she had a daughter by her side, Mother Wang couldn't wait for the new year to be over so that the couple could bring Lan Lan back to Zhonghai. Yangqing said that he left something at home, so he came back alone. Lin Ruoshi was still in Beijing and everything was fine. "Wang Ma, will Minwan be staying with you for the next few days?" Yang Chen asked in a seemingly casual manner. Mother Wang didn't think much. "Yes, thanks to Minwan. Guifang went back to her hometown, so she's the only one with me. Otherwise, I'd be bored to death." "Didn't Qing'er spend more time with her mother?" Yangqing said with a smile. Mother Wang scolded, "She's like a child. She doesn't want to play enough." After all, Qing'er was still young and always liked to go out. Miss Choi Yun of the Kai family has nothing to do after she resigned. She always takes Qing'er out to play. I can't do anything to her. Yangqing was happy to see this kind of thing. They were all his women, so it would be easier to get along with them in the future. As they talked, Yangqing saw Minwan was busy in the kitchen. This peasant woman dressed more fashionably after entering the city. Although her clothes weren't high-end, she had the time to dress herself up. Looking at her satisfied face washing the vegetables, Yangqing really couldn't imagine, if a woman like her had a conspiracy behind her back, how much darkness around him hadn't been discovered. "Minwan," Yangqing said. Minwan turned around and saw Yangqing coming back. She said in surprise, "Mr. Yang, why are you back?" "Ah, I just cleaned up the breakfast." "Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook a bowl of noodles for you?" Yangqing shook his head with a smile. "Come upstairs with me. I have something to ask you. We'll talk about the kitchen later." Minwan wiped her hands on her apron in confusion, but she didn't ask any questions. Mother Wang, on the other hand, was confused as to why Yangqing was looking for Minwan. When they reached the second floor, Yangqing gestured for Minwan to open her door. Minwan didn't know what was going on, but she could only comply with the master's request. However, she still felt a little uneasy. After entering the room, Yangqing looked around and found nothing special. He turned around and asked, "Minwan, when Lanlan's grandfather asked you to take Lanlan to us, did he tell you anything else?" Minwan was stunned. She smiled awkwardly and said, "I don't quite understand what Mr. Yang means." Yangqing's eyes gradually became cold. "You really don't understand?" Minwan shook her head with difficulty. Her eyes were a little evasive. "I don't understand." Yangqing didn't say anything more. Instead, he took out the string of Buddha beads that Song Tianqing entrusted to Lanlan. Minwan just glanced at the Buddha beads, and she was stunned. Then, she showed a look of surprise. "Master's Buddha beads. Mr. Yang, where did you get it?" "You found Master." "That's not the point," Yangqing's voice sank. He said with a hint of anger, "I'm more concerned about the token and letter that Uncle asked you to give me." "Where are they?" Minwan was stunned on the spot as if she was electrocuted. Her face was a little pale. She knew that Yangqing understood what happened. She said with a trembling voice, "Mr. Yang, please listen to my explanation." "Where?" Yangqing's voice was like a great bell, and his eyes were wide open. Minwan knelt on the ground with a flop. She burst into tears and begged, "Mr. Yang, please listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it maliciously. I have my own difficulties." As long as Yangqing thought that this woman secretly hid 17th relics and didn't let him know that his own flesh and blood was still alive in the world, he couldn't wait to crush her bones and scatter her ashes. Perhaps between ordinary couples, vows of eternal love and sharing life and death together were just some romantic words of love. But for people like Yang Chen and 17 who grew up together in a pile of corpses and experienced unimaginable hardships, they could still be together in the end, and even gave birth to a fruit of love. This kind of relationship was unforgettable, fusing into their bones and blood. It was truly a relationship that could be protected with everything, including life. Therefore, this also made Yangqing particularly angry. If it weren't for her temperament being restrained in the past 2 or 3 years, Minwan would already be a dead person. All the bones in his body were cracking. Yangqing controlled his hand and slowly retracted the prayer beads. He looked at the tearful Minwan and asked, "Tell me, what's your reason?" Minwan felt as if she was pardoned. She wiped her tears and kowtowed to Yangqing 3 times. Then, she choked and said, "Mr. Yang, you're not an ordinary person. I've stayed in this house for a long time, so I can naturally feel it. You're the same as Master. Both of you are like gods. I'm just a peasant woman from a small village in the countryside. I definitely don't have the guts to go against you." "Humph," Yangqing sneered, "you don't have enough guts? If I didn't encounter a disaster and coincidentally found my uncle, I'm afraid that I'll be kept in the dark by a peasant woman like you for the rest of my life." Minwan shook her head vigorously. "No, Mr. Yang, please listen to me. What I did was wrong, but I did it for the sake of the family. For the sake of Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, and Lan Lan. The 3 of us can live a good life together." Yangqing frowned. "Don't try to fool me with a few words. Do you think I'm so easy to fool? I, Minwan, wouldn't dare to do it even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms." Minwan cried and complained, "I'm just a woman who only went to primary school for a few years. I'm farming in the countryside. What's in it for me to deliberately deceive Mr. Yang?" There was a ripple in Yangqing's heart. Minjuan's words were right. Yangqing was also puzzled. Hiding all this from Minwan didn't seem to have any interest in it. "Then why did you do it?" Yangqing asked. Minwan tried to calm down and said slowly, "I don't dare to hide it from you. To be honest, the letter that Master gave me was accidentally torn because of my carelessness. I wanted to change the envelope at that time so that you wouldn't think that I peeked at the contents, but I couldn't hold it back at that time. When I put the new envelope in, I still looked at the contents." Seeing Yangqing's cold expression, Minwan waved her hand desperately and said, "Mr. Yang, I was just too concerned about where Master went. He's my savior, my benefactor. I thought that there might be some clues in the letter, but it turned out to be information about Lanlan's background and a few words that I didn't understand." "Where are the letter and dagger?" Yangqing asked with a blank expression. Minwan suddenly remembered. She got up and ran to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe and rummaged through it. Finally, she found 2 items in a small black plastic bag at the bottom. When Minwan handed the 2 items to Yangqing with trembling hands, an indescribable pain and nostalgia flashed through Yangqing's eyes. His eyes were fixed on the dagger. His eyes were red and he couldn't speak. This was a small military dagger wrapped in blue cloth. It was sharp and cold. There were 3 blood grooves on it. The blood grooves were dark red that was difficult to erase. After many years of killing, some parts of the dagger had small nicks that couldn't be hidden, which added a bit of killing intent. It was a dagger that wasn't considered precious, but it caused Yangqing's eyes to flash with the face that was getting further away from him. Her figure was always as monotonous and lonely as the dagger. This was the weapon that the woman always carried with her. The beauty was gone, leaving behind an empty weapon. Yangqing took a deep breath, held back the tears in his eyes, and opened the envelope in his hand. There was no writing on the envelope. Minwan probably didn't dare to write blindly after changing it. When he took out the letter inside, Yangqing glanced at it and found that the content was indeed not much different from what Song Tianqing said to him. It was about 17 and Lan Lan. At the end, he also added 2 broken sentences of endless resolve restoration scripture to confirm his identity. "When you read this, you should know that I am Lanlan's biological father." "Why didn't you tell me?" Yangqing asked. Minwan smiled bitterly. "It is because I know the truth that I dare not say it and give you the letter." "Why?" Yangqing frowned. Minwan sighed and said, "Mr. Yang, before I met you, I had been following Master and taking care of Lan Lan for more than a year. To put it bluntly, I treated Lan Lan as my own daughter, but Lan Lan kept asking for her parents. We followed Master to travel all over the country. Although Master also loved Lan Lan very much, every time Lan Lan saw other children accompanied by their parents, the longing in her eyes made my heart sour. It hurt so much that I wanted to cry. Lan Lan is too unsociable. She is much stronger than other children. She is too unique. The more intelligent and powerful a person is, especially when she is still a child, she is actually very lonely. It's fine if it's a child from an ordinary family, but Lan Lan doesn't even have parents. She can't even get the most basic parental care of a child. She doesn't even know if her parents are still alive. Listening to Minwan's words, Yangqing's nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. His heart was stuffy, and he couldn't breathe. Mr. Yang, remember when I first met you? Lan Lan was at the door of the orphanage, quietly looking at Miss Lin. Do you know how happy Lan Lan was that night? She said that she had found her mother, but she was afraid that her mother wouldn't like her and would leave her. A child's face was full of grievances, which made my heart ache. Fortunately, Miss Lin and Lan Lan hit it off. After the first time, they became familiar with each other. She wanted to accept Lan Lan, which made Lan Lan very happy. It was the first time I saw Lan Lan reveal such a satisfied expression. This was something I couldn't give her as a nanny. I also knew that Miss Lin only looked like Lan Lan's birth mother. However, as a woman, I could feel that Miss Lin truly cared about Lan Lan. She truly loved this child. There was nothing more precious than true love. At first, even Lan Lan's sleep was messy. She didn't like to sleep at all, but once she met Miss Lin, she obediently slept very well. I think it's because children are very on-sheen when they are by their mother's side. Yangqing's eyes were hazy, and he couldn't help but reveal a faint satisfied smile. Thinking of the chubby little girl lying on the bed, sleeping and drooling, the love in his heart was also warm. Minwan sniffed and continued, Mr. Yang, although I haven't been in this house for a long time, I'm really grateful to you, Miss Lin, Madame Gua, Mother Wang, and other beautiful girls who often come to our house. You didn't treat me with the attitude of a peasant woman in the countryside. You gave me self-esteem and made me feel that I'm a part of this family. I'm really grateful to you even in my dreams. Because of this, I hope that all of you can live a good life. If there is a huge conflict because of some things, and we end up parting on bad terms, it will be a huge blow to the family and to Lan Lan. I know that Miss Lin isn't willing to accept those other girls, but they are sincere to you, so they can't cut off these relationships in a short time. Mr. Yang usually coaxes her like this. It should be because he wants to slowly stabilize this family through time so that Miss Lin can really accept them. I know that it's inevitable for a man like Mr. Yang to be popular with women. How can a beautiful woman like the weak? Not to mention in ancient times, even now, powerful men often have several rooms. Yangqing was ashamed for a while. This woman from the countryside is really straightforward. Although her words are rough, she can't say it so directly. It made Yangqing a little embarrassed. I, Minwan, am a nobody. I don't know much. What I care about is that Lan Lan can grow up well, have the love of her parents, and have the company of her family. I also have my selfishness. I don't want to go back to the countryside. The in-laws are a nightmare for me. I also want to stay in this family and be like Mother Wang. It's enough to be a loyal servant for this family for a lifetime. What's more, I already know that Mr. Yang is Lan Lan's biological father, so Lan Lan has a real relative. If Lin Ruoshi knows the truth and has a grudge against this matter, isn't it increasing the burden of the whole family? Minwan wiped the corner of her eyes. Yangqing probably understood Minwan's meaning. In this way, it makes sense. Indeed, if Lan Lan is the child of other women, it won't be too serious. However, Lan Lan is the child left by 17. Lin Ruoshi was very clear that 17 was the only woman she had to compete with. This woman could be said to have absolutely affected Yangqing's life. Originally, 17 had left forever, but the appearance of Lan Lan seemed to make 17's shadow always lingering between them. In terms of love, Lin Ruoshi was emotional. She couldn't turn a blind eye. She could temporarily tolerate other women as lovers in Yangqing's heart, but she wouldn't tolerate Yangqing treating another woman as his true love. Yangqing himself couldn't guarantee that when he looked at Lan Lan, he would always think of 17 in his heart. This was undoubtedly a sarcasm to Lin Ruoshi. If he never got this letter, then everything that happened next wouldn't be any trouble. he would happily raise this chubby little girl as his own daughter. But now, he knew the identity of Lan Lan. How could he bear to let 17 in the underworld be bitterly disappointed? How could he let his own flesh and blood not know that he was her biological father? Even if he didn't say it now, if Lin Ruashi found out that he already knew and lied to her in the future, he would probably be even more hurt. That time, Mr. Yang, when you came back from Australia, it was about a month after the old master left. At that time, I almost wanted to say that the old master left behind 2 keepsakes. At that time, Mr. Yang, you even asked me if I had something to say, but I didn't say it. I really didn't dare and couldn't bear to say it. Minwan sighed. Yangqing stood where he was. He still remembered that scene, but he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Now that he thought about it, it was a little ridiculous. After standing there for a long time, Yangqing signaled Minwan to get up and put the dagger and the letter into his spatial ring. Don't tell anyone about this without my permission, Yangqing ordered. Minwan nodded vigorously. She wouldn't dare to do it even if she borrowed the courage of a bear. Yangqing felt that his mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure it out at all. There were too many things involved in this matter. Family, love, and conscience were all huge challenges. When they walked downstairs, Mother Wang noticed that Yangqing didn't seem to be in a good mood, so she asked with concern what was wrong. Yangqing casually said a few perfunctory words and went out the door. He told Mother Wang that she would only be back after the new year, and that if there was anything, she could contact him directly. The flight was booked at night. Yangqing hesitated for a moment, but he didn't go to find Anqing, Xia Qiqing, and the other girls to worry, because Yangqing didn't want to vent his negative emotions on these innocent women. From the garage, Yangqing took out the BMW X6 that he hadn't driven for a long time and went straight to Oldli and his wife's house. On the way, he made a call, and the person who picked up was Oldli. When he heard that it was Yangqing, Oldli couldn't help but scold him jokingly, "Little Yang, you're not giving me face. It's already the new year, yet you don't have any New Year goods. Do you still want my daughter to follow you?" Now that Old Li's family's living conditions were many times better than before, and Li Jingjing was often by their side, she didn't complain about Yangqing as much anymore. Yangqing smiled bitterly, "Don't I have to go over and drink with my father-in-law? Prepare the food and wine. If it's not enough, I'll buy some cooked food for you." Old Li didn't think too much about it. He called his wife to cook a few more dishes and told Yangqing to hurry over. The car drove to Old Li's apartment. Just as Yangqing was about to get off the car, he glanced at the scene downstairs. He was stunned and frowned. A silver-gray Ferrari 458 appeared from the opposite corner. With the beautiful sound of the engine pulsating, it slowly stopped in front of the apartment. After the door opened, Li Jingjing's figure gracefully walked out from the front passenger seat. She was wearing a blue-green European-style wide-patterned sweater with a checkered shirt inside. The collar was flipped out from the round collar, and a pair of tight light-colored denim trousers outlined a pair of slender and beautiful legs. There was a subtle and gentle smile on her fresh face with light makeup. The woman inadvertently revealed a trace of sweetness and subtle refinement, which was fascinating. Yangqing hadn't seen Li Jingjing for a while. After being nourished by the rain and dew, she had turned from a young girl into a real woman. The original inexperienced flavor gradually evolved into the present urban beauty with the unique freshness of an academic. As if she was thanking the driver, Li Jingjing waved at the man and closed the door. She was eager to go upstairs. However, the man in the driver's seat didn't seem to want to stop there. After he got out of the car, he called out to Li Jingjing and asked her something. Seeing all this, Yangqing had already guessed that it was most likely another rich man chasing after a beauty. Although he didn't think that Li Jingjing was a fickle woman, the feeling of seeing his woman being pursued by someone else in front of him was very uncomfortable. Yangqing never thought of himself as a generous man, especially when it came to women's possessiveness. He couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of sand. After getting out of the car and locking the door, Yangqing strutted to the place where Li Jingjing and the man were talking. At this time, he could clearly see that the man was also handsome. He looked less than 30 years old and was about 183 meters tall. He was half a head taller than Yangqing. He was wearing a black Versace suit, and his hair was combed 3 to 7 times. He wore shiny leather shoes, and there was a hint of heroic spirit between his eyebrows. His physique was also strong. He should have been exercising for a long time and was not a pure rich man's toy boy. In terms of appearance, Xianxia, who was wearing casual sportswear and a pair of sneakers, was really not as good as him. Director Meng, it's really not convenient today. How about I treat you to a meal another day? I'm really sorry. Li Jingjing tactfully refused the man. This young bureau chief Meng maintained a gentle and elegant smile. Why would it be inconvenient? Jingjing, this isn't the first time I've met uncle and auntie. I'm just curious what kind of person could make you rush back from work. You've never been like this before when you worked overtime. Li Jingjing was about to explain something when she saw Xianxia walking towards her. Her eyes lit up and she happily shouted, Xianxia. Xianxia walked forward silently, ignoring Director Meng's scrutinizing gaze, and went straight to Li Jingjing. Suddenly, Xianxia stepped forward and hugged Li Jingjing's soft waist. Before Li Jingjing could react, he lowered his head and kissed the woman's pink lips. The bag in Li Jingjing's hand almost fell to the ground in fright. After she reacted, she was embarrassed and happy. She immediately understood that the man was a little jealous. However, this overbearing way of expressing it with action made her unable to hide the joy in her heart. Xianxia rudely cracked open Li Jingjing's pearly white teeth, causing her fragrant tongue to have nowhere to escape. He sucked the faint fragrance inside and crushed the soft bed. On the side, Chief Meng's face was ashen. This man didn't put him in his eyes at all. Li Jingjing's initial shyness was slowly becoming intoxicated. It was clear that she was full of love for this man. He had already found the reason why he couldn't capture the beauty's heart after such a long time. However, when he found out that he lost to such a man, he was simply burning with anger. Fortunately, he had been an official for the past 2 years and his control had improved a lot. Otherwise, he would have directly run over this bumpkin with his car. After a full 4 or 5 minutes, Xianxia let go of Li Jingjing's red lips and kissed her forehead. He smiled wickedly as if he had just thought of something and asked, Jingjing baby, who is this man? Li Jingjing panted and looked at him resentfully. She pursed her somewhat numb lips and said, he is the deputy director of our education bureau, Mr. Meng Zhixin. I just received a call from my dad saying that you were coming, so I rushed back. However, it is difficult to get a taxi during the new year, so he specially sent me back. Deputy Director? The deputy director of Zhonghai City's education bureau was at the level of a deputy director. This guy was so young, how could he be a deputy director? Xianxia didn't believe that he didn't have any background. He was just an official who dared to drive a Ferrari 458, which was worth 4 or 5 million yuan, through the city. How could he not have a strong background? However, Xianxia didn't care about his background. Anyway, he just needed to stay far away from his woman. Is this Mr. Xianxia the boyfriend that Jingjing has been talking about? Meng Zhixin asked with an ambiguous tone. Not boyfriend, Xianxia corrected, he is her man. Oh? You guys are married? Meng Zhixin asked. He had actually investigated 3 generations of Li Jingjing's ancestors. Li Jingjing could be said to be a model of purity. With her beauty, she didn't even have a boyfriend in university. This question poked at Xianxia's soft spot. He looked at Li Jingjing in his arms and said seriously, we are not married, but I will love her until she doesn't love me anymore. Li Jingjing raised her head and wanted to laugh. She looked at Xianxia and was touched. She thought to herself, how could she give up the love that she had spent so long to get? Haha, Mr. Yang must be joking. Since we are not married, everyone has the right to pursue beauties. I don't want Mr. Yang to be rude and disturb my pursuit of Jingjing. It's fate that we met today, and I don't want to make things unpleasant. I still have some business to deal with, so I will leave first. I hope we will have a chance to meet again. Meng Zhixin smiled at Xianxia. Jingjing, say hello to uncle and auntie for me. I will visit again in 2 days. At that time, don't stop me from going upstairs. That will hurt my self-esteem. After saying that, Meng Zhixin turned around and sat back in the supercar. After starting the car, he stepped on the roaring engine and disappeared from the corridor downstairs in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was already depressed. After hearing Meng Zhixin's words, he had the urge to chase after the car and smash it. However, the less trouble, the better. Yangchen wasn't stupid to the point of acting like an idiot. He only asked unhappily, Jingjing, has this guy been chasing you for a long time? Li Jingjing stuck out her pink tongue and said, I can't help it. He is the leader of the bureau. If he wants to chase me, I can't resist very fiercely. This will make everyone unhappy. At that time it was my mother who helped me get in through the back door. I can't be too ignorant. This is not a problem. If he is very annoying, I will think of a way to change your department, Yangqing said directly. Li Jingjing shook her head, no, I like my current job. It is suitable for my major and interests. Besides, it is hard to guarantee that there will be more people pestering me if I go to other places. It is better in the Education Bureau. There is only Director Meng. The others don't dare to come. Yangqing sighed in his heart. As long as Li Jingjing was not married, there would definitely be no lack of pursuers. This was unavoidable, unless she was no longer in society. It was impossible for him to kill all the other men in the world. This was not realistic, so he had to endure some things. As if to make Yangqing feel more at ease, Li Jingjing stood on her tiptoes and rubbed her delicate face against Yangqing's chin. All right, dear Yangqing, you know that I can't have anything to do with him. I will just deal with him. A young master like him doesn't have much patience. After a long time, he will naturally lose interest in me. There are plenty of beauties out there, and he is just on a whim. After a while, it might fade away. Moreover, he might be promoted and transferred to another place. What background does he have? At such a young age, a deputy director level? Even a deputy director level is a bit too much. Yangqing thought of it and asked with a frown. Li Jingjing also had a face of ignorance, I'm not sure, but some people in the bureau said that Director Meng's father is a high-ranking official in the province. Their family background is very deep, and even the director has to be courteous to him. Yangqing secretly guessed that this was also the case. From the looks of it, there wouldn't be any problems at the moment, so he warned Li Jingjing to immediately report to him if anything happened. Li Jingjing was secretly delighted by the man's jealous expression. She saluted and repeatedly shouted, yes sir. Only then did Yangqing carry the woman upstairs. Old Li had already opened the door and was waiting for the two of them to enter. As soon as he entered the house, the aroma of cooking assailed his nostrils. Old Li was in high spirits, much healthier than when he used to set up a stall on the street. This had a lot to do with the low-grade pills Yangqing gave him. Seeing Yangqing, Old Li asked him to sit down quickly and patted him on the shoulder. He whispered, I saw it all. Little Yang, you have to hurry up. My Jingjing is very popular. Old Li was naturally talking about Meng Zhixin driving people downstairs. Li Jingjing heard it and said coquettishly, Dad, why are you talking about this? There's nothing between me and Director Meng. Yangqing asked attentively, that guy always sends Jingjing? Not only do they send it often, they also come up to chat with us, the old couple, twice. The cordyceps and Maotai are all worth tens of thousands of yuan. We are used to living a poor life, so we don't dare to accept them. Old Li waved his hand. Yangchen was a little embarrassed. His son-in-law had never given her these things before. He patted his chest and said, what's so good about those things? What I'm giving you is a miraculous pill. That's the real thing that can protect your body and prolong your life. How can those junk things of his compare? Old Li laughed in a low voice, little Yang, we're already this old. In fact, no matter how good the things are, they won't last more than a few years. But since Jingjing is with you, you can't always watch her come back in someone else's car, can you? Yangqing understood something. Old Li's meaning couldn't be more obvious. If Li Jingjing had her own car, would she need to take someone else's? Yangqing also patted his forehead. Why didn't he think of this before? Wouldn't it be better to give Li Jingjing a car earlier? Although Li Jingjing had found a good job now, she couldn't buy a car in a short time. She had to take a taxi to and from work, which gave Meng Zhixin an opportunity. Thinking of this, Yangqing immediately took out his mobile phone, found a Mercedes-Benz exclusive phone number, and directly ordered a SLK 350 sports car. Including the various services, it only cost more than 1 million yuan. The tens of millions earned from selling pills to Park Cheon was enough for Xianxia to spend for a long time without having to withdraw money from his overseas account. When Oldley saw that Xianxia gave a car to his daughter so readily, he smiled even more happily. This couldn't be blamed on the old man's materialism. After all, his daughter was already a lover. If she was still in a pinch, it would be too much of a loss. Which parent didn't want their children to live a good life? Li Jingjing didn't really care about these things, but seeing that Xianxia and her father insisted, she was happy to accept. As long as the car was given by Xianxia, it didn't matter to her whether it was good or bad. When Li Jingjing's mother finished cooking, the whole family sat down. Li Jingjing poured wine for the old man and the young man, and they drank happily. "Little Yang, didn't you say you were going back to Beijing for Chinese New Year? Why are you back in Zhonghai all of a sudden?" Oldley asked with a flushed face. With a bowl of wine in one hand and a spring roll in the other, Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "I came back to deal with some matters. Now that I've figured it out, I feel annoyed. When I'm annoyed, I want to find someone to drink with. It's better to drink with an old friend like you. Hee hee. I'm your father-in-law now. Isn't it a generation lower to be friends?" Oldley waved his hand. "Alright, stop pretending. Let me tell you, your daughter is really lucky to be with me. Which son-in-law can make his father-in-law so lively? Believe it or not, I'll get a few more pills in the future and let you two have more babies." "What babies? Do you think it's a sow giving birth?" Oldley scolded with a smile. Mother Li and Li Jingjing were listening on the side. Both mother and daughter blushed. It was true that men who were drunk could say anything. Xianxia chuckled. "Aren't you going to ask me what's bothering me?" Oldley shook his head. "I know even if you don't tell me. It's nothing but family matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so troubled. This kind of matter can only be handled by your family. After all, we're outsiders. I can only drink with you, and after a few glasses, I'm going to take an afternoon nap." Xianxia clicked his tongue. He was a little speechless at this irresponsible father-in-law. However, he didn't expect Oldley to help him with anything. He was really here to drink a glass of wine and talk a little to relieve his boredom. Li Jingjing asked with concern, "Xianxia, is there anything I can help you with?" Xianxia shook his head with a smile. "Jingjing, don't think too much. No one can help me with this. I'll fly back to Beijing tonight and take care of it." Hearing the man say so, Li Jingjing didn't ask any more and continued to pour wine for the two of them. After lunch, Oldley really fell asleep. Li Jingjing's mother wasn't surprised. She dragged her husband to the sofa and covered him with a quilt. Xianxia drank more than half a kilo of sorghum, and his face was slightly red from the wine. He laid on the sofa and watched TV for a while. When he saw Li Jingjing pouring tea for him, his heart started to burn, and he couldn't help but feel itchy. Xianxia hugged the woman's waist from behind and buried his head next to Li Jingjing's neck. With the smell of alcohol in his breath, he asked with a smile, "Jingjing babe, how's your practice recently?" Li Jingjing blushed and glanced at her mother who was washing the dishes in the kitchen. "I haven't fallen behind. I feel much better. I don't know what level I've reached, but my true qi seems to be much thicker than before." "Ugh. Let me check you. Let's go to your room." Li Jingjing didn't believe that this guy wanted to check her cultivation, but she couldn't resist the man's hot breath. Her body began to soften, and she reluctantly entered the bedroom. After locking the door, Xianxia pushed the woman onto the bed and pressed his whole body on top of her. It was a winter afternoon, and the room was warm as if spring had arrived. In the office of the Deputy Director of Zhonghai Education Bureau. It wasn't supposed to be a day for work since it was the new year tomorrow. However, as the new leader, Meng Zhixin took the lead and came to work overtime. It wasn't a big deal for Meng Zhixin. It was worth it to work overtime and win a good reputation. It was a good material for a rising official like him. But Meng Zhixin felt uncomfortable working overtime in the afternoon. The scene of Xianxia kissing Li Jingjing kept flashing in his mind. His face darkened from time to time, making him look ferocious. He thought that Li Jingjing was lying to him when she said she was his boyfriend. He thought that she was just shy, but he wasn't in a hurry. A woman who knew how to resist was worth his time. However, he didn't expect that there was indeed such a person. Furthermore, this guy didn't take him seriously and had French kissed that woman right in front of him. How despicable. However, he wasn't an irrational person. You can't judge a book by its cover. Meng Zhixin even memorized the license plate of Yang Cheng's BMW after learning the man's name. Meng Zhixin smiled when he received a call. It seemed that they had found something. Meng Zhixin picked up the phone and asked, "Chief Wang, did you find anything?" Because the license plate of the car was from Su Province, Meng Zhixin called Chief Wang of Su Province's Public Security Bureau. Chief Wang smiled and said, "Chief Meng, yes. The license plate is from Su Province and it used to belong to the Gao family of the Giant Whale Society. But before the Giant Whale Society was eliminated, they gave it to the man named Yang Qing. He's the husband of Yulei International's CEO, Lin Ruoshi. There's nothing else. He just came back from abroad and his resume is blank. He used to be the director of Yulei International's entertainment branch." "What about his family background?" Chief Wang said, "I can't find anything. I think he's an orphan. He was separated from his parents when he was 5 years old and was brought abroad by human traffickers. He was adopted by a kind couple. He's 23 years old and graduated from Harvard University in the US with a master's degree in marketing. He returned to China the same year. That's all. In fact, with Director Wang's rank, he didn't have the right to know the information that was only recorded in the National Security Bureau." Yang Chen's fake information was exactly the same as when Yang Chen first met Kai Yan. Especially for a special person like Yang Chen, it was even more impossible for him to easily change it and expose too much information. Meng Zhixin thought for a while and hung up after thanking Chief Wang. He hadn't been in Zhonghai for long, but he knew that Yulei International was one of the top companies in Zhonghai. It was also one of the few fashion companies in China that had branches in all the continents. Tens of billions in assets was no joke. However, this wasn't a big deal to Meng Zhixin. In his eyes, these big companies were just paper tigers. The lack of capital would affect the company's overall operations. Any government intervention could cause them to go bankrupt. And with his strength, he had the ability to make Yulei suffer. What interested him now was that Yang Qing was the husband of Yulei International's CEO. Although he didn't know why Lin Ruoshi would fall for such a guy, it would be interesting if the husband of the CEO of Yulei International was exposed for having a mistress. The more Meng Zhixin thought about it, the more interested he felt. With a gloating expression, Meng Zhixin picked up his phone and dialed Yulei International's number. "Hello, this is the headquarters of Yulei International. How can I help you?" Soon, the sweet voice of the receptionist came through the phone. "I'm Meng Zhixin, Deputy Chief of the Education Bureau. I need to contact your CEO, Lin Ruoshi. It's very important. Please help me." The receptionist was not someone to be trifled with. There were many people who wanted to talk to Lin Zhixin. They either wanted to sell the patent of a super invention or wanted to cooperate with a big financial group. Some even wanted to meet the nephew of a leader. Some even wanted to impersonate the president of a small country. The receptionist asked more questions. "Deputy Director Meng, can you provide more detailed information to confirm your identity?" "It's about her husband, Yang Qing. Her husband drives a BMW with the license plate number YCNB. You can confirm it. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't contact me, you'll be responsible for it," Meng Zhixin said coldly. It was the first time the receptionist met someone who talked about the chairman's husband. Yang Qing was a celebrity in the company and had won the hearts of many girls when he held an outdoor concert in the square. After a careful check, Yang Chen's information was indeed as such. The receptionist didn't dare to delay any longer, and immediately transferred the call to Zhao Hongyan. Although Zhao Hongyan was no longer Lin Ruoshi's assistant, she still managed the communication channel with Lin Ruoshi. Zhao Hongyan wanted to know more about Yang Qing, but she didn't want to arouse suspicion. She just confirmed that Meng Zhixin was in the Ministry of Education and told him his phone number. Lin Ruoshi was contacting the director of a TV station in Beijing. She was making the final preparations for Hui Lin's comeback, but a strange number came through halfway. Lin Ruoshi frowned and ignored it. She continued to talk to the director of the TV station, but the phone was still ringing. It was from Zhonghai. Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a while before picking up the call. Is this Chairman Lin from Yulei International? It was an unfamiliar male voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Ruoshi nodded faintly, admitting it. I'm Meng Zhixin, the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Education in Zhonghai. I have something to tell Chairman Lin about your husband, Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She had never thought that someone would call her about Yangqing. How did this man get involved with the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Education? Go ahead. Lin Ruoshi said. Meng Zhixin smiled. There's a civil servant in our bureau called Li Jingjing who has an unusual relationship with Mr. Yang Chen. It's a threat to the Education Bureau's reputation. If this gets out of hand, it'll bring shame to Chairman Lin and Yulei International. Lin Ruoshi's heart contracted violently. She felt cold all the way to her bones. She felt as if she was being threatened, humiliated, and oppressed, but she was powerless to resist or refute. She had the urge to sit on the ground. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoshi tried to calm herself down, but strangely, no sound came out of her throat. Her eyes were burning, as if tears of grievance were about to fall out uncontrollably. Chairman Lin? Are you there? Meng Zhixin asked. Lin Ruoshi covered her chest with her trembling hands. I know. After saying that, Lin Ruoshi hung up the phone. She didn't know what kind of voice she would make if she continued speaking. She didn't know what else she could say. She knew her husband had a mistress outside, but she needed someone to tell her. What was funny was that she knew there was more than one mistress. What was even more funny was that she had been with them for a long time, and everything seemed so natural to her. Lin Ruoshi couldn't understand her own thoughts. Since when did she become so muddle-headed? She didn't know why her soul became so different from hers. Lin Ruoshi rushed into the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. She raised her head and looked at her own face in the mirror, letting the water droplets drip on her face. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and her eyelashes were long and curly. But Lin Ruoshi couldn't see her own face in her mirror-like eyes. Lin Ruoshi didn't know why, but the nightmares that she had been having these days started to surface in her mind again. The nightmares that woke her up in the middle of the night seemed to be telling her something. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. Lan Lan, who was wearing a white sleeveless top and a blue pleated skirt, ran in happily with 2 skewers of Yanjing's special candied haws in her hands. Seeing Lin Ruoshi in the bathroom, she called out Mommy sweetly and handed a skewer of candied haws to Lin Ruoshi. Grandma bought this for Lan Lan, eat one for Mommy. The chubby little girl looked reluctant, but she still gave it to Lin Ruoshi firmly. Lin Ruoshi's cold eyes were filled with warmth and tenderness again. She squatted down and touched her daughter's soft mushroom head. She smiled and shook her head. Mommy won't eat it, Lan Lan can eat it. It's delicious, Lan Lan said seriously, her chubby face full of expectation. Lin Ruoshi smiled and took a bite. Mommy can eat one, Lan Lan can eat the rest. It's sour and makes Mommy's teeth uncomfortable. Lan Lan didn't say anything more and happily ran out to find other people to play with. She had already regarded the Yang mansion as her own home and had become the joy of the whole mansion. Looking at her daughter's petite back, Lin Ruoshi couldn't bear to close her eyes, and a few tears fell down. She didn't know if it was because of the sour candied haws or her heart. But before Lin Ruoshi could think too much, her phone rang again. It was the director of Yulei Entertainment's Beijing branch, Zhuang Feng. Chairman, the premiere is ready for the day after tomorrow. We can discuss the specific performance plan after Yumin picks Miss Lin Hui up from the airport. Lin Ruoshi calmed herself down and asked calmly, what time will Lin Hui arrive at Beijing airport? 8 at night, we've already sent people. No need, Lin Ruoshi interrupted Zhuang Feng and said, I'll pick my sister up myself. I haven't seen her for a long time, you can arrange for someone else to go somewhere else. The chairman wanted to pick her up personally, so Zhuang Feng didn't dare to stop him. He agreed obediently and hung up. Since Yangqing didn't tell his family that he was going to Zhonghai, Lin Ruoshi didn't know that Yangqing would arrive at the airport at night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have picked her up. Lin Ruoshi didn't want him to think that she was going to pick him up, because she was so angry that her heart was about to bleed. Lin Ruoshi didn't want to tell Yangqing about what Meng Zhixin said. Knowing his temper, he would definitely seek revenge for the slightest mistake. Who knew? At least, Lin Ruoshi didn't think that Meng Zhixin was wrong. Her husband was indeed in an unconventional relationship with Li Jingjing. How could she take revenge on him? He told her that it was a threat, but to put it nicely, he was probably reminding her that she was being fooled. Lin Ruoshi tried to calm herself down. She thought that she would talk to Yangqing slowly after he returned to Beijing. She shouldn't let Gui Shuihua and the other elders know about this, in case they thought that she was being selfish and used an outsider to pressure Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi felt that it was difficult to do anything. It seemed that family matters were more difficult to deal with than the turbulent waves in the business world. She felt like her head was about to explode. At the same time, her resentment, anger, and annoyance towards Yangqing filled her heart, making her feel uncomfortable. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruoshi shook off the unhappiness in her mind and picked up her phone to contact other work. At night, Lin Ruoshi didn't have much of an appetite. After a casual meal, she got up and planned to pick Hui Lin up personally. The Yang family didn't object to it. After all, although Lin Ruoshi wasn't related to the Lin family by blood, they had been friends for over 20 years. This relationship couldn't be broken just like that. Lan Lan heard that her small aunt was coming, so she coquettishly asked to go with her. Lin Ruoshi couldn't dissuade her daughter, so she placed Lan Lan in the back seat of the car and they went together. Lin Ruoshi arrived at the arrival hall of Beijing Airport. Seeing that it was about time, she walked to the exit and lowered her fringe to cover her face. It couldn't be helped, otherwise, her appearance would still be too eye-catching. Originally, with Hui Lin's popularity, she was supposed to go through the VIP channel. However, she wanted to surprise her fans with her comeback, so she didn't dare to make a big fuss about her return to Beijing. Therefore, she only sat in business class and wore sunglasses and a mask to avoid being exposed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, as a large group of passengers walked out, Lin Ruoshi's eyes lit up. She finally saw a familiar figure. A loose vintage red and blue checkered sweater, a gray knee-length skirt, and light-colored embroidered stockings. Her slender legs didn't show off her figure, but it was a comfortable and pleasant combination. Hui Lin was wearing a dark red wide-brimmed lady's hat, a pair of sunglasses, and a white mask. She walked out with a small suitcase. Although others couldn't recognize her, Lin Ruoshi recognized her at first glance. Small aunt. Lan Lan sharply sensed that it was Hui Lin, so she greeted her sweetly. Hui Lin and her manager, Yu Min, looked over. They were surprised to see that the person who came to pick them up was really Lin Ruoshi. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Hui Lin quickened her steps and came to Lin Ruoshi. Although she was embarrassed because of Yangqing, she couldn't hide her joy. Sister, you're really here. Actually, you could have asked someone from the company to pick you up. I'm sorry to trouble you, Hui Lin said guiltily. It's nothing. I haven't seen you in a long time. Plus, you've been through so many dangerous things. I want to see you sooner. Lan Lan misses you too, said Lin Ruoshi with a smile. Hui Lin knew that Lin Ruoshi was talking about the 10,000 demon realm. Once she mentioned it, Hui Lin felt even more embarrassed, touched, and guilty. Now that he saw Lan Lan again, he already knew that she was Yangqing's biological daughter. Naturally, his feelings towards her were different from before. She knew that Lin Ruoshi definitely didn't know about it. She sighed in her heart. She didn't know when Brother Yang would say it. She didn't know if sister could bear it. But at this moment, Hui Lin didn't dare to think too much. She reached out and hugged Lan Lan and kissed the chubby little girl's face. Come, let aunt hug you. Ah, Lan Lan, why did you become heavier again? Did you eat a lot of delicious food? Lan Lan immediately shook her head hard. No, Lan Lan is very obedient. Mom won't let Lan Lan eat until she's full. If others heard this, they would definitely think that Lin Ruoshi's parent was abusing her child. But Hui Lin also knew that if Lan Lan ate until she was full every time, it would be too much of a waste of food. It would be too shocking, so it was understandable. But when Yu Min heard these words, she felt weird. She thought that Chairman Lin was indeed a person who did great things. She was so cold-hearted to her daughter. She even controlled the amount of food she ate to maintain her figure. Lin Ruoshi didn't like outsiders to listen to their sister's conversation. She said to Yumin in a faint tone, you drive back yourself. I'll send Huilin back. Yumin's nerves tightened and she smiled respectfully, Chairman, I'm already very grateful that you're here. It's not good to trouble you like this. I said I'll send you back. Do you want me to repeat it again? Lin Ruashi's eyes turned cold. She hated this kind of flatterer who didn't know how to find the right time to flatter. Yumin instantly felt a chill down her spine. She quivered and quickly grabbed her bag with a pale face. She smiled awkwardly and left. She was afraid that she would be fired in another 3 seconds. That would be ridiculous. Although Huilin found it funny that Yumin was so scared, she was very envious of Lin Ruashi's prestige. Everyone in the company, regardless of gender or age, treated her like the Jade Emperor. That could be seen from Yumin's way of bowing. This might be the charisma of a person. She was born to be a navigator and a leader. With her weak character, she would never have this kind of charisma in this lifetime. She could only sing and perform on the platform. Let's go. I've already contacted your grandma. I'll send you home first before going to the company for a night meeting. After all, time is tight. You'll be very busy tomorrow and the day after, Lin Ruashi said as she carried Lan Lan back. Huilin caught up with her and replied softly, Sister, do you really think I can do it? Will everyone hate me? As long as you sing well and act in a good movie, you'll be the queen of music and best actress. The rumors in the entertainment industry can be reversed by spending money on the media. It's impossible to make everyone love you. As long as everyone knows you, you'll be successful. In the end, you still have to rely on your work. I have confidence in you. Lin Ruashi blinked at Huilin awkwardly. I didn't just spend 1 or 200 million. I've spent at least 2 or 3 billion on the entertainment company. Do you have the heart to let this business of mine collapse? Although I have a lot of money, I don't want to lose money like this. I want to rely on you to support the backbone of the entire Yulei entertainment company. Huilin knew that Lin Ruashi was encouraging her. However, the more she supported her, the more uncomfortable Huilin felt. She wished that Lin Ruashi would scold her so that she would feel better. However, Huilin really wanted to do her job well. At least, she couldn't let down Lin Ruashi's trust in her career. The two sisters chatted as they walked towards the parking lot. When they were near the international exit terminal, Lin Ruashi suddenly stopped in her tracks. Huilin was stunned. She followed Lin Ruashi's gaze and saw a door in front of him. It was Yangqing. Yangqing, who was dressed casually, didn't stand out among the passers-by. However, he was the most important man to the two women, so they recognized him immediately. Isn't that Dad? Lan Lan also saw him. She blinked her eyes and asked. Lin Ruashi and Huilin looked at each other and realized that they didn't know each other. That's strange. It's him. But why didn't he notice that we are here? Lin Ruashi asked in puzzlement. Indeed, even if Lin Ruashi's Hotian realm was too low, Huilin was at the soul-forming stage. How could Yangqing not notice her? Brother Yang, are you here to pick someone up? Huilin asked in puzzlement. Lin Ruashi shook her head. Although she was still angry with Yangqing, she couldn't help but say, let's go and have a look. The two women carried a little girl and followed him into the international arrival terminal. At this moment, Yangqing really didn't know that he was being followed by the two women. He didn't dare to use his cultivation and didn't spread out his divine sense. After flying from Zhonghai to Yanjin, Yangqing hurried to the international arrival terminal to pick up Jane. He planned to pick her up and send her to her place before returning to the Yang family. As soon as he entered the terminal, Yangqing saw that a group of international passengers had already arrived. Coincidentally, the amber-colored hair was very eye-catching among the crowd. Jane! Yangqing shouted loudly with a bright smile on his face. Dressed in a light coffee-colored British double-breasted coat and a pair of dark-colored tight-fitting jeans, the woman quickly found Yangqing. Jane, who came here with light luggage, didn't bring any extra luggage. To her, no matter what she wanted, there were people or organizations all over the world who would give it to her. Yangqing! Jane shouted happily in standard Mandarin, which surprised many Huaxia people who came on the same plane as her. How could this beautiful Englishwoman know Mandarin? What enraged the men even more was that such a prideful, pure, and elegant Caucasian woman actually threw herself into the arms of an ordinary Chinese man. "Honey, I missed you so much." Jane smiled brightly, hugged Yangcheng's neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. She was direct and bold, regardless of the fact that they were in a public place. In Jane's opinion, kissing someone who had already established a relationship was natural at any time and any place. Yangcheng was caught off guard by this foreign girl's kiss, but women were not afraid of it. As a man, there was no need for him to dodge. He put one hand on her waist and the other on her butt, and kissed her passionately. This kind of romantic French kiss in the airport that crossed countries and even transcended beauty and ugliness was supposed to be a contemporary aesthetic picture. Unfortunately, the two protagonists didn't know that there were two women and a child following behind the man. When Jane appeared in the crowd, Lin Ruoxi and Hui Lin also noticed her. They immediately knew why Yangcheng was here. But Jane didn't notice the two of them. In her eyes, there was no one else but Yangcheng that could be included. It was nothing at first, but when Yangcheng and Jane hugged each other intimately and kissed passionately, Yangcheng's hands were even ravaging the woman's back. Lin Ruoxi pressed Lanlin's little head down almost instantly, sticking it to her face so that her daughter wouldn't see all this. The woman's face went from pale at the beginning to gloomy and scary at the end. It was so scary that Hui Lin didn't have time to be surprised and was already worried about her. Hui Lin couldn't help but blame Yangcheng. Why was Yangcheng so slow? Until now, he still hadn't noticed the two of them. Was he deliberately trying to make Lin Ruoxi mad? As far as Hui Lin knew, Jane shouldn't have had a relationship with Yangcheng. Why did it suddenly become like this? Hui Lin also felt sour and jealous. But compared to all this, Hui Lin was more worried about how angry Lin Ruoxi would be. Even though Hui Lin wasn't familiar with Jane, she knew the uniqueness of this woman. She had known Yangcheng for 8 or 9 years. They had known each other overseas. In terms of beauty, she was one of the few peerless beauties that didn't lose to Lin Ruoxi. In terms of status, she was the Princess of Wales, who was loved by all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the future queen. Such a woman was much more lethal than the other beauties in Zhonghai. No matter how confident Lin Ruoxi was, she couldn't be completely confident in facing Jane. Not to mention Jane's extraordinary wisdom and amazing talents in all aspects. It seemed that Lin Ruoxi was great for creating a new era of Yulei, but it was nothing compared to Jane's achievements. Some people were destined to stand at a height that ordinary people couldn't reach in their lifetime from the moment they were born. Seemingly having seen enough of the scene of the icicle piercing her heart, Lin Ruoxi turned around and said to Hui Lin, "Let's go back." Hui Lin glanced at the man and woman who were still kissing passionately. Her heart was aching, but she had no choice but to follow them silently. Lin Ruoxi still felt like she was in a dream when she stepped out of the terminal's entrance. It wasn't until the cold wind of the winter night blew, turning the hot tears on her face into ice, that Lin Ruoxi woke up with a bone-piercing shock. It was cruel, but it was all true. "Mom." Lan seemed to sense that something was wrong. She asked weakly, "Who's the aunt who was kissing Dad? Is she also a concubine?" Lin Ruoxi said coldly, "That's not your dad." "But he." I said no. "You don't listen to me anymore?" Lin Ruoxi's tone became serious. Lan pouted her lips, feeling wronged. She had no choice but to keep quiet, but her big eyes were still full of doubts. After getting in the car, Lin Ruoxi drove silently all the way to the Lin family's courtyard. Along the way, Hui Lin thought about it and was extremely nervous. If Lin Ruoxi knew that even she couldn't resist the impulse in her heart and got together with Yangcheng, how would it be? At least, Hui Lin couldn't bear to make Lin Ruoxi's mood worse at such a critical juncture. After making up her mind to make Yangcheng keep his mouth shut, Hui Lin kindly comforted, "Sister, maybe it's just that Princess Jane is particularly enthusiastic, and she can't always stay with Huaxia. You don't have to defend him. I've seen enough. I know best what kind of person he is." "I'm not blind," Lin Ruoxi said indifferently. Hui Lin pursed her thin lips. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, she could only sigh faintly. Lin Ruoxi glanced at her and whispered, "You don't have to be distracted by my affairs. You just have to do your job well. If you can make a successful comeback, it will be the happiest thing for me recently. Hui Lin smiled bitterly in her heart. This is not only your business, but also mine. When they returned to the Lin family, except for the old servant Grey Robe, Yun Miao was not at home. Yun Miao had rushed back to the headquarters of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade for the past 2 days because of the matters in the demon realm. After putting away the luggage, Hui Lin followed Lin Ruashi to the branch of Yulei Entertainment. On the other side, after picking up Jane, Yangqing took the woman to the car and went all the way to the Research Institute of Yanjing Medical University, which was also one of the top medical research centers in Xianxia. Although Jane was very excited to see a man and smiled sweetly, she was not blinded by love. She was most concerned about Yangqing's physical condition. In the car, Yangqing described in detail the situation of the chaos in his body being in a stalemate with himself. Jane had started to cultivate now, so she could understand it more than before. Jane had no clue about Yangqing's state at the moment. She could only decide to do a thorough examination first, then analyze and find a solution. Yangqing did not have much hope. After all, it seemed that medical technology could not subdue the chaos, but it was better than no hope at all. After entering the quiet research institute of the medical university, Yangqing looked at the large number of new buildings around and asked, "Little Jane, do you plan to live here since you came to Yanjing?" Jane said matter-of-factly, "Yes, the director here, academician Su, has already agreed to let me use all the equipment. I'm used to living in the research institute, so I'm not interested in going to hotels or the like." "Is academician Su your student again?" Yangqing asked with a smile. Jane chuckled and said, "No, he's already in his 80s. It's just that I promised to transfer a formula for liver disease treatment to their research institute for free after I'm done here, so he happily agreed. Anyway, I have a lot of similar formulas, so it doesn't matter if I just give 1 or 2. So, I invited you to come to Huaxia to contribute to Huaxia's medical research?" Yangqing joked with a smile. Jane winked her eyes charmingly. "If my dear Yangqing wants it, I'm willing to contribute anything. After all, my entire body belongs to you." Yangqing swallowed his saliva, thinking that this beauty was completely open now. Her temptation was really irresistible. If it wasn't for the fact that being a prostitute would be helpful to his cultivation, he would really want to do it in Yanjing. When they arrived at the building of the research institute, academician Su, who was wearing a white coat, was already there to welcome them with a few trusted assistants. After all, it was night time, and Jane specifically wanted to be quiet, so the research institute didn't dare to hold a welcoming party with too much fanfare. After Jane sent these people away in a seemingly polite but overbearing manner, she left only Dean Su, who led the way, and went to the various places where the medical testing equipment was located with Yangqing. After getting familiar with the equipment, Jane said goodbye to Dean Su. Before leaving, she handed over a folded piece of printed paper. Dean Su took a cursory look and left with an excited smile, as if he had found a treasure. Yangqing sighed and couldn't help but think of a sentence once said by a politician, "Knowledge is power." Jane, on the other hand, did not have much time to think about other things. As soon as she got into work, the woman was no longer mischievous. She began to adjust the various instruments by herself. Her meticulous look was particularly fascinating. Yangqing couldn't help, so he had to wait patiently for nearly an hour before he got Jane's permission to start the tests one by one. It wasn't until almost 1 o'clock in the morning that the test was over. Jane still needed time to analyze the results, so she asked Yangqing to go back first. She planned to stay in this research institute. Yangqing kissed the woman's forehead. There was no need to say thank you or anything. Everything was understood without words. When he drove back to the Yang family compound, Yangqing saw that Lin Ruashi's car also happened to come back from outside. After the woman got out of the car, she took the chubby little girl who was sleeping soundly from the back seat and closed the door lightly, for fear of waking up the child. Yangqing remembered that the woman should have gone to deal with Hui Lin's comeback, but he wondered why Lan Lan also went, but this was secondary. Thinking that tomorrow was the new year, even if it was a good omen for the coming year, it seemed that he should buy 2 new clothes for his wife and child. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, so he walked forward with a smile and said, "Honey, tomorrow during the day, how about?" Before Yangqing finished speaking, Lin Ruashi walked past him with the child in her arms. She looked indifferent, as if Yangqing was air and invisible. Although he had been ignored by women many times in the past, Yangqing was very puzzled this time. Didn't they just sleep together last night? How did they end up like this after just one day? He hurriedly ran after her and Yangqing stopped Lin Ruoxi and asked, "Honey, what are you doing? What did I do wrong this time?" Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything. She took a detour to avoid Yangqing and continued to walk towards the door. The Yang family's guards at the door realized that their master seemed to be throwing a tantrum. They stood even straighter, pretending not to hear or see anything. Yangqing scratched his head in confusion. He had no choice but to follow her. He looked at the cold woman helplessly, not knowing where to start. "Ruoxi, don't be like this. If there's anything you want to talk to me about, I'll change. If you're unhappy, tell me. I'll make you happy. I want to bring you and Lan Lan to buy some new festive clothes tomorrow. It's the first time we're here for the new year after all." Yangqing talked endlessly, calling her baby, sweetheart, honey, and dear wife. However, Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to care about him at all. After carrying Lan Lan into the house, she closed the door and locked Yangqing outside. It was already early in the morning and everyone else was asleep. No one from the Yang family noticed the couple's situation. Yangqing stood outside the door in a daze. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. When one was unlucky, everything would come together. He was still having a headache about his cultivation, but why did it seem like the woman at home was giving him a cold war? Most importantly, he didn't know what was going on at all. At this moment, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Hui Lin. "Brother Yang, is it convenient for you to contact me? This girl is always cautious." Yang Cheng smiled helplessly, found a quiet place, and made a call. Hui Lin picked up the call quickly. "Have you arrived in Yanjin?" You must be preparing for your comeback. Why aren't you resting?" Yang Qing asked. Huilin nodded again and said hesitantly, "Brother Yang. Sister, is she home?" An idea flashed across Yang Cheng's mind. Yes, Huilin might know what was going on. "I almost forgot to ask you. What happened to your sister? When I got home, I felt like I was going to freeze to death. What did I do wrong?" Huilin sighed faintly. "I called you to tell you about this. The one who picked me up at the airport just now was my sister. We saw you and Princess Jane." "Saw me and Jane?" Yang Qing suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "You mean, Ruoxi knows about it?" "Yes, my sister looks very calm on the surface, but I think she must be very angry." "Brother Yang, why didn't you notice that we were following you?" Huilin's tone was also a little sullen. Yang Qing lamented in his heart. It was not that he didn't want to find out, but he really didn't dare to use his cultivation. However, he didn't dare to say it, for fear that the girl would worry about him. "Oh, maybe I was dizzy. I really didn't notice." Yang Qing said perfunctorily, "Thank you, Huilin. Otherwise, I really don't know what I did. I have a headache." Huilin hesitated and whispered, "Brother Yang, let's not talk about our things for the time being. I'm afraid that my sister won't be able to bear it. And Lanlan's matter may be too much for her. Even if we have to prove Lanlan's identity sooner or later, let's wait." Yang Qing thought so too. He was grateful that the girl was so considerate of Lin Ruoxi. It could only be said that feelings were not something that people could control. Huilin might not want to come to this point, but she couldn't continue to deceive herself like this. What he could do now was to make Lin Ruoxi less hurt as much as possible. Yang Qing was thinking about what other way to treat Lin Ruoxi better, but now the woman didn't care about him at all. He could only wait for another time. That night, Yang Qing found a guest room and lay down. However, he was thinking about how to save the situation of the Cold War all night, so he couldn't sleep at all. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, in the bedroom of the husband and wife, Lin Ruoxi, who was lying on the big bed, was trembling in her sleep. Her legs were twitching unconsciously, and her forehead was full of fine cold sweat. She made intermittent sounds in her sleep. "No. It's not me. I can't. Hubby, you. Ah. Lin Ruashi suddenly sat up from the bed. Waking up from the nightmare made her pajamas soaked in cold sweat. When she saw the furnishings in the familiar room in the dark, she didn't know how many times she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a dream. It seemed that the scream was too loud, and the chubby little girl who was lying on the side was also disturbed. Her body trembled slightly. Lon Lon didn't cover herself with the quilt, or the quilt was kicked away by her. The chubby little girl, who was wearing cotton pajamas, was lying on the other side of the bed. Her face was squeezed, and her little feet were exposed to the air. Due to her physique, Lon Lon wouldn't catch a cold on a winter night, so Lin Ruashi didn't force her. At this time, Lon Lon seemed to be dreaming. She murmured a few words that couldn't be understood, then she wriggled her body and continued to sleep. Lin Ruashi pulled the quilt for her daughter and stroked Lanlin's hair, but her eyes were still filled with the fear of the nightmare just now. She didn't know how many days it had been the same nightmare. Even during the day, fragments of these nightmares would appear in her mind. If 1 or 2 nightmares were psychological hints, then 3 or 4 times, after who knew how many times, the burden and worry of the nightmare was so heavy that it was difficult to add on. In particular, everything in the nightmare was so terrifying. At first, she thought that it was because she was worried when Yanqing wasn't around, but now that Yanqing was back, the nightmare became more and more intense. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruashi looked at the clock on the wall. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Although it was a little early, she could arrange some work after she got up. Perhaps she wasn't a woman who could stay idle at all. After a long vacation, she would naturally want to do something, even if it was to help Yang Gongming do some farm work. Because Lon Lon was so easy to raise and lovable, many people in the Yang family rushed to hug and take care of her. As a mother, she also had a lot of free time. It was time to do some of her unfinished work. Lin Ruashi tried hard to get rid of the nightmare, suppress it, and not think too much. Then, she got up and entered the bathroom. In the morning, the Yang mansion was already busy. Today was different from the past. Tonight was New Year's Eve. For a traditional rich family like the Yang family, there was a lot of work to be done. Yang Gongming specially wore a red and black tang suit. While looking noble and dignified, he also looked particularly energetic. Yang Pijuan, Guoshuahua, Yuan Hui, Yang Jieyu, and others were also dressed in festive clothes. Early in the morning, the disciples of the Yang family gathered in the ancestral hall. At the end of the year and the beginning of the year, they had to kowtow to the ancestors to report what they had done in the past year and pray for blessings in the new year. This was not pure superstition. After all, many disciples of the big families were scattered in politics or the military. It was very useful to pay tribute to the ancestors like this every year. In addition to the main family members, the collateral family members of the Yang family would also come here, but they would have to wait for the main family members to finish worshipping the ancestors before they could enter. Moreover, the family rules were strict, and the collateral family members were not like the main family members. After these collateral family members died, only the patriarch could enter the ancestral hall to have a memorial tablet placed on him. The other family members did not have this privilege. When Yang Gongming and the other members of the Yang family were waiting outside the ancestral hall, many people were surprised to find that Yanqing was not there. Although it was still early, he should have gotten up by now. Could it be that he had forgotten something as important as paying tribute to the ancestors? This young Master Yang was not taking his first New Year's Eve seriously. Many elders were already angry, but they dared not say anything. After all, Yanqing was now the second most important person in the Yang family. Perhaps only Yang Gongming was not afraid of this kid. Yang Gongming frowned slightly. He really couldn't find his grandson. However, he did not show any anger. He smiled and asked Lin Ruashi, "Ruashi, where is that kid?" Everyone wanted to ask the same question. After all, they were husband and wife and slept together. They couldn't just fall asleep and disappear, right? Lin Ruashi was holding Lanlin's hand and standing behind Guoshuahua. As the chubby little girl woke up too early, she was still rubbing her sleepy eyes. She had a cute and innocent look on her face. What the adults said was none of her business. She could eat breakfast as soon as possible. Although Lan Lan was known to everyone as not her biological child, Yang Gongming had approved her to enter the main sect. That meant that she would definitely enter the ancestral hall in the future. Naturally, she had to come to pay respects to her ancestors. Lin Ruoshi was very uncomfortable. She was so anxious that her heart was beating fast. At this moment, her palms were sweating. She should ask her about this, but last night, she just locked Yangqing outside. This time, she really didn't know. This man, who always caused trouble, was locked outside the door to let him reflect, but who knew where he went to fool around with other women. Lin Ruoshi was so angry that her face was a little pale. She had bitterness that she couldn't speak of, and her breathing became rapid. Grandpa. Lin Ruoshi didn't know where to start. Say that she locked him outside the door and didn't care about him? Guo Shuihua noticed that something was wrong. In order not to make a fool of herself, she suggested, why don't we call and ask? This is really outrageous. Such an important day and you're still missing, Yang Pijun said unhappily. Yang Jieyu and the others at the side all revealed an awkward expression. They couldn't help but think, if you, as a father, could control it, wouldn't there be so much trouble? Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I'm here. At this time, Yang Cheng's voice suddenly came from the distant corridor. Yang Cheng's hands were rubbing on his cotton trousers, as if he had just washed his hands. He trotted to the front of the queue. Everyone looked at Yang Cheng, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, in puzzlement, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Gongming frowned as he looked at Yang Cheng. Smelling the oily smell on him, he asked, "Where did you go?" "Hee, old man, don't be angry. I followed Chef to the market this morning to buy some food and came back to make breakfast for you." "Wasn't there a slight miscalculation of time?" "Make breakfast?" Yang Gongming asked suspiciously. "Strange, there are more than a dozen cooks and helpers in the Fu's kitchen. You are the master of the household, why are you cooking?" The people behind him also looked at Yang Cheng strangely. Lin Ruoshi was also a little puzzled and had a suspicious look on her face. Yang Cheng tilted his head and mumbled a few times, but he didn't answer. All right. Won't it be over after we eat? Let's go and pay our respects to Bodhisattva." "Nonsense. Today was the day to pay respects to the ancestors." "What, pay our respects to Bodhisattva?" Yang Gongming was very serious about this matter, blowing his beard and glaring. Yang Cheng awkwardly rubbed his head. "Isn't it good that the ancestor has become Bodhisattva? Even if I go to the Western Heaven, there will be people to protect me." "Fine, pay our ancestors then." After such a muddled commotion, the ancestral worship finally began. Waves of people entered one after another, and it took more than half an hour before it ended. Yang Gongming let some of the collateral family members have breakfast in the living room, while his own family members went to the dining room that they usually used. When everyone sat down, they found that the breakfast on the table was no different from usual. Simple pastries, millet porridge, and various side dishes, as if nothing had happened to Yang Cheng. "Yang Cheng, Aunt didn't see that you made any special breakfast," Yang Jieyu said with a smile. "It's not served yet." As Yang Cheng said this, he snapped his fingers at the maid who was serving at the door. The maid understood and immediately arranged for a few servants to enter in a line. Each servant was holding a large plate, and the food on the plate was already fragrant even before entering the room. When it was served, everyone was a little surprised to see that it was actually roasted lamb legs, braised lamb chops, and countless roasted lamb skewers. What made the Yang family members even more unbearable was that there was actually a big lamb head and a big pot of lamb offal. Seeing this mutton with a gamey smell so early in the morning made their appetite for breakfast a little unnatural. On the contrary, young Lanlan's eyes lit up, and she shouted sweetly, "Daddy, did you make something delicious for Lanlan?" "Haha, it's still my daughter who gives me face." "How about it?" "I bought this goat from the market early in the morning. Although I only made half of it, it's enough for you to eat." "Everyone, don't stand on ceremony." Before Yang Cheng could finish his words, he had already picked up a string of lamb skewers and handed it to Lin Ruoshi. He smiled nervously and said, "Wife, eat lamb skewers." Like the others, Lin Ruoshi finally understood why she had been missing before. Buying a goat and making half of it into a dish was already surprisingly fast in just a few hours. Seeing that the man was obviously trying to curry favor with her, Lin Ruoshi hesitated whether to take it or not. I heard that you used to sell lamb skewers in Zhonghai, but you don't have to make lamb all the time. You can also make some other dishes. Yang Jieyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Qing glanced at her, don't think too much. I only roasted the lamb skewers, and the rest were made by the chef. I'm telling you, I roasted this lamb skewers for my wife to eat. You are not allowed to eat it. Lon Lon, who had already taken a skewer and was biting on it, raised her head aggrievedly and asked eagerly, can't Lon Lon eat it too? Yang Qing touched the chubby little girl's head, Lon Lon and Mom can eat it, but others can't. Lon Lon then continued to eat happily with relish. In fact, she wanted to hold the whole lamb leg and eat it, but after listening to the story of Kong Rong's pear, the chubby little girl felt that it was better to wait for her great-grandfather to say that he didn't want to eat it. But in this way, everyone understood that Yang Qing took such a big detour to please Lin Ruoshi. Guo Shuihua already had a lot of experience. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi was still frozen there and didn't take the lamb skewer, she asked, Ruoshi, did you two quarrel? Why are you ignoring Yang Qing? Lin Ruoshi didn't know how to answer, so she forced a smile, we didn't quarrel. As she said, she took the lamb skewer from Yang Qing's hand, but she couldn't open her mouth. Yang Gongming was old, so he naturally couldn't eat lamb early in the morning. He said leisurely, young people nowadays, young couples like you always make your marriage tit for tat. They don't know how to cherish it. If there's anything, you should talk it out and reflect on yourselves. While you are still young, you should be glad that you can see each other now. When you grow old and are no longer young, you might not even be able to see each other. As if he was lamenting the difference between him and his wife, everyone quieted down after hearing what Yang Gongming said. Yang Gongming sighed and said to Lin Ruoshi, Ruoshi, Grandpa won't help either of you. I'm just stating the facts. Although Yang Qing is a little rash sometimes, he is not stupid. He came up with such a stupid idea this morning, buying a lamb to make skewers for you to eat. It shows that he really wants to save something, but he has no other way, so he came up with such a bad idea. Take pity on him and give him a chance. After all, today is New Year's Eve, and Grandpa doesn't want to see you spend the New Year unhappy. This afternoon, the two of you can take Lon Lon out to shop, buy some new clothes, visit relatives, and receive guests. Let Yang Qing pay for all the money. Buy whatever you want and vent your anger. When you come back in the afternoon, Grandpa hopes that you will come back with a smile. The simple but gentle words of the old man warmed Lin Ruoshi's heart. She really couldn't bear to let the old man worry about them during the new year, so she smiled and nodded. Yang Qing also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The old man was still helping, but he was at his wit's end. Otherwise, who would have the time to kill a lamb and make skewers so early in the morning? Guo Shuihua looked at her father-in-law with a hint of bitterness. She felt sorry for her son, who had to lower himself to please his daughter-in-law. Moreover, she didn't know what was going on. Maybe it was Lin Ruoshi who was in the wrong first? But she didn't dare to offend Yang Gongming, so she could only bear with it and keep quiet. After breakfast, although Lin Ruoshi still didn't talk to Yang Qing, at least she didn't treat Yang Qing as heir. The family of three set off for the department store in the city with Lon Lon. At the same time, the news of Hui Lin's sudden appearance in the Spring Festival Gala spread on the internet, and she became the focus of the national media. With Lin Ruoshi's connections, the public gradually focused on Hui Lin's courageous comeback and strong return. After all, Hui Lin had a large number of fans from all over the world. The public didn't really care about the private lives of celebrities, and they didn't really trust the gossip media. As a result, the atmosphere of the movie premiere, which was originally a little cold, became hot, and many people focused their attention on it. In the evening, in the parking lot of the Education Bureau of Zhonghai City. It was the Lunar New Year, so most people had gone home except for those who were working overtime. There weren't many cars in the parking lot. Li Jingjing walked out of the entrance with a white bag on her shoulder. She was only wearing a black and white striped sweater. She looked a bit thin, but she didn't feel cold at all. She walked to the center of the parking lot and took out a brand new Mercedes-Benz car key. She walked to a red SLK 350 sedan in front of her. Because Yang Qing had given her enough money, the Mercedes-Benz car had been delivered to Li Jingjing yesterday afternoon. She wasn't used to it yet, so she drove her new car to work happily and excitedly. Li Jingjing didn't think that she was someone who would show off. She didn't think that a car worth more than 1,000,000 yuan was a big deal in today's society. But perhaps because it was a gift from the man she loved, she really hoped that it wasn't the Spring Festival. Otherwise, more colleagues could see it. Just as she was about to open the door of this elegant new car, a silver-gray Ferrari stopped beside her in the blink of an eye from a corner in front of her. Meng Zhixin rolled down the window and looked at the brand-new Mercedes-Benz in surprise. Then he glanced at the key in Li Jingjing's hand and forced a smile. "Jingjing, is this your car?" Li Jingjing knew what he meant. She nodded with a smile. "Yes, Deputy Director. Thank you for giving me a ride. I won't bother you anymore." "Did Yangqing give it to you?" Meng Zhixin asked. Li Jingjing didn't hesitate. "Yes. Don't you know that he's married to Lin Ruoxi, the CEO of Yulei International?" Meng Zhixin said. Li Jingjing looked at him in surprise. "I think it's our private matter. Director Meng, it's impolite of you to investigate someone else's background. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." "Stop." Meng Zhixin raised his voice. "What's so good about that Yangqing? I've been pursuing you with all my heart, but you didn't give me a chance. He's already married, so why are you so shameless? Tell me, which part of him is better than me?" Li Jingjing's face turned pale. She could feel the anger in Meng Zhixin's eyes, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she was furious. "I don't want to compare any other man to the man I love. Feelings are not bought or sold, nor are they items. They can't be measured by standards. Director Meng, I respect you, but please respect my private life because you don't understand it at all," Li Jingjing said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Just when Meng Zhixin was about to lose his temper, a black Bentley drove in and stopped beside Meng Zhixin's Ferrari. Meng Zhixin was surprised, but Li Jingjing did not understand why a big shot would come here at this time. Soon, a middle-aged lady with curly hair and bright red lips, dressed in a white fur coat, got out of the Bentley. The lady was only wearing a short black skirt, white stockings, and bright silver high heels. She looked sexy and enchanting. Her oval face was white and flawless, but from some of the wrinkles on her neck, it could be seen that she had spent a lot of money on hyaluronic acid and other microplastic surgery. "My good son, fortunately, you're still here. There was a bit of traffic on the road, and I thought I wouldn't be able to catch up with you from work." The lady smiled and came to Meng Zhixin's window. Li Jingjing was slightly surprised. This woman looked to be in her 40s, but she was actually Meng Zhixin's mother? Meng Zhixin didn't seem to be in a good mood and said darkly, "What are you doing here? How cold." "Of course, Mom wants to go home with you for the new year. We haven't seen each other for so many days, don't you miss Mom?" the lady complained. "Not interested," Meng Zhixin said impatiently, "you can leave, I still have something to do." The lady turned around and looked at Li Jingjing. She sized her up for a while, and her eyes showed a bit of jealousy. "Oh, so you've fallen for a little bitch. Why? You seem to be arguing about something. Is there another woman who doesn't like our Meng family's second young master?" The lady mocked disdainfully. "Zhang Ling. Shut up." Meng Zhixin called her name and frowned, "Get back in the car. Don't talk nonsense here. I'm your mother, how can I not care? I also know that this girl's name is Li Jingjing, and I know where she lives." Zhang Ling said proudly. Li Jingjing didn't know why, but she felt a little disgusted. This woman was looking at her with all kinds of resentment. "How dare you investigate the people around me? Zhang Ling, are you tired of living?" Meng Zhixin roared. Zhang Ling snorted, "You only know how to yell at me because I can't bear to ignore you. You heartless girl. She doesn't even want you, and you're still so mean to me. Yell all you want, who asked your mom to be so magnanimous? Humph, your grandpa came to Zhonghai today with all the granduncles. If you're late again because of this little bitch, your dad will definitely skin you alive." After Zhang Ling sneered a few times, she walked back to the car while swaying her buttocks. She told the driver to turn around and leave. Meng Zhixin seemed to realize that the situation wasn't good. He glared at Li Jingjing, then looked at the fiery red Mercedes-Benz. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari rushed out of the Education Bureau's gate. Standing in the cold wind, Li Jingjing felt a little strange. Although she was a little angry, she looked at the new car and felt warmth in her heart, so she didn't think too much about it. But Li Jingjing didn't know that Meng Zhixin's anger hadn't subsided yet. While driving, Meng Zhixin sneered as if he was talking to himself. Great. Lin Ruoshi, not only did you not treat your man well, but you also asked him to buy a new car for his lover. You're really capable. Yangqing, are you trying to humiliate me by spending your wife's money to pick up a girl? You fool who lives off a woman. I'll see what you can do to snatch my woman away from me. Meng Zhixin took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call went through, a man's hearty laughter came from the other side. Haha, Deputy Director Meng, how come you have time to call me? Shouldn't you be on your way to the banquet? Uncle Chen, you're my elder, and I haven't paid my New Year greetings to you yet, Meng Zhixin said politely. You're being so polite all of a sudden. I'm a little flattered. Second young master doesn't visit without a reason. Could it be that there's something you want me to tell your father? The man surnamed Chen had obviously done this kind of thing many times. Meng Zhixin smiled. Uncle Chen, you are the Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection Department. You have a lot of power in your hands. You don't need to report to my father for trivial matters. You can handle it directly. Director Chen laughed. I know you have something to tell me. Tell me, I'll help you if I can. Meng Zhixin revealed a sinister smile. Uncle Chen, it's like this. Lin Ruoshi from Yulei International and I have a grudge against her. I want her to know what I'm capable of. Don't Yulei International have a lot of textile and chemical companies? Can you think of a way to cause some trouble for them and affect the production lines of Yulei International? Hiss, Deputy Director Chen, who was sitting across from him, sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a somewhat sorrowful tone, ouch. Second young master Meng. It's not that Uncle Chen doesn't want to help. If it's another company, even if it's the An family or the Zhou family in Zhonghai with assets of tens of billions, with your father's backing, we can do it without any hesitation. We can seal him for 20 days. But, that's Yulei International. Lin Ruoshi of Yulei International is not an ordinary businesswoman. That woman's backing is terrifying. Second young master Meng, how can you have a conflict with her? You're too stupid. Meng Zhixin was slightly surprised. This was the first time he heard Director Chen being so afraid of someone. He had always relied on his father's backing to show off his power. He had never hesitated to do things for Meng Zhixin so that he could put in a good word for him in front of his father. What's wrong, Uncle Chen? Lin Ruoshi only has a few tricks up her sleeves. She can only manage some second-rate companies. Her family members are all dead, how can she have a strong backing? Meng Zhixin was surprised. Deputy Director Chen swallowed his saliva and sighed. Indeed, Lin Ruoshi doesn't seem to have a strong background at the moment. But young Master Meng, think about it. Yulei International is such a big piece of cake. Wouldn't the other big companies want to take a bite or two? No matter how powerful Lin Ruoshi is, she's just a business-minded woman. Her life can't be so smooth all the time, right? At the end of the day, it's not that they're afraid of Lin Ruoshi, it's that Lin Ruoshi's husband, Yangqing, has been protecting her in the dark. He's the young master of the Yang family in Yanjin. What? Meng Zhixin thought he had misheard. His phone shook and he almost crashed the car into the fence. The Yang family in Yanjin? You're saying, the guy named Yang Chen is Yang Chen from the Yang clan, one of the 4 major clans in Beijing? That's right. With her backing, more than half of the Jiangnan military are willing to work for Lin Ruoshi. Who would want to mess with that woman? Director Chen smiled wryly. Meng Zhixin's face paled. He had heard of the 4 major families, but he had never interacted with them before. Secondly, he didn't pay much attention to them. He came to Zhonghai to gain some experience, and he didn't plan to stay in Zhonghai for long. Plus, he was an educator, so he didn't care about those entrepreneurs. Although the 4 families in Yanjin were known by all the rich families in China, China was a vast country after all, and there were local tyrants everywhere. The deterrence of the four families wouldn't really make all the rich families fear them. Maybe families like the Yang family, who were closely related to the military, could use their relationship with the military to intimidate others. The Ning family, on the other hand, had a certain amount of influence with their network of local officials. As for families like the Li family and the Tang family, although they were powerful, many of their power and financial resources were shameful. They wouldn't be able to hurt the feudal lords too much. If they really went out of the Yanjing area, it was uncertain who was stronger and who was weaker. In addition, for the sake of their image, most of the time, the four great clans would do anything big in secret. The outside world wouldn't know, so it didn't seem like much. In recent years, the event that shocked all the noble families the most was perhaps the rumor that the young master of the Yang family brutally slaughtered the Liang family in the military district of Guang province. Although this matter was strictly controlled by the military, and the common people had different opinions, it was true that the Liang family was exterminated. It was also this time that many big families had a new understanding of the four traditional wealthiest families in Yanjing. Whether or not there was any overstatement, at least the strength of the Yang family was not to be underestimated. The arrogant, domineering, and ridiculously powerful young master of the Yang family also made many people admire and fear him. These things were a bit far away from the Meng family. After all, they were separated by 1 or 2 provinces. For Meng Zhixin, the second young master of the Meng family, it didn't matter at all. Therefore, Meng Zhixin didn't expect that Yang Qing, who looked like a random passerby on the street, was actually the legendary young master of the Yang family who was like a homicidal maniac. Meng Zhixin broke out in cold sweat when he thought about how he had gone against Yang Chen. He was a little scared. Second young master Meng, let's just pretend that nothing happened. If we really provoke the lion that is lying down and resting, it will not be worth it. Even if Meng Leoi personally comes forward, he may not be able to stop the madman of Yang family. Deputy Director Chen advised. That's right. Meng Zhixin came back to his senses and said unhappily, nonsense, no matter how powerful the Yang family is, why would we be afraid of them? This is not the world of the Yang family, it's the central government's. Even if the Yang family wants to make a move against us, will the central government agree? There's still Premier Ning who has to manage the overall situation. Doesn't Premier Ning have a chief above him? How could the chief take the risk of Huaxia causing chaos in the Central Plains and let the Yang family fight against us? Hee. Second young master Meng's analysis is reasonable. After all, the Yang family only has a high prestige in the military. Since Yang Pejuan resigned as the commander of the Jiangnan military region and the second young master seemed to have died in battle, there aren't many troops under the control of the Yang family. Your Meng family naturally won't be afraid of them, Deputy Director Chen immediately flattered. Meng Zhixin felt a lot more comfortable after listening to this, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that this matter must end here, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences in the family. There was no reason for him to provoke the Yang family for a woman. Uncle Chen, pretend that I didn't mention this matter, my father. Understood, Deputy Director Chen laughed in a low voice, not a single word will fall into the director's ears. Meng Zhixin smiled in satisfaction, said that he would treat him to a meal next time and hung up the phone. He was still thinking if he should find a chance to reconcile with Li Jingjing and send some gifts to the Li family so that old Li and his wife could also put in a good word for him in front of Yang Qing. Even if they couldn't become friends, they shouldn't become potential enemies. After knowing that Yang Qing was a member of the Yang family, Meng Zhixin suddenly understood why Lin Ruoxi didn't care. Wasn't she just the chairman of Yulei International? After marrying the young master of the Yang family, how could she dare to care if he had a concubine or not? Yanjing, Yang family courtyard. Almost for the entire day, there were all kinds of officials and family representatives visiting Yang Gongming. This made the Yang clan extremely busy both inside and outside. It was only until the evening that it became quiet. He thought that no one would come to visit at this time, but unexpectedly, a white Audi slowly arrived, and Abbess Yun Miao, who was wearing a nun's robe, alighted. It was obvious that she had just finished some work at the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. Yun Miao's face didn't show any expression. She was as cold as usual, and without waiting for the servants to report, she walked to the back hall naturally. The people of the Yang family knew that Yun Miao was a member of the Lin family and had a special relationship with Lin Ruoxi, so they didn't dare to neglect her. Yang Gongming, Yang Pijuan, and Guo Hua came out to meet them too. The servants served tea that could warm one's body and left respectfully, leaving an environment for the masters to chat privately. Yun Miao only bowed to Yang Gongming. She didn't really care about the others. Even though the old nun was old, she still maintained her beauty and high spirits. Madam Lin, you're here so late at night. Are you planning to spend New Year's Eve with us? Yang Gongming asked with a smile. Yun Miao sighed when she thought about the withered Lin family. She shook her head and said, even though my husband is no longer here, the Lin family is still here. I'll go back later. Oh, what's the matter then? Yun Miao sighed and looked around. Is Yangqing not here? He should be back soon. He went out with his wife and daughter to buy some stuff. He's been gone for half a day, Yang Gongming said. Yun Miao frowned. It's best if he's here. After all, it's about my granddaughter, Lin Hui, and Yangqing. I'm an impatient person, and I want to figure out some things first. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease during the new year. About Hui Lin and Yangqing? Guo Hua's interest was piqued. She asked suspiciously, Madam Lin, could it be that Hui Lin and my son? It was no wonder that Guo Hua would think that way, because this kind of thing had happened many times. The rest of the Yang family came to their senses. Yang Gongming had a strange look on his face. After all, he knew that Lin Ruoxi treated Hui Lin like a younger sister. Yang Pijuan and the rest were helpless. Yun Miao was rather annoyed. You guys might not know this, but Hui told me personally that she and Yang Chen had confessed their feelings for each other during the days when he went missing and they ended up together. I know that Hui isn't a casual child. She's never been so open about her feelings. Once she makes up her mind, I won't be able to stop her. Fortunately, although Yangqing is evil, he's capable. I've never seen him let his women suffer losses. Moreover, he has a close relationship with my senior and the Shu Mountain faction. I'm willing to let Hui and him. The rest of the Yang family were surprised. They didn't expect Yun Miao to agree so easily. However, this wasn't good news. They knew that Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi's relationship was strained in the morning. If Lin Ruoxi found out that Hui Lin and Yangqing had pledged to marry each other, they didn't know what would happen. Everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, Yang Gongming thought deeper. He asked, Madam Lin, you must have something to say here. That's why you came in such a hurry, right? Yun Miao looked at Yang Gongming with admiration, thinking that the old man had a deep understanding of things. She smiled. That's right. I'm here to regain some dignity for the Lin family. Oh? Yang Gongming's interest was piqued. Let's hear it. Yun Miao sighed helplessly. Hui is the only girl left in the Lin clan. If it wasn't for Yang Chen, I would have chosen a husband for her in the future to continue the lineage of the Lin clan. But now that she's with Yangqing, it's impossible for Yangqing to marry into her family. I'm not that delusional. Plus, Hui isn't the legal wife. Although the Lin family can't be compared to the Yang family, our only granddaughter can't be the legal wife. We can't just let this happen. At this point, many of the Yang family members seemed to have understood something. Yun Miao continued, maybe you don't know this, but Yangqing can't have children with normal women because of his body and cultivation. But Hui is now a blessing in disguise. She's already entered the soul formation realm. With General Kai's help, she can stay in the secular world for a long time. So, if she's with Yangqing in the future, she has a higher chance of getting pregnant than other women. This news made Guo Hua's eyes light up. After all, there was only Lan Lan in the Yang family, and she wasn't their biological daughter. As a grandmother, she wanted a real grandchild for a long time. No matter who it was, as long as it was Yangqing's woman, she could accept it. Yun Miao paused and said seriously, I don't hope that the Yang family will change their surname to Lin if they really have a child. However, I hope that if Hui really gets pregnant and they give birth to a second child, the second child will be brought into the Lin family, to continue the Lin family's bloodline. What do you think, old Marshal Yang? Although they were prepared, the Yang family members were still silent. Yang Pejuan and the others looked at Yang Gongming nervously. Although with the number of women around Yang Chen, it was possible that he would have many children in the future. But any of his children would be the flesh and blood of the Yang clan. How could they simply say that their surname was Lin? If the second child was a girl, it would be fine. But if it was a boy, it would be a great loss for the military like the Yang family. Yang Gongming picked up the teacup and blew away the dates and chrysanthemums on it. He took a sip of the 8 treasures tea and put it down. The old man squinted his eyes and smiled. This old man can understand Madame Lin's thoughts. Carrying on the family line has always been an important matter for our sections. After all, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. If you want Huilan's second child to change his surname to Lin, it's not impossible, but there must be conditions. Yun Miao's eyes lit up with excitement. Just say it. Yang Gongming raised a finger and said, first, if this child's surname is Lin, he will be the successor of the Lin family. Naturally, he will not be able to get any of the Yang family's assets. Secondly, the child's upbringing will be the responsibility of the Lin family. In other words, all the skills of my grandson, Yangqing, will not be passed on to the child. If the child wants to cultivate, it will be his own business. He will not be allowed to obtain the skills of the Yang family. Yun Miao was displeased. Old Marshal Yang, I can accept the first restriction. But Yangqing's skills came from our Shu Mountain sect's endless resolve restoration scripture. Why should it belong to the Yang family? It's true that it came from Shu Mountain, but only the Yang family knows about it. It is also the foundation of Yangqing. If it is passed on to other families, it will affect the status of the Yang family. We have to guard against it. Yang Gongming insisted. As the saying goes, every man for himself. I am not a merciful bodhisattva. As long as I live, I will fight for the interests of the family. But doesn't the child also have the blood of the Yang family? Yun Miao said angrily. Yang Gongming shook his head. His surname is not Yang. Because of his identity, he will not be able to enter the ancestral hall. He will no longer bear the glory of the Yang family. Naturally, he will not be considered a true member of the Yang family. Blood? That is secondary. Otherwise, I would not have allowed Lan Lan to enter the genealogy of the Yang family. This is too much. Yun Miao stood up angrily. She wanted to rely on Yang Chen's power to help her great-grandson rise and lay the foundation for the Lin clan to become one of the top clans. If she couldn't get Yang Chen's cultivation method inheritance and external assistance, it wouldn't be easy for her to rise. Guo stood up and said, Madam Lin, please do not slander us. It is already shameful for the Yang family to have a descendant change his surname. We cannot do anything more. Yang Gongming looked at his daughter-in-law with satisfaction. At a time like this, it was time for the wife of the family to fight back. After all, he was a man and an elder. Yun Miao gritted her teeth. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly looked towards the door and smiled. All right, Yangqing is back. I will ask him in person. If he says he can do it, none of you can stop him. Humph. If that brat dares to do anything to harm the family, none of us will forgive him. Yang Pejuan said solemnly. Yun Miao looked at him in disdain and stood at the door. Sure enough, Yangchen appeared at the entrance with bags of various sizes. He had bought quite a lot of things, and since his storage ring was full, he had to carry them himself. Lin Ruoshi seemed to be in a better mood. She held Lanlin's hand and walked over with a smile. Shopping was indeed a magic weapon to ease a woman's mood. Seeing this scene, the Yang family should have been a little relieved. But now that Yun Miao was here, they were in the teeth of the storm. However, they couldn't chase Yun Miao away at this time. Yangqing. You're finally back. Today, I will demand an explanation for my Hui and the Lin family. Let's see if you have the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. Yun Miao shouted. Because Yangqing couldn't use his divine sense, he only noticed the person standing at the door arrogantly. Why did Yun Miao, who was wearing a nun's robe, feel like a death warrant? Lin Ruoshi furrowed her brows when she heard the voice. The smile on her face had disappeared. Yangqing placed the things at the door and asked the servants to take them to the backyard. He looked at the people in the house nervously and smiled awkwardly. Abbess Yun Miao, what do you mean by this? Yun Miao's eyes lit up. She raised her voice and said, I only ask you one thing. Will you take full responsibility for the children you and Hui have in the future? Rumble. It was as if thunder had exploded in his head. Not only Yang Cheng's head was about to explode, but Lin Ruoxi's face was also pale. It was as if she was completely frozen on the spot. Yang Cheng looked at Yun Miao in shock. His lips were trembling. He couldn't understand what was going on. How did Yun Miao know about his relationship with Hui Lin? Hui Lin never told him about it. Looking at Lin Ruoxi, he saw that Lin Ruoxi seemed to be immersed in darkness. Yang Cheng's heart was beating so fast that his heart couldn't take it anymore. Seeing their expressions, Yun Miao asked suspiciously, why? Didn't you tell them about your relationship with Hui? Why are you so surprised? Are you fooling around with Hui? If you dare to have a change of heart and hurt Hui's love for you, I won't let you off even if I have to risk my life. When Lin Ruoxi heard this, her eyes became listless. Images of her picking up Hui Lin from the airport, joking with Hui Lin, and being comforted by Hui Lin flashed through her mind. She encouraged her, told her to relax, and looked at her gratefully. Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized that she was the most stupid one. She was so stupid that she thought she knew everything when she was being toyed with. The road in front of her became dark, and the man beside her became so strange. It was as if she had reached the end of the world. Ruoxi. Ruoxi, you, listen to me. Yangqing noticed the look in her eyes at this moment. Her eyes were filled with the aura of death. Yun Miao also realized that she might have done something evil. The impact of these words on Lin Ruoxi was beyond imagination. The Yang family, including Yang Gongming, ran to the door. Guo Shuihua grabbed Lin Ruoxi's cold hand and shook it. Ruoxi, don't be like this. We just found out. Yangqing has wronged you. Can we teach him a lesson for you? You. Why are your hands so cold? Are you sick? Lin Ruoxi didn't react at all. She didn't cry, didn't speak, and even her breathing was very light. She just let herself be shaken, standing there in a daze like a soulless doll. Everyone in the Yang family, including Yang Gongming, looked worried. Lin Ruoxi's condition was too worrying. Seeing this situation, Yun Miao frowned and said unhappily, what do you mean? Are you going to act like this just because of our Hui? Did Yangqing not have any other women before? You are the young mistress of the Yang family. You should be mentally prepared to marry into a rich family. Don't you even have this little bit of tolerance? Do you want to suppress your husband? Enough. Yangqing looked at Yun Miao angrily. If this woman wasn't Song Tianqing's junior sister and Hui Lin's grandmother, he really wanted to go up and slap her. Yun Miao didn't give in and said arrogantly, am I wrong? She and my Hui are not real sisters by blood at all. It's ridiculous that you have to act like this. Guo Shuihua also knew that the situation was serious this time. She protected Lin Ruoxi and said, Madam Lin, don't go too far. Why don't you talk about how you hurt Ruoxi's grandmother that year? You can't tolerate your husband having a mistress outside, but today you want Ruoxi to accept Hui Lin's matter calmly. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Shut up. Yun Miao was so angry that her face turned red. What happened that year had always been a pain in her heart. Even if Lin Jigua had passed away, it still couldn't erase the shadow in her heart. It wasn't an exaggeration to hate Lin Ruoxi's grandmother to the bone. Naturally, she didn't treat Lin Ruoxi well. Don't you know that I'm your elder? How can you talk to your elder like this? Humiliating Ruoxi like this is rude to the Yang family. I don't care if you're my elder or not. Guo Shuihua said angrily. The two old women were quarreling. They didn't look like ladies at all. They were like shrews cursing in the street. It could be seen that they were extremely angry. The men on the side had dark expressions and didn't know how to interrupt. Yangqing was furious, but he didn't know how to comfort Lin Ruoxi. He couldn't tell everyone that there was nothing between him and Hui Lin. Yangqing couldn't do this kind of self-deception, and he didn't want to hurt another woman at the same time. Suddenly, Lin Ruashi, who had been silent and expressionless, revealed a trace of coldness in her eyes. Her eyes were like a shiny steel knife, emitting a bone-piercing chill under the moonlight. She abruptly turned around and walked out of the door. "Ruashi, where are you going?" Yangqing shouted, but Lin Ruashi's footsteps were very fast, and she had no intention of stopping. Seeing that her mother was going out, Lan Lan wanted to run after her, but she was picked up by Yangqing. "Lan Lan, be good. Stay at home and wait for dinner. Don't run around." Yangqing handed his daughter to Guoshuihua, who was at a loss, and chased after her. Guoshuihua carried her granddaughter and wanted to stop Yangqing, but she couldn't. Although the chubby little girl was still young, she knew that her father and mother seemed to be in conflict. However, she had always been optimistic and knew that she couldn't care too much. Thinking that it was indeed time for dinner, she obediently lay on her grandmother's body and didn't go out. For a moment, the Yang family and Yun Miao, who were left at the door, didn't know what to say, and the conversation was at an impasse. It was New Year's Eve, but there didn't seem to be any joy at all. After Yangqing chased to the door, he wanted to stop Lin Ruashi, but the woman had no intention of stopping at all. She glared at Yangqing coldly, and Yangqing's mind was frozen for a moment, and the woman passed by him absent-mindedly. It wasn't the first time that Yangqing experienced coldness from a woman, but this time, it was more bone-chilling than any previous time. It was as if the bones of the whole body were soaked in the ice ditch of the South Pole, and he would instantly lose consciousness. That gaze, desolate, tough, indifferent, and mixed with a trace of madness, made Yangqing feel strange, but strangely familiar. In such a daze, when he turned around again, Lin Ruashi had already driven out in a red Audi that she used. Seeing the speed at which the woman was driving, Yangqing didn't dare to think anymore, afraid that something might happen, so he quickly got into a black BMW and chased after her. Since it was a family reunion, although there were many cars on the road, it wasn't as congested as usual. Yangqing followed closely behind Lin Ruashi's red Audi, trying to catch up, but to his surprise, he found that Lin Ruashi's driving skills were surprisingly good. The red car was like a red zigzagging light, the control of the gear and the performance of the engine matched perfectly, not wasting the slightest bit of power and time, overtaking one car after another in an ingenious route in the traffic flow. Yangqing thought that he wasn't inferior to the top professional racers, otherwise he wouldn't have beaten the famous racer Weber twice. However, at this moment, as he chased after Lin Ruashi, he found that even if his car's performance was superior to a woman's car, he still couldn't catch up to her. Since when did Lin Ruashi's driving skills reach such a high level? Could it be that he had been hiding it all this time? He still remembered that when he was drifting with Lin Ruashi, the woman was so scared that her face turned green. But now, seeing her driving by herself, she was much more agile than before. Driving often depended on talent, but to a certain level, it also required the accumulation of time. Yangqing suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ruashi's driving skills seemed to have been reborn, and were completely different from her original skills. One red and one black car, in the dark night, were like two speeding beams of light. Just as Yangqing was about to catch up to the Audi, he didn't expect that he would be separated by a traffic light intersection in front of him. A large truck drove over from the side. Yangqing could only release the handbrake and foot brake at the same time. He slid to a horizontal stop, and managed to avoid the truck. Slamming the steering wheel, Yangqing knew that he had been set up. Lin Ruashi had deliberately taken this road to separate him from the large truck. With such a delay, the Audi had already driven far away, and Yangqing had no choice but to chase after it again. This time, Yangqing wasn't worried that Lin Ruashi would get into an accident. With the woman's driving skills, even if someone else crashed into a street, she wouldn't be hurt at all. She must have some ulterior motives for using such skills to get rid of him. He only regretted that he couldn't use his cultivation now, otherwise, he could fly in the air, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at Xianxia TV station, where the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala would be held. Due to the presence of a large number of celebrities, ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Only then did Yangqing understand that Lin Ruashi had come to look for Hui Lin. He wanted to drive the car into the parking lot anxiously, but the security guard stopped Yangqing and asked him to show his identification, as only specially invited guests could enter. Yangqing was going crazy. Lin Ruoshi, as the boss of an entertainment company, must have the VIP identification, so she could enter without any trouble, but he didn't. Yangqing had no choice but to park the BMW by the roadside. Since it was a military license plate, no one would dare to tow it away, so he took a detour and ran into the TV station building. While running, Yangqing called Hui Lin. The moment the call was connected, before Hui Lin could say anything, he said, "Hui Lin, did you tell your grandmother about us?" Hui Lin was stunned, and said weakly, "Yes. Brother Yang, don't you know?" "I know? When?" Yangqing was stunned. "When you woke up that day and asked me if I told Grandma about the demon realm. I told her that I did, and you said it's okay. What's wrong, is there a problem?" Hui Lin asked timidly. Yang Chen's intestines were almost green with regret. He was too careless. At first, he thought that Hui Lin only talked about the 10,000 demon realm. He didn't expect that she also included the problem of their relationship breakthrough. Now that things had come to this, Yangqing simply told her about Yun Miao making a scene in the Yang family. "Your sister is very angry now, and I don't know why she came to look for you. Help me control her, don't let her do anything stupid." Hui Lin was so anxious that she almost cried when she heard this. "Grandma. How could Grandma do this? I told her that I would tell her myself. She. Don't you know what kind of person your grandmother is? She's too arrogant and treats you like a child. She won't listen to you." Yang Chen had nowhere to vent his anger towards Yun Miao. Hui Lin seemed to have made up her mind, and she gritted her teeth. "It's all my fault. I'll tell my sister, even if she wants to scold me, I'm willing to accept it. Brother Yang, don't worry." Yangqing did not think that Lin Ruoshi would really hit Hui Lin or scold Hui Lin. It did not seem to be the style of a woman. However, he was still anxious to find her and have a good talk with her. Lin Ruoshi, who had arrived at the TV station 7 to 8 minutes earlier, had already parked her car and was walking into the building. At this moment, the woman with a frosty face looked especially unapproachable. Just looking from afar, the woman with her loose black hair hanging down to her buttocks was like an ice sculpture of a snow lotus. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble, and so cold that it made one's heart ache. The staff of the TV station and even some celebrities were in awe of Lin Ruoshi when they saw her. No one dared to ask what this strange woman was doing backstage. Lin Ruoshi's eyes quickly scanned through the labels on the doors of the resting rooms of the celebrities. When she arrived at a room that was clearly labeled Hui Lin, Lin Ruoshi pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. In the luxurious resting room, Hui Lin was already dressed in a pure white satin evening gown. She was waiting for her comeback performance at night. Her pure and flawless face looked rather flustered. When she saw Lin Ruoshi enter the room with a cold expression, Hui Lin stammered, "Sister," as if she was at a loss of what to do. There was only one staff accompanying Hui Lin. It was her manager, Yu Min. When she saw Lin Ruoshi suddenly barging in, she was surprised and did not know what was going on. "You, get out." Lin Ruoshi glanced at Yu Min. Yu Min did not dare to ask another word. She did not dare to disobey the absolute tone in Lin Ruoshi's voice. She walked out of the room dejectedly and even closed the door considerately. She was afraid that the boss in the room would think that she was insensible. When there were only 2 women left in the room, Hui Lin saw Lin Ruoshi slowly walking towards her. She then mustered up her courage and said, "Sister, I know you must hate me. I'm sorry, but I really can't control my heart, Pa." Lin Ruoshi walked to Hui Lin and slapped Hui Lin's left cheek with her right hand. A wave of burning pain made Hui Lin's ears ring. It was not that Hui Lin could not dodge, but she did not want to. She was willing to let Lin Ruoshi beat her to vent her anger. However, she didn't expect that with her current soul formation stage cultivation, she would feel dizzy from Lin Ruoshi's attacks. With Lin Ruoshi's Hotian cultivation, to be able to beat him to this extent, it could only be said that Lin Ruoshi was really unceremoniously whipping him. Hui Lin's face was burning, but her heart was like crushed glass shards. She didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to slap her so cruelly. It showed how angry she was. Hui Lin covered her left cheek that had temporarily lost feeling. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ruoshi. "Elder sister. I know you're angry. Hit me, if hitting me can make you feel better. Bitch. Lin Ruoshi spat out 2 words clearly. Like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart, Hui Lin's face turned pale. She bit her thin lips and forced herself not to cry. You must think that I'm stupid, right? I actually tried all sorts of ways to get you to come back and work hard. I thought you were in my shoes and felt sorry for me. Hui Lin, you're really good at acting. I was so naive to think that you would never betray me. I thought you were the purest and kindest woman. I trusted you so much, I was so willing to do so much for you, but you, behind my back, seduced the man beside me like other women? Where's your shame? Where's your conscience? Pat your chest and ask yourself, do you still have the cheek to say such shameless words to me to gain my sympathy? Lin Ruoshi sneered. Hui Lin's tears finally fell uncontrollably. They dripped onto the floor and splashed. The woman sobbed and shook her head. Sister. I don't want you to sympathize with me. I know I'm in the wrong. I won't complain even if you hit me or scold me. As long as you're not angry, I'm fine with anything. Humph, Lin Ruoshi sneered. Do you think that I can't bear to hit you after saying such words? After saying that, his arms were like 2 graceful birds, and 2 consecutive paw-paw sounds were heard. Both of Hui Lin's cheeks were slapped hard. The girl groaned and staggered with one hand against the wall. Lin Ruoshi's slaps were so heavy that Hui Lin started to feel dizzy. She did not have the slightest intention to resist and did not use her cultivation to defend herself. She just let the slaps hit her. Naturally, the damage she suffered was great. Fortunately, even if her face was red and swollen, she could use her true core to quickly remove it. However, Lin Ruoshi had no intention of stopping. She said coldly, "Are you pretending to be pitiful? Do you think that I won't hit you if you don't resist? Believe it or not. I'll not only hit you, I'll also kill you." The moment her voice fell, Huilin finally felt a trace of absolute strangeness. Murderous aura. The murderous aura was surging and thick, like the dark clouds and thunder. Lin Ruoshi seemed to be immersed in darkness. She had turned into a cold and elegant god of death. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealed murderous intent. Was she really going to kill her? Hui Lin finally came to her senses. She did not even have the time to think about how her gentle and kind sister could have such a violent murderous aura. In a split second, Hui Lin, who was still dizzy, instinctively shrunk her body and dodged the attack. At the same time, Lin Ruoshi's hand was about to choke her throat and give her a fatal blow. Judging from the ear-piercing sound, it was obvious that Lin Ruoshi had used all her strength. If Hui Lin's cultivation had not reached the soul formation stage, which greatly enhanced her sensitivity and martial arts foundation, she might not have been able to dodge this attack. However, Lin Ruoshi's attack was not over yet. She kicked backward with her long leg and hit Hui Lin's chest. Aha! Hui Lin could not help but let out a groan in pain. Her body was kicked to the wall. However, this was not enough to hurt Hui Lin. After a series of flips, Hui Lin wanted to dodge to the side. But before she could flip over to the other side of the wall, Lin Ruoshi's flying kick was already in front of her. She didn't know when she had taken out the car key, but the key was like a sharp weapon, ready to stab her eyeball. Hui Lin could not believe that her movement had been predicted by Lin Ruoshi. Moreover, Lin Ruoshi was going to stab her eyeball? In desperation, Hui Lin was instinctively afraid. Unable to dodge, she unleashed the true core in her dantian and formed a true core shield. Bam! Lin Ruoshi's attack seemed to have hit a wall of air. Her body was sent flying for 3 to 4 meters and fell to the ground. Ah! Sister! Hui Lin thought that she had hurt Lin Ruoshi. She could not care less about the dangerous situation just now. She hurriedly ran over and tried to help Lin Ruoshi up. However, the moment she reached Lin Ruoshi, she hooked one of her legs onto Hui Lin's ankle. Hui Lin lost her balance and fell to the ground with a scream. Didn't I hit you and scold you? Why? Are you resisting because you're afraid? Lin Ruoshi sneered and leaped up from the ground. She was as agile as a night leopard, and with a series of movements, she had Huilin under her body. The key in her hand was about to stab into Huilin's throat. Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside. A figure rushed in like lightning and pushed Lin Ruoxi away from Hui Lin. Lin Ruoxi rolled on the ground a few times and stood up immediately. She glared at Yangqing with hatred. Yangqing's heart was in his throat. Looking at Hui Lin, who was still in a daze due to the shock, he felt a strong sense of guilt. Panting heavily, Yangqing raised his head and looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was a few steps away. Fortunately, he bumped into Yu Min in the corridor and asked for the location of Hui Lin's room. If he had not arrived in time, Hui Lin might have been killed by this woman. Yangqing did not recognize the familiar face in front of him. Her viciousness was like another figure that he could not get out of his mind. Lin Ruoxi, are you crazy? Are you really going to kill Hui Lin? Yangqing asked with difficulty. The woman sneered, haven't you already seen it? What? Killing a little lover that you've just accepted, you, a man who's worse than a beast, is distressed? She's not dead yet. Yangqing recalled that night when Lin Ruoxi told him that if he touched Hui Lin, he would be worse than a beast. It seemed that even though this woman was extremely angry, she didn't forget her words. Thinking of this, his anger towards Lin Ruoxi dissipated. Instead, he felt deeply apologetic towards the two women. It was his fault for not handling the conflict properly. Yangqing squatted down silently and helped Hui Lin up from the ground. Looking at the dazed woman, he asked angrily, are you stupid? Even if you don't retaliate, shouldn't you use your true elemental energy to protect yourself? Hui Lin felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm afraid that I'll hurt my sister. Do you think that it's so easy to hurt your body after practicing the cultivation technique that I gave you? Even if you've only reached the Hotian realm, your true elemental energy can shock her over 100 times and nothing will happen to you. Yangqing was speechless at this silly girl's naivety. Hui Lin lowered her head. Obviously, she couldn't bring herself to fight with Lin Ruoxi. Yangqing sighed and raised his head to look at Lin Ruoxi. Ruoxi, don't do this anymore. No matter how angry you are at me, let me make it up to you. Although Hui Lin calls you sister, she's not related to you by blood. Don't you think it's unfair for you to vent your anger on her? In that case, any woman who's not related to me by blood can have sex with you, right? Lin Ruoxi sneered. Yangqing shook his head. You know that's not what I meant. I did wrong and I'm sorry. But have you ever thought that you're the one who pushed Hui Lin to my side step by step? You're still blaming me? Lin Ruoxi sneered. I'm just stating the facts. Yangqing said. Seriously, when I first met Hui Lin in Tibet, she had feelings for me. But at that time I didn't want anything to happen between us. Even when her grandmother insisted on keeping her by my side, I refused to avoid her. Later on, when we moved back home, you were the one who kept her by our side. You invested in a talent show for her, started a company, and even made me the director of the entertainment company to be in charge of Hui Lin's matters. You knew that she had feelings for me, but you didn't take it seriously. Even when I went to visit the set, you forced me to go. Otherwise, the things that happened later wouldn't have happened. Weren't you the one who pushed us to get closer and closer? I don't know if you're testing me on purpose or if you really believe in Hui Lin's self-control. At least I know that this is not my original intention. I once hurt Hui Lin for you and rejected her more than once. But I can't keep hurting her for the rest of my life. She has the right to sacrifice her feelings for me. She has the right to choose. She's not your real sister. Other than falling in love with me, this girl has never done anything wrong to you. She even tried her best to take care of your emotions. She didn't want you to worry or get hurt. Even when you wanted to kill her just now, she only used her true yuan to protect her body and didn't hurt you. Do you really think that Hui Lin doesn't know how to kill people after practicing martial arts in Shushan for more than 10 years? Doesn't she know how to use her true yuan to defend herself? Don't you think you're being cruel to her? When Hui Lin heard these words, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She didn't know if she was touched, in pain, or wronged. She started sobbing. Many things in the past, if not recalled carefully, seemed to have gone far away. But once mentioned, it would hit the depths of her heart like a torrential downpour. Lin Ruoxi's face was gloomy. After a long silence, she said with a trembling voice, "Do you mean that I should be grateful to her?" "You don't need to be grateful to her, but you shouldn't hate her either." If you want to stab me in the heart, I have nothing to say. But you shouldn't hurt her. Yangcheng's eyes reddened. He couldn't control his emotions. Stab you in the heart? Humph, do you think I'm stupid? Even if I dig out your heart and put it back, you'll recover quickly. What's the use of stabbing you in the heart? Lin Ruoshi glared at the man disdainfully and walked straight out of the door. Where are you going? Yangchen stopped her with his hand. Lin Ruoshi angrily slapped his hand away. It's none of your business. Go back with me. Yangcheng used his body to block the door. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were sharp. She suddenly reached out and punched Yangcheng's abdomen. Yangcheng's reaction was extremely fast. His close combat skills had been tempered for more than 10 years. The test of life and death had reached perfection. Without waiting for Lin Ruoshi to hit, Yangcheng had already blocked the attack. At the same time, he backhanded the woman's other hand that was about to attack. However, Lin Ruoshi suddenly turned to the side and gave a hook kick. She kicked Yangcheng's hand away. Then, she turned around and raised her knee high to attack Yangcheng's waist. Yangcheng didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to do this. He was stunned and shocked. However, Yangcheng's instincts allowed him to deal with it. As he twisted his body, his left arm pressed down on Lin Ruoshi's right shoulder. The woman's attack stopped in midair. Lin Ruoshi flipped over, but she quickly retreated a few steps. In this series of smooth attacks, although Lin Ruoshi's strength and technique were slightly inferior, she was not countered by Yangcheng. Every move is vicious. If this was on the battlefield, every move would be fatal. Moreover, there are no unnecessary movements. The perfect rhythm of the attack is not something that can be practiced in a day or two. No wonder Hui Lin was pressed to the ground by you. Yangcheng immediately understood what had happened in the room, but his mind was filled with even more doubts. He frowned and asked, Lin Ruoshi, who taught you all this? I said, it's none of your business. Lin Ruoshi said coldly. Suddenly, she grabbed Hui Lin, who was still crying, and threw her over her shoulder. Hui Lin wasn't prepared at all. Before she could react, she was sent flying. After crashing into the wall, she fell onto the carpet below. Although she wasn't injured, it was undoubtedly another blow to Hui Lin. Lin Ruoshi. Are you crazy? Yangcheng let out a furious roar. Like a madman, he rushed forward and wanted to slap Lin Ruoshi. However, his hand was raised in the air and kept trembling. He couldn't bear to hit her no matter what. He froze there, feeling as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. How could he bear to hit the woman he loved the most? Lin Ruoshi raised her head and looked at him coldly and disdainfully. Then, she walked out of the door. This time, Yangcheng didn't stop her. He tried his best to calm himself down and walked to Hui Lin, who was at the corner of the wall. Hui Lin didn't want Yangcheng to help her up. She didn't even want him to touch her. She quickly stood up and wiped her tears. She squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother Yang, go after my sister. She must be emotionally unstable now. I'm fine. Hui Lin, you. Yangcheng didn't know what to say. He felt that he owed her more and more. Hui Lin pushed Yangcheng out of the room. I'm really fine. I need to touch up my makeup and perform on stage later. Brother Yang, you should leave first. It won't be good if someone comes later. You're going to perform? Yangcheng turned around in astonishment. Hui Lin, are you too naive or are you really stupid? Hui Lin shook her head and forced a smile. I'm very clear-headed. My sister must have been too angry. She didn't really want to kill me. I'll perform well and do my job well so that her company's investment won't go to waste. She might be happier this way. I'm not asking her to forgive me. I just want her to be happy. Yangcheng let out a long sigh. He didn't know what to say when he looked at the girl who was so serious and persistent. In fact, there were too many questions in Yangcheng's mind. With his experience, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a master in fighting skills. From his point of view, Lin Ruoshi's attacking or killing techniques could be considered as a master. It was just that she didn't have a weapon in her hands. Such a person didn't only rely on physical fitness, but also talent and experience. In the entire world, there were only a handful of such people. Nariko Okawa, whom Yangqing had killed, was one of them. Yangqing didn't dare to imagine how well Lin Ruashi hid her skills. How could she have such an ability? Or, was there something else? No matter what, Yangqing believed that it was Lin Ruashi who killed the group of post-liminary realm experts after the mother and daughter were kidnapped. With such skills, it wouldn't be a problem for her to fight against 10 people. After asking Hui Lin to take care of herself, Yangqing ran out quickly. He was worried that Lin Ruashi would do something crazy again. Lin Ruashi's speed was extremely fast. When Yangqing caught up to her, the red Audi was already on the road. Yangqing ran into the car and stepped on the accelerator. This time, the distance between them was even further. Yangqing knew that he couldn't overtake her in a short time, so he just followed closely. Gradually, Yangqing realized that Lin Ruashi was returning to the Yang family. He couldn't help but wonder what she meant. Was she planning to celebrate the New Year first? When the car stopped in front of the house, Lin Ruashi got out of the car and walked through the door coldly. Although it was a joyous New Year's Eve, the red lanterns couldn't dispel the frost on the woman's body. It was the first time for the guards of the Yang family to see such an expression on their young mistress's face. Her cold aura was like a sharp blade, instilling fear in them like never before. What puzzled them even more was that young Master Yang acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He followed closely behind her. Lin Ruashi was heading to the dining hall. Under Yang Goming's lead, the people of the Yang family didn't wait for Yangqing and Lin Ruashi. They had already started to eat their New Year's Eve dinner. This had already revealed the dissatisfaction the old man had towards the two youngsters. Abbess Yun Miao had passed away a long time ago. Her purpose of coming here was to maximize the family's benefits, not to make enemies with the Yang family. Therefore, she wouldn't overdo it and just hit the bottom line of the Yang family. When Lin Ruashi rushed into the dining hall, Yang Gongming and the others were slightly stunned, as if they couldn't understand Lin Ruashi's cold aura. Lin Ruashi's gaze quickly locked on Lan Lan, who was sitting on a special high chair. The chubby little girl was eating happily at this moment. Although she didn't know where her parents went, it didn't affect her appetite at all. Her mouth was oily, and she was holding a chicken drumstick in one hand and a roast duck roll in the other. She even used her pink tongue to lick the sweet sauce at the corner of her mouth. It was delicious. Seeing Lin Ruashi come in, Lan Lan shouted happily, "Mommy is back. Mommy is here to eat." A trace of tenderness flashed through Lin Ruashi's eyes, but it was quickly taken over by determination. She walked forward and carried Lan Lan up from the chair. "Sigh. Ruashi, what are you doing? What's going on? Where's Yangqing?" Ignoring the questions from Wu Shuihua and the others, Lin Ruashi turned around and walked out expressionlessly. Lan Lan's little hand clutched tightly onto the unfinished food. Her face was full of reluctance as she looked at the dining table behind her. She didn't understand where her mother was taking her. "Stop." Yangqing just arrived at this moment and stopped Lin Ruashi. As expected, Lin Ruashi wanted to take Lan Lan away. "Where do you want to take Lan Lan?" Yangqing asked in a deep voice. Lin Ruashi looked straight at the man without fear. "I want to take my daughter away from you." "What right do you have?" Yangqing clenched his fists tightly, unable to restrain his anger. "You don't deserve to be a husband at all, and you don't deserve to be my daughter's father. Of course, I want to take her away." Lin Ruashi's eyes were cold, like twinkling stars. Yangqing suddenly felt a kind of ridiculous emotion spread in his heart. He, the biological father, was said to not be worthy of being a father. Originally, Yangqing didn't want to reveal Lan Lan's background too early, because he was afraid of hurting Lin Ruashi. But now, it seemed that this woman was forcing him into a dead end. He could be ridiculed, beaten, scolded, despised, and even ignored, but Yangqing couldn't tolerate someone taking his own flesh and blood away from him. Not even Lin Ruashi. Ever since he found out that Lan Lan was his biological daughter, this kind of blood connection had burst forth, deeply rooted in the softest depths of his heart, far surpassing all other feelings. At this time, Yang Gongming's face was dark, and he asked in a deep voice, "What are you guys doing? Not only are you guys quarreling on New Year's Eve, but you're also asking for a divorce." Seeing that her father-in-law was angry, Guo immediately panicked and ran to Yangcheng's side, asking, "Son, what happened? How did you, Ruashi, end up in this situation?" Yangcheng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "She wanted to kill Hui Lin, I stopped her." "What?" Not only Guo but everyone else in the house was shocked too. Even Yuan Hui and his wife, who rarely met Lin Ruashi, were so shocked that their mouths were agape. Lin Ruashi didn't think much of it, and continued to say coldly, "Move, I want to take Lan Lan away." "I said you can't," Yangcheng said firmly, "Lan Lan is my daughter, even if you want to leave, you must let me keep my daughter. I brought my daughter back, so naturally, I'll take her away." "You have no right to take her away." After saying that, Lin Ruashi walked around Yangcheng and was about to leave. Lan Lan pouted her lips and her eyes were filled with tears. She finally knew that her parents had really quarreled to such an extent that they actually had to separate. At this moment, Yangcheng couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily with his blood boiling, "Lan Lan is my biological daughter." The deafening shout was so loud that it seemed like it was going to tear the roof off, and everyone at the scene felt like time had stopped at this moment. Lin Ruashi, who was about to step out of the door, stood stiffly at the door with her back facing Yangcheng, as if she had been frozen. Even old Chen, like Yang Gongming, was the first to come back to his senses. He frowned and couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Kid, what did you say? Lan Lan, is your biological daughter?" Yangcheng nodded his head with a calm expression, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It was really too uncomfortable for a father to not say that he had a biological daughter. "Yes, Lan Lan is the daughter of a woman I met overseas. Her name is 17. She died after giving birth to Lan Lan, and the grandfather who took care of Lan Lan was my mentor, Song Tianxing. He couldn't hand over Lan Lan to me in time because of some difficulties, but I met him by chance last time, and he told me the truth." The amount of information in Yang Cheng's words was too much for everyone in the Yang family to digest for a while. Lin Ruashi's delicate body trembled at this moment. She turned around abruptly, looked at Yangcheng with tearful eyes, and asked coldly, "You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have?" The woman's tears were like broken pearls, constantly falling down. Compared to the ice-cold expression just now, at this moment, she was like a little girl who lost her most precious toy, crying pitifully. But Yangcheng couldn't be merciful at this time, because this matter was related to the identity of his biological daughter. He not only had to consider himself, but also the child. Enduring the pain of his heart being cut, Yangcheng took out the letter and the string of Buddha beads from the storage ring. Yangcheng walked in front of Lin Ruashi, raised the Buddha beads, and put them in front of Lan Lan. The chubby little girl blinked her big eyes, looked carefully at Buddha beads, and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa's beads." This cry allowed Lin Ruashi to confirm that this was indeed the Buddha beads in the hands of the mysterious middle-aged man. Lin Ruashi's remaining trace of hope was also shattered at this moment. "In this letter, there are all the answers. It was because Minwan didn't want to affect our family that she didn't give it to me. Now that you want to take away my flesh and blood, I can't bear it anymore. I'm sorry, I have to hurt you again, but for my child, I have no other choice." Yangcheng placed the letter in Lin Ruashi's hands, and then, very naturally, carried his daughter over. In fact, Lin Ruashi didn't fight anymore. Her hands trembled as she opened the envelope and read the letter inside. The woman's tears immediately dyed the letter, and in the end, she couldn't hold it anymore, and the letter fell down. Guo was already anxious, and quickly picked up the letter, and read 10 lines at a glance. The more she read, the more excited she became. "Really? Really? Is that true? Son, you're not lying to Mom? Is Lan Lan really my biological granddaughter?" Guo grabbed Yangcheng's hand, and the other hand tightly grasped Lan Lan's small pink hand. The expression on her face seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time, and her eyes were filled with tears. Not only Guo but Yang Gongming also lost his usual calmness. He held his breath nervously, waiting for the final confirmation from Yangcheng. Yangcheng gently stroked Lan Lan's face with his hand. "As you can see, Lan Lan recognized this string of Buddha beads, and Minwan is still in Zhonghai. She also knows the truth. I also saw the relics left behind by 17, and Lan Lan's body is special, very similar to mine. I think, even if it's a coincidence, there can't be a mistake. I used to feel that I was very close to Lan Lan, and I felt very close to her. Maybe it's because my blood flows in this child's body. Yangqing put the prayer beads on Lan Lan's fat wrist and said with a warm smile, Lan Lan, Grandpa said this is for you. Grandpa went to play with a good friend and went to a faraway place. It might be a long time before he comes back. But little chubby girl, don't worry. With Daddy here, I guarantee that you will have delicious food and fun every day. Also, no one can bully my precious daughter. Lan Lan was also very clever. She had probably understood the meaning of these words. She looked at Lin Ruoxi pitifully, then looked at Yangqing and asked softly, but Daddy, isn't Mother also Lanlan's mother? Without waiting for Yangqing to say anything, Lin Ruoxi suddenly raised her head, and there was a trace of determination in her cold eyes. No, I'm not your mother. Your mother's name is 17. She is already dead. From now on, I will no longer have anything to do with you. After Lin Ruoxi finished speaking, she silently turned around and walked out the door. The woman's back was filled with loneliness and arrogance, but there was no sign of reluctance. Even her footsteps were light, as if there was nothing to care about at all. Yangqing felt a sharp pain in his heart. The woman actually let go of everything so easily. While he was unwilling, he also felt that it was inconceivable. Lin Ruoxi clearly loved Lan Lan so much. Even if she knew about Lan Lan's background, how could she give up so easily? What made Yangqing even more unwilling was that Lin Ruoxi's words clearly said that she wanted to give up this marriage that had lasted for 2 years and had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Mom, help me hold Lan Lan. Yangqing handed his daughter to Guoshuihua. Guoshuihua was especially enthusiastic at this moment as she took her granddaughter. At this moment, in the eyes of her grandmother, the little chubby girl in front of her was extremely cute. She couldn't wait to rub her into her body and kiss her fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. Her dream of holding her own grandchild had come true in such a pleasant surprise. As for which woman Lan Lan was born to and what happened to that woman, Guoshuihua didn't care at all. She had been waiting for this moment for too long and was so excited that she couldn't stop crying. Yang Gongming and the others also focused their attention on Lan Lan. After all, the sudden appearance of the 4th generation of the Yang family had really swept away the haze of Yangqing and his wife on New Year's Eve. People often said that the most ruthless people were the imperial family. Although the Yang family couldn't be said to be like the ancient emperors, the aristocratic families also had these similar characteristics. Regardless of whether it was cold and cruel or unbearably vulgar, the rich and powerful valued the inheritance of a high-quality bloodline. Like the Yang family who had to change their bloodline, it could only be blamed that Marshal Yang Yi only had one son, Yang Gongming. It couldn't be helped. If he really had a biological child, it would be much better than a non-biological child. What's more, there was no lack of women around Yangqing. The Yang family wouldn't care that Lin Ruoxi had the blood relationship with the Ning family. Even without this relationship, the Yang family would be more at ease with Lin Ruoxi. Therefore, for the elders of the Yang family, having a granddaughter, Lan Lan, was much more beneficial than having a granddaughter-in-law who was too tough. Guoshuihua knew that Yangqing was going to chase after Lin Ruoxi. After she took over Lan Lan, she immediately advised, Son, Ruoxi is in a fit of anger now and she has suffered a huge blow. Even if you go out now, she won't listen to you. Tonight is New Year's Eve, you can't possibly stay out the whole night, right? Mom, stop it. I don't believe that she would be so ruthless. Yangqing didn't have the intention to give up. He turned around and ran out. Inside the house, Yang Pejuan snorted angrily, Useless brat, you don't even want to eat the family's New Year's Eve dinner for a woman. She's not even the child's biological mother. She really doesn't know what's good for her. Just let her throw a tantrum. Yang Jieyu said unhappily, Brother, you're too cold. Ruoxi has suffered enough. Which woman doesn't want a devoted man to accompany her? Moreover, she has been raising Lan Lan as her biological daughter. How can she not be hurt? Marrying into a wealthy family, she should have the awareness of marrying into a wealthy family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten herself involved in the first place. Moreover, from the start, wasn't their marriage a contract? If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the awareness of being a wife, why would there be so many women coming out to mess things up? Don't think that your brother doesn't know anything, Yang Pejuan said in disdain. Yang Jiu let out an "oh" and smiled. I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems that a biological son is indeed a biological son. Although you seem to reject him on the surface, you've always been concerned about him. Now you're speaking up for your son. Yang Pejuan looked a little embarrassed. He hummed and didn't say anything. He had indeed done a lot of investigations. Yang Gongming coughed twice and gestured for his two children to stop. He called for Guo Shuihua to carry Lan Lan over and said with a smile, Lan Lan, come on, continue eating. Let your parents deal with their own problems. Even the old and steady Yang Gongming sounded a little more gentle and loving when he called Lan Lan's name. However, Lan Lan didn't have a good appetite at this moment. The speed at which she chewed the drumstick also slowed down a lot. Guo Shuihua looked distressed and said with a smile, Lan Lan, tomorrow, go with Grandma to the orphanage to play with the children, okay? Go with Grandma to give them red packets? Only then did Lan Lan become a little interested. She raised her head and nodded while chewing. At the same time, Yang Qing, who had rushed out of the courtyard, grabbed Lin Ruashi's hand. The woman was about to get into the car, but she was pulled back and turned around. Let go. I don't want to see you again, Lin Ruashi said coldly. Yang Qing shook his head. I don't believe it. How can a relationship of more than 2 years be broken just like that? A hint of mockery flashed in Lin Ruashi's eyes. She suddenly sneered and said teasingly, Yang Qing, you seem to have forgotten something. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. What is it? Have you forgotten the promise I made with you a year ago? Yang Qing's mind went blank. In an instant, his heart raced and his breathing quickened. A year, promise? That was the condition he made when he withdrew money from the Swiss bank to help a woman through a difficult time. That's right. Lin Ruashi chuckled and said, although there are still some days left, it's actually almost time. It's only half a month, so there's no point in arguing about it. I promised you that I wouldn't cause trouble for those women for a year, and I could tolerate you and try to accept them. But now that the time is up, my answer is that I can't accept it, and I've also returned the favor that I owed you for saving my company. You'd better not force me to stay by your side anymore, because as you can see, I really dare to kill people. Maybe one day when you're not careful, your woman will be sent to hell by me. Yang Qing had almost forgotten about it, but when Lin Ruashi mentioned it, he realized that the time was indeed up. For a moment, his heart fell into an ice cellar. You're the young master of the Yang family, the underworld King Hades. You can't go back on your word, right? Are you still going to pester me? Lin Ruashi looked at him mockingly and said with an annoyed tone, I've had enough of you. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to bring back the Lan Lan I like, I would feel disgusted by entering this house. Now that I know that Lan Lan is your biological daughter, I don't want it anymore. I want to return to my own life and not stay by your side and constantly be disgusted by your words. You're talking nonsense. You're not that kind of casual woman at all. Yang Qing said angrily. I know, you want to say that I've slept with you so many times, how can I just leave like that? Don't be silly, I'm also a normal woman, I also need a man. I admit that your ability in bed is amazing, but that can't keep me. That's just the toxicity of hormones acting up. Lin Ruashi was almost speechless. Yang Qing wished he could plug his ears. Hearing these words, it was as if the past pictures had been mercilessly shattered, only to realize that they were all just an illusion. Lin Ruashi seemed to want to stab him one last time as she said indifferently, there are only 2 things a woman wants from a man. One is feelings, and the other is money. I, Lin Ruashi, do not lack money, and your fickleness cannot satisfy my emotional needs, so I want to leave you. It's very simple. You should have been prepared for this day to come. After saying that, Lin Ruashi turned around with a calm expression and prepared to get into the car. However, Yang Qing walked forward with a gloomy face and kicked the car door fiercely. Bang! The tyrannical force vented the surging emotions in the male owner's heart. With a loud bang, the entire Audi was kicked into a pile of iron lumps. After flipping a few times, it fell to the side and was completely scrapped. Yang Qing, what are you doing? Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth and turned around, glaring at the man. Humph. Yangqing sneered and raised his head, looking at her coldly. Lin Ruoshi, your arrogance, independence, and confidence now are all because of your current conditions, which are completely different from the past. You don't need to deal with enemies in the business world on all sides. You don't need to face your non-biological father who makes things difficult for you and persecutes you. You don't need to be afraid of those bugs who covet your body. You have enough money, enough power, enough connections, and your wings have hardened. I can tell you very clearly that if the current you also needs to socialize with hypocrites that you don't want to see, also need to worry about those underworld people playing dirty with you, also need to play games with those large financial groups, and also need to use connections to protect you, then you definitely wouldn't dare to reject me as your husband so decisively. Our marriage will change because of the conditions you have. This is the truth you told me. Yangqing slapped his chest hard, his eyes red as he said loudly, yes. I, Yangqing, can summon wind and rain in the world. I have money and power. I can make a world's top 500 companies collapse in a day. I can also make a small country disappear in a day. As long as I want, I can do far more than people can imagine. My money, my power, and I can attract women. I have this ability, and others can't even be envious of me. However, all of this was fought for by me step by step. There is no opportunism at all. I exchanged it with my life since I was born. If I were someone who could only stay at home to take care of my sick parents, a few younger siblings to take care of, and a laborer who could only work at a construction site during the day, would you still stay married to me for 2 years just because you slept with me once? I think you probably didn't even look at me after you got married. You treated me like a bug under your feet and didn't spare me a glance, right? In fact, you did the same in the beginning. But you realized that I could gradually give you unimaginable help, so you started to think about the good in me. That's how you got to where you are today, right? There is no love without reason in this world, and there is no hate without reason. Let me tell you, I, Yangqing, can't be the man you requested to accompany you from 9 to 5 in the company, call you Chairman Lin when you meet, massage your back and shoulders when you go home, and coax you to eat and sleep. I can't be around you all day long and treat you like the stars and the moon, as if you are the only woman in the world. I can't look at you for the rest of my life. I am me. Since I was young, I already knew that the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong have the right to lead. I am stronger than other men. This is the condition I have. I have so many women to take care of, and I can't bear to abandon any of them. I can't go back, and I can't go back. If you really like me and love me, then accept me and live with me. Your straightforward and great attitude changes faster than flipping a book. It will really make this fearless man in front of you feel pitiful and despicable. Do you know that? Lin Ruoshi's eyes were glistening with tears. She gritted her teeth and said, you have your despicable feelings, but I don't want to live a lowly life. Lowly? Humph. So what? There is no absolute fairness in this world. I am strong, so I have a group of women. At least when they are by my side, they are willing. You don't care about my private life. You think that it doesn't matter who I am with. It was you who first said that you didn't care, and then you said that I am disgusting. Yes, I also know that I owe you, but don't you have any responsibility? How do you want me to dig my heart out for you to think that I am worthy of you? Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and said faintly, there is no point in saying all this. If other women want to be with you, then let them be. Our marriage contract ends just like that. I've already used you up, and I've also given myself to you. If you feel that it is not enough, I don't mind if you use force. But I don't want to be the young mistress of the Yang family anymore, and I don't want to be your wife. If you are a man who can let go, then don't stop me. It is not good for us to be together, but at least we can separate freely. Yangqing let out a long sigh, took out the BMW's key from his pocket, and threw it to Lin Ruoshi. You can leave, but I don't like the women I have had to be enjoyed by others. You can say that I am a beast or a madman. I don't mind, but you better not have other men around you. Otherwise, I will kill everyone I see. With that, Yangqing turned around and walked back into the courtyard without any intention of looking back. His back view was determined and lonely. Lin Ruoshi was stunned by the man's last warning. After a while, she silently held the car key in her hand, which was still warm, and turned around to walk into the BMW. She was going to the airport. There was no need to stay in Beijing anymore. She should return to Shanghai. A few minutes later, the car drove onto the highway. Under the night sky, the road seemed particularly peaceful on New Year's Eve. There were almost no cars passing by at the same time. Lin Ruoshi stepped on the gas pedal to the minimum. The BMW was like a wild black beast, roaring and sprinting more than 200 kilometers. The car seemed to be venting the woman's uneasiness and pain at the moment. Gradually, the tears that had just dried up flowed down again. The tears soaked the sweater in front of her chest, and Lin Ruoshi's body slightly twitched because of the sobs. Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi seemed to feel a sharp pain in her head. With a moan, she touched her head with one hand and almost hit the fence with the other. Fortunately, she dodged in time and didn't cause a car accident. But even so, Lin Ruoshi still broke out in a cold sweat. For a moment, she couldn't help but sob and whisper to herself. "Hubby. I'm sorry. This is all I can do for you." In the dark night, the woman's voice was annihilated by the violent cold wind. In the Yang family's dining room, Yangqing, who had separated from Lin Ruoshi, had already returned to a faint smile when he walked into the room, as if nothing had affected him. When Yangqing said that Lin Ruoshi had decided to divorce him, he also used a casual tone. Yangqing's calmness and gentle smile made the Yang family feel particularly sad. This kind of pain in the heart was the most hurtful. But Yangqing wasn't a weakling who needed sympathy, so no one persuaded him. Instead, they tried to say some happy things to let Yangqing walk out of it as soon as possible. As for who was right and who was wrong, or whether they should try their best to redeem it, no one would be so insensible. When the Spring Festival Gala program began on TV, the Yang family sat together and watched TV, which was a rare sight. They looked like an ordinary family. However, the chubby little girl, who was held by Yangqing, looked around and couldn't find her mother. There was still some regret on her face. The child didn't understand very deeply, but she could clearly feel that her father was very sad at the moment, so she didn't dare to ask where her father and mother went. She could only sit on Yangqing's lap and watch TV. As she said, Hui Lin acted as if nothing had happened. She made a comeback in a stunning dance, and with a lively song with excellent singing, the gala entered a wave of climax. There was no doubt that Yulei Entertainment's public relations ability was proven, and Hui Lin's fan base was also proven. The news of Hui Lin's comeback from the Spring Festival Gala on the internet occupied the headlines of the major search rankings. Lan Lan seemed to be very surprised that her aunt could appear on TV. For a moment, she forgot the sadness of her mother's disappearance and jumped happily in front of the TV. Looking at the child's innocent smile, it added a rare touch of joy to this solemn New Year's Eve. That night, Gui Shuihua and others asked more about Lanlan's birth mother, 17. They sighed about the sad and short life of a woman. Looking at Lan Lan who had fallen asleep, they cherished her even more. Yang Gongming was carefully considering whether to set up a memorial tablet for 17 and enter the Yang family's ancestral hall. However, Yangqing didn't care too much about this because 17 would never care about this kind of thing. Although it was just a verbal divorce with Lin Ruoshi, Yangqing was not in the mood to continue to stay in Yanjing. He planned to take Lan Lan back to Shanghai, but before that, he had to go to the research institute to find Jane. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to leave Her Royal Highness who was working hard on her research. However, early in the morning, when Yangqing was about to go out with Lan Lan, he ran into Tang Wan in a red winter dress and ran to the Yang family with her daughter Tang Tang. Tang Wan also brought along a few servants of the Tang family. They used 2 commercial vehicles to deliver a large number of gift boxes wrapped in red paper. It seemed to be a New Year greeting. But thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with this. Not to mention the secret relationship between Yangqing and Tang Wan, just the relationship between Yuan Yi and Tang Tang on the surface made the Tang family and the Yang family allies. Although these gifts were precious, most of them were absolutely authentic, such as cordyceps, de hong pao, and even authentic Blue Mountain coffee produced at an altitude of more than 1,600 meters in the Blue Mountain range of Jamaica. It had to be said that Tang Wan had prepared very carefully. She had purchased almost all the gifts from all over the world. Of course, only people like Xianxia who could recognize the goods could distinguish them. After the servants of the Tang family put down the gifts, they quietly left the courtyard, leaving only Tang Wan and her daughter in the living room. Xianxia was not in a hurry to go out. He sat by the side with Lan Lan in his arms. He rubbed his daughter's round belly as he listened to everyone's conversation. Yang Gongming seemed to like Tang Wan and her daughter. He asked Tang Tang some questions lovingly and told her to learn more from her mother. He also gave Tang Tang a big red packet. Tang Tang, the carefree girl, had become more and more sensible since she went to university. She was very clear about the status of the old man in front of her. When she took the red packet, her hands trembled a little. It was unknown whether she was happy or nervous. For her, this was half a future in-law. Yuan Yi had not seen Tang Tang for a few days. He held his girlfriend's hand in embarrassment and went somewhere to fool around. This made Yuan Hui and his wife feel quite helpless. After the servants served tea, Yang Gongming asked about the Tang family's situation this year. He expressed his regret for the passing of old Master Tang. Now that Tang Zhichen was gone, the senior members of the Tang family had no authority. So the family was actually controlled by Tang Huang and Tang Wan. One of them was in charge of the north, while the other was in charge of the south. Tang Wan came to visit the Yang family on the first day of the new year. She even brought 2 cars of expensive gifts. This was already a clear indication of the Tang family's position. The Yang family naturally could not disappoint the Tang family. After listening to some of what Tang Wan said, Yang Gongming fell into deep thought for a while. Suddenly, Yang Gongming patted the armrest of the chair and said, "Tang Wan, I heard that you have a brother who is in charge of the business in Russia?" Tang Wan smiled and said, "Yes, his name is Tang Ju. He will be in Beijing for the new year and will return to Moscow after the first lunar month." Hee, not bad. Young people should go abroad. I heard that the military is going to import a batch of arms from Russia in the first half of this year, including more than 40 of the latest 4th-generation fighter jets. In fact, the Tang family's business in Russia is developing well. The people in the military are good at fighting, but they are not as good as you in business. Hearing Yang Gongming say these words slowly, Tang Wan's pair of watery eyes were already full of splendor. Her heart was beating fast. She gently bit her lip and restrained herself from moving her hands that were holding her thighs. She knew very well that this was the real big red packet that Yang Gongming gave to the Tang family. Although it seemed to be a batch of weapons imported for the country, as long as the Tang family successfully negotiated this business deal, the Tang family would naturally open up this channel in the future. The Tang family's development in Russia was mainly in Russia's relatively backward light industry and part of the labor force. If they could really make contact with the Russian military this time, then their position in Russia would be completely different in the future. All kinds of profits. The more Tang Wan thought about it, the more excited she became. She made up her mind to send more business elites from the older generation to accompany Tang Ju back to Russia this time. She must definitely do it well. Old Yang, don't say that. Our Tang family has been doing business for generations. If we can't even negotiate business, then we would have long fallen. Of course, if there is a chance to contribute to the country, we will be very happy to help. Tang Wan quickly set her mind to the height of serving the country, not selfishness. Yang Gongming was quite satisfied. He turned his head and said to Yang Pejuan, "Later, those little things from the military are coming to see me at home, right? Ask them to bring the person in charge here. Tell him that I want to see him." A few little things from the military? Only Yang Gongming dared to say this. After all, when he promoted those generals back then, those people were indeed little things. Yes, father. Yang Pejuan nodded. Although Yang Pejuan had retired as the commander of the military region, he still had his military rank. Moreover, with the background of the Yang family, it was only a matter of time whether he wanted to become an officer or not. After hiding for 2 years, he could go up at any time. Therefore, Yang Pejuan naturally had the confidence to go to the military and say a few words at any time. Tang Wan listened by the side. She was basically certain that this matter was set in stone. An old man like Yang Gongming wouldn't be so foolish as to make promises that he couldn't fulfill. Moreover, no matter what, it was bought for the country. It wasn't from their own pockets. With the Tang family coming to talk business, they might even save money. The military had no reason to reject the old chief. Of course, a madman that no one dared to offend had appeared in the Yang family recently. Tang Wan didn't expect to get such a great deal when she came to the Yang family for New Year's greetings. Instantly, her face was flushed, and she looked especially charming. It was impossible to tell that she was a middle-aged woman over 40 years old. Her fair skin was rosy, and she looked exactly like a young woman in her 20s. This made Guo Shuihua, who had been listening by the side, feel a little envious. She secretly wondered if her son was biased. Why couldn't she recover her beauty to that degree? But after thinking about it carefully, she realized that she was more than 10 years older than Tang Wan, so she got over it. After they finished talking about the serious matters, Yang Gongming asked Yang Qing to entertain them. Then, he went to meet other guests who came to pay their New Year's greetings. Only then did Tang Wan stand up and walk to Yang Qing and his daughter. She reached out to hug Lan Lan. Lan Lan had already recognized Tang Wan. She obediently jumped into Tang Wan's arms. Her chubby cheeks shamelessly rubbed against Tang Wan's towering breasts. She looked satisfied. "Little rascal, you only know how to take advantage of me. Where's your mother?" Tang Wan had wanted to ask this question for a long time. But instead of asking the man, she asked the child. Lan Lan pouted. Mom left angrily. She disappeared. Tang Wan was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Yang Qing with a puzzled look. Yang Qing revealed a bitter and helpless smile. He briefly told her what happened last night. Of course, he didn't repeat the ugly words that were said during the quarrel. But with Tang Wan's intelligence, she quickly understood the context of the matter. She could also understand the seriousness of this matter. So, the Empress must have gone back to Zhonghai. Tang Wan said. Yang Qing frowned. How can you be so sure? Of course she has to go back to Zhonghai. Firstly, she has nothing to do with this sad place. Secondly, Yu Lei is going to implement an important reform in the first half of this year. Tang Wan paused and looked at Yang Qing in surprise. Why? Don't tell me that you don't know what Chairman Lin has been doing recently. Yang Qing was really confused. He spread his hands and said, I don't usually ask her about her work. Isn't she helping Hui Lin to make a comeback recently? Tang Wan had a knowing look on her face. She smiled and said, no wonder. You just came back not long ago. Hui Lin's comeback and the release of Yu Lei Entertainment's movie are just a part of it. Lin Ruashi actually had a backup plan from the beginning when she resigned from the CEO position. When she resigned, she reduced her shares to 51%. In fact, it was to strengthen the cohesion of the other shareholders and prepare for her next step in setting up Yu Lei Group. Yu Lei Group? Yang Cheng's face stiffened. This woman was really going to play a big game. That's right. Because Lin Ruashi has acquired too many companies in different industries. She knows that if she continues to do so, she won't have enough energy. Therefore, she established Yu Lei Group and became the CEO and chairman of the group. The board of directors and CEO of the major branches will manage it. It means that the former Yu Lei International will become one of the companies. In this way, not only can she continue to hold the power of life and death, but she can also buy and sell those companies that may not be running well. She can also manage these unfamiliar areas more easily than before. General Lin is very thoughtful. TSK, it seems that the Empress is actually very ambitious. Yang Qing was speechless. No wonder Lin Ruashi didn't hesitate to hand Yu Lei over to Xue Mingyi to manage. It turned out that Xue Mingyi had to continue working for her. This woman's ambition was indeed a ball of flame that was hard to extinguish. Her goal was probably far more than this. He really didn't know what she was pursuing. How do you know so clearly? Yang Qing asked sourly. He, the person beside her, didn't even understand. Although he didn't know if it was true in the future. Tang Wan charmingly rolled her eyes at him. If Yu Lei Group is established, it will be one of my Maple Group's biggest competitors in the south. How can I not pay attention to it? Yang Qing rubbed his head. He was really getting slower and slower. Could it be that his IQ had dropped because he couldn't use his cultivation? Suddenly, Tang Wan paced back and forth and said, "After hearing what you said, I feel that yesterday's incident was a little strange." "What do you mean?" Yangqing was puzzled. "I don't think Lin Ruoxi is the kind of woman. Because of feelings and jealousy, she would lose her mind and kill Hui Lin. Moreover, if she wanted to kill someone, she should have come to kill me," Tang Wan said seriously. Yangqing smiled bitterly. "You're still joking at a time like this." Tang Wan glared at him, seeing your bitter and vengeful look. "I want you to laugh, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness." Yangqing raised his hand in surrender. "If you're joking, then change to something else. I don't want any of you to get hurt, or else it would be my failure." Tang Wan looked at the man affectionately and chuckled. "Actually, I want to say that before you came back, Ruoxi seemed to have something on her mind, but she didn't say anything when I asked her, but I always felt that she had something on her mind." "If she doesn't say anything, doesn't that mean she doesn't know anything?" Yangqing said helplessly. "I'm just mentioning it. How would I know what's in her heart? If you don't want to hear it, I can't wait to say it." "One less love rival," Tang Wan teased. Yangqing knew that this woman was joking. He opened his palm and slapped Tang Wan's plump buttocks. The plump buttocks that were covered by the red coat trembled seductively, causing Tang Wan's face to be filled with embarrassment. "Stop talking nonsense. I might as well take my daughter back to Zhonghai and ask her myself," Yangqing said as he carried Lan Lan over. Tang Wan took a step away to avoid being teased like this again. If the servants of the Yang family saw this, it would be embarrassing. "To be honest, Lan Lan is your biological daughter. I think this news should be a bigger blow to Lin Ruoxi, but from the looks of it, she didn't fight with you for the ownership of Lan Lan. It seems that she values you more," Tang Wan said. Yang Cheng's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Ruoxi seemed to be in pain and excitement about Lan Lan's true identity, but she didn't argue with him. Instead, she couldn't wait to leave. Yangqing wasn't stupid either. He secretly pondered, could it be that Lin Ruoxi was really trying to find a way to leave him? Could it be that this woman had some unspeakable difficulties? But what difficulties could she have to make her leave him? This was really puzzling. Although this was all speculation, Yangqing hoped that it was true, and that the woman really didn't take the relationship between them seriously. "Lan Lan is so pitiful, but God finally opened his eyes and let her reunite with you and your daughter." Tang Wan touched the chubby little girl's face pitifully. "Are you going to take Lan Lan to see her mother's grave or something? It should be abroad." Yangqing looked a little sad and shook his head. "My uncle said that she was cremated and then buried at sea. She didn't want to leave any trace of herself in this world, which is very in line with her character." Tang Wan sighed. "It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet her. She must be a charming woman." Yangqing smiled and said, "I'm going back to Zhonghai to ask Ruoxi clearly. Besides, I can't not accompany them during the new year. If you are done with your business in Beijing, go back to Zhonghai. Maybe my Lan Lan will need you to be her nanny." "Why me? Don't you have Min Wan?" Tang Wan pretended to be angry. "Well, it's because you've given birth to a child and have experience in taking care of a child." Yangqing smirked and touched Tang Wan's red face before carrying her out of the door. When he brought Lan Lan to the institute, Jane had already gotten up early and was busy all morning. When she saw Yangqing coming in with a pink little girl, she immediately knew who it was. Lan Lan's big eyes stared at Jane's soft amber hair without blinking, as if she was very interested. "Dear Yangqing, is this your adopted daughter?" Jane reached out and wanted to hug. Lan Lan had long been used to the situation where everyone liked to hug her. Seeing that it was a very beautiful big sister with blonde hair and blue eyes, she was naturally very happy. Jumping into Jane's arms, Lan Lan immediately stretched out her chubby little hand and grabbed a handful of beautiful hair. She looked at it curiously, and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth to see if it was sweet. Yangqing was somewhat helpless towards this little fat girl who was not afraid of strangers. If it wasn't for his fierce fighting ability, he was really worried that she would be abducted. "She's not adopted, she's biological." Yangqing didn't want to hide anything from Jane. His woman should have the right to know what happened. After hearing so many things happened yesterday, Jane was stunned for a while and wondered, Miss Lin doesn't seem like such a woman. Is there any other hidden story? It was the second time that Yangqing heard this from a woman. Women always knew women better, so he had a few more speculations in his heart. However, Jane focused more attention on Lan Lan. Looking at the cute little fat girl, Jane kissed her face a few times. I didn't expect that 17 would leave a child for you. If only I could also give birth to such a cute little girl. When she left, she must have been very happy. Yangqing didn't dare to think about what 17 was like when she left, or else the pain in his heart would make him feel like dying. Did you get any results from the analysis? Although I know this is a little difficult for you, I was really desperate, Yangqing smiled bitterly. Jane said with a little bitterness, yesterday was your Huaxia's New Year's Eve, but you left me here alone to do the experiment. You don't know how to spend some time with me. Well, I'm not in the mood for New Year's. I'll go back to Zhonghai in the afternoon. Why don't you go to Zhonghai and stay for a while? Yangqing also knew that he didn't have enough time to accompany his women. Although he had to ask Lin Ruoshi as soon as possible and deal with it, he couldn't be too mean to his other lovers. Jane's beautiful blue eyes showed a hint of a successful plan. After returning Lan Lan to Yangqing, she smiled and said, "Great, you said it." There was no specific deadline for a while. Maybe I should consider buying a house of my own in Zhonghai. Looking at the girl jumping around to look for some information, Yangqing didn't know what to say. Not long after, Jane took out a stack of documents and placed it in front of Yangqing. These are the analysis of your physical test data. You can take a look yourself. I don't understand it. Teacher Jane, please explain it. Yangqing said. In general, there is bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news? There's still good news? Then let's talk about this first. Yangqing said in surprise. Jane nodded seriously. The good news is that your physical fitness is at least 3 times stronger than the last time you were tested. This is different from the previous physical fitness. Because the greater your growth base, the smaller the probability of becoming stronger. Your body can already be described as abnormal, but I didn't expect it to increase by at least 3 times. I'm now wondering if your body is the same as Clark. Who is Clark? Superman in the movie, Clark Kent. Jane blinked. The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. He knew that this was just a joke. What about the bad news? The bad news is actually half a piece of good news. I didn't understand it before, but now that I've started cultivating, I can analyze some data and tell that there's an unimaginably powerful force in your dantian. It's a pity that these two forces repel each other and are currently in a delicate state of balance. In other words, you are stronger than before, but unfortunately, your own strength is not enough to control the other force in your body, so you are restrained. Yangqing rubbed his forehead in distress and let out a deep sigh. It's about the same as what I thought. It's been verified. But the problem is, what should I do? Jane smiled. As far as I know, using traditional scientific methods shouldn't be effective. But, have you forgotten that you're not the only one with true yuan? What do you mean? Yangqing was stunned. It's just a hypothesis. Jane supported her chin with one hand and said, I'm thinking, is it possible to use external forces to help you conquer or even devour that repulsive force? You can only achieve a balance now, but what if you add in other forces to help you? Haven't Xianxia and Kaining entered the soul-forming stage? Even if they're far from you, they should have a way to affect the true yuan in your body. Once the balance is broken, you'll have a chance to win. Yangqing was overjoyed. It was indeed possible, but he shook his head and frowned. No, it's too dangerous. You don't know, this chaos is too evil and vicious. If there's no perfect plan, Xianxia and Ning Er will be harmed if anything goes wrong. So I can't rush it. Don't I have to go to Zhonghai? Isn't Jiqing very good at cultivation? I plan to get some useful information and find a safe way, Jane said. Yangqing couldn't think of a better way at the moment. Maybe Xiao Jiqing could really help him. He didn't want too many women to know, but he had no choice but to agree to it. But he made up his mind that unless he thought it was foolproof, he wouldn't drag the women down with him. After discussing with Jane, Yangqing made a trip to the Kai family. Although Kai Ning and Choi Yun weren't around, as a son-in-law, Yangqing still had to put on a show and send some gifts. Moreover, Cai Yunqing had helped a lot and was always on the side of the Yang family. Since Cai Yunqing lied to Jiang Shan that both of his daughters were out on missions, Jiang Shan couldn't do anything. When she saw Yangqing, she asked Yangqing to persuade Cai Yunqing not to let her daughters go out so often. Yangqing could only agree on the surface, but he was a little embarrassed. In fact, it was him who arranged for her daughters to go overseas. Originally, Choi Yan was in Zhonghai. But after quitting her job, she was bored and went to the Mediterranean to accompany her sister and focus on cultivation. After being dragged by Jiang Shan for a long time, Yangqing finally managed to escape. He brought Lan Lan back to Zhonghai by plane. Lan Lan was a little disappointed that she couldn't fly in the sky and asked Yangqing why he didn't fly around with her as before. Yangqing smiled helplessly. He didn't think it was slow to take a plane, but he couldn't use the law of space just to hurry. This kind of thing that broke the covenant, he didn't have the cultivation to use now. On the first day of the new year, Zhonghai was still in a festive atmosphere. Although the temperature was low, it was a sunny day, which eased the pressure of people visiting relatives and friends. This was the first Chinese New Year since Old Li and his wife moved into the new house. Now they had a house, a ticket, and their daughter had a promising future. Although their son-in-law was not very pure, he could buy a million-yuan car. The old couple was full of confidence. They hoped to show off in front of some relatives who looked down on them in the past. Therefore, Old Li and his wife made an agreement with their relatives in the suburbs of Zhonghai very early on that they would go back to their hometown on the first day of the new year and live for 2 days to reminisce and see some old people. Li Jingjing originally wanted to take advantage of these leisurely days of the new year to practice, and then get together with Xia Qiqing, Anqin, and other girls. But she still had to satisfy her parents' little wish, so she agreed to drive them back to their hometown. The family of 3 carried a variety of gifts, talked and laughed as they went downstairs and walked to the parking lot. Looking at the brand new fiery red Mercedes-Benz, Motherly said happily, "I didn't expect that one day our family would be able to sit in a Mercedes-Benz. Our Jingjing is promising." "What do you mean Jingjing is promising?" "That's little Yang's ability." Old Li smiled and put the gift boxes into the trunk of the car. "What do you know, a woman's promising is to find a good man. If our Jingjing is not attractive, how can she catch a good son-in-law?" "Hee, that's true, but it's also fate. There are many good-looking girls on the street. How could our Jingjing meet one?" "It's fate." Li Jingjing's face was flushed red by her parents' words. Although what they said was indeed the truth, it was still too explicit. After the family put the things away, Old Li and his wife sat in the back seat, and Li Jingjing drove out of the neighborhood. But just as she drove on the main road, a large black Ford SUV suddenly appeared in front of her, standing in the middle of the road, blocking the way. Li Jingjing frowned slightly. After stopping the car, she pressed the horn and signaled to move to the side, but the Ford didn't move at all. Suddenly, 4 burly men holding steel bars in their hands, dressed in black coats, walked out of the car. They were all wearing sunglasses and looked fierce. Li Jingjing thought it was bad, and quickly turned around and shouted at Old Li and his wife, "Dad! Get out of the car!" But the big men didn't give the panicked Old Li and his wife time to get out of the car and had already rushed to the side of the car. After the leading man in black grinned, the steel bar in his hand had already smashed on the brand new Mercedes-Benz. Bang! With a heavy sound, the front cover of the car was dented, and a large piece of the red paint was scraped off. Li Jingjing in the car was pale, and her beautiful face lost its color. Old Li and his wife were scared, and their faces were livid. Immediately afterward, several other big men also waved the steel bars in their hands and smashed them on the roof, front cover, back cover, door, and other parts of the car. The sound of bang 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 was endless, and it almost shattered people's eardrums. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the car began to be dented, twisted, and deformed. A good new car turned into a pile of scrap iron in the blink of an eye. When the front cover of the car was lifted, the engine was also destroyed. Sparks burst directly, and the engine stalled. It was scrapped. Li Jingjing didn't know when her eyes turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She didn't feel distressed because of the money. This was a gift from Yangqing. She wanted to cherish it, but it had only been 2 days, and it was smashed by a group of barbaric men like this. A mixture of regret, grievance, and anger made her delicate body tremble. The car window had already been shattered by the earthquake, and the car was full of glass debris. Even Oldley and his wife's hands and faces had been cut. Oldley and his wife had been submissive for too many days in their lives. Although they were full of doubts and anger, they didn't dare to make a sound. They hugged each other, for fear of being dragged out and beaten. Li Jingjing was distressed, and pushed the twisted door open. The woman's strength was no longer the same as before because she had practiced internal force. "Who are you? Why did you smash our car?" Li Jingjing almost screamed as she asked. The leader of the black-clothed man sneered, and with a steel bar on his shoulder, he jokingly said, "Little girl, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for hooking up with a man you shouldn't hook up with, and provoking a woman you shouldn't provoke. Our Lady said, if you are involved with Bureau Chief Meng again, next time, let us brothers, not smash your car, but... Do you?" Li Jingjing's mind suddenly remembered that she met Meng Zhixin's mother after work that day, the enchanting Lady Zhongling. She seemed to understand something. In anger, she looked back at Oldley and his wife in the car, and saw that there was blood on her parents' faces and hands from the broken glass. A feeling of humiliation made her clench her fists, and her eyes were sparkling. She said resolutely, "You guys are too much. If you have something to do, come at me. What's the big deal about hurting my parents? Haha. Little girl, you have guts. I have smashed a lot of cars over the years. It's rare to see a little girl like you who has the guts to challenge me. Unfortunately, it's useless even if you shout. Today, the task I took is to smash the car. Next time I want to do you, I will listen to you shout again." The man smiled evilly, and the other 3 followers also grinned, revealing evil smiles. Li Jingjing's face was red, and she hurriedly took out her phone from her coat pocket and called the police. "Yo! You still want to call the police? Little girl, if we were afraid of you calling the police, why would we come to smash the car in broad daylight? Is your brain filled with water?" The big man sneered, turned back to call his brothers, and slowly walked back to the ford. Although Li Jingjing had been training for a period of time, and if she forced herself to fight, even if she didn't have any moves, she might still be able to beat these strong men. However, this woman had been a good girl for more than 20 years, and she never thought of using violence to solve violence. Therefore, despite the ridicule of this group of people, Li Jingjing still called the police. As soon as the call was connected, Li Jingjing quickly explained the situation. The police asked for the license plate of the other party's car, and Li Jingjing told them the truth. Then, the police asked Li Jingjing's family to wait at the door, and they would send someone over immediately. Although the Ford had already driven away, Li Jingjing could do nothing about it. She could only wait patiently for the police to deal with it and collect evidence. After the phone call, Li Jingjing quickly rushed to the side of the car, opened the back door, and let Oldley and his wife out. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" Li Jingjing looked ashamed. After all, she was the one who provoked this group of bandits. She really couldn't figure out what this director Meng's family was doing. Why would they send such people over? Oldley and his wife were so scared that their faces were still green, indicating that they were fine. Wiping the blood on his face caused by the glass shards, Oldley gasped and said, "Jingjing, what the hell are those people doing? Who did you provoke outside?" Li Jingjing shook her head, "I don't know either. Let's wait for the police to come and see how they investigate." She didn't want her parents to know that this matter involved the leaders of the Education Bureau, lest they would be more worried. "Sigh, this is only the first day of the new year, and we've already encountered this kind of thing. Husband, call back home and say that something urgent happened, we can't go back." "Will that work? Will they think that we were bragging before?" Motherly said unhappily. "You're still talking about this at a time like this. The 3 of us almost lost our lives just now." Oldley blew his beard and glared angrily. Motherly broke out in a cold sweat again and quickly ran upstairs to make a phone call. After his wife left, Oldley whispered to Li Jingjing, "Daughter, tell Dad, does this have anything to do with little Yang? Could it be that the woman and his family sent them?" "Dad, what are you thinking about?" Sister Ruashi isn't that kind of person. This has nothing to do with Yangqing, Li Jingjing immediately rejected. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. How are you going to deal with it? Aren't you just a small cadre in the education bureau? How could you have the face to care about such things? Don't think that I don't know anything. You, hurry up and call little Yang and let him host it. I'm only on Qin, Old Li said seriously. Yangqing is in Beijing. It's the first day of the new year, so he must be very busy. But they can't just ignore our family's affairs, can they? The car has already been smashed, next time it will be smashing people. Old Li said loudly. Li Jingjing bit her lips. She wanted to tell Yangqing about her grievances, but she was afraid that Yangqing might misunderstand her relationship with Meng Zhixin. Furthermore, Yangqing had just given her a Mercedes-Benz, and it was smashed. Within 2 days. She felt embarrassed to meet him. Seeing his daughter's struggle, Old Li persuaded, I know that you're stubborn, and you don't like to trouble little Yang. But sometimes, girls shouldn't be too concerned about face. The more you don't say anything, the more angry little Yang will be when he finds out. Because you don't trust him enough, it's doubting him. Believe me, I've been with him for more than half a year, I know his character. He's not that kind of man, I know that very well. Li Jingjing nodded. After thinking about what to say, she called Yangqing. However, she soon realized that the call could not be connected. Li Jingjing was slightly disappointed and said, Yangqing turned off his phone. Maybe something happened. Old Li showed a trace of worry, then we'll call later, wait for the police to come. The father and daughter of the Li family naturally didn't expect that Yangqing had just boarded the plane, and before takeoff, he had turned off his phone in a very well-behaved manner. At this time, thousands of meters in the air, sitting side by side with the chubby little girl in the first-class cabin, the father and daughter began to sleep soundly. A beautiful first-class stewardess quietly took out her camera at this time and took photos of Lan Lan, just because the chubby little girl's sleeping appearance was too pleasing. However, after Yangqing noticed this, he was unhappy. He reached out to the stewardess who was taking photos, as if asking for something. The stewardess smiled awkwardly, I'm sorry, sir, did I disturb you? What do you need? What else can it be? Of course, it's money. How can I take photos of my daughter for free? I have to pay to see orangutans and elephants in the zoo to take photos. My daughter is a living beauty, Yangqing said seriously. The stewardess felt like she had seen a ghost, and secretly cursed, there's actually such a scoundrel sitting in the first-class cabin? As a father, he should be thankful that he has such a cute daughter. But as a professional stewardess, she couldn't show any dissatisfaction. She silently gave some fruits and snacks to Yangqing and pretended that nothing happened. However, she was too embarrassed to take photos again. After smelling the delicious food, Lan Lan seemed to be stimulated by something. She quickly woke up from her sleep and ate all the food that the stewardess brought for Yangqing. Then, she opened her big watery eyes and looked at the stewardess pitifully. The stewardess had no way to deal with this irresistible naivety. She was surprised by the little girl's appetite, and fortunately, the food supply in the first-class cabin was sufficient. She brought more fruits and airline meals for Lan Lan, and also a bottle of juice. Lan Lan happily bit the cake while asking Yangqing, Dad, are we going to find Mom? Yangqing, who was biting a piece of orange, had a stiff expression on his face. He reached out to touch his daughter's head and said with a smile, Mom and Dad quarreled and quarreled. In a few days, Dad will go and persuade Mom. Little fat girl, be good, Mom will be back soon. Then can Lan Lan not sleep with Mom anymore? The chubby girl blinked and asked. Of course, your mom won't even let us in now. Yangqing revealed a distressed expression. Lan Lan suddenly licked her pink tongue, then can Lan Lan sleep with Aunt Qianni? Yangqing couldn't help but smile and pinch the child's nose, you little traitor, you want to abandon your mother so soon? You even picked Aunt Qianni. What, do you like her a lot? Lan Lan said with a serious face, Grandma said that children don't need to worry about adults' matters. As long as they are obedient, they will have good food to eat. Aunt Qianni's cooking is delicious. Yangqing immediately understood that she had taken a fancy to Imo Qianni's cooking. What a good daughter. However, it was true that among his women, only Imo Qianni and Li Jingjing's cooking was more outstanding. Otherwise, why would the children of poor families take charge of the household early? Originally, he was thinking about where Lan Lan would live after returning to Zhonghai. This time, he didn't have to think too much about it. He would let Mo Qianni take care of Lan Lan for the time being. When she went to work during the day, Minwan would take care of her. Before returning to Zhonghai, Yangqing had already called Minwan and asked her to pack up her things and prepare to move out. After all, he and Lin Ruoxi had quarreled to this point, which couldn't be settled in a short time. It was better for Minwan to move out and take care of Lan Lan. In fact, if he lived in Mo Qianni's house, it was equal to showing off his love with other women under the eyes of Lin Ruoxi. At first, Yangqing didn't think it was appropriate, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing to avoid. He couldn't ignore the existence of the women. Even if he wanted to know why Lin Ruoxi quarreled with him, he should be honest about everything. There was nothing to hide. A few hours later, Yangqing and Lan Lan got off the plane. Sitting in the BMW parked in the parking lot, Yangqing directly rushed back to the courtyard in the western suburbs. On the way, he remembered that he had to call Minwan and Mo Qianni. Just as he turned on his phone, Yangqing suddenly saw that there were several calls from Li Jingjing. Thinking that Li Jingjing might be looking for him, Yangqing called back, but soon heard the voice of the phone being turned off. Yangqing hesitated for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. Li Jingjing was a public official, so it was reasonable to say that she wouldn't turn off her phone in broad daylight. Thus, he found old Li's house number and called. When the call connected, just as Yangqing spoke, he was interrupted by old Li, who was on the other end of the line. "Little Yang. Where have you been? Jingjing called you so many times, but you couldn't get through. Quickly think of a way to save Jingjing. She was taken to the police station by those sons of B** cheese." Yang Cheng's mind buzzed and he almost couldn't react. Why was Li Jingjing suddenly in the police station? "Old Li, slow down. What happened?" Yang Cheng frowned. Old Li rambled on until he finally got the gist of what had happened. It turned out that after Li Jingjing called the police only sent a few officers over half an hour later and asked her to repeat the incident. After Li Jingjing told them the truth, the police took her to the police station with the excuse of cooperating with the investigation. However, after more than an hour, Li Jingjing still didn't come back. Old Li called her phone, but it was turned off. Later, when he called the police station, they said they didn't know anything about it. It was as if Li Jingjing had disappeared into thin air. Yangqing didn't want to listen any further. He said, "I'll handle it, don't worry," and hung up. Although he was in a hurry to get to the West City police station, Yangqing felt that it wasn't appropriate to break into the police station when he saw his daughter sitting in the passenger seat. Moreover, it might be too slow to get there now. After some thought, Yangqing dialed Li Dun's number. Li Dun quickly picked up the phone. There were all kinds of rough shouts coming from the other side. It seemed like they were drinking and socializing. "Hey! Old Yang! Why did you call me when you're free? Xianxia just asked me if I wanted to visit you at the Yang family. I said it's not appropriate to give gifts. Why don't you come over and have a drink? F***ck off. You think I don't know how stingy you are? I'm in Zhonghai and I need to talk to you about something." Li Dun seemed to be tipsy and burped. "I'm drinking with my brothers in the army in Beijing." "You're in Zhonghai? Why did you suddenly come back to Zhonghai? Not visiting relatives anymore?" Yangqing said, "One of my women was arrested by the Zhonghai West City police station, and now they say they didn't arrest this person. I know that the security department is on this line, and I don't want to tear down the police station again. Can you help me send a reliable person to bring her out safely?" Others might not know, but Yangqing had found out from a private conversation with Li Dun that Li Dun was not only a special forces officer, but also the youngest deputy minister of the Ministry of State Security. Due to the special nature of the Ministry of State Security, apart from Li Moshen's identity as the deputy prime minister and minister, several other senior officials were kept secret. Li Dun immediately sobered up a little and said in surprise, "The South is really a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Who in Zhonghai would dare to kidnap your woman? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and call for help." Yang Cheng's heart was stifled. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Dun chuckled and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Zhonghai West City Police Station, Chief's office. A slightly chubby man in his 50s was sitting on a big leather chair, smoking a cigarette in one hand and holding a newspaper in the other. It was the newly appointed chief, Zhao Baogua. He was transferred here from another province after Choi Yun's departure. Zhao Baogua was 57 this year and would retire in a few more years. He was experienced and knew the temperament of people from all walks of life. He could also control the complicated relationship in the Zhonghai branch. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so it wasn't his turn to be on duty. But these years, the higher-ups were very strict and couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Especially during the Lunar New Year, it was easy for criminals to take advantage of the loopholes. Therefore, there weren't many people in the police station on holidays. They could only visit their relatives and friends during lunch breaks. Zhao Baogua knew that if something happened, he would be in danger in his old age. Therefore, he stayed in the police station obediently. After all, there weren't many things that required his decision. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Zhao Baogua put down the newspaper and flicked the ash on the cigarette butt. The person who walked in the door was a strong man in a police uniform. He looked to be in his early 30s, with short hair and a clean-shaven beard. He had a broad forehead, handsome eyebrows, a dignified appearance, and a bit elegant. "Oh, Deputy Chief Jiang, you came to work today? Happy New Year, what's the matter?" Zhao Baogua greeted him with a smile, and the information about the young police officer in front of him flashed in his mind. Jiang Xiaobai, a native of Dongdong Province, 32 years old, has been the deputy chief of the Zhonghai West City Police Station for 3 years. He could be said to be young and promising. Most likely, in 2 or 3 years, he would be promoted to the position of chief. Not everyone had a general father with real power like Choi Yun, and she was also the daughter of a second-tier family in Yanjing. It was not by chance that Jiang Xiaobai, who had no background, could get to where he was today. He must have his outstanding ability. After being transferred back to Zhonghai, Zhao Baogua didn't have much contact with Jiang Xiaobai. He only knew that Jiang Xiaobai was a low-key person. He usually dealt with some civil work in the police station, and his relationship with his colleagues was very harmonious. Jiang Xiaobai said with his usual gentle smile, "Chief Zhao, I want to ask if the bureau has arrested a young lady named Li Jingjing. She is a member of the Higher Education Department of the Zhonghai Education Bureau." Zhao Baogua frowned slightly, lowered his head and took a puff of his cigarette, then flicked the ash, and said, "Xiaobai, let me call you that, it's more intimate. Why do you suddenly ask about such a thing?" "Chief Zhao, I received a call saying that after such a young lady was pulled into the bureau, she was suddenly arrested and there was no news of her. I want to confirm that this is not groundless. Chief Zhao, I think you also know that our police station needs a transparent and open system, not some shady business of randomly recording illegal records." Zhao Baogua's face sank slightly. Li Jingjing's matter was indeed instigated by him behind the scenes, but the person who entrusted it had a great background. He had to accept it for the sake of his old age. He didn't put a mere member of the Education Bureau in his eyes. What kind of family and origin did the other party have? Not to mention letting him train this woman for a few days, even if they secretly killed her, the police wouldn't dare to do anything to them. At most, it would be handed over to the higher-ups to negotiate. "Xiaobai, did you receive a call from the masses? You are still young, and it's good to have the intention to work hard and make progress. After I retire in 2 years, the position of the director will be yours sooner or later. Young man, you have to know how to endure. In your current situation, it's better to avoid trouble. It's obvious that you are being used as a gun by others, so don't get involved." Zhao Baogua pinched the cigarette butt and waved his other hand, indicating that Jiang Xiaobai could go out. Jiang Xiaobai's face showed a trace of hesitation, and he stood in place without saying a word. Zhao Baogua thought he was afraid of him and smiled slightly. His experience told him that the young people in this kind of organization would shrink back when they talked about the future. But he guessed wrong this time. Jiang Xiaobai was just not sure whether Zhao Baogua had caught this person or not. If he really didn't catch this person, then it was not worth it for him to reveal his true identity this time to force Zhao Baogua to tell the truth. But after thinking about it, Jiang Xiaobai still silently took out a black leather cover certificate from his coat pocket and slowly placed it on Zhao Baoguo's desk. Director, the higher-ups have issued a death order. There must be an answer. I think you'd better tell me the truth. Jiang Xiaobai still smiled shyly. Zhao Baoguo couldn't react for a while and picked up the black book lightly, but when he looked at it with his presbyopia, his eyes widened in disbelief. With a slightly trembling hand, he took the presbyopia glasses and put them on. Zhao Baoguo saw clearly that this was indeed the certificate he hadn't seen for many years. Ministry of State Security? Opening the content inside, it was Jiang Xiaobai's photo and identity. Zhao Baoguo suddenly realized that no wonder this young man was so low-key but got the position of deputy director. He was actually an undercover character placed in the Zhonghai police force. In fact, Zhao Baoguo still underestimated Jiang Xiaobai. As one of the trusted aides of the Li family in the south and focused on training, Jiang Xiaobai could mobilize the armed police and special forces stationed in Zhonghai at any time. At the same time, he had military rank and police rank. He was much more domineering than Zhao Baoguo. Without waiting for Zhao Baoguo to recover, Jiang Xiaobai had already taken back the certificate and asked with a smile, "Director, is there any problem with my certificate?" "No, this is definitely not a problem. Even if I'm blind, I wouldn't dare to make a mistake." Zhao Baoguo smiled. "Then may I ask, has Miss Li Jingjing been arrested?" Zhao Baoguo was glad that he was sitting in a chair, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Fortunately, his attitude was not bad. He wiped his cold sweat and smiled stiffly. "Xiaobai." "Oh no, Deputy Director Jiang, this woman was indeed arrested, but she is no longer in the station." A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaobai came out of Zhao Baoguo's office and his face was a little ugly because the complexity of this matter exceeded his expectations. If it was an ordinary civil dispute, Jiang Xiaobai could use some of the power given to him by the National Security Bureau to solve it quietly. But this time, it involved a family that the National Security Bureau had to treat with caution. Meng family. Jiang Xiaobai felt that he couldn't make the decision on this matter. It might even involve the stability of the country. He, a trusted official of the Li family, didn't have the ability to provoke such a giant crocodile. After returning to the office, Jiang Xiaobai deliberated over his words and called Li Dun back. "Vice Minister, it's me." Li Dun replied vaguely, "I know it's you, what's wrong?" "Is it done?" Jiang Xiaobai said cautiously, "Deputy Minister, I understand the situation. This matter involves the Meng family in Huazhong. It was the woman named Li Jingjing who provoked Zhang Ling, the wife of Meng Qin, the director of the Environmental Protection Department of Zhonghai City." Li Dun pondered for a while and said, "That Meng Qin is Meng Kaiyuan's son?" "That's right, he's Meng Kaiyuan's second son and the current second-in-line successor of the Meng family. Although his influence in the family is not as good as his brother Meng Ke, he is still a disciple of the Meng family's main sect and must not be underestimated," Jiang Xiaobai said. Li Dun thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Have you rescued the woman named Li Jingjing?" Jiang Xiaobai hesitated and said, "Not yet. I heard from Director Zhao that she was imprisoned in the detention center on the outskirts of the city. That Zhang Ling wants her to undergo a few days of labor education." "What? Detention center? Damn it. Did that woman commit a crime?" "He wasn't a criminal, nor was he a suspect. What right did he have to lock him up in the detention center? Does he not want the black hat on his head anymore?" Young Master Li was furious on the phone. Jiang Xiaobai was covered in cold sweat. "Deputy Minister, please calm down. I'll bring someone to bring Miss Li out." Li Dun scolded, "Jiang Xiaobai, you pig brain. I'm telling you, if something happens to this woman, even I can't protect you. Do you know who her man is? Let me tell you, if that woman is fine, then you will have pierced the sky. Nothing will happen to you. If anything happens to that woman, not to mention you, that bullshit Meng family will also have to bear the consequences." Jiang Xiaobai was almost scared silly. Who in Huaxia could make the Meng family unable to bear it? Even one of the four major families in Yanjing couldn't confront the Meng family head-on. Unless the central government is determined, the key is that the number one official has strict requirements. Only then can the state machine spend a lot of money to get rid of the Meng family. But if there were not enough benefits in return, would the number one chief be so crazy as to make a decision that would affect the whole situation? In the face of the country's overall interests, no matter how evil or ugly the matter was, they had to prioritize the overall interests. But Jiang Xiaobai couldn't think too much at this time. He knew that if he didn't do as young Master Li asked, he wouldn't have to wait for the Meng family to do anything. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to hang up the phone, Li Dun stopped him again and said, "Before you go to the detention center, call a man's phone, which is the woman's lover. He asked me to do it. It is necessary to let him know the whole story. You go to the detention center with him and tell him that you are my man. If something happens, you don't have to care about anything else. Just stand by his side. Remember, everything else is fake. Do something for him and you will be safe." Jiang Xiaobai was confused again, but he still wrote down the mobile phone number. Before he set off, Jiang Xiaobai felt that something was wrong. What kind of person could make young Master Li pay so much attention to him? Don't be rude. So, Jiang Xiaobai cautiously went online, entered the National Security Bureau's system, entered the mobile phone number, and investigated the identity of the owner of the number. When he found the corresponding name, Jiang Xiaobai's jaw gradually became unable to close. When Yangqing sent Lan Lan to the courtyard in the western suburbs, Mo Qianni was already waiting with Min Wan. Mo Qianni knew that Lin Ruoxi suddenly flew back to Zhonghai at night and realized that the situation was not good. Sure enough, Yang Cheng's phone call later confirmed this. She didn't expect the couple to quarrel to such an extent during the new year. Although Mo Qianni had long noticed that Hui Lin liked Yang Cheng, she didn't expect it to really happen, but she didn't think much about it. She was just puzzled that Lin Ruoxi really wanted to make such a big fuss. In Mo Qianni's opinion, this was not in line with Lin Ruoxi's temperament at all. Lin Ruoxi was not the kind of woman who couldn't bear it. She should know that if she divorced Yangqing in front of everyone, even the Yang family would lose face, and there would be many obstacles for them to reconcile. Did Lin Ruoxi really want to give up this marriage? Thinking of this, Mo Qianni surprisingly didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt very uneasy and worried. When Yangqing took Lanlan's little hand and entered the door, Mo Qianni gave the man a complicated look and bent down to pick up Lanlan. "Aunt Qianni, Lanlan is hungry." The chubby little girl hooked her arm around the woman's neck and said expectantly. When Mo Qianni saw this little guy, she showed a gentle smile. Didn't Lanlan have lunch? She had already learned that Lanlan was Yang Cheng's biological daughter. She was surprised and loved her more and more. Still hungry? You ate an airline meal for 5 people on the plane. If you eat more, you'll really become a little fat pig. Yangqing pinched his daughter's face. Eat after dinner, go take a nap first. Yangqing called Min Wan over and said, "Min Wan, you can continue to take care of Lanlan for the next few days. You can stay with Qianni. For the time being." Min Wan didn't dare to approach. The woman asked with shame, "Mr. Yang, is it because of me? If I told you earlier, would it not be like this?" Yangqing thought to himself, how could it be so simple? I still don't know the situation. Don't think too much, this is our business. You just need to take good care of Lanlan and tell Qianni about all the expenses. Yangqing turned to Mo Qianni and said, "Arrange for Lanlan. She said that she likes to be with you, so I'll let her like it." As he said, Yangqing took out a credit card and handed it to Mo Qianni. There should be tens of millions in this. Deduct Lanlan's daily expenses from this, but don't listen to her spending messy money. Eat good food, drink, and next semester's tuition should be enough. No matter how rich you are, you can't spoil your child. Mo Qianni shook her head and refused. She didn't want to accept it. I know what I'm doing. There's no need for this money. Although I'm not as rich as Ruoxi, it's not a problem to raise Lanlan. Yangqing smiled bitterly and blushed. I'm not saying that you don't have money. It's just that since Lanlan was born, I haven't done much to fulfill my responsibility. I hope to do more for her. Money is a small matter, don't bother with me as her father. Mo Qianni could hear the bitterness in Yang Cheng's words. She sighed and took the credit card silently. Although it was a huge sum of tens of millions, after being with Yang Cheng for a long time, money really became a small matter. I still have something to do, I'll be back tonight. Yang Cheng hadn't received any news from Li Jingjing yet, so he planned to go to the police station in person. Mo Chenni didn't ask much and went upstairs to rest with Lan Lan in her arms. In fact, the chubby little girl was about to fall asleep at this time. She didn't forget about practicing. Yangqing went out and just drove out of the western suburbs courtyard. He received a strange call. As soon as he answered, the other side was a gentle man's voice. "Is this Mr. Yangqing?" Who are you?" Yangqing felt that the soft voice sounded a little weird. "I was entrusted by Deputy Minister Li to serve you, Jiang Xiaobai, the Deputy Director of the Western City Police Station. I want to tell you about Miss Li Jingjing's situation." Jiang Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. This was a tough character who had killed the shortest-lived Director Liu of the Western District Police Station. But in contrast, he was more excited. Jiang Xiaobai knew that if he could build a good relationship with the young master of the Yang family, he would have a huge capital for promotion in the future. "Oh, so it's the Ministry of Security? You guys are not efficient. Did you bring my woman out?" Yangqing only thought that the problem had been solved. Jiang Xiaobai blushed with shame and said, "Mr. Yang, please calm down. I haven't been able to bring Miss Li out for the time being. I just found out that she was sent to the labor camp in the northern suburbs. I don't want to hide it from you. I want to investigate it with you." The moment Yangqing heard the words labor camp, his hand tightened and he almost crushed his phone. His face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He whispered, "You wait at the exit of the North Ring Road. I will drive over to meet you. You lead the way." Jiang Xiaobai shivered all over and immediately agreed. In fact, he was already sitting in the car, waiting for Yangqing to speak. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. Yangqing drove very fast. When he arrived at the agreed intersection, he directly pressed the horn and asked Jiang Xiaobai to lead the way. He also kept pressing the horn to urge Jiang Xiaobai to overtake and exceed the speed limit. Jiang Xiaobai was usually low-key. This time, he turned on the siren and rushed to the labor camp, which was unprecedented, but thinking of who was driving behind, he had to bite the bullet. After arriving at the labor camp on the edge of a small town in a remote location, Yangqing got out of the car and walked to the gate without saying a word. Jiang Xiaobai caught up with him with a briefcase in his arms. Although he knew what Yangqing looked like before, looking at him up close, this man, who was not tall or handsome, was really nothing special. However, the aura faintly exuded from Yangqing made his bones tingle all over his body. He had also received special training and knew that people with this kind of aura most likely had blood on their hands. When they came to the gate, two guards immediately stopped the two. Jiang Xiaobai was afraid of provoking the person next to him, so he quickly took out his ID and said, "Director Zhao greeted me before. I am Deputy Director Jiang Xiaobai." The two guards actually didn't hear anything, but the ID was correct, so they didn't dare to stop them. Yangqing walked into the center expressionlessly. Jiang Xiaobai didn't dare to make a sound and just led Yangqing to the director's office. The director of this labor camp was surnamed Zhou. Director Zhou had just received a call from Zhao Baogua before, but he didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to come so soon. He was very puzzled. Why did Li Jingjing, who he had specifically wanted to take care of, suddenly want him to withdraw his order? He specifically asked Zhao Baogua if he would take the responsibility, but Zhao Baogua was ambiguous, which made Director Zhou angry. This person was someone that Madame Meng wanted to deal with. If he didn't do it well, he would be implicated. But now, Zhao Baogua said that he can't make a move, but he didn't want to help him. He was in a dilemma. When he saw Jiang Xiaobai entering the door with a strange man, Director Zhou showed a warm smile, stepped forward and shook hands. "Deputy Director Jiang, why did you come here in person?" Jiang Xiaobai introduced Yangqing next to him. "This is Mr. Yang, Miss Li Jingjing's boyfriend. I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding this time. I'm here to take Miss Li away." Director Zhou wondered who this person was. He thought nervously that the person who could be brought by Jiang Xiaobai was definitely not an ordinary person. He definitely couldn't afford to offend him, but he didn't know how Li Jingjing was taken care of. It would be bad if he blamed it on him. However, he was also a quick-witted person and quickly came up with a countermeasure. He smiled warmly and said, "All right, I'll bring the two of you over right away. I was also ordered by my superiors to imprison you. I'm really sorry." While explaining, Director Zhou led the way to the base behind the labor camp. When they came to an independent courtyard, under several tall camphor trees, they finally saw Li Jingjing's figure. But as soon as they saw her, both Jiang Xiaobai and Director Zhou showed embarrassment, and Yang Cheng's expression became more and more gloomy. She saw a middle-aged fat woman in her 40s wearing a uniform. She had thick arms and a thick neck. She was holding a police baton in her hand and was standing next to Li Jingjing arrogantly. She had a fierce expression on her face. Li Jingjing was not doing anything else at this time. She was squatting on the ground, with 7 or 8 large wash basins beside her, scrubbing the dirty clothes inside. It was February, and Zhonghai was still freezing in the morning. Even in the afternoon, the temperature was only a single digit. Washing clothes with cold water was undoubtedly soaking her hands in ice water. Li Jingjing was wearing a thin green shirt and trousers from the labor camp. She was scrubbing a pair of dirt-stained trousers in the cold wind. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. She was lost in thought and didn't notice that someone had come. "What are you doing? Do you want a man? Rub your hands harder." The woman shouted discontentedly, and was about to hit Li Jingjing's back with the baton. "Stop." Director Zhou's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he immediately shouted. He rushed up and grabbed the baton in the woman's hand, and roared, "Who told you to treat the suspect like this? Who ordered you? Idiot!" While shouting, Director Zhou hit the woman's thigh with the baton, and signaled the woman not to say a word. The woman was aggrieved. "Isn't this what you asked me to do?" But after following her for many years, she quickly understood and stood aside with her head bowed. Li Jingjing raised her head and saw that Yang Qing had stood in front of her. He was expressionless, looking at her with a gloomy face, and there seemed to be black flames dancing in his eyes. The woman was startled. First, she was surprised, and then she felt a strong sense of shame spreading from the bottom of her heart. The tears of grievance, pain, and unwillingness made her delicate body tremble, and she bit her lips without saying a word. "What, don't talk? As soon as I returned to Zhonghai from Yanjing, I came to save you. Shouldn't you be very grateful to me?" Yang Qing asked in a low voice. Li Jingjing didn't answer, and slowly stood up. Her hands were filled with soap water, and she wiped them on her clothes, trying to squeeze out the panic and tension in her heart. She was very afraid, and suddenly did not dare to face the man in front of her, for her cowardice, for her incompetence, for her weakness. Because of the cultivation method given by Yang Qing, the woman was not afraid of this cold at this time, nor was she afraid of ordinary blows, but for some reason, her body was shivering. Jiang Xiaobai on the side asked, "Director Zhou, how did your subordinates do things? Even if they are really suspects, they shouldn't do things like this. This is not labor reform, this is abuse. Are these winter clothes? Can so many clothes be washed by one person? Don't be angry, Deputy Bureau Chief. Don't be angry, sir. I didn't know my men were so daring. I will punish her severely. I will never cover her up." Director Zhou's face was full of guilt, and he turned back to slap the woman with the baton twice, but the strength of the baton didn't work in the end, but the woman's cry of pain was very loud. Director Zhou was also a clever person. In short, he pushed all the blame to his subordinates. As long as he was fine, he could just fire this subordinate and secretly use his relationship to arrange for her to come in. Who would know? Jiang Xiaobai glared at him fiercely, and then euphemistically said to Yang Qing, "Mr. Yang, the person has been found. Why don't we take Miss Li away first? This matter can be discussed in the long run. There are other secrets behind this, I will tell you in detail." Yang Qing ignored him, but suddenly kicked the washtub on the ground. The washtub was torn apart, and the water and clothes were scattered all over the ground, but the scene was dead silent. Li Jingjing was startled, her pretty face turned pale, and she quickly took 2 steps back. "Why don't you speak? When you were in Korea, weren't you very bold? Didn't you dare to call me a beast and say that you dare to face me?" Yang Qing pressed her step by step, and he didn't mean to let her go. Li Jingjing looked sad, and her tears finally began to fall uncontrollably. She shook her head helplessly, choking with sobs and unable to speak. "Li Jingjing, what's wrong with you? Why don't you even dare to look up at my eyes? Do you feel ashamed, or do you resent me for not protecting you well? Yangqing sneered. Did they send a master to arrest you? Did they point a gun at your head? Did you forget what I taught you? Or do you not believe that I can protect you at all? Li Jingjing finally couldn't help shaking her head vigorously. No. Brother Yang, You're just afraid. You think it's wrong to hit people, and you should use legal weapons to protect yourself. You think it's natural for the police to arrest people, and you, a civilian, can't resist. You think your family is very poor, you have parents to take care of, you can't fight against those people, you think I am far away from you, and I may not be able to protect you. Do you think you're still the poor woman whose father sets up a stall on the street, whose mother cooks at home, and who works poor and doesn't know where to go in the future? His impassioned words made Li Jingjing dumbstruck. But Yangqing didn't stop there. He suddenly took a step forward and slapped Li Jingjing's left cheek. Pa! Although he didn't use much strength, the strength was enough to make Li Jingjing's ears ringing, and immediately a red color appeared on her white face. This time, compared to the physical pain, Li Jingjing felt as if an ice cone was piercing her heart, and at this moment, the depths of her fragile soul was about to be broken. The woman covered half of her face, twisting her head in resentment, anger, confusion, and pain. Finally, she gritted her teeth and looked fiercely at Yang Cheng's eyes. However, when Li Jingjing saw Yang Chen's gaze, all her anger vanished without a trace. Because at this moment, in addition to anger, Yang Cheng's eyes also had endless pity and heartache. He hit her, and he was the one who hurt more. Yang Cheng ignored the astonishment of Jiang Xiaobai and the others around him, walked to Director Zhou's side, grabbed the baton, and then placed it in front of Li Jingjing. Take it, Yang Cheng said with a gloomy face. Li Jingjing didn't know what this meant, and looked at the man blankly. Take it. Yang Cheng's tone was heavier, and he shouted. Li Jingjing shivered and immediately went to grab it, for fear that Yang Cheng would slap her again. Yang Cheng pointed to the uniformed woman who stood still and said, Which hand did she use to hit you with the baton just now? You go and break her hand now. Huh? Li Jingjing opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Xiaobai frowned, hesitating whether to persuade him or not. Director Zhou and the woman on the side were anxious. Director Zhou hurriedly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Mr. Yang, we will let her go, you. Yang Cheng suddenly reached out and grabbed Director Zhou's neck, and his whole body was lifted high. In Yang Cheng's hands, Director Zhou's body was struggling in midair, but it was as light as a feather. Li Jingjing, I will say it again, if you don't hit me, then I will strangle this guy now. If you don't hit me, I will kill someone. Yang Cheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. His entire person was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed at any time. Jiang Xiaobai was in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but step forward and said, Mr. Yang, I'm afraid this is not good. If someone dies, it will be a big deal. If the higher-ups investigate. Yang Cheng turned his head and said coldly, Do you want to die too? Jiang Xiaobai's remaining words were all stuck in his throat. He could feel that what Yang Cheng said about killing was not false. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai didn't think that Yang Cheng was the kind of person who really took killing seriously. Based on his experience, this kind of person was the most difficult to deal with, because they did not care about the consequences. If he really angered them, he would kill them first. The woman was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She knelt on the ground and begged, Young master, spare my life. I'm just a nobody. I have a child to raise at home, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Yang Cheng turned a deaf ear, pouted his lips, and continued to say to Li Jingjing, Go, do you want to kill or cripple, you choose. Li Jingjing held the baton in both hands and kept shaking her head. Her hands were trembling. Brother Yang, don't force me, you can't do this. At this moment, the woman seemed to have returned to the time when she was still a college student, so helpless and hesitant, calling a man brother. Yang Cheng didn't listen at all. He slowly increased the strength of his hand. Director Zhou's breathing gradually became hoarse, as if he was going to die at any time. Jiang Xiaobai on the side had his heart beating to his throat. He didn't understand why Yang Cheng had spent so much effort to come here to save people, but he still wanted to play this trick. Li Jingjing finally couldn't stand this kind of mental oppression. She was afraid that Director Zhou would die on the spot, as if she was the one who caused his death. Gritting her teeth, she stepped to the side of the woman. At this time, the woman couldn't wait to stand up and run away, but even the director was held up and couldn't move. If she stood up, she might be beaten to death directly. How could she dare to get up? Li Jingjing could hear her heartbeat and her heavy breathing at this time. She raised the baton and hit the woman's right arm. However, at the moment of hitting, Li Jingjing seemed to be weak. She just scratched it, and it was considered a hit. Not only that, Li Jingjing even squinted her eyes, as if she didn't dare to look. Xianxia suddenly threw Director Zhou to the ground. Ouch! Director Zhou screamed. Although he fell to the mud, he still felt that his bones were about to shatter. Then there was a foot on his neck that stepped on him fiercely. Xianxia stepped on Director Zhou's throat and said with a livid face, "Li Jingjing, you don't seem to understand what I said. I asked you to cripple her hand, not to tickle her. If you do this again, I will crush his neck with my foot." Director Zhou was scared to pee, and suddenly cried and shouted, "Miss! Hit me! I don't want to die." At this time, he didn't care about what was going on. Saving his own life was the right thing to do. What are you hesitating for? You won't be the first person this woman hits, but maybe the last one. If you let her go today, she will beat up people who come here in the future. She did all this very skillfully. Obviously, in this place, she had abused many suspects, and even many of them just to help some so-called big shots deal with some ordinary people. Evil officials are sometimes more terrible than corrupt officials, because they rely on their master's power and have no bottom line at all. They vent their anger on others. Do you think she deserves your sympathy? Xianxia sneered. Li Jingjing's mind was in a mess, and she was about to collapse. Seeing that Director Zhou's face had turned red, she finally swung the baton and smashed it on the woman's right arm. Ow! The woman screamed, hugged her right arm, and fell to the ground and rolled. My hand is broken. Ah! It hurts. But how could such a play fool Xianxia? Xianxia sneered and said, "She is acting, you continue to hit until you interrupt her." Li Jingjing's eyes were red and full of tears, but she couldn't care too much, and continued to smash the woman's right arm with the baton. Although she didn't use her internal force, after so many medicinal pills and the growth of her internal force, her physique was also far better than ordinary people. In fact, if she really wanted to fight, it would be effortless, and her strength was great. The woman tried to block it, but in this way, Li Jingjing hit more parts of her body. In less than 10 seconds, the woman's body was already bruised all over, and her screams were endless, and she cried loudly. Jiang Xiaobai frowned, but when he looked at Xianxia on the side, he didn't feel any change in his expression at all. Li Jingjing continued to beat like this, and gradually seemed to be unable to control it. The anger in her heart gradually spurted out, and the strength of her hands became greater and greater. Crack! With a cracking sound, the woman's right arm was finally broken by Li Jingjing. The woman rolled her eyes in pain and fainted directly. Li Jingjing's body stiffened. After realizing that she had completed the task, the baton in her hand slipped instantly, and she staggered back a step. Her face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down. She gasped, as if she couldn't believe that she had just done such a tyrannical thing. Xianxia let go of Director Zhou at this moment, walked slowly to the woman, put his hands on the woman's soft shoulders, and let her look at him. Li Jingjing turned back and looked at Xianxia timidly. At this time, the man made her feel a sense of fear and strangeness. See, as long as you pick up the baton and hit her, some seemingly fierce people are actually so weak and incompetent. Li Jingjing sobbed, unable to speak. Xianxia suddenly bowed his head and kissed the woman's cold thin lips with tears. Li Jingjing's eyes widened, feeling the man's hot breath, and the domineering tongue entered and stirred, making her feel a kind of fiery affection in shame and indignation. This kind of love and affection made her body, which was still cold just now, gradually recover its temperature. The trembling of her body also eased, and her heart gradually calmed down. After a wet kiss that lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, Xianxia let go of the woman. Li Jingjing's face was flushed at this time, and her eyes were a little dazed. Xianxia gently stroked Li Jingjing's messy hair with his hand, held the woman's beautiful face, and said with complex emotions, "Li Jingjing, being my woman is not so simple. You must learn to arm yourself, and you must be more fierce than the enemy who tries to hurt you. Remember, when a person understands what real resistance is, no matter how ordinary his identity is, how small his strength is, he is no longer humble. Li Jingjing's eyes gradually became bright and glowed with brilliance, as if a door was quietly opening. After seeming to understand something, the woman nodded meekly but resolutely, thoughtfully. Jiang Xiaobai, who was standing behind, showed a trace of emotion. Looking at Yang Cheng's back, he seemed to have some enlightenment and became a little more serious. He knew that there was a mess to clean up at the moment. Director Zhou had to use his relationship to suppress the woman's mouth, and Zhao Baogua also had to give an explanation to let him deal with the Meng family. But for some reason, Jiang Xiaobai felt that this task was worth it, and he felt that he had also benefited a lot. After Li Jingjing finished changing her clothes, Yang Qing left the labor camp with the woman and told Old Li and his wife that their daughter was fine and asked them to stay in Anqin. After Jiang Xiaobai made a few phone calls, things were roughly settled, but he knew that the Meng family's matter would not be so easy to solve, and Yang Qing obviously had the intention to pursue the matter, so he still went with Yang Qing. After returning to the city, he found a secluded tea house and sat down to chat. Because during the spring festival, the tea house was deserted. After the waiter served tea and dried fruits, the atmosphere calmed down. Li Jingjing learned that this was the deputy director of the police station, who was also sent by Yang Cheng's friend, and immediately thanked Jiang Xiaobai very seriously. Her mood had stabilized and she was very sober. Yang Cheng drank a few mouthfuls of tea and threw a few cashews into his mouth. There was no longer the hostility just now, and he looked like a common person. This sharp contrast made Jiang Xiaobai a little stunned. Okay, tell me, who did this? Yang Qing asked. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Li Jingjing, sorted out his thoughts, and roughly described the matter. Generally speaking, Zhang Ling secretly used her position in the Meng family to arrest Li Jingjing in revenge. When Li Jingjing heard the name Zhang Ling, she said with shame and anger, "Isn't she the mother of Deputy Director Meng? I have nothing to do with Deputy Director Meng at all. Why is she so sure that I seduced her son?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "I don't know. I only know that Zhang Ling is the second wife of Meng Qin, the head of the Environmental Protection Department, and not Meng Zhixin's biological mother. The head of the Environmental Protection Department is not enough for your national security to expose you as an undercover agent. The Meng family should be more than this," Yang Qing inferred. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. He finally asked this question. He looked around to make sure that there was no one nearby, then solemnly said, "The Meng family has a long history, dating back to the Qing dynasty. It was a gang family that was split from the Qing gang. The Meng clan was now one of the largest gangs within the borders of Huaxia. The leader of the Huanan gang, Meng Kaiyuan, was Meng Qin's father. Meng Qin has an elder brother, Meng Kai, who is the second son. As the Huanan gang has been entering the political scene, he is a representative figure. Meng Zhixin is the second son and is also one of the younger generation who is involved in the political scene. His wife, Zhang Ling, is also not simple. She is the daughter of Zhang Yun, the head of the Golden Jade Hall of the Huanan gang, so even if she married Meng Qin, her status is not ordinary. From the late Qing dynasty to the present era, the Meng family has been entrenched in the 4 provinces of the Central Plains for more than 100 years. They are deeply rooted. Whether it is economic or political, they have a large number of contacts, so the central government does not dare to act rashly. In recent years, the leaders have been treating them with a soft policy. The Meng family also knows that it is definitely not as overbearing as the state machine, so they have been doing their part and not doing anything out of line. The largest legitimate industry of the Meng family is Huazhong industry. In recent years, whenever there is a flood, drought or earthquake disaster, they have donated a large sum of money. They also sent their logistics company to deliver supplies. Many places have a prominent reputation and excellent reputation. I heard that Meng Kaiyuan and several military generals with real power in the Central Plains are also close friends, because they have been friends since the revolutionary era. I don't know these things at my level. Yang Chen's expression didn't change as he muttered to himself for a moment. I'm not familiar with some of the gangs in the country, just tell me, compared to Beijing's Azure Dragon Society, Zhonghai's Red Thorn Society, what level is this Huanan gang at? Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Yang, with all due respect, there is no comparison at all. Oh? Whether it is the Azure Dragon Society or the Red Thorns Society, they are just gangs. Although they have great influence in Yanjing and the surrounding areas of Zhonghai, it is only for the sake of regional stability that the country has allowed them to dominate for a few years. If we really want to get rid of them, it will only take a day or two to send troops to raise the residences of those key figures. But this Huanan gang, not to mention the members placed in the government, they all have official positions, and there are many military representatives supporting them. The regional influence has been intertwined. This kind of old gang is not a mob. They have strict discipline, and even in terms of rules, they are much stricter than the army. In case any of the key figures of the Huanan gang is touched, the backlash may be local financial losses, the destruction of the underground forces, the paralysis of the functions of government agencies, etc. This will be a lose-lose situation for the country, so, it will hurt the country's tendons and bones, and the higher-ups will not agree. Yang Qing smiled sarcastically. It's not that they don't agree, but being led by the nose by the Huanan gang, no one has the guts to bear this responsibility. After all, whoever goes against the Huanan gang is the enemy of a large group of Huanan gang officials, and there is the possibility of being killed in secret. Jiang Xiaobai said awkwardly, You can't say that. The overall situation is more important. With the Huanan gang, the underground forces in the 4 provinces of the Central Plains will be more peaceful. *T. If this were to be put in ancient times, it would be a vassal king rebelling. What is the difference between this and China? No one has the guts to touch the tiger's whiskers when they haven't found a good opportunity? Yang Qing said disdainfully. Jiang Xiaobai wanted to argue, but his face was red and he couldn't speak. Indeed, it was useless to deceive oneself. No one in power could stand it. There was a large piece of land below that was shared with them. With a sigh, Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Yang, with all due respect, I know you are the young master of the Yang family. But the influence of the Yang family is mainly in the military, and the troops in the 4 provinces of the Central Plains are not very close to the Yang family. The Yang family is indeed one of the 4 major families in Yanjing, but a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. The Meng family of the Huanan gang is just the leader, and the others such as the Zhang family have great influence. If they cooperate, they will definitely not be afraid of the Yang family. Because Yang Qing's overseas identity was not something that ordinary national security personnel could have access to, Jiang Xiaobai didn't know Yang Qing's other strengths, and only regarded him as the young master of the Yang family. Yang Qing didn't think much of this. In his opinion, the country didn't touch the Huanan gang because they didn't want to hurt the enemy by 1,000 but hurt themselves by 800, not because they really didn't dare or were unwilling. Help me contact that Zhang Ling. Ask that woman to bring her son, Meng Zhixin, to my house and kowtow to apologize to Jingjing. Then I'll spare their lives. Otherwise, I'll burn down the King Meng family. Yang Qing waved his hand and seemed to have made a deal. Jiang Xiaobai almost slid to the floor. Is this really the young master of the Yang family? Or is he a bandit from some mountain? Young Master Yang, this. If I ask you to do it, then do it. What? Do I have to go to their house in person and tell them? Yang Qing said impatiently. Jiang Xiaobai was about to cry. This was too overbearing. If he said these words to the people of the Meng family, would he still have a way to live? Thinking of Li Dun's instructions to help Yang Qing do things and guarantee his safety, Jiang Xiaobai felt that it was more like guaranteeing his death in the line of duty. But Yang Qing didn't want to discuss anything more. He pulled Li Jingjing and walked out. He also turned around and told Jiang Xiaobai not to forget to pay for the tea. Jiang Xiaobai didn't dare to really listen to Yang Qing's words. Touch the Meng family? Even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. After thinking about it, Jiang Xiaobai still took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Dun's number. He didn't dare to contact his boss frequently before, but this time, he really didn't dare to make a decision. After the call was connected, a few women's moans came from Li Dun's side, but it soon stopped. Li Dun cursed, Damn, Jiang Xiaobai, are you looking for a beating? Aren't you afraid that your father's Yang Qi will leak out? Jiang Xiaobai didn't even have time to think about what the deputy minister was doing. He immediately reported what Yang Qing asked him to do. This time, Li Dun was serious and said calmly, "Okay, I'll go and ask for instructions. I'll call you when I'm done." After he hung up, Li Dun tossed his phone aside and jumped off the bed to find a pair of pants to put on. On the bed in the bedroom, Tang Xian's clothes were disheveled and her face was flushed red. She sat up with a hint of bitterness. She was in the middle of making love with a man when she was interrupted by the phone call. "Hubby, is it urgent?" Li Dun turned around and smiled apologetically. He reached out and pinched his wife's chest. "Xian, I'm sorry. It's a little tricky. I have to talk to the old man. I'm worried that something bad might happen." Tang Xian came from a wealthy family after all. She nodded understandingly and stood up to help her husband dress. It wasn't easy for the couple to get to this day, so they loved each other very much. It was the new year and Li Dun had a rare moment of leisure. He was supposed to go home and have some fun with his wife after drinking with some of his comrades from the battlefield. But after the call, he wasn't in the mood. After he was dressed, Li Dun turned around and kissed Tang Xian. "I'll pick you and our son up when we get back. Tell the butler if you need anything. There's plenty in the storeroom. Don't embarrass me." Tang Xian nodded with a sweet smile. Her relationship with her family was strained because of the incident with Yan Buwen and she was despised by everyone. But after she married into the Li family, she didn't receive any disdain from them. Instead, Li Moshen and the other elders of the Li family treated them and Li Dun very well. Not to mention, Li Dun always granted her every request. As a result, Tang Xian's status in the Tang family rose. Every time she returned to the Tang family, she was filled with pride. Naturally, she was happy to return to her parents' home. After Li Dun left the house, he drove his military-issued Hummer straight to Li Moshen's office. Although it was the new year, Li Moshen still had some official business to attend to after socializing. The old man was a little confused when he heard that Li Dun wanted to see him. His grandson never visited without a reason. He would only come to work if he called for him. As soon as Li Dun entered the room, he put on a panicked expression and yelled, "Old man. This is bad. Old Yang is going to cause trouble." Li Moshen sat on the office chair with a pair of presbyopic glasses on. He put down the book he was reading and frowned. "What are you playing at? Speak properly." "How can I not be? The world is going to be in chaos," Li Dun said gloomily. "You mean old Yang? Yangqing?" Li Moshen raised his brows and said, "Isn't he at loggerheads with Ning Guanyao's daughter? Isn't he going back to Zhonghai to put out the fire? Why, who provoked him again?" Li Dun thought to himself, the older, the wiser. Sitting in the office all day, he knows everything. No wonder he's the commander of the Li family's intelligence network. The incident with Li Jingjing had just happened not long ago. By nightfall, the old man would probably know about it. She didn't provoke him. It was a blind shrew who bullied his woman. With a sigh, Li Dun briefly explained what had happened. Li Moshen slammed the table and scolded, "You son of a bitch. What audacity! Who allowed you to touch the hidden forces in Zhonghai?" Jiang Xiaobai was originally a seedling to be promoted to the standing committee of Zhonghai. "If you expose him like this, all our years of cultivation will be in vain. Do you know?" Li Dun shrunk his head. "What's the big deal? Let Zhao Baogua keep his mouth shut, no one else knows." "Humph, you think too simply," Li Moshen scolded but did not pursue the matter further. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You brat, you didn't report to me before and played such a trick. You're clearly acting first and reporting later. You deliberately let Yangqing go against the Meng family. You're brave enough to play this game. Hey, old man, you always said that I'm bold but not astute. How about it? This move is wonderful, right? The Meng family is a big problem for the central government, and they are also allies of the Ning family. If we can let old Yang do it for us and cripple the Meng family, then we can at least get a piece of the pie with the Yang family. They are the big fish in the coal industry." Li Dun was exposed, but he was not ashamed and said proudly. Li Moshen sneered, "You think you're smart? You also know that the Meng family is involved with the Ning family. Do you think you're so easy to bully? For so many years, the number one leader has been courteous to the Meng family. They don't dare to pull out the cancer of the Central Plains, that's because the loss outweighs the gain. A gang-like family like the Meng family is not really beneficial to the country and the people. One mountain can't accommodate two tigers. If they continue to toss and turn like this, they will really touch the political lifeline of the central government. I don't believe that the higher-ups can really bear it, Li Dun said disdainfully. It's rare to have someone like old Yang who is not afraid of death and has a strong means. With his blade, I don't believe that he can't cut the centipede of the Ming family. Li Moshen tapped on the desk with one hand, as if he was weighing something. After thinking for a while, he suddenly got up, walked to the clothes rack, picked up a black coat, and walked out of the office. Old man, where are you going? Li Dun wondered. You let Jiang Xiaobai and the mud for a while, don't get involved, I have to go to Zongnanhai. Li Moshen didn't look back. Li Dun swallowed his saliva, looked at the deep back of the old man, and finally couldn't help but shout, let me go with you. I haven't really seen the boss at a close distance yet. Li Moshen stood still, glanced sideways at his grandson, kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet, you are not worthy. Li Dun suddenly became listless and couldn't say a word. Thinking about it, the only person in Beijing who could go to the office of the Lord without prior notice was the high-ranking Premier Ning, the only marshal of the Yang family, and him, a low-key old man. Even the dead Tang Zhichen couldn't see him without a good reason. Himself? Unless he was summoned, otherwise, he was far from it. Zhonghe. After coming out of the tea house, Yangqing took Li Jingjing all the way back to the apartment building. The car drove for a full 10 minutes, Li Jingjing lowered her head and didn't say a word. From the side, Yangqing could see the girl's constantly changing eyes, that kind of struggle, entanglement, and unpredictable color, indicating the owner's not calm mood. Why, are you thinking of ways to retaliate after being hit by me? Yangqing joked. Li Jingjing immediately shook her head and smiled sweetly, I know you're right, you've beaten me up. Then why don't I send you to that Zhongling so that you can beat her up again? Yangqing smiled wickedly. No way, I still don't like to beat people up. Li Jingjing pursed her lips, suddenly her eyes lit up and she said, Brother Yang, can I keep calling you Brother Yang? Huh? Yangqing didn't understand what she meant, he grinned and said, I'll be happier if you call me Brother Yang. No, Li Jingjing's eyes were strangely intoxicated, I feel safe calling you Brother Yang. Yangqing shook his head with a helpless smile, suit yourself. Li Jingjing suddenly grabbed Yangqing's free right hand and pleaded, Brother Yang, I want to change jobs. Yangchen was getting more and more confused. Did this woman get too agitated? Puzzled, he asked, why are you suddenly thinking about this? Are you trying to avoid Meng Zhixin? Don't worry, he won't last long. No, Li Jingjing said seriously, I want to be a high-ranking official, I want to enter politics. Yangqing smiled weirdly, why are you suddenly thinking about this? I've thought about it, I've been giving you trouble and I can't help you at all. Also, I'm so useless, I feel that if this continues, you'll despise me and not want me anymore, Li Jingjing said bitterly. Jingjing, I've never asked my woman to do anything for me. Yangqing said honestly. I know you don't care about this, but I've had enough of being powerless, being looked down upon, needing you to help me, and making my parents worry. I thought about it, I don't know how to run a business, and Sister Ruashi and Anshin are doing very well. I'm not as good at cultivation as Sister Kaining and the others, I'm only familiar with politics, public affairs, and diplomacy. If I can become an official and not an ordinary employee, then I can at least help a lot of people. Not only you, but also the other sisters. There are a lot of things that don't need to be forceful, it's good to make things convenient for them. Yangqing nodded in understanding. Li Jingjing's learning ability was actually very strong, and she had a temperament that was close to the people. It was indeed a good path for her to enter the political arena, but he still advised, but you should also know that politics isn't like other things. Even if you have a background, you still need achievements. You have to climb up slowly, and when you're strong enough to help me and be feared by the people, I'm afraid it'll take many years. At this moment, Li Jingjing smiled shyly and shook Yang Chen's arm. Gently, she said, don't I have you, Brother Yang? You're so powerful, you definitely have a way for me to climb to a higher position in a short period of time. Right? Yangqing finally understood why the woman grabbed his hand. It was because she wanted to act coquettishly. Babe Jingjing, what if I can't control myself when you're talking to me in such a flirtatious manner? Besides, you're asking me to open the back door for you. Isn't that too explicit? It's not like you at all. Yangchen teased. Anyway, I've already let you see it no matter how embarrassing it is, what's there to hide? I've also thought it through, I don't use the resources around me, I don't rely on such a powerful man, what's the point of risking my life and suffering? Other people all rely on their connections to become deputy officials in their 30s, I'm not stupid, I learn very fast, and I even graduated from a famous American university, my qualifications are not worse than the diplomas they bought. These are all achieved by my hard work, step by step. Why should I be looked down upon by those rich second generations who just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Li Jingjing said angrily. Yangqing almost mistook the person in front of him as the Wen Tao who was still in the 10,000 demon realm. Why was Li Jingjing also like a nationalistic youth, cynical? However, what Li Jingjing said was the truth, she was born in such a poor family, but she was able to get into a national key university, rely on her own work results to study a double master's degree in the United States, and even get the appreciation of those doctoral supervisors. It was not a coincidence. The key was that Li Jingjing still relied on her beauty to win these opportunities. The fresh and talented academic girl who had been a good girl for more than 20 years suddenly decided to become the most black-bellied politician, then the hidden bad ink would only increase. Yangqing began to ponder, relying on his own ability. In fact, there was really a way to help Li Jingjing step into the upper class of politics in a short period of time. Moreover, the Yang family was strong in the military but weak in the politics. In order to take over the Yang family, it would also be beneficial to cultivate his own political power in Xianxia. After thinking about it carefully, there were quite a lot of ways, but this definitely required the help of the people above. Also, he must give Li Jingjing a certain degree of security. It would be best if someone could guide her from the side. Yangqing didn't promise Li Jingjing immediately. This kind of thing needed careful consideration, so he asked Li Jingjing to take a few days off first. When Old Li and his wife saw their daughter return safely, they cried with joy. This new year was not comfortable. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, and their son-in-law was very reliable. Yangqing was also very considerate to buy Li Jingjing a Mercedes-Benz ML350. Although the price was a little cheaper than the previous one, the key point was that it was practical for Old Li and his wife. Old Li and his wife were very enthusiastic to stay for dinner, but Yangqing declined politely. Mo Qianni was still waiting for him to go back. There had to be a first-come, first-served rule, so as not to hurt the heart of a woman who worked hard. After driving back to the western suburbs villas, Yangqing didn't go directly to Mo Qianni's house. Instead, he went to his original home and wanted to see if Lin Ruoxi was there. Yangqing knew that at this stage, it was simply a dream to find a woman by phone. It was more practical to directly knock on the door to find someone. Mother Wang was also depressed because of Yangqing and his wife. It was reasonable to say that her own daughter had also become Yangqing's confidant. If Yangqing really wanted to divorce, it would only be good for Xiao Qiqing. However, Mother Wang, after all, watched Lin Ruoxi grow up. She almost regarded her own daughter as her own daughter. How could she accept such a reality? Mother Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, saw Yangqing suddenly come in. She was shocked at first, then with tears in her eyes, she went forward and asked sadly, "Young master, how are you and Miss? I heard from Miss that Lan Lan was born by you with another woman. Is this all true?" Yangqing didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to tell Mother Wang everything. Naturally, he wouldn't deny it. "Yes, Mother Wang, I'm sorry to make you worry. Is Ruoxi not at home? She left early in the morning. She said that she wanted to look after a few pieces of land and brought a few major shareholders of the company to other provinces to investigate. I don't know how many days she'll be gone." Mother Wang of the company lamented, "She's clearly hiding from me." Yangqing didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless that she wouldn't even let him see her. Although he could still find her if he wanted to, there was no point in forcefully dragging her away. He didn't just carry his own dignity on his shoulders, but there were also tens of thousands of people who followed him and looked up to him. He had to be responsible for those people of his. He wasn't just carrying his own dignity on his shoulders. There were also tens of thousands of people who followed him and looked up to him. He had to be responsible for their beliefs. "Young master, why don't you go find her and apologize to her? She loves Lan Lan very much. This shouldn't be a reason for them to separate. How can a good marriage be broken just like that?" Wang Ma advised. Yangqing shook his head and said, "This is not caused by one or two things. This is a problem of attitude and principles. If you can't accept it, then everything will be in vain." Mother Wang was sad and didn't know what to say. Yangqing forced a smile and asked, "Mother Wang, you can't cook those dishes alone. What's the matter? Will Qing'er accompany you for dinner tonight?" Speaking of her daughter, Mother Wang smiled. "Yes. Although this child had a hard time in the past, she is very kind and filial. As long as she is not busy in university, she will come to accompany me." "Mother Wang, why don't you bring the food to Qianni's house and ask Qing'er to come as well? I haven't seen her for a while, and I have something to discuss with her." Yangqing estimated that Jane would arrive in Zhonghai the next day. Xiao Qiqing was not clear about his situation yet, so he had to inform her in advance. Mother Wang heard this and thought that Yangqing wanted to be intimate with Xiao Qiqing. She couldn't help but feel happy and resentful at the same time. She was happy that Yangqing was still thinking about her daughter in this situation and didn't have the slightest scruple. She hated that this man was too sentimental and still had the mood to take care of other women in this situation. In the evening, at the edge of the river intersection in Hanzhong City of Hu Province, there was a rather dignified villa with more than 100 years of history built in a forest next to the surging river. The road paved with bluestone slowly climbed up from the foot of the mountain. The villa covered an area of more than 30 acres and was decorated with lanterns and streamers in a festive atmosphere. However, even at such a time, there were many men in black suits patrolling along every road. Their bulging waists were obviously equipped with weapons. Outside of the tallest five-story building, the spacious parking lot was filled with all kinds of world-class luxury cars. Many of them even had military or government license plates, which was very eye-catching. In the central living room of this building, the crystal chandelier shone brightly, and the air was filled with the fragrance of wine. People were toasting each other, and a large number of well-dressed men and women were chatting and laughing hypocritically. It was just like a lively spring festival party. Among them was a beautiful woman, Zhang Ling, who was wearing a fiery red round-neck dress and had her hair tied up in a bun. She was obviously a beautiful flower among women. The middle-aged man that Zhang Ling was holding looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was tall and strong, gentle, and had the charm of a mature middle-aged man. He was her husband, Meng Qin. Meng Qin raised a glass of red wine and clinked it with a big-bellied bald man in a suit. He smiled and said, "Brother Liu, long time no see. I heard that the Tibetan handicraft manufacturer you bought in the second half of the year sold very well in Central Asia and North America. You must have made a lot of money." The merchant surnamed Liu laughed and said, "Director Meng is making fun of me again. It's all thanks to the Meng family's righteousness that they helped me get a seat in the CPPCC. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to even go abroad. As soon as old man Meng sent out the invitation, I flew back from New York as soon as possible. I also want to attend this South China gang gathering. It's only right. Brother Liu is an entrepreneur who has made outstanding contributions to the development of the Northwest. We have always supported a doer like you." Meng Qin smiled and said. "Where?" "Oh, right, I heard that Director Meng is going to the Provincial Standing Committee this year. Which position is it? When the time comes, I, Liu, will be the first to congratulate you." Boss Liu asked with a meaningful smile. Meng Qin said in a reserved manner, "It hasn't been decided yet. The responsibilities that the old man has assigned are very heavy. I don't have the strength to do it. Director Meng is too humble. Chief Meng has great foresight. Your brother is now the indispensable second leader of the South China Gang, and you are about to sell yourself to the ministerial ranks at such a young age. I'm afraid that in a few years, I'll have to go to Beijing to see you." Boss Liu chuckled. A trace of undetectable disdain flashed across Meng Qin's eyes, but he quickly smiled and started talking about other things with Boss Liu. Zhang Ling, who was listening to these words, had a charming smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with boredom and dullness. Only by living beside this group of decadent men since she was young could a woman like her understand how ugly and dirty the transactions were behind all this glamour. At this moment, Zhang Ling heard the phone in her bag ring. She smiled at Boss Lu apologetically, nodded at Meng Qin, and walked to a corner to pick up the phone. She was too lazy to see who was calling. Even if it was a mistake, at least she wouldn't have to listen to these people who had calluses in their ears. After looking at the phone, Zhang Ling found that it was from Zhonghai. She frowned slightly and picked it up. On the other end of the phone, it was Jiang Xiaobai, who had a headache for a long time before he made up his mind to smooth things over. Ms. Zhang Ling, I'm Jiang Xiaobai, the Deputy Director of the Zhonghai West City Police Station. I want to tell you about Miss Li. When Zhang Ling heard this, she sneered calmly, Deputy Director? Wasn't it the Director Zhao Baogua who contacted me? You mean that bitch? Why, she wasn't put in the labor camp to be crippled, right? Director Zhao is ill. I'm currently in charge of this matter. Jiang Xiaobai did not mention that Zhao Baogua was too scared to make a phone call. Ms. Zhang, I hope you can be mentally prepared for this matter. Maybe you should report it to your husband, Director Meng, or even other people in the Meng family. Zhang Ling felt extremely ridiculous. Are you kidding me? I want to pinch a bug to death. Do I need to let the Meng family know? Do you not want to be the deputy director anymore? Jiang Xiaobai's face turned ugly on the phone, but he still said calmly, Ms. Zhang, it's like this, Miss Li Jingjing has been taken away by her boyfriend, and her boyfriend, Mr. Yangqing, is. Slowly, Jiang Xiaobai briefly explained the origin of Yangqing and his relationship with Li Jingjing. What did you say? That bitch is the woman of that madman in the Yang family. Even if Zhang Ling didn't care about those family and state affairs, she still knew the protagonist of the Liang family's destruction. In the corner of the conference hall, Zhang Ling's face also turned pale, cold sweat oozed from her forehead, and the hand holding the phone trembled a little. Although she was rampant and ruthless, she also knew that there were some things that would provoke her. It was just that this time, she really didn't expect that the little staff member she wanted to teach a lesson would be the woman of the young master of the Yang family in Yanjing. In fact, if she had revealed to Meng Zhixin in advance that she wanted to fix Li Jingjing, Meng Zhixin, who knew the background of Yangqing, would definitely stop her. Unfortunately, Zhang Ling did it too secretly. After trying to calm down, Zhang Ling whispered, since that Yangqing has taken Li Jingjing away, it means that bitch is fine. This matter should be over. Jiang Xiaobai laughed in his heart. This woman was not too stupid. She knew the seriousness of the situation. Ms. Zhang, Mr. Yang didn't mean to give up. He said. If you don't take Deputy Bureau Chief Meng to his home tomorrow and kowtow to Miss Li to apologize, then he will. When Zhang Ling heard this, her eyes were already full of fire, and she said in a gloomy voice, tell me, what will he do? He will burn down the Meng family. Zhang Ling was taken aback at first, and then she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Hee hee. Is there something wrong with his brain? Or is there something wrong with him? Did you tell him about our Meng family and the background of the Huanan gang? Zhang Ling felt that Yangqing was a fool at this moment. Jiang Xiaobai actually also felt that Yangqing was too good at bragging. He really could say anything he wanted, but he still said seriously, I have already said it, but Mr. Yang insisted on saying so I can only convey it truthfully. Ms. Zhang, I think he is also angry. Why don't you turn hostility into friendship? I will take the lead to talk to Mr. Yang, and after both of us calm down, we can meet and reconcile. How about it? Do you think it's possible? Humph. I'm not really afraid of him. When the elders of his family tell him what kind of family the Meng family he said he wanted to burn down, he naturally won't dare. Zhang Ling said proudly, it's New Year, at most, I will give him a few red envelopes. Isn't it just the Yang family in Yanjing? Liang Xingchuan of the Liang family is going to rebel. No one can tolerate him. Our Meng family is law-abiding and spends a lot of money for the country every year. What can he do to us? Jiang Xiaobai also knew that the Liang family could not be compared with the Meng family. After all, their nature was different from Go Chunren. He just wanted to prevent the conflict from breaking out as much as possible, at least until the higher-ups gave the order. Zhang Ling's words were also very clear. If Yangqing was willing to accept the gift, she would send someone to give him a considerable amount. If he didn't accept it, then she wasn't afraid. She didn't believe that Yangqing would dare to touch her. Zhang Ling was not stupid. She knew that if she repeated what Yangqing said, even if the elders of the Meng family blamed her, they would still protect her face. Of course, Zhang Ling wasn't smart enough to know all of Yangqing's background. She was just thinking subjectively. After Jiang Xiaobai finished the call, he hesitated to explain to Yangqing. At this moment, his personal cell phone rang. Jiang Xiaobai saw that it was Li Dun calling. He couldn't help but carefully confirm that there was no one outside the office before picking it up. "Deputy Minister, is there an order?" Li Dun pretended to cough twice before saying, "My old man said, don't take sides, but don't provoke either side. If something happens, don't hold back. Just mobilize the local armed police and special personnel to protect the people's property and personal safety as soon as possible. Don't make it big, don't involve any innocent people." This? Jiang Xiaobai's brain had short-circuited a little. He asked, "Does it mean to touch the Meng family?" *T. The chief asked you to wait and see. What does it mean to touch the Meng family? Jiang Xiaobai wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't know how to carry out such an ambiguous order. If he did this, wouldn't it be tantamount to offending both sides? Wouldn't it be a thankless effort? But the military order was like a mountain, so he had to do it and respectfully agreed. After that, Jiang Xiaobai sorted out his thoughts before calling Yangqing. In Mo Qianni's house, Mother Wang and Xiao Qiqing mother and daughter had also arrived. Xiao Qiqing heard that Lan Lan was back, and she even bought a PS3 directly from outside, brought it back, installed it for Lan Lan, and started playing games. It was the first time for Lan Lan to come into contact with this kind of game console. Looking at the dazzling picture, her eyes widened and she was very interested. Perhaps it was because she was obsessed with all kinds of computer knowledge. Even Xiao Qiqing, who was very good at playing games, immediately had a common hobby with the chubby little girl. Lan Lan's learning ability was very strong. As long as Xiao Qiqing said it once, she could remember it immediately. Soon, the two began to play fighting games, shouting constantly while fighting. Yangqing found that people like him who only knew how to play computer games seemed to be a little out of touch with the times, but he was not interested in learning from women as he felt that it was more shameful. However, seeing that Xiao Qiqing was having a good time with Lan Lan, Yangqing was relieved. He thought that Lan Lan would be depressed and cry because of Lin Ruoxi's departure, but with a woman like Xiao Qiqing who could play with children, it seemed that it would be easier to take care of the children. Mother Wang was not surprised that her daughter liked to play games. She smiled a little helplessly. She didn't have that hobby. She wanted to help Mo Qianni with some kitchen work, but Mo Qianni was very agile. Even Minwan didn't have much time to help. She cooked quickly and excellently, which made Mother Wang a little amazed. Looking at the way she did housework, she felt that Mo Qianni was indeed a natural wife and mother. No wonder Lin Ruoxi felt pressured to learn to cook. However, many things actually depended on talent. Lin Ruoxi was good at doing business, but she was not good at doing housework. She always felt that something was missing. At night, Mo Qianni had already made a large table of food. Not only was it sumptuous, but the fragrance was also overflowing, making people salivate. The chubby little girl couldn't wait to sit down and gnaw on a spring roll in each hand. "Young Lan Lan, what did the kindergarten teacher teach you? Don't you know to wash your hands before eating? You just finished playing games and just use your hands." Xiao Qiqing pretentiously lectured. Although Lan Lan was more afraid of her mother, Lin Ruoxi, she wasn't afraid of any of the other aunts. She argued with a sweet voice, "Lan Lan is very strong. I won't get a stomachache." How can a girl say that she is strong? Xiao Qiqing chuckled and turned to ask Yangqing, "Honey, do you want to drink something? I know that Sister Qianni has authentic wine from Chateau Margaux." As one of the top 5 wineries in the Bordeaux region of France, Chateau Margaux's wine was gentle, delicate, elegant, and pleasant. It was a rare treasure. Yangqing naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement. In fact, he hadn't had a good drink for a long time. Xiao Qiqing suddenly jumped up happily and triumphantly ran to Mo Qianni's side. "Sister Qianni, did you hear that? Honey wants to drink too. I'll go get it now. Xianxia smiled helplessly and pretended to complain to Yangqing. Qing'er has been thinking about that box of wine for a while. I said that it's a treasured collection that a college classmate of mine brought back from abroad. It's a 15-year-old Chateau Margaux. I don't let her drink it casually. She's using you to force me to give in. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it just a 15-year-old Chateau Margaux? I have better ones in my castle. I can let you bathe in wine some other day. Xianxia's eyes lit up. She really wanted to go to Yangqing's Mediterranean home, but she had been too busy. That's what you said, honey. I'll arrange a job some other day. You have to take me there. Yangqing actually wanted to go back to the Forgotten Kingdom. Perhaps it would be safer for him to go abroad now that he couldn't use his cultivation. However, he didn't want to leave until Lin Ruoxi's matter was settled. Soon, Xianxia came out with 3 bottles of aged wine worth tens of thousands. She happily poured the wine into the decanter and poured it for everyone. As a woman who used to be a swindler in the United States, she was familiar with all kinds of luxury goods in the world. Xianxia naturally knew how to taste good wine. There were wine and delicacies, as well as women and children who enlivened the atmosphere. Yangqing felt that this dinner was much happier than yesterday's New Year's Eve dinner. For a while, those melancholy had also disappeared a lot. Just when Yangqing took 2 sips of the mellow wine and felt elated, Jiang Xiaobai called. Yangqing picked up and asked, "What's wrong? Is that crazy woman going to bring that gigolo to kowtow?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled embarrassedly at Xianxia and said, "Mr. Yang, Ms. Zhang Ling said that she is willing to compensate you and Miss Li with a certain amount of betrothal gifts, or send red envelopes for the auspicious new year. As for kowtowing, the people of the Meng family can't do it. In other words, I don't dare to set a fire at all, right?" Yangqing grinned coldly. If it was purely a fight, straightening his back and refusing to give in, then Yangqing would think highly of the other party, but Zhang Ling actually planned to use a few red packets to send him away. Yangqing suddenly felt that this was a disdainful humiliation. Since she knew part of his background, she should know that he would not be short of money. Why would he want her red packet? Because at the dinner table, Yangqing did not avoid the women present at all, so this set a fire caused Xianxia and Xianxia to look over. Yangqing did not treat them as outsiders, so he naturally said everything openly. He had already killed people, so what was the point of setting a fire? Jiang Xiaobai smiled awkwardly and said, "I don't know about that. After all, I am a person of the country. From my standpoint, I don't want your 2 families to have any unhappiness. Although I also know that I can't stop Mr. Yang with my strength, I hope that Mr. Yang cannot involve the innocent. Arson is still inappropriate. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Yangqing actually didn't mean to ask at all and directly hung up the phone. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia asked with concern, "Hubby, did something big happen?" Yangqing did not hide anything and told them about how Li Jingjing was treated. When the whole story was told, it immediately made the women indignant. Although they were suspected of being rivals in love, they were still on the same side after all. Moreover, Zhang Ling's actions were too hateful. "Hubby, are you going to burn down the Meng family's courtyard? Do you want me to help you?" Xianxia suddenly smiled slyly. Yangqing was stunned and said with a wry smile, "Qing'er, don't tease me. You can't cultivate, so you can't help much even if you go with me to set a fire." "I'm not going to help you set a fire. You don't know where the Meng family's courtyard is. I can help you hack into the databases of all parties and find the various properties of the Meng family. A gang-like family like this always has the most symbolic old house," Xianxia said. Yangqing was still thinking about how to get the information of the Meng family. He forgot that there was a computer expert beside him. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked at Xianxia, and a strange evil thought burst out. Wanhua coughed a couple of times and frowned. "Qing'er, you should persuade the son-in-law not to set the fire. How can he be so rowdy?" "Mom, you don't know. You can't persuade him. If I marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, follow the dog. Of course, I will follow the man I love," Xianxia indifferently said. She doesn't care what kind of power the Meng family is. She is not afraid of death, so why would she care about being an accomplice of arson? Yangqing felt that Xiao Qiqing's words were very much to his liking. If every woman was so obedient, he would be much more relaxed. After dinner, they watched TV for a while. Mother Wang tidied up and went back to sleep. Xiao Qiqing promised Yangqing to check the information of the Meng family and said that she will go back later. Lan Lan, because she was full, went upstairs to take a bath and go to sleep. With Minwan taking care of her, Yangqing didn't have to worry. Mo Qianni arranged for Yangqing to sleep in the former Chengwei's bedroom, which has all kinds of electronic equipment. Xiao Qiqing doesn't need to take her laptop. In the dead of night, there were only a few lights left in the western suburbs courtyard. In the bedroom, there was still a faint body fragrance of Chengwei. Yangqing sat on the big bed, watching the woman in front of the computer. Her fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, entering a command that he didn't understand. Gradually, the website of some state departments appeared. Xiao Qiqing obviously did this a lot. She was very familiar with it. It didn't take long for her to find a detailed report on the assets of the Meng family. The State Security Department naturally needs to investigate the general situation of the Meng family. Therefore, the Meng family's property directory is also a big focus. Husband, this Meng family is really not an ordinary family. You see, this whole page is densely packed with their strongholds. Some of them are well-known 5-star hotels and resorts. Xiao Qiqing said. Yangqing frowned and looked at it a few times. Just look for the Meng family's ancestral house. Where is it? Xiao Qiqing searched for a while and pointed to a courtyard called Meng Family Temple and said, "It is in the old city of Hanzhong City. Although it is not very prosperous, the houses are very dense. It seems that the surrounding area is not open to tourists. It is hidden very deep. It is difficult to burn it without anyone knowing. I guess before the fire can be released, it will be extinguished." Yangqing curled his lips. Xiao Qiqing blinked her eyes in confusion. How can that be? Husband, as long as you release the Nanmingli fire, even if they want to extinguish it, they can't. That is a heavenly fire. After burning the Meng family's ancestral house, we can use Kuwei water to extinguish it. Yangqing scratched his head in distress. Qing I asked you to come today because there is something I want to tell you. Huh? I can't use any of my cultivation right now. Yangqing was somewhat helpless. Xiao Qiqing was surprised at first and then saw that Yangqing didn't seem to be joking. She worriedly asked, How? How can this be? Yangqing then briefly told his experience and the current situation to the woman. Jane will come to Zhonghai tomorrow. She hopes to ask you some useful information. I don't want others to know about this immediately. I can only ask you and Jane to help me think of a way. Yangqing said. Xiao Qiqing walked to Yangqing's side and sat down. She hugged Yangqing's neck and kissed the man's face. Husband, don't worry. According to what you said, you just need a decisive force to break the balance. Although chaos is the most special ancient ferocious beast with the combination of yin and yang and the 5 elements in chaos, it should be invincible. However, because of its ferocity, its beast soul is filled with violent qi, which goes against the natural order. As long as we can find a spirit treasure or skill that is stable and peaceful enough, we might be able to suppress it. I don't have absolute confidence, but I can think of a way with Jane. We are invincible in this world. Although he knew that the woman was comforting him, it was not easy to find a spirit treasure that could compete with the violent qi of chaos, but Yangqing still had a lot of hope. Hugging the woman's soft body in his arms, Yangqing patted Xiao Qiqing's fragrant shoulder and said with a smile, Darling Qing aren't you afraid that your man can't use his cultivation now and can't protect you? Why would I? Without you, I would have died in a foreign land because of the cold poison. Husband, you have done enough for me. I want to do something for you too. Xiao Qiqing said softly. Really? Why do I feel that your tone is like when you were in America? Yangqing laughed strangely. However, Xiao Qiqing took it seriously and said anxiously, I'm not lying to you. I don't do that kind of thing anymore. Although I have been a liar, I will not lie to the person I love. Then what do I want you to do for me now? Are you willing? What is it? Hubby, tell me. Xiao Qiqing asked seriously. Yangqing pretended to be methodical as he moved closer to Xiao Qiqing's ear and whispered a few words. When Xiao Qiqing heard the man's shameless request, her beautiful face immediately blushed. She rolled her eyes at the man and knew that the man was teasing her just now. What, darling Qing you don't dare? Yangqing smiled evilly. Xiao Qiqing didn't answer. Instead, she silently bent down and quietly extended her hand between Yangqing's legs. After lightly feeling the bulging peaks, she slowly pulled down the zipper of his crotch. When Yangqing saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Qing I'm just joking with you. I'm not forcing you to do this for me. Xiao Qiqing raised her head and said coquettishly, it's too late, I want to bite this bad guy apart. After saying that, the woman lowered her head, stroked her hair, and began to display her inexperienced and immature tongue skills. Of course, Xiao Qiqing was joking. She couldn't bear to hurt this big guy that she loved and hated. Yangqing felt that his lower part was wrapped by a warm, moist, tender and smooth mass. However, because his capital was too strong, and Xiao Qiqing was a typical delicate beauty, he really couldn't do any in-depth skills. He could only rely on the scenes in the movies that women knew about to carry out basic imitations. But even so, Yangqing was still quite satisfied. He raised his head and let out a comfortable sigh. He had many women, but because of his family upbringing and identity, it was rare for them to let go when they were truly in love. In addition, Yangqing also doted on these female confidants, so he didn't dare to do a lot of fancy work. Sometimes, he felt that it was a pity. Gradually, one of Yangqing's big hands supported the back of Xiao Qiqing's head. He subconsciously wanted to push into the woman's warm depths. After Xiao Qiqing realized something, she could only helplessly open her pink lips and open her mouth as wide as possible, barely preventing her silver teeth from grabbing onto that bad thing. This feeling of being domineeringly controlled by a man made Xiao Qiqing feel shy and happy at the same time. This was probably the magic of love. If it was a man that she didn't love enough who did this kind of thing, she would definitely gnash her teeth in hatred. But at this moment, Xiao Qiqing actually had a strange feeling of being bullied by a man. This made her extremely bashful. The feeling of fullness occupied every inch of the woman's sweetness, making Yangqing feel more and more comfortable. On the other hand, Xiao Qiqing couldn't help but let out a soft moan that was weak and soft. Just when the two of them were somewhat immersed in the pleasure, someone knocked on the door of the bedroom from the outside. Yangqing was startled. Because he was relaxed and his divine sense was no longer present, he actually didn't notice that someone was approaching. Hubby, Qing'er has left. The woman who came was naturally Mo Qianni. She originally came over to confirm whether Xiao Qiqing had left after taking a shower so that she could go down to lock the door. However, the moment the woman opened the door without thinking much, the scene that greeted her eyes caused her cheeks to blush. Before she could finish her words, she froze on the spot. Yangqing looked at Mo Qianni awkwardly. Below, Xiao Qiqing, who was still pouncing on Yangqing's legs with her mouth full, wished that she could faint from the lack of oxygen. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Mo Qianni's heart was beating rapidly. She also couldn't remember if she had done this kind of thing for Yangqing. The two of them had been together for quite some time and had made love many times. Sometimes, they would completely forget themselves. Perhaps they had indeed done this kind of thing before, but it definitely wouldn't be many times. Mo Qianni tried her best to pretend that she didn't look at Xiao Qiqing, but she still couldn't help but glance a few more times before turning around to close the door. Little Xianxia, why are you running? After coming back to his senses, Yangqing sized up the woman's amorous purple lace semi-transparent nightgown and said with a smirk, isn't today just right? You still think that I've been bullying you for too long. Today, you can be much more relaxed if you're with Qing'er. When Mo Qianni and Xiao Qiqing heard this, they realized that this bad guy wanted them to sleep with him. Mo Qianni had slept with Chengwei before, so she didn't have much resistance. However, it was Xiao Qiqing's first time on the bridal sedan chair, and her heart almost jumped out. Don't even think about escaping. Look at how obedient Qing'er is. If you dare to escape, I'll go to your room and carry you over. Yangqing didn't give the woman a way out at all. Mo Qianni thought to herself, could it be that I'm afraid of you? She locked the door with a red face and heartbeat. Since there won't be any thieves coming, she might as well ignore it. With light steps, she arrived at the bedside and teasingly looked at Xiao. She teased, "Qing, it's been hard on you. You're drooling on the bed." Xiao flew into a rage out of humiliation. She suddenly raised her head and wiped her wet red lips. She panted and said, "Then why don't you teach me, Sister Qianni?" "Oh, that's a good suggestion. I think you guys should come together." As Yangqing spoke, he pulled Mo Qianni to his side with one hand and hugged the woman's soft waist. He giggled and said, "Little Xianxia, Qing is still waiting to see your demonstration." Mo Qianni lowered her eyes and looked at the valiant and spirited big fellow. Her face flushed red and she rolled her eyes at Yangqing. "You're lucky." After she finished speaking, she bent down just like Xiao. The two women were not cowards. Very soon, they began to exert their strength together. When the two tender tongues began to serve Yangqing, the latter naturally felt as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Xiao became bolder and bolder. In order to not lose to Mo Qianni, she even used her hands and gently rubbed two key areas. Occasionally, she would even use her pearly white teeth to nibble. Hiss. Yangqing sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too comfortable. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed and thought that he actually could not resist the temptation. How could he bear to give up such a blissful life where he could enjoy the blissful life of having two women to guard an ice lotus alone? Women were usually selfish when it came to their feelings, and men were also selfish when it came to their enjoyment of the body. One might seem noble while the other was vulgar, but in truth, neither of them were good people. That night, Yangqing plowed the two women's bodies to his heart's content. It was only after midnight that he took a hot shower. Hugging the two beauties whose bodies were already limp, he fell asleep soundly. The next morning, Yangqing went to the airport with Xiao and picked up Jane, who came with light luggage. Previously, Xiao had established a good friendship with Jane. Now that Jane had officially established a relationship with Yangqing, they were naturally very close. The two of them talked and laughed sometimes in Mandarin and sometimes in English. When Jane came to Zhonghai, Yangqing planned to let her live with Xiao. It was not that Yangqing had some evil thoughts and wanted to sleep together. After all, Jane had not even reached the innate stage, and Yangqing did not want to break her innate element. It was just that Xiao often went to Zhonghai University, and Jane's laboratory was also there. It was convenient for the two women to live together. After settling Jane down, this tireless woman immediately proposed to go to Zhonghai University with Xiao. She was still used to thinking and communicating in the laboratory. After saving for half a lifetime, Mother Wang, who had money but nowhere to spend it, had already bought a red BMW 760 for her daughter. It could be said that she spoiled her daughter to the extreme, spending more than 2 million without hesitation. Therefore, Xiao readily drove Jane to the university. After finishing these, Yangqing immediately ran to his original home anxiously, wanting to see if Lin Ruoshi had returned. However, Yangqing was still disappointed to find that only Mother Wang was at home. Lin Ruoshi was still in another place for investigation, and he did not know how long she would be gone. Shaking his head dejectedly, Yangqing knew that he had other things to do, so he did not think too much and drove to the seaside. The person Yangqing found was none other than Lu Mingyu's father, Lu Qingshan, his father-in-law. Because Lu Qingshan's ancestral home was in Zhonghai, but he later moved to Yanjing, now that he was old, he naturally wanted to return to his roots. Therefore, during the Chinese New Year, he also visited some relatives and friends near Zhonghai. In addition, his woman in Yanjing, Su Ying, was already dead. Lu Qingshan and Lu Mingyu's mother were now husband and wife from a young age, so they were particularly well behaved. When he arrived at the seascape villa, Lu Qingshan was holding a newspaper and reading the news, while Lu Qingshan's mother was peeling oranges and watching soap operas on the TV. Seeing Yangqing come in, the couple was not surprised because Yangqing had already made a phone call. Lu Qingshan's mother was so happy that she wanted to make some sugar water for Yangqing. This was a custom after all. Yangqing said a few auspicious words, drank a bowl of sugar water, and sat down on the sofa. "Humph, you came to your father-in-law's house during Chinese New Year and you didn't even bring any gifts. You're such an arrogant son-in-law." People from rich families are indeed different. Lu Qingshan was a little unhappy. After all, this was a form of respect for him. Aya, we don't lack anything at home. Your subordinates gave us a lot of things, why did you ask Yangqing to give us anything? Lu Qingshan's mother tried to mediate on the side. Yangqing chuckled, looked around, and asked, where's Mingyu? Why isn't she here? It's all because of your legal wife, Chairman Lin. She's so busy even during Chinese New Year, bringing a group out for an inspection. Mingyu can only do some things in the company, so she has to work these 2 days, Lu Qingshan said in disdain. Yangqing nodded unnaturally. He wondered if Lu Mingyu understood the situation and if she would feel awkward when she saw Lin Ruashi in the future. What are you spacing out for? You called us early in the morning and asked us to wait at home. Are you saying that I'm here to see you spacing out? Lu Qingshan frowned and asked. Yangqing shrugged, it's Chinese New Year, of course I have to come and give a gift. What gift? Lu Qingshan asked curiously. Yangqing smiled faintly, and enunciated each word clearly, Hua, Nan, Bang. The newspaper in Lu Qingshan's hand trembled slightly. Although it was very subtle, Yangqing still noticed it. The man in his 50s raised his head. His slightly wrinkled face still had a charming demeanor. He looked at Yangqing with a deep gaze, and there was a hint of doubt in his complicated eyes. Are you sure you're not joking? Yangqing shook his head and said, I don't need to drag my father-in-law and mother-in-law back to my hometown for a joke. Lu Qingshan coughed twice and looked at Lu Qingshan's mother, who was puzzled. Lu Qingshan's mother was a little unhappy, but it was not the first time she saw this kind of look from her husband. She knew that he was talking about something that he didn't want her to touch, so she got up and went to the second floor. After his wife left, Lu Qingshan said in a deep and serious voice, You brat, don't tell me that you think you can step on whoever you want just because you are the young master of the Yang family. The Meng family is not playing house. Are you afraid? Yangqing asked calmly. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes, Your provocation doesn't work on me, I only believe in what I know. If you have a good understanding of the Meng family and the South China gang, you should know that they are not on the same level as us. My Azure Dragon gang is able to unify the underground in Yanjing because the country temporarily needs us to maintain order. The Red Thorns gang in Zhonghai also has the same reason, I believe you also understand. On the basis of what we already have, we nibbled away at those forces in Su province and Jiang province within the red line drawn by the country, we can't just randomly expand. But the South China gang is different, they are the local tyrants, they don't rely on the country to throw them a piece of meat to survive, but they rely on the steel knife in their hands to cut off a piece of territory, confronting the country until now, forming a delicate situation. Rather than saying they are a gang, they are more like an alliance of interests with a background. Yangqing reached out and took a half-eaten orange from the coffee table, peeled it, and sent it into his mouth. Father-in-law, you also know that I have always minded my own business, if they didn't provoke me first, I still wouldn't know who they are. It's just that this time, someone already didn't give me face, I'm not a person who is afraid of trouble, if the words that come out of my mouth are treated as farts, then it would be too embarrassing. Why would the Meng family be related to you for no reason? Lu Qingshan was puzzled. Yangqing briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter, if it was you, during Chinese New Year, your woman's car was smashed for no reason, and she was even sent to the labor camp, would you be able to tolerate it? Lu Qingshan lightly snorted, as if he was disdainful of Yangqing doing these things for other women, but he didn't deny it. As a person in the underworld, this kind of anger was hard to swallow. But you don't have to go against the entire Huanan gang, right? Isn't she just a shrew? Lu Qingshan said, if there's someone responsible for every wrong, then you're a real man. If you let those gang members who don't even know who you are suffer because of her, you're going against the rules of the martial world. Yangqing disagreed. He didn't care about morality, but Lu Qingshan reminded him that if he burned the Meng family's ancestral hall, it would not cause any substantial damage to Zhongling. Perhaps he should set his target on that woman. Father-in-law, I didn't come here today to ask you to be the cannon fodder for me. I can handle this myself. I was just thinking that the Huanan gang would definitely want their face. After all, Zhongling is the daughter-in-law of the Meng family. She suffered a lot, so it is normal for the Meng family to stand up for her. Otherwise, how can the Meng family survive? Therefore, when the time comes, I will destroy the Meng family. But once the Meng family is destroyed, the Huanan gang will be like a group of dragons without a leader. This will affect the stability of the 4 provinces in the Central Plains, and I hope that it will be my own people who will settle this mess. As the saying goes, don't let fertile water flow to outsiders. Originally, the Red Thorns Society has a deeper relationship with me, but now that Xianxia no longer cares, the Red Thorns Society is not as close to me as the Azure Dragon gang. As Yangqing said this with a smile, the cake that he opened was extremely tempting. Xianxia would not allow Yangqing to send his men into the country, deep into the Central Plains, and take control of the underground world controlled by the Huanan gang. Therefore, the country would only tolerate it if the local underground forces took over. And the Azure Dragon gang was able to unify the underground world in Yanjing. There was no doubt that their style of doing things was in line with the appetite of the country's leaders. Then, there would be less resistance to take over the Huanan gang. But Lu Qingshan still felt that Yangqing said it too lightly. Kid, your tone is too big. You said to destroy it so easily. Do you think the Huanan gang is a cockroach that can be trampled to death at any time? Yangqing clicked his tongue. This father-in-law was really cautious. He waved his hand and said, I already said that I just came to greet you. When the time comes, prepare to send people to take over. It's not like you need to send people to fight. Lu Qingshan could not help but laugh. You came to tell me such a pie falling from the sky thing? This big red envelope for the spring festival is too big. I, Lu, have struggled for half of my life, but I have never eaten such a big meal. Of course, there are conditions. Today, I mainly want to use your Azure Dragon Gang's channel to help me get some contraband. Lu Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He frowned and said, You mean this guy? Hee, I can't just take a lighter and burn down the Meng family's house. Yangqing touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, Yangqing could also ask Maekdan to send some to Xianxia from abroad. However, Xiaxia's checks were too strict, and the one managing it was Kai Yunqing, one of his father-in-law. It would not be good to cause trouble for him. Therefore, Lu Qingshan, who had channels in the country, was the best choice. Don't worry, father-in-law. You should know that I am not a fool. I will not do things that I am not sure of, and I will not bring any risks to you. Yangqing said again. Lu Qingshan frowned. He stood up and paced for a while. He seemed to have a headache. He picked up a pack of red pandas on the coffee table and lit it for himself. He didn't smoke much at home, but because the matter brought by Yangqing required too much brainpower, he couldn't make a decision for a while. If Yangqing could really cripple the Meng family, then the Azure Dragon gang would naturally become a dragon. But if Yangqing didn't do a clean job, or failed at all, it was very likely that it would lead to crazy revenge. Not only did he have to think about his family, but he also had to think about thousands of brothers. At least, Lu Qingshan didn't have the slightest thought of touching the South China gang's territory before. After finishing the cigarette, Lu Qingshan's eyes flickered as he asked, This matter. Have you told the elders in your family? Yangqing shook his head and said without hesitation, No need. No matter who opposes me, it's useless. There are some things that I have always read about. Lu Qingshan was stunned. This kid was too arrogant. In ancient times, he would either be a tyrant or a tyrant. In any case, he was not a good person. However, it was really to his liking. Thinking about it, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. After laughing dryly a few times, he said, I can only provide you with a guy, but as for the specifics, you have to find someone yourself. I won't lend you a subordinate. If it's done, of course I'll be happy. If it's not done, don't blame me for being heartless. After all, I'm not the only one responsible. Yangqing was just waiting for this sentence. What a joke. Even if he didn't have this guy, he wouldn't feel that it was too troublesome. As one of the main gods, even in Xiaxia's land, he couldn't even handle a gang. Wouldn't that be a joke? Tell me, what kind of guy do you want? There's nothing too high-end. After all, the country can't compare to foreign countries, but I can directly send it to any province or city. Lu Qingshan asked. Yangqing thought for a moment, and the corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile. Half an hour later, after discussing all the matters, Yangqing returned home from Lu Qingshan's place. When he entered the house, he could already smell the fragrance of lunch. Mo Qianni tried her best to arrange her work so that it could be controlled remotely. After 2 meetings, she returned home. To her, cooking for her beloved man was a more meaningful thing. What made Yangqing a little surprised and happy was that the demoness Anqin, whom he hadn't seen for a while, was also there. She was sitting on the sofa with Lan Lan, playing PS3. She wore a light brown jacket with a red hip skirt and a purple scarf. She was youthful with a hint of charm. Even in the cold season, women were still very charming. However, when Anqin saw Yangqing enter the door, she only glanced at him and vaguely called out hubby before immediately turning around and continuing to fight with Lan Lan. Yangqing had a conflicted expression. He actually couldn't resist the temptation of the game. Auntie Anqin is so stupid. Lan Lan is going to win again. The chubby little girl pouted unhappily. The fighting character she controlled had already knocked down Anqin. As if feeling that the opponent was too weak, Lan Lan arrogantly threw the remote control away. Wait for Auntie Jiqing to come before playing. Auntie Anqin is too stupid. Anqin put down the controller as if she felt that it was shameful to lose to a kindergarten girl. She argued, that's because I don't play much. Lan Lan just learned it yesterday. The chubby little girl pressed the woman with the rake again. Anqin was speechless. She ran to Yangqing's side and hugged Yangqing's waist. She said in a sweet voice, hubby, even Lan Lan despises me. I'm so sad. Yangqing knew that the woman was joking. When he was about to tease her, the chubby little girl suddenly jumped up from the sofa and threw herself at him. Yangqing got rid of Anqin and went to catch his daughter. He knew that she would be fine if she fell, but he still felt distressed. My little ancestor, how many times have I told you? If you can walk, don't jump. Do you think anyone can catch you? Yangqing said gloomily. Lan Lan hugged Yangqing's neck and said in a sweet voice, when I come back, I have to hug Lan Lan first, then I can hug others. It seemed that his daughter knew how to be jealous. Yangqing laughed and proudly raised his eyebrows at Anqin. Baby Anqin, I don't think you can get along with children. Look at how much Lan Lan likes me. Anqin gritted her teeth. How could they be the same even if they were biological father and daughter? She turned her beautiful eyes and smiled softly at Lan Lan. Little Lan Lan, Auntie Anqin will take you to the amusement park in 2 days, okay? When Lan Lan heard this, she immediately broke away from Yangqing and ran to Anqin. She hugged Anqin's slender legs and rubbed her chubby and tender face on the smooth legs. Auntie Anqin is so nice. Although Yangqing knew that his daughter wasn't very honest, there were all kinds of little traitors and little foodies as precedents, and Lin Ruoshi had suffered a lot in the past. However, as a biological father, Yangqing was still rather frustrated. He felt that this child's education was far from being fake. Otherwise, why would he always call her little fat girl? In the end, he was still angry. Looking at Anqin's proud smile, Yangqing could only try his best to persuade himself. It was because his daughter knew that the people around her could be trusted that she would change sides because of this kind of small temptation. The smooth and slick young Lan Lan knew very well how to get fun and delicious food. When it was about to start eating, she began to pester Mo Qianni, saying sweet words like Mo Qianni's cooking was really delicious, making the woman so happy that she couldn't wait to kiss her child's sweet little mouth. Yangqing didn't dare to listen too much, afraid that he couldn't help but slap this little traitor's butt. He would feel very sorry for her. After chatting with Anqin, he found out that the woman had been busy eating with some of the main relatives in the family and didn't have much time to come out. Today, after pushing away some of the less important meetings, she could finally run over to see Yangqing. Although after cultivating, Anqin's body wouldn't be damaged because of exhaustion, it was still tiring for a young girl in her 20s to manage such a large family business. If only Sister Qianni came to help me. I'm not born to talk about business and socialize, and I have to bite the bullet when I meet those officials. If Sister Qianni came, I wouldn't even have a problem giving you 3% of the family's shares. At the dining table, Anqin complained. After Mo Qianni picked up a roasted goose leg for Lan Lan, she smiled and said, 3%? With the current stock price of the family, wouldn't that be giving me hundreds of millions? You're not an outsider anyway, giving it to you won't affect my position in the board of directors. Anqing smiled sweetly and said, Sister Qianni, to be honest, Sister Ruoshi is so capable that even without you and Sister Mingyu, she can still handle it with ease. Why don't you help me share some of the burden? There are many people who want to poach me. Although I won't get many shares in Yulei, I just want to fulfill my promise to the old CEO. As long as Ruoshi doesn't mind me, I will continue to stay, Mo Qianni rejected politely. But now Sister Ruoshi wants a divorce with her husband, don't you feel embarrassed in front of her? Anqing said softly, glancing at Yangqing. Yangqing looked at her helplessly and said, Why did you mention it? I haven't officially divorced her and you're already in a hurry to take over? Anqing immediately shook her head and said with a smile, Why would I? It won't be my turn. Besides, I think Sister Ruoshi is just in a fit of anger, and she'll be fine after a while. Hubby, you can't even let go of Hui Lin. Although she's an international superstar now, and as a man, you should feel a sense of achievement by conquering her, but you're too impulsive. Yangqing felt that something was wrong. Why did it sound like he was the one who slept with Hui Lin? But after being reminded by Anqing, Yangqing asked with concern, By the way, how's Hui Lin's movie going? I didn't attend the premiere. Mo Qianni smiled and said, It's going well. Yulei Entertainment's subsidiary company is very proud this time. Thanks to Huilin's comeback during the Spring Festival Gala, she directly took the top spot on the search rankings for 3 days straight. And because of our Yulei's public relations channels, the media is reporting positive news. Hui Lin appeared at the premiere of Sword Fairy, and the media almost packed the studio. During the Spring Festival, everyone was quite free. Other than visiting friends and family, they came out to watch movies together, so the box office was quite good. With our current power, it won't be a problem to exceed 300 million yuan in a week. We've already set the target to exceed 1 billion yuan. We're also preparing for the copyright in North America and Europe, and the movie will probably be released in half a month. After all, it's a big 3D production. Even if the Americans don't understand Huaxia culture, they will appreciate the style of the picture. This is a Hollywood commercial blockbuster. In that case, Hui Lin is even more popular than before. Yangqing smiled bitterly. It would be more difficult to see the little nun in the future. After all, she was the center of attention, and it wouldn't be good for her. Hubby, aren't you going to give Hui Lin a call to show your concern? Anqing asked. Yangqing shook his head and said, Forget it, she's very sensible. She's very busy at this time, there's no need to disturb her. Yangqing wanted to say that he still had a lot of trouble to deal with, so how could he provoke others? After lunch, Yangqing played games with Lan Lan for a while, and the chubby little girl began to feel sleepy again. Minwan carried her upstairs to rest. Mo Qianni and Anqing had to go out to deal with the company's affairs, so Yangqing ran out of the house and went to the laboratory of Xiao Qiqing of Zhonghai University. Due to Xiao Qiqing's outstanding talent in computing, Zhonghai University specially allocated an independent laboratory for her to carry out her usual research. To put it bluntly, it was to retain talents and reward her. The entire laboratory was filled with all kinds of computers assembled by Xiao Qiqing herself. All kinds of messy lines were densely packed, and only the woman could see them clearly. It was hard to imagine that a girl who grew up in an illusion would have such a strong learning ability after coming into contact with computers. It could only be said that it was a gift. When Yangqing entered the laboratory, Xiao Qiqing was sitting on a big leather chair, facing 3 screens, doing some system operations that he couldn't understand. Did you find it? Yangqing walked behind the woman and asked with a smile. Xiao Qiqing knew that the man came in and pointed to a red dot on a flat map on the left screen. It's here, in a high-end residential area in Hanzhong City. She should be meeting some relatives of the main family there these days, so she didn't leave. What Yangqing asked the woman to help find was the specific location of Zhongling. Through Xiao Qiqing's hacking skills, after invading the communication satellite, it was not difficult to find Zhongling's mobile phone signal. Yangqing rewarded the woman by kissing her fragrant hair. Good job, Qinger, do me another favor. Send a text message to that woman using an unknown signal, just say. If you don't bring your son to kowtow to Li Jingjing and apologize, I will set her on fire tonight. Then if she really begs for mercy, husband, won't you help Jingjing vent her anger? Xiao Qiqing asked. Yang Chen grinned. Don't worry. If she wanted to kowtow and apologize, she would have done so long ago. She didn't even apologize. It's obvious that she doesn't take me seriously. I'm just doing what I want. The fire is definitely going to be set tonight. You're really bad. Xiao Qiqing revealed a devilish smile and immediately helped Yangqing send a text message. In a high-end residential area in the south of Hanzhong City, in a two-story villa with good feng shui. Zhang Ling, wearing a silver cinnamon nightgown, was holding a glass of red wine in her hand, sitting by the French window of the bedroom on the second floor. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, she seemed a little bored. Turning her head, her husband Meng Qin was leaning on the big bed with a serious look, watching the noon news on the TV, looking quite focused. There was a trace of disgust in Zhang Ling's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Dear, in your eyes, are these lying news reports more attractive than a young and beautiful woman like me? Meng Qin didn't reply, as if he didn't hear anything. Humph, when you wanted to marry me, you said so many sweet nothings. I was blinded by lard and remarried you. Now you're ignoring me. Aren't you afraid that I'll divorce you? My dad loves me a lot, Zhang Ling laughed sarcastically. Meng Qin frowned. He was a little moved when he heard her dad. He couldn't afford to lose his father-in-law's support for the time being. Meng Qin immediately showed a gentle smile and sat on the bed. He held Zhang Ling's slender leg with both hands and placed it on his thigh. Then, he gave Zhang Ling a foot massage. Zhang Ling obviously had a proud smile on her face, to be able to get the head of the Environmental Protection Department to give her a foot massage. It's rare that I have time to watch TV and rest. Why do you have to act coquettishly in front of me? We're an old married couple. Meng Qin quickly turned his dissatisfaction into a kind of emotion. Zhang Ling put down the glass. She wanted to ask for more service from the man, but she didn't expect her phone on the table to flash a text message. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Ling picked up her phone and opened it. The moment she saw the content of the text message, Zhang Ling's pupils shrunk, a trace of anger and coldness flashed in her eyes. Meng Qin noticed something was wrong. He squinted his eyes and asked, "What's wrong, my dear wife?" Zhang Ling naturally clicked the delete button and said casually, "It's another spam message." "It's nothing." Meng Qin wouldn't be fooled so easily. He pressed the acupuncture points on the soles of the woman's feet and asked, "Is there something you're hiding from me? If it's something big, you can discuss it with me." Zhang Ling said impatiently, "If you're too free, you can take care of your two sons." Meng Qin frowned and said, "What happened to Zhelong and Xianxia? It's not like you don't know that they've never been on good terms. Last night, Xianxia was made drunk by Zhelong at the banquet. Later on, he had to be carried back to his residence. Everyone laughed at him, especially eldest uncle and Meng Yu's father and daughter. Tonight is the banquet of the 4 major halls. Zhelong is now the hall master of the Blackwood Hall, but Xianxia doesn't have any power. He might get drunk again. If they see this for the past 2 days, it'll be embarrassing for you and your youngest son." Meng Qin said unhappily, "As a mother, don't you know how to take care of them?" "What a joke." Zhang Ling sneered and said, "I'm not their mother. Your eldest son doesn't even listen to you, his father. How dare he?" Meng Qin's eyes widened and his face turned red with anger. "Let Xianxia sit at the same table with me later. Tell Zhelong to behave. Don't think that you're really powerful just because you're the hall master." Zhang Ling laughed in her heart. This man only knew how to boast about himself. Outsiders might not have thought that the dignified second master of the Meng family, Hall Master Meng, was not only a soft spear in bed, but also a soft cannon outside of bed. She only felt sorry for the pretty boy Meng Zhixin being drunk, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered to say more. After chatting like this, Meng Qin didn't ask any more about the text message. He seemed to be racking his brains for his son and his brother who was also not on the right track. After leaving Zhonghai University, Yangqing drove to Hanzhong City. Although it was a few hundred kilometers away, there was no traffic on the highway between the two places during the new year. When Yangqing drove leisurely, the sky just turned dark. They arrived at a truck repair shop in the suburbs that Lu Qingshan had mentioned. There were no other shops around, and it was a little desolate. A bald old worker who seemed to be the only one left behind in the repair shop saw Yangqing and grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth as he offered a honkshan to Yangqing. You must be son-in-law Yang. Boss showed me your picture, so just call me Old Gu. Yangqing did not put on any airs. He patted Old Ji's shoulder in a friendly manner and laughed. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Waiting for me here on New Year's Eve. I'm afraid I've delayed your visit to your relatives. There was a hint of admiration in Old Ji's eyes. He was an old member of the Azure Dragon Society. Although he didn't have a specific position, he was truly Lu Qingshan's trusted aide. He usually kept a low profile, but that didn't mean his status was low. He had thought that this young and vigorous son-in-law wouldn't care much about him, but he didn't expect him to be very down-to-earth and didn't look down on him at all. The president has a good eye for people, Old Gu thought to himself. However, he didn't know that this bastard had slept with the president's daughter first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with their president. It's not hard at all. People like us can't do much work in a year. The president has arranged for us old fellows to live out our lives in different places, and he also helps take care of the children at home. It's best if we can do something for the president, Old Gu said as he walked. Yangqing didn't expect Lu Qingshan to be so good at buying people's hearts. There were old fellows like this who were nurtured everywhere. Not only did he maintain a spy, he could also have someone to help him in case he ran away. Brother, is the guy I asked for ready? Yangchen asked as he lit up his cigarette and held it in his mouth. Old Gu led him to a large container truck and grinned. Son-in-law, this is the guy you want. It was just delivered half an hour ago. We had to avoid a few checkpoints and took a detour, so we were a little late. Fortunately, we made it in time. Yangqing jumped into the truck and opened the door at the back of the container to take a look inside. What a guy. Lu Qingshan's father-in-law was indeed interesting. It was actually filled to the brim. After closing the container, Yangqing chuckled and shook hands with Old Gu. Not bad, thank you, brother. I won't be driving this truck this time, is that all right? Son-in-law, what are you talking about? This is what the president told you to do. Old Gu hesitated for a moment before saying, but with so many guys, you have to be careful. Otherwise, this car will explode into powder. Don't worry, this thing is effective against them, it won't affect me. Yangqing was well aware of his own physical fitness. His body had been destroyed enough times to be tempered to this extent. Even if an atomic bomb exploded on his head, he would probably only peel off a layer of skin. This was still the situation where he didn't have any cultivation. If he could use his cultivation, then he wouldn't be harmed at all. Old Gu didn't know much about this. He roughly knew who Yangqing was going against, but the president told him not to ask too much. He didn't want to persuade him. He was just at a loss. Why would such a young man want to do such a big thing by himself? When Yangqing got into the truck and waved his hand to drive away, Old Gu shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, it really is the era of the young. 10 minutes later, halfway there, the lights of Hanzhong City were already shining brightly. Yangqing, who was driving to Zhang Ling's villa area in Hanzhong City, received a call from Xiao Qiqing. Yangqing was biting on the low-quality tobacco he bought on the road. The 2 yuan pack of cigarettes burned extremely spicy, but Yangqing felt that it was much better to smoke than the little panda at Lu Qingshan's place. Qing what's wrong? Husband, don't drive to the villa area. I saw Zhang Ling's coordinates move. It seems that she is going to the Meng family's ancestral hall. Xiao Qiqing said. Yangqing was surprised and stopped the car on the side of the road. Why did it change again? Well, I checked the text messages of several people in the Meng family's gang. They said that there is an internal banquet of the 4 major halls that will be held tonight in the courtyard outside the Meng family's ancestral hall. I think they are also going to attend the banquet. After all, they are directly related to the main clan. Yangqing's mouth showed a trace of evil. That's good, it saves me from running in 2 directions. This is God creating conditions for me. Husband, the Meng family's courtyard covers a large area. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to completely destroy it. Moreover, they have a lot of manpower. I'm afraid the fire will not burn much before it is extinguished. Xiao Qiqing also wanted to see the world in chaos. Yangqing scratched his head and felt that it was not a big problem. Let's talk about it when we get there. If there is any situation, report to me at any time. After hanging up the phone, Yangqing changed the direction of the car and headed towards the Meng family's ancestral hall. Yangqing did not dare to drive on the main road because there are toll booths and traffic police inspection. Although Yangqing can force his way through, it would be meaningless if he caused too much trouble. Therefore, he wanted to give the Meng family a surprise. The Meng family's ancestral hall is located in the old city. In addition to the old ancestral hall in the center, there are hundreds of quaint houses around it. Most of them were built during the Republic of China, and after constant maintenance, they are still intact today. But because this is the old house of the Meng family, the government generally does not care about it. It is guarded by the Huanan gang all year round. Although it is the old city, there are a large number of modern parking lots and straight roads around it. All of these are the embodiment of the huge financial resources of the Meng family. However, all of this is not open to the public, otherwise, it will become a tourist hotspot. Tonight, the Meng family's courtyard was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The red lights were swaying, revealing a festive and lively atmosphere. Many of the Meng family's relatives, collateral relatives, as well as the main leaders of the four main halls of the Huanan gang, also came to participate in the annual New Year's party of the four main halls. It was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. In the main house of the Meng family, there were no less than 100 people sitting there. And in the surrounding halls, there were about 400 to 500 gang members. It was very lively. Of course, on cold days, they need to be on duty outside the courtyard. There were 7 or 8 gang members patrolling the main street. They were young and strong men, wearing fur coat. Their faces were somewhat helpless and resentful. Who let them be the younger brothers of the younger brothers? At this time, from the distance, 2 car lights flashed. The high beams were quite dazzling. It looked like a big truck? Several men looked at each other, full of doubts. In addition to the morning and midnight, there will be a big truck to load and transport some things. Usually, there will not be a big truck coming here. Soon, 2 men walked to the middle of the road and motioned the big truck to stop. They thought that the truck was driving on the wrong road. However, they soon found out that the situation was not right. This big truck, not only did it not stop, it actually accelerated. The few men broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? Brake failure? No, this is an uphill road. They only heard the loud roar of the truck's engine. It was like a beast, rolling over the uneven bluestone road and rushing toward the main street's blockade. The few men were armed with guns, but when they subconsciously wanted to pull out their guns, the truck was already close at hand. Their lives were more important. They didn't have time to shout and pull out their guns. They first retreated to make way for the truck. Bang! The fence was mercilessly knocked away by the truck and rolled to the ground. It was as if it was telling the group of guards who were still in shock that it wasn't a dream. When they woke up, the few big men shouted loudly. Some of them shouted into the walkie-talkie. Someone come quickly. There's a truck rushing into the main street. But no matter how fast it was, when everyone in the courtyard was relaxed, they couldn't react faster than the truck. Not to mention, the driver was Yangqing. Yangqing didn't have any intention of stopping. Whoever rushed out to block the road deserved to be hit. Anyway, he would rush wherever there were more lights. The place in front seemed to be full of red lanterns. It was there was no mistake. Hearing someone shooting behind him, Yangqing continued to rush forward with a cigarette in his mouth. What a joke, that garbage antique pistol with such little range would miss before it even hit. Not long ago, in the main house of the Meng family, the lights were bright. The head of the Meng family, Meng Kaiyuan, already had silver hair. He sat in the seat of the host, but he was full of energy. His face was ruddy. He had already drunk half a caddy of Maotai, but he wasn't drunk at all. It could be seen that this old man's alcohol tolerance was not bad. At the central table where he was sitting, the main figures of the Huanan gang sat. Meng Qin, Meng Lisan, and Zhang Ling, although they didn't hold a position in the gang, they had special identities and were also among them. Father, let me toast you again. Live as long as Nanshan. The man with the loud voice stood up and said nice words, but his face was fierce. This was the Huanan gang's deputy gang leader and also Meng Kaiyuan's eldest son, Meng Quebec. He had a tall and sturdy figure, which was different from the handsome appearance of his younger brother, Meng Qin. Within his roughness, there was a hint of wild fierceness. Meng Kaiyuan looked up, a little unwilling. You've already toasted me 3 times, but you haven't changed your toast. When Meng Ke heard this, he simply drank a mouthful of wine and sat down without changing his expression. Alright, I'll drink it myself. Meng Kaiyuan shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. The conversation between the father and son was quite amusing. Meng Ke was indeed like his name, simple-minded. However, perhaps it was precisely because of this that Meng Kaiyuan seemed to like him very much, allowing him to sit on the position of the deputy clan leader. After all, a leader did not need much cleverness. As long as he was not muddle-headed on important matters, he could rely on good assistance to make up for small flaws. From Meng Kaiyuan's point of view, even if Meng Ke was not some great genius, he was still a good candidate to maintain the status quo. Uncle, the gang's affairs are important, but you should at least read some books and learn a few toasts. Otherwise, grandfather's ears will get calluses from listening to it. The man who spoke was the Blackwood Hall's hall master, Meng Qin's eldest son, Meng Zhelong. Unlike his younger brother, Meng Zhelong seemed to be more like his uncle. He had a sturdy physique, a fierce face, and an unflattering appearance. Although my father is not very good with words, he is sincere. It's better than some people who are glib-tongued but fake. The person who spoke was the sexiest and most charming woman at the table. This woman wore a red and black dress with a waist, and her shoulder-length hair was dyed a drunken red. Her charming eyes were like a painting, and her facial features were well-defined. Every movement she made revealed a flirtatious charm. She was the living embodiment of a femme fatale. Meng Yu was Meng Ke's only daughter, but because she was born late, she had just reached the age of 25. However, her talent in business and the underworld was excellent, and she was deeply favored by Meng Kaiyuan. In addition, her mother had died giving birth to her, so she was especially pitied by Meng Kaiyuan. At a young age, Meng Kaiyuan had stood his ground and made her the hall master of the Red Flower Hall, controlling the largest enterprise in the South China Gang. She was also the youngest hall master of the South China Gang since ancient times. Many of the elders in the gang secretly joked that Meng Ke had given a portion of his IQ to his daughter. Otherwise, the difference between father and daughter wouldn't be so big. Humph, Meng Yu, who are you saying is fake? Me? Meng Zhelong raised his eyebrows. Meng Yu smiled lightly and turned to Meng Kaiyuan. Grandfather, this idiot took his seat. Don't treat me like an outsider, I know big brother is definitely sincere. Because she was born late, Meng Yu still had to call Meng Zhelong and Meng New brother. Meng Zhelong's face was dark and uncertain. Meng Yu had said all the good and bad things, making it seem as if she was helping him say good things. You little naughty girl. Meng Kaiyuan was especially fond of his granddaughter. Seeing this, he pretended that nothing had happened. In this kind of meal, Meng Qin, Zhang Ling, and the others only relied on their blood relationship. The people present didn't dare to say much. After all, this was a gathering of the 4 halls of the gang. They didn't have any real power and were only here to participate. As for Zhang Ling's father, people like Zhang Yuneve, Golden Jade Hall were completely different. They were people who could really talk and boast. This was the strict rules of the traditional gang that had been passed down since ancient times. Meng Qin was counting on his eldest son, Meng Zhelong, who was the hall master of the Blackwood Hall, to help him fight for a certain position in the gang. Unfortunately, Meng Zhelong only knew how to fight fiercely most of the time. He was all brawn and no brains, which gave him a headache. Just as the main room and the side hall were discussing and laughing and cursing one after another, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Although it was very noisy, the sound of gunfire was still extremely sensitive to many of the people present. Beep. 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 Immediately afterward, the alarm of the Meng family's courtyard also sounded ear-piercingly. Someone is invading. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. The only function of this alarm was to prepare for an emergency battle. It would only sound if someone was invading. However, when this alarm was first installed, they didn't expect it to be used. Not to mention whether someone could invade or not, who would be tired of living and dare to invade the Meng family. For a moment, dozens of tables around the courtyard began to become noisy and chaotic. "All of you, shut up." Master Meng suddenly stood up and shouted, which made the whole audience silent. The old man's somewhat amiable face suddenly seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of iron powder. It was frighteningly gloomy. A domineering aura that deterred the whole audience made people feel a chill in their bones. The old people in the gang, such as Zhang Yun, the hall master of the White Horse Hall, Bai He, and the others, were stunned. It seemed that they hadn't seen the old gang master reveal his true appearance for a long time. Some of the younger generation were as silent as cicadas, swallowing their saliva and not daring to make a sound. Zhang Ling, who hadn't spoken much, at the same time, a lot of worry and doubt flashed in her eyes. She didn't dare to imagine, if that text message was true, what did Yangqing want to do? At this time, a Huanan gang member ran in and said with a panicked face, "Gang master." Someone drove a big truck and rushed in from the main street toward the ancestral hall. Everyone was in an uproar. It was actually a truck? What kind of unruly method was this in Jianghu? In the first lunar month, someone drove a truck to invade the old Meng family's courtyard? Humph, haha. This old man has lived for most of his life, but I really didn't expect to see such a play. Meng Kaiyuan ignored the loud alarm outside and looked at Meng Kai. "Naughty boy, what are you still doing? Take your men and go out with me for a while, let's see what kind of a mortal it is." Meng Kai's face was wooden, and suddenly he silently drank a mouthful of wine. In his eyes, this Maotai was no different than plain water. "Dad, I will take people to kill him, you continue to drink. F***ck off. Don't show off in front of me." Meng Kaiyuan suddenly kicked his son's butt, causing Meng Kai, who was beside him, to tumble. Everyone was so surprised that they didn't know what to say. The old man, who was already 70 years old, actually had such great strength to be able to kick Meng Kai, who was nearly 2 meters tall and was also a martial artist, into a somersault. Even Meng Qin, Zhang Ling, and the other sons and daughters-in-law revealed astonished expressions, not to mention Meng Xian and the other younger generation. Only some of the elders in the gang weren't surprised. They had all followed the old man to kill the Japanese in the past. Back then, the old man had carried a big knife and a rain of bullets to protect the foundation of the Huanan gang in troubled times. These little fellows naturally hadn't experienced the days of being the king of the mountain. Huanan gang, especially the Meng family, although they were the #1 gang in Huaxia, they usually only operated in the Central Plains. In the view of many new gangs with a shorter history, Huanan gang had always relied on their deep-rooted influence, never sang a different tune to the country, and also flattered the central government to maintain their current power. But this was just the stupid idea of outsiders. Relying on low-key. Without any real ability, they could not continue to the present and maintain their heyday. Whether it was in troubled times or peaceful times, Huanan gang, Qing gang, and even before that, had never been shaken by any forces. And Meng family, to be able to command the other gangs, had a lot of deeply hidden things, which was their real strength. But sometimes, if an ancient family wanted to survive in the change of dynasty, they must lower their posture to maintain a delicate relationship with the country. Although many people in the outside world would forget the ability of Meng family's ancestors with the change of society, but the real core of these old people, especially the clan heads of vassal families, were well aware of it. The ability to protect their family's incense, until the last moment, they would never reveal it. However, low-key always had a bottom line. Today, someone had rushed into the ancestral hall. If they continued to be low-key, then Meng family could cut their own throat. Under the leadership of Meng Kaiyuan, dozens of Huanan gang elites took out submachine guns from a hidden position and rushed to the ancestral hall. Meng family's ancestral hall was located in the center of the entire courtyard. From the main street, they could easily pass through 3 arched doors. When a group of hundreds of Huanan gang members came to the first door, they couldn't help but exclaim and suck in a cold breath. They saw that starting from the first arched door, it had been forcibly broken. Both sides and the top were smashed into ruins. Lime, wood dregs, and bricks were scattered everywhere. It was not difficult to imagine that these 3 doors were unceremoniously smashed by that big truck. Meng Laozi's face was livid, and his eyes emitted sparks. Behind him, the Meng family and the gang members were also angrily cursing. A group of people immediately rushed to the hundreds of square meters bluestone square outside the ancestral hall. The Meng family's carefully built ancestral hall was impressively in front of them. The gate of the ancestral hall was tall, with 4 stone pillars about 50 cun square, supporting the thick frame and curved beams. It was a wooden structure with 4 pillars, 3 rooms, and 3 floors. The 3rd floor of the main room had a 20-meter-wide front frame with 4 brackets, 9 steps, and 4 tilts. The streamlined and beautiful structure of the cornices complemented each other, highlighting the noble style of the Meng family. However, in such a place that should have been awe-inspiring, a large container truck whose front had been deformed, its red paint had been scraped off, and its front window had been shattered. It had stopped abruptly at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Just before Meng Laozi arrived with his men, dozens of Meng family's guards with pistols had already surrounded a strange young man. Needless to say, this was naturally Yangqing, who had driven here on a rampage. This guy was already a little impatient from waiting. Finally, he saw that the main character had brought someone over. He happily patted the dust off his butt, spat out the end of his cigarette, and stood up from the stairs. Zhang Ling and Meng Zhixin, who were behind Meng Laozi, had a pale face and a puzzled face. Meng Kaiyuan didn't seem to believe that the person who did this turned out to be a young man. He couldn't help but look up and down a few times. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." "Young man, who are you?" "Dad, don't ask, just kill him." Meng Kai suddenly clenched his fist, and his bones made a cracking sound. He was about to go up and kill. "Get lost. It's not your turn to speak." Meng Kaiyuan kicked his eldest son away. When Yangqing saw this scene, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although his divine sense was not as strong as before, judging from Meng Kaiyuan's movements and strength, this old man actually had a good internal force cultivation? Sure enough, this was not an ordinary underworld family, it was still a little special. But Yangqing didn't have time to pay attention to him. Instead, he directly glanced at Zhang Ling. "Hey, woman surnamed Zhang, I sent you a text message. Do you really think I don't dare to come here and burn your house? How about it, have you decided to kowtow now?" As Yangqing spoke, he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. It wasn't that Yangqing was addicted to smoking, but he still had to use this cigarette to make those guys in the car later. Zhang Ling's legs trembled. Many people around looked around and finally saw her. Meng Qin thought of the text message and couldn't help but frown and question his wife. "Zhang Ling, what's going on?" Zhang Ling didn't dare to hide it anymore. She walked to the front and knelt down in front of Meng Kaiyuan. She lowered her head and cried, "Dad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the Meng family. But I really have my own difficulties." This woman's acting was also excellent. Very soon, she started crying, which made people feel pity for her. "Tell me, what's going on?" Meng Kaiyuan asked lightly. Zhang Ling immediately told them what had happened, adding oil and vinegar to the story. She roughly said that Li Jingjing seduced Meng Zhixin, but in reality, she coveted Meng Zhixin's position. She sent people to persuade the Li family, but they despised her and even destroyed her car. Hence, the people below smashed Li Jingjing's car instead. After that, Li Jingjing was arrested and sent to the labor camp. Unexpectedly, she seduced Yangqing, the young master of the Yang family. "Dad. As the daughter-in-law of the Meng family, how can I kowtow to an outsider for a bitch? I've already told the police that I promised to give them gifts as compensation, but he wouldn't let me go no matter what. I didn't expect to make such a mistake. Dad, it's all my fault, please punish me." Zhang Ling retreated in order to advance. She showed a sad and helpless expression. In fact, most of the people in the gang who knew Zhang Ling knew how exaggerated this matter was. Whether it was true or not, it was true that Zhang Ling was the daughter-in-law of the Meng family. If she kowtowed to the Yang family, wouldn't it mean that the Meng family submitted to the Yang family? In the underworld, face was the most important thing. It was fine to give some money in private and say a few good words, but the face couldn't be lost. After all, Zhang Ling was only dealing with a mistress of Yangqing, not the real direct descendant of the Yang family or the mistress of the family. Meng Kaiyuan's expression was rather complicated. The people around him also looked at Yangqing strangely. Many of them had heard of the incident where Yangqing killed Liang Xingchuan's family. In private, many families and forces had already said that the young master of the Yang family was a complete violent maniac and a madman. They didn't expect that the first time they met, this guy actually drove a big truck straight to the Meng family's ancestral hall. It was indeed Madman Yang. After knowing Yang Cheng's identity, they weren't as angry as before. Some were curious, some were admiring, and some were suspicious. Yang family kid, I know you have some ability, but what you did today is too much, Meng Kaiyuan said in a low voice. Yang Cheng still didn't reply. He felt that there was no need to continue talking, so he walked to the back of the container and opened the door. Many of the people present were knowledgeable. When they saw what was inside, they were all dumbfounded and their bones felt cold. The black mass was actually a container full of explosives. Leader, it's some rock explosives. It's not particularly powerful, but it's still very dangerous. On the side, White Horse Hall's hall master Bai He, who was proficient in all kinds of underground transactions, immediately recognized it. Lu Qingshan naturally couldn't get his hands on C4, RDX and other military explosives, but to be able to get such a large container of civilian explosives was already very crazy. Suddenly, the cigarette in Yang Cheng's mouth, that spark, seemed to have become a terrifying detonator. Yang Cheng turned his head and grinned, revealing a slightly excited smile. How about it, this box of explosives, although the explosive power is average, it's more than enough to blow up your ancestral hall. Everyone, tonight's fireworks will be very exciting. You. Zhang Ling, how could you be so muddle-headed? Seeing this scene, Meng Qin was afraid that his father would blame him, so he rushed out to reprimand his wife, saying that he didn't know anything. Humph. Meng Qin, don't try to distance yourself from my daughter. Golden Jade Hall's Zhang Yun, who was also Zhang Ling's father, said fiercely, you coward, if it wasn't for you not controlling Xianxia, you wouldn't have gotten involved with that kind of shady woman. Would today's matter still exist? It would have been better if he didn't say it, but as soon as he said it, Yangqing immediately looked at Zhang Yun, his face especially gloomy. After Zhang Yun realized it, he disdainfully snorted, what are you looking at? Do you think you're so great just because you're the young master of the Yan family? Today you trespassed on our Huanan gang's territory, do you think this is Yanjing? If you dare to detonate a set of explosives, I'll take the lead and have people stuff the explosives into your stomach. Zhang Yun was an old member of the Huanan gang. He knew Meng Kaiyuan's ability and the Meng family's strength, so he didn't think that the Yan family was anything to be afraid of. This demonstration was also done for the gang members to see. In any case, it was impossible for Meng Kaiyuan to let Yangqing hurt him. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone to hold it up, so he only needed to show off. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Yun's words, many of the Huanan gang members felt that this was how it should be. Wasn't it just the Yang family from Yanjing? The Huanan gang was not like the Liang family. How could they be afraid of a brat from the Yang family who came alone? Yangqing couldn't help but find it funny when he saw these people showing contempt toward him. It was the first time in his life that someone actually said that he would stuff explosives into his stomach. Your idea is good. Yangqing nodded. He smiled and took out a 3-finger-thick explosive tube from the container and began to walk toward Zhang Yun. A group of Huanan gang's elite guards saw this and immediately raised their submachine guns to block in front of Yangqing. Zhang Yun proudly stood at the back, looking at Yangqing with disdain, calm and composed. Meng Kaiyuan calmly looked at Yangqing and said, Yang family's brat, even if my daughter-in-law owes you, you broke into this place with your car. This old man will give you one last piece of advice. For the sake of your grandfather Yang Gongming's illustrious reputation, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you don't know what's good for you, then my Meng family won't mind becoming enemies with your Yang family. Even if Yang Gongming personally comes, this old man won't even frown. Yangqing lowered his head and chuckled. He bit the cigarette butt and inhaled and exhaled white smoke. Under the illumination of the yellow light of the night, it was particularly clear and misty. The explosive tube in his hand was nimbly wrapped around his fingers, constantly rotating as if mocking the old man's nonsense. When Yangqing was less than 10 meters away from the group of people, Meng Kaiyuan finally revealed an angry expression. "Arrogant brat, do you really think that no one dares to touch you?" Meng Kaiyuan coldly snorted and lightly waved his hand. In an instant, dozens of submachine guns concentrated fire at the same time. 2222. The deafening roar of the charge was accompanied by a large number of bullet casings falling to the ground. The air was filled with smoke. The fiery snake spat out red lines of fire that converged on Yangcheng's body. These gunmen were all very professional. They avoided the position of the explosives in Yangcheng's hands and the position of the truck behind him, and all shot at vital points such as Yangcheng's head and heart. Just when everyone thought that this insufferably arrogant stupid young master was about to say goodbye to the world, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yangcheng's figure did not encounter any obstruction in the midst of the explosion of bullets. As if he was taking a leisurely stroll, he continued to advance towards Zhang Yan's position. Until all the guns had run out of bullets, in the white smoke, Yangqing had already walked in front of everyone with a slight frown. "Are you kidding me? Why are you shooting at my head? My cigarette but has already been shot into dregs by you guys, I still have to light another one." Yangqing gloomily spat out the remaining bit of cigarette in his mouth, and reached out to tear off a piece of cloth from his chest. Revealing half of his chest, he walked in front of Zhang Yun. The entire place was dead silent. Other than the whistling night wind, there were some people who were panting because of fear and horror. Not only Zhang Yun, but Meng Qin, Meng Zhixin, Zhang Ling, and the others were all deathly pale. Even Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Ke had grave expressions on their faces. "Kid, are you practicing the body hardening technique? Or which sect are you from?" Meng Kaiyuan asked. At this moment, Meng Kaiyuan's tone became especially cautious. But Meng Ke, Meng Yu, and the others began to be really surprised. Yangqing didn't bother to answer. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand as fast as lightning. Under the eyes of everyone, he grabbed Zhang Yun's mink collar and threw him on the flagstone. Before Zhang Yun wanted to get up, Yangqing stepped on his chest again, directly making Zhang Yun spit out a mouthful of blood. "Bastard! Let go of our hall leader." "Dad!" Zhang Ling exclaimed. Several disciples of Golden Hall took out their pistols and began to shoot at Yangqing again. But when the bullets hit Yangqing's body, it was like an egg hitting a rock, without any effect. They directly slid to the ground and only scratched Yangqing's clothes. Yangqing also took out a cigarette and lit it at the moment when the bullets passed by. Looking at the flustered and wailing Zhang Yun under his feet, Yangqing showed a harmless smile. "I'll take your suggestion. Now, I'll put the explosive in your mouth." Hearing this, Zhang Yun was so scared that he almost fainted. But because his body was too painful, he didn't faint. Most of the people around panicked and retreated more than 10 meters away, not daring to save Zhang Yun. "Bastard! Do you know what you're doing? Do you really think you can be lawless just because you're good at kung fu?" Seeing that Yangqing was about to light the fuse of the explosive with the cigarette, Meng Kaiyuan finally couldn't help it. Although Zhang Yun was not a member of the Meng family, he was the current head of the Zhang family of Golden Hall. If he died, it would be a big blow to the prestige of the Meng family. He knew that if he didn't take action now, it would be too late. "Stop!" Meng Kaiyuan's old eyes suddenly flashed. His figure was like a fierce tiger, which was completely not the speed that an old man should have. In the blink of an eye, he rushed more than 10 meters in front of him. At this moment, Meng Kaiyuan's true chi suddenly leaked out. His hands turned into eagle claws, and the power of his 5 fingers was much more powerful than the stream of bullets just now. The surrounding gang members couldn't see the figure of the old leader at this time. He was like a flowing shadow, but the power made the bluestone under his feet crack inch by inch. But all this, in the eyes of Yangqing, was not so imposing. Although Yangqing couldn't use his cultivation, his physical fitness and acuity were still there. He could see all the movements with his naked eyes. As soon as Meng Kaiyuan came over, Yangqing had already determined his position. Just at the moment when Meng Kaiyuan was about to touch Yangqing's arm, Yangqing's body slightly leaned down sideways, and his left shoulder lightly hit Meng Kaiyuan's chest. Puff! Meng Kaiyuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest felt as if it had been smashed by a huge rock. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The hundreds of people present, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, saw the old leader fly backwards in the air and spit out a mouthful of red mist. Dad. Leader. This time, the Huanan gang members were completely at a loss. Meng Kaiyuan had actually been injured. They had just been amazed at Meng Kaiyuan's ability to hide his strength, and now he was sent flying by Yanqing for no reason. Even Meng Kaiyuan, who was in midair, couldn't believe it. His own martial arts cultivation was actually so weak. What was even more frightening was that Yanqing didn't use any true qi at all. He had purely used his physical body to defeat him. Meng Kai soared into the air to protect his father. He retreated a few steps before finally stopping. He couldn't help but feel a deep reverence for Yang Cheng's attack. Meng Yu, Bai He, and the others were also shocked speechless. This time, Yang Cheng whistled and said with some interest, "Old man, you should have entered the Xiantian realm not long ago. Your foundation is quite stable, but you're already so old. If you're still alive, you should take care of yourself. If you come again, I'll directly shatter your internal organs." Meng Kaiyuan was just about to speak when he vomited another mouthful of blood. He gasped for breath and shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. Are you a monster? You don't have any martial arts cultivation, how could you?" At this point, Meng Kaiyuan was suddenly shocked. "Could it be that you are someone from there?" "That's not right. People from there wouldn't be so arrogant as to interfere in such worldly matters. They would be dealt with. Just where did you come from?" Yangqing narrowed his eyes. The old man said was most likely Hong Meng. He actually knew about Hong Meng. Sure enough, the Meng family's background was deep. But Yangqing didn't care about this. He didn't want to waste time. This guy who dared to say that his woman was shady and even gave him explosives to eat, he must first eat the explosives. The explosive tube in his hand was quickly ignited by Yangqing. As the fuse burned, Yangqing stuffed the end of the explosive into Zhang Yan's mouth. He also ruthlessly smashed the teeth inside and stuffed it into his throat. Everyone saw that Yangqing was holding the explosive tube in his hand and didn't have any intention of running away. They couldn't help but tremble with fear. This guy, could it be that even explosives couldn't injure him? Boom! Not waiting for them to think clearly, the explosive tube emitted a burst of yellow light and violently exploded. In the smoke, except for the torn sleeves, Yangqing didn't have the slightest injury on his body. He clapped his hands and stood up. Everyone, including Meng Kaiyuan, was dumbfounded. Could this be a body of steel? The bomb actually exploded in his hand without the slightest injury? Dad! Zhang Ling let out a hysterical cry. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they saw that half of Zhang Yan's body had already been blasted into a mangled mess of flesh and blood, and even his shattered head had the smell of burnt meat in it. Yangqing kicked the remaining half of the body back to Zhang Ling and the others. This scared the group of people so much that they took a few steps back. Even his daughter, Zhang Ling, was scared and hid behind the crowd. Everyone looked at Yangqing with a deep fear in their eyes. This kind of cruelty that didn't treat people as human and completely monstrous body, just like the legendary Azura from hell, made people collapse. Yangqing took a puff of spicy tobacco. White smoke came out from his nostrils. He was no stranger to everyone's expression. He bared his teeth and said, "The appetizer is over. I will go and set off the fireworks for you." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Yangchen turned around and ran briskly to continue fiddling with the remaining bombs in the container. He moved them out one by one, preparing to blow up the entire ancestral hall behind them. This time, no one dared to go up and die. This was an unstoppable scourge. "Dad, why don't we fight with him?" Meng Kai suddenly said, clenching his fists tightly. "Don't be impulsive, Dad. This Yangqing dared to come here alone. He obviously knows that we can't do anything to him," Meng Yu immediately advised. Looking at the man who was placing the bombs in the distance, other than anger, there was also a trace of strange thoughts. "Leader, this Yangqing is a famous madman in the circle. If we can't overwhelm him with strength, I'm afraid he doesn't care about anything. We should retreat quickly to avoid being killed by him. We need to think about it." The short and fat Bai he suggested. Meng Kaiyuan looked at the solemn ancestral hall with a complicated gaze. He waved his hand and said, "Listen to my order. Zhang Yin of the Golden Jade Hall has died in the line of duty. Zhang Xian, the younger brother of Zhang Yun, will temporarily replace him as the acting hall master. The 4 hall masters will immediately lead all the brothers to leave the Meng residence." Zhang Yun died for the gang, so Meng Kaiyuan wouldn't let the Zhang family's heart turn cold. This order also made Zhang Xian, who was just sad and angry about his brother's death, reveal a trace of surprise. "Gang leader, you can leave first." Bai he spoke loyally. Meng Kaiyuan said angrily, "I told you to leave, so leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill him first." Even if many gang members wanted to stay and fight, they had no choice but to leave after hearing this. Soon, Meng Zhelong, Bai He, Zhang Xian and the others quickly left the square and left the Meng residence. They were really afraid. Who knew how this madman would deal with them? Meng Zhixin and Zhang Ling didn't care too much. Seeing that Meng Kaiyuan didn't have the intention to stay and punish them, they left with the crowd. "Dad, aren't you leaving?" Meng Kai asked Meng Kaiyuan in confusion. "You leave with Yuer first. I'll be fine." Meng Kaiyuan had reached the innate realm, so he quickly recovered from his injuries. When Meng Kai and Meng Yu heard this, they immediately frowned and silently stood beside Meng Kaiyuan, unwilling to leave. Meng Qin, who had been struggling all this while, knew that if he stayed behind at this moment, he would surely be able to prove to his father that he was courageous. However, when he saw the charred corpse on the ground, he still gritted his teeth and ran out. Meng Kaiyuan glanced at his eldest son and granddaughter, who were the last to stay, and revealed a satisfied smile. "Good, good. Let us grandfather and grandson see just what sort of trouble this kid can stir up." At this time, Yangqing had already taken out all the explosives from the container. Yangqing was too lazy to care about the Huanan gang members who were running away. Today's mission was to blow up the Meng family shrine. This was to prevent people from thinking that he only dared to talk and not do anything. If that really happened, then he wouldn't be able to mingle around anymore. This enmity was destined to be formed. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Who asked some people to be so ungrateful? If the Huanan gang wanted to deal with me, then I would accept it. The fiercer the commotion, the easier it would be for me to display my abilities. It would be best if they went all out, and it would also make it easier for Lu Qingshan to take over their territory in the future." After dividing the explosives into 8 piles and placing them in 8 different locations in the ancestral hall, Yangqing calculated the distance of the explosions. He should be able to detonate all of them at once. He turned his head and smiled at the Meng family's 3 people. "It's a pity that only the 3 of you can watch the live broadcast of the fireworks. I hope you'll be happy." After saying that, Yangqing picked up the fuse and lit it with a cigarette butt. Then, he excitedly ran a few steps away, ready to wait for the intense explosion. Seeing the smile on Yangqing's face, Meng Kai almost couldn't help but want to rush up, but he was still held back by Meng Kaiyuan. As the fuse burned, the first pile of explosives was about to explode. Yangqing originally thought that tonight's mission would be completed, but he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. Suddenly, the 2 heavy ironwood doors of the ancestral hall suddenly opened. A gray figure rushed out from the ancestral hall, like a gray whirlwind, and picked up all the explosives that were about to explode and threw them into the air. Pung pung pung. Amidst the continuous explosions, it wasn't that the explosives were ignited, but that they were torn apart by a tearing force. The pungent smell of saltpeter filled the air, and the floating dust made Yangqing flustered and exasperated. He hurriedly ran more than 10 meters away, gloomily dusting off the dust on his body. Yangqing couldn't help but want to curse out loud. How could there still be people inside? What the hell? Because he couldn't use his divine sense, he wouldn't have been unable to discover them for so long. Looking up, there was already an old man wearing a tattered gray robe with long sleeves. His figure was slightly curvy, and his hair was gray, tied into a bun. The old man was looking at him indifferently. Judging from his move just now, the surprise in Yangqing's heart was much stronger than before. That was clearly a move that could only be completed with true elemental energy. This old man was actually at the soul formation stage. There was actually a soul formation stage cultivator in the Meng family's ancestral hall? Damn it. Why didn't that bullshit absolute sword Taoist come? There was someone here that needed to be taken to Hongmeng. However, Yangqing also knew that things might not be so simple. Since Hongmeng could treat the soul formation stage experts from the four major families with special respect, then the Meng family might also be a special case. Hall Guardian Elder, Kaiyuan is very ashamed to have disturbed you. At this time, Meng Kaiyuan had already come forward and bowed to the grey-robed old man to apologize. He was very respectful, and his words were full of pride. Although judging from the appearance, it seemed that the two of them were about the same age, Meng Kaiyuan completely spoke in the tone of a junior. The father and daughter, Meng Kai and Meng Yu, who were behind him, were both surprised, but their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Only now did they know that the reason their father let the others go was to not let outsiders know that there was a secret in this ancestral hall. The two white eyebrows of the hall guardian elder fluttered in the wind, and his voice was full of vicissitudes. He leisurely said, "Ignorant junior, since you are a descendant of the Yang family, I will let you go. Quickly leave." Yangqing didn't seem to hear it and walked in front of the old man while cursing. "I say, old man, if you are afraid of being killed by the explosion, you should have told me earlier. Wouldn't it have been better if you had come out earlier? You have destroyed all the explosives that I had just set up. How do you want me to burn this house? Do you want me to use a lighter to burn the wooden beams?" "Yangqing, don't be arrogant. Do you know what kind of person this elder Meng Qi is? Even if your grandfather, Yang Gongming, was here, he would not be the slightest bit presumptuous." Meng Kaiyuan glared at him. "I am me, why do you keep mentioning my family's old man? You're already an old man, yet you're still pretending to be a grandson. I feel ashamed for you." Yangqing rambled on and on, then went to rearrange the remaining explosives. The Meng family members didn't expect that Yangqing didn't know how to write the word afraid at all. He was going to continue to blow it up. Meng Qi was known as the Hall Guardian Elder. Although he was only responsible for guarding the ancestral hall, he was a true elder of the Meng family and was the most fundamental bloodline. A junior like Meng Kaiyuan was a clan leader outside, but in his eyes, he was nothing more than a little baby. Meng Qi didn't expect that after not coming out for more than 20 years, he would actually meet such a fearless young man who treated him like air. For a moment, Meng Qi felt that this was preposterous. A sharp light flashed in his old eyes, and the big sleeves of his grey robe fiercely waved, bringing with it a wave of true essence. The pile of explosives that Yangqing was about to place were all crushed by this true essence. They scattered everywhere and were completely useless. "Humph, you want to destroy my Meng family's ancestral hall in front of this old man? You brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Meng Kai and Meng Yu, who were at the back, watched with shining eyes. This was a true ability. What level of cultivation did one have to reach in order to have such strength? Seeing this scene, Yangqing sucked in a breath of cold air. He hated himself for not being able to use his cultivation. He gritted his teeth and turned around. "Old man, don't go too far. You don't want me to use explosives to blow it up, so you want me to smash it to death, right? Good. Just you wait." How could Yangqing be willing to give up? He was also too lazy to fight with this old man. Because in a situation where he didn't have any cultivation to use, he might not be able to catch a spirit-severing cultivator. Therefore, Yangqing flew up and directly arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall. His two hands suddenly grabbed a 2-meter-tall heavy door and easily pulled it out. The two doors and the wall made a wailing sound that was difficult to hold on. The metal axle of the door was actually torn off. "You! How dare you!" Elder Meng Qi almost fainted from anger. This kid didn't come at him but started to tear down the house. He raised his left hand in a rage and immediately appeared in front of Yangqing. A palm full of inner energy slammed toward Yangqing's chest. Yangqing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Although Meng Qi's cultivation technique was quite powerful, he was only at the soul formation stage. He wasn't strong enough to hurt him. Yangqing didn't dodge. He stood firmly in place, straightened his back, and used his chest to receive this palm strike. Bang! With a muffled sound, inner energy scattered in all directions. The ripples caused the surrounding eaves to tremble. Meng-Chi thought that Yanqing would be sent flying back dozens of meters, but he was shocked to find that Yanqing was looking at him with a mocking expression. He wasn't injured at all. Yanqing threw the 2 iron doors into the ancestral hall, knocking over a pile of mahogany furniture. The faces of Meng Kaiyuan and the others were pale. The scene in front of them was like a dream. It was completely different from what they had expected. Meng-Chi's attack failed and he retreated several meters. He said to Meng Kaiyuan and the other 2 behind him, "You guys get out and go far away. This old man is going to get serious." "Yes, Elder." Meng Kaiyuan didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately signaled Meng Kai and his daughter to run away with him, so that Meng-Chi wouldn't be able to do anything. Yanqing couldn't be bothered. He had already seen a large amount of incense oil and candles in the ancestral hall. These incense sticks were for the sake of honoring the ancestors. They were unending all year round. Wasn't it just right to use them to burn the curtains and other cloth in the ancestral hall? Seeing that Yanqing was about to go in and set the fire, Meng-Chi didn't dare to delay. He rushed in front of Yanqing to block his path. "Evil creature. Don't even think about succeeding." Before Meng-Chi stepped into the soul formation stage, he was a martial arts expert who used his fists and palms to enter the Tao. At this time, he let go of his restraints and activated all the true qi in his body, beginning to attack Yanqing in a frenzy. All of true essence gathered on his fist, causing Meng-Chi's fist to carry an indomitable spirit. It was as fast as a flood dragon, and it bombarded Yanqing's body indiscriminately. All the vital parts of Yanqing's body were punched and kicked, and his body was smashed into pieces in just a few seconds. However, no matter how Meng-Chi attacked, Yanqing's body was like a towering mountain, unmoving and unscathed. When Meng-Chi's uppercut hit Yanqing's jaw, Yanqing finally reached out and grabbed Meng-Chi's right wrist. Courting death. Yanqing's good mood was disturbed, so he was naturally unhappy. His eyes revealed a gloomy killing intent, and the strength of his hand was enough to crush the old man's bones in an instant. However, Meng-Chi's true essence suddenly underwent a subtle change. It formed a powerful protective layer on his wrist, as if it was covered with a layer of solid shell. "Explode!" Meng-Chi roared. That solid shell of true essence produced a powerful explosive force that blasted Yanqing's hand away. As soon as he succeeded, Meng-Chi immediately retreated a few meters and looked at Yanqing in disbelief, who was now half naked. "What kind of demonic cultivation technique did you practice to be able to withstand so many of this old man's punches and palms?" Yanqing frowned and moved his hand that had just been shaken away. He muttered, "I didn't expect that there would be such a self-defense spell. If I had known earlier, I would have grabbed your neck and crushed your throat even faster." "Humph, you're quite arrogant. You're just relying on your tyrannical body. Do you really think you can win against this old man?" Yanqing sighed regretfully. According to the Treaty of Gods, dealing with those above the deity transformation stage is not considered dealing with ordinary humans. "If I make a move now, it won't be considered breaking the rules." Meng-Chi revealed a puzzled expression, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Without waiting for him to think about it, Yanqing had already spat out 2 words, "Unseal." A majestic pressure began to spread from Yanqing's body, covering the surrounding space without any blind spots. It was as if an invisible force was beginning to oppress all of one's nerves. Meng-Chi immediately circulated his true essence to resist this sudden pressure. At the same time, he thought of something and exclaimed, "Space laws? You're a god." It was no wonder that Meng-Chi was surprised. After all, he was only a guard who meditated in the ancestral hall. For dozens of years, he hadn't had much contact with the outside world and only fulfilled his duty. Therefore, he didn't know much about Yanqing's background. "Don't worry, this fire must be set. Using the laws of space to destroy your ancestral hall would be letting you guys off too easily." Yanqing controlled the spatial laws and was finally able to soar into the air. The surrounding space began to be keenly sensed, and the power of the laws that were difficult to describe with words began to circulate. "I will keep the ancestral hall and burn it, but I won't burn the other houses one by one." Yanqing floated in the air, his right hand gently slashing towards a 2-story building in front of him. Spatial blade. A curved blade formed from the power of space, with an irresistible might, slashed the entire two-story building into two halves. Boom! The building instantly collapsed and shattered to the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Although Xianxia's spatial laws were far inferior to Athena's, and even far inferior to Poseidon's and Apollo's, it wasn't difficult for him to deal with a deity transformation stage cultivator. Back then, Xianxia had relied on his innate chi to defeat Ares because his own quality and spatial laws were not at a disadvantage. He had only relied on his innate chi to break the seal of Ares' spear. Although Meng Qi had the true essence of a deity transformation stage cultivator, Xianxia's body was not afraid of it at all. Even if the spatial laws could not injure Meng Qi, it was definitely not a problem for him to cut and destroy some houses. Space collapse. Another exquisite Ming family's house was completely destroyed by the spatial collapse, but Xianxia casually gave the order. Meng Qi's face flushed red. He could not hold it in any longer. If this continued, he would definitely make Xianxia tear down the entire Meng family. Evil creature! Meng Qi roared. After covering his body with his solid true essence, he once again fiercely attacked Xianxia in the air. Xianxia tried to create a spatial barrier, but as expected, it was broken by his true essence. After all, Xianxia's spatial laws were still unable to superimpose hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of parallel spaces. Mere spatial laws. Not worth mentioning. Meng Qi's confidence soared, and he threw a flurry of punches at Xianxia. Xianxia, on the other hand, laughed mischievously and said, "This ticklish attack of yours, even if you hit me tens of thousands of punches, this grandpa won't even bat an eyelid. Just keep hitting, the more you hit, the faster I will destroy your family's house." Meng Qi instantly threw over 100 punches, and finally discovered that Xianxia was speaking the truth. His punches were still unable to cause any damage to Xianxia, and they could not even affect Xianxia's movements. But Xianxia did not pay attention to him at all, and continued to use the spatial laws to destroy those houses. The sounds of breaking and collapsing rang out incessantly. "Old man, do you want me to raise the entire Meng family's courtyard to the ground? Or do you want me to burn down your ancestral hall?" Xianxia threw out a multiple-choice question that made Meng Qi sullen no matter how he looked at it. Meng Qi was startled, retreating a distance away. His expression was gloomy and uncertain, and his chest was short of breath. If not for his profound cultivation, he would have vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking at the Meng family's old residence that was already full of ruins, Meng Qi felt a kind of guilt towards his ancestors, incomparably humiliated. When Xianxia saw this, he was secretly delighted in his heart. If not for it being a little difficult for him to kill him now, how could he have played such a trick? In fact, with his spatial laws, there was no need to raise the houses one by one. At most, 2 or 3 spatial collapses would be enough to crush the entire buildings on the ground into slag. But the more he destroyed them one by one, the more it would torment the Meng family physically and mentally. Despicable and shameless. After Meng Qi spat out a few words, his figure flashed, and he actually rushed into the ancestral hall. Xianxia was puzzled. What was this guy hiding inside for? Waiting for him to burn them together? He could not help but following curiously. Upon entering the ancestral hall, he saw Meng Qi standing in front of a large pile of innumerable memorial tablets, respectfully kowtowing to the ancestors above. Judging from those memorial tablets, the Meng family's history was much longer than the Yang family's. Ancestors above. This unfilial junior Meng Qi has encountered a vicious person today, and needs to temporarily move the ancestral tablets and house-guarding spirit treasure to leave this place. As soon as Xianxia heard the words house-guarding spirit treasure, his heart skipped a beat. His eyes immediately swept to the top of the memorial tablets, a shrine decorated with golden cloth. Impressively, there was a small golden embroidered box with red lines. Xianxia's mind moved. Without waiting for the well-behaved Meng Qi to finish speaking about the ancestral tablets, he had already used a spatial transfer, appeared next to the shrine, and placed the embroidered box into his spatial ring. Meng Qi, who was about to kowtow to his ancestors, was dumbfounded. Looking at the complacent Xianxia, he roared hysterically. "Bastard! Return my clan's spirit treasure." Every hall guardian elder, in addition to looking after the ancestral tablets, had another great responsibility, which was to guard the spirit treasure of the mansion. Out of humility and respect for his ancestors and the spirit treasure, Mengqi kowtowed. He didn't want to be taken advantage of by Yangqing. It was also because he didn't expect that the dignified young master of the Yang family would actually do such a shameless bandit act. Yangqing leisurely laughed evilly. "Old man, are you stupid? Why did you say that you have a treasure? You already said that this is the spirit treasure of the mansion, how can I not take it? Besides, I can even destroy your entire family, how can I let go of a treasure? I'm not an idiot who buys the casket and returns the pearls. I love to do things like snatching someone else's love. The Yang family has been loyal for generations, how could they produce such a vile creature like you? You are worse than a beast. Absolutely filthy." Mengqi didn't even know what to say. Yangqing was unhappy. "It's fine if my woman calls me worse than a beast, but I didn't do anything to an old man like you, what right do you have to call me worse than a beast? You." Mengqi was so angry that he choked on his words. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Are you going to return my spirit treasure?" "Spirit treasure? What spirit treasure?" "I don't know." Yangqing began to act shamelessly. In any case, he was already used to being thick-skinned. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Mengqi's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. After glancing at Yangqing, he waved his gray sleeves and said with his hands behind his back, "Good, Yangqing, listen up. What you have done today will be returned 100 times over by my Meng family. No one can protect you." After saying that, Mengqi used his true essence to sweep away all the ancestral tablets and put them into a large mahogany box. Then, he flew away with the large box. It was impossible for him to fight with Yangqing in the ancestral hall, as that would be disrespectful to his ancestors. Moreover, he knew that in terms of raw strength, he couldn't do anything to Yangqing. Mengqi's intention was definitely to call for reinforcements and take revenge. Although Yangqing was worried that he would send troublesome people over, it was better to burn down this shabby house first. In order to fulfill the words he had said, good things are strewn with setbacks. With the soul formation stage opponent gone, Yangqing didn't have the nerve to continue using the law of space to destroy those houses. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. Yangqing nimbly sprinkled the candle flame and some fragrant oil on the curtains of the ancestral hall. Soon, the wooden beams that were sprinkled with oil also began to catch fire. Many of the structures in the ancestral hall were made of wood. Once it was ignited, it would easily turn into a raging inferno. In the distance, looking from the parking lot outside the Meng family's courtyard, one could see a sky full of flames and billowing smoke. Meng Kaiyuan and the group of Meng family juniors, as well as the Huanan gang members, all revealed anger and indignation in their eyes. They had just heard a violent collapse coming from inside, but no one dared to rashly enter. Not long after, a fire sprang up. "Dad, Elder Mengqi couldn't stop it?" Meng Kai asked in disbelief. Meng Kaiyuan's face sank as he said in a low voice, "It must be that brat's trick. Elder's martial arts cultivation has already reached the transformation stage. How could a godlike character lose to that brat?" Because of the chaos, most of the gang members behind them couldn't clearly hear what the father and son were saying. At this time, a gray-robed Mengqi carried a huge mahogany box in one hand and walked like the wind towards Meng Kaiyuan and the others in the blink of an eye. Most of the people present didn't know who this old man was. The scene instantly quieted down as they looked at Mengqi and the huge box he was carrying with one hand in surprise. "Meng Kaiyuan, this old man will inform the elders of today's matter. The Yang family will not rest until one of us is dead. Take good care of this ancestral tablet. Find a place with good feng shui and worship it first." With that, Mengqi lightly placed the mahogany box on the ground. When Meng Kaiyuan heard this, he wondered if Elder Mengqi really couldn't beat that brat. But he didn't dare to ask too much and immediately bowed. Mengqi turned around and glared fiercely at the monstrous flames. With a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. The Huanan gang members thought they had seen a ghost, but the box on the ground really did exist. "Grandpa, what does the elders in the sect mean?" Meng Yu heard some of the important points and asked with a strange light in her eyes. Meng Kaiyuan glared at his granddaughter with a rare look of displeasure. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If you should know, Grandpa will naturally tell you." Meng Yu replied with a round O and lowered her head. However, her charming face was filled with all kinds of complicated thoughts. Dad, what do we do now? Will that Yangqing kill him? Meng Qin, who hadn't dared to make a sound, came up and asked worriedly. Meng Kaiyuan looked at his youngest son with disdain. What, you, the head of the Environmental Protection Department, are afraid? Dad. You, don't laugh at me, I'm worried about everyone's safety. Meng Qin didn't even believe his own nonsense. Meng Kaiyuan coldly snorted, "You're good wife, good son, you really can give our Meng family face. You can even take the initiative to challenge the Yang family. Are you guys planning to take over Yanjing City next?" Meng Qin was so scared that his legs went soft. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Dad. I really didn't know about these things. It was all done behind my back by Zhang Ling and Jixin." Zhang Ling had just been crying bitterly over her father's death, but now she couldn't care less. Seeing that Meng Qin had knelt down, she quickly knelt down as well. Meng Jixin was afraid that his grandfather would question him, so he didn't dare to hesitate and also knelt on the ground, trembling. "Kneel, kneel, kneel. You only know how to kneel. A little kid from the Yang family dares to charge into our Meng family's ancestral hall alone, and now even the ancestral hall has been burned down. But you only know how to kneel in front of this old man. If it wasn't for your dead mother, I would have shot you to death, you unfilial son. And Zhang Ling, Jixin, listen carefully. From now on, if you do anything that I can't tolerate, don't blame me, Meng Kaiyuan, for being merciless." Meng Kaiyuan's scolding made everyone in the scene silent. They didn't dare to raise their heads, but they roughly knew that this time, Zhang Ling and Meng Jixin wouldn't be punished. As the eldest son of Meng Qin, Meng Zhilong's face also darkened. His father and younger brother knelt in front of everyone. As the hall master of Blackwood Hall, he also lost face. "Grandpa, why isn't there any movement from that Yangqing? Did he leave?" Meng Yu asked curiously. Meng Kaiyuan let out a long breath. "Can he still stay for supper? That kid really knows how to do things. He didn't care about anything and just left after setting the fire." "Humph. Just wait, as long as the Yang family doesn't disappear from this world, sooner or later, we will catch him and make him suffer." What Meng Kaiyuan didn't know was that the big scoundrel Yang not only burned his family's ancestral hall, but also shamelessly snatched away the house's guardian spiritual treasure. However, Meng Qi was too embarrassed to say it. It was too shameful for the hall guardian elder. Outside, the Huanan gang members looked at the fire and sighed. Inside the courtyard, Yangqing vigilantly saw the ox-nosed Taoist, absolute sword Taoist, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. As the current Hongmeng envoy, absolute sword Taoist, who carried a flying sword on his back, rushed here after sensing the movement of the law of space. When he arrived, the Meng family's ancestral hall was burning brightly. For a moment, absolute sword Taoist's face was very ugly. He frowned and looked at Yangqing. "Why are you going against the Meng family?" Yangqing was too lazy to explain. "In short, it was the Meng family who provoked me first, and it was also because of a soul formation stage elder of the Meng family that I unsealed them. This is not a violation of the covenant, right? You are in trouble." Absolute sword Taoist didn't want to know more about the actual situation, so he said in a deep voice, "Although the Meng family is a secular family, the real backing behind it is not as simple as you think." Yangqing was stunned and felt more and more strange. "When you say it like that, it seems very scary. Aren't most of the cultivators above the soul formation stage in Huaxia incorporated into Hongmeng? As the envoy of Hongmeng, do you still think that there is any force that is scary?" Absolute sword Taoist sighed. "In fact, I am not very clear. This is the first time I am serving as the envoy of Hongmeng. Before this, I have never been involved in the secular world. Before I came out, the supervisor who manages our Huang class had specially mentioned that in the secular world, the Meng family is also one of the special families. We are not allowed to interfere with the cultivators above the soul formation stage of the Meng family. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to Hongmeng. In Hongmeng, the hierarchy is very strict. Some of the secrets are only known by the upper echelons or some big shots. We ordinary cultivators of Hongmeng have no way of knowing." Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was really in big trouble. Now that I've set fire to the fire and beaten the person, the hatred has been formed. I'll deal with it when the time comes. If I really can't win, I'll run away. We'll talk about it later." With that, Yangqing was about to turn around and leave. His big heart would not worry too much. A trace of doubt flashed in Absolute Sword Taoist's eyes. When he arrived just now, he found that Yangqing did not seem to have the kind of overbearing cultivation that he could feel in the past. His eyes turned, and Absolute Sword Taoist released a divine sense to check on Yangqing. But as soon as he touched Yangqing, a fierce and unparalleled true essence gushed out from Yangqing's dantian, wanting to devour Absolute Sword Taoist's divine soul. Absolute Sword Taoist hurriedly retracted his divine sense. He was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He said in horror, You deliberately hid your cultivation. Are you trying to harm me?" Yangqing turned back and teased, "You can feel my cultivation. Do you think I need to hide my cultivation to harm you?" Absolute Sword Taoist was stunned. It was true, but he was shocked by Yangqing's sudden increase in cultivation. How did this kid cultivate? To be honest, if it weren't for the huge gap in cultivation, Absolute Sword Taoist would have wanted to snatch the cultivation method. However, he did not know that Yangqing was very depressed. His current situation was like a gold mine in front of him, but he could not use it. It was really infuriating. Shaking his head, Yangqing jumped a few times and disappeared under the night sky. The truck had been scrapped, and he had to drive his own car back to Zhonghai. Absolute Sword Taoist stood outside the burning ancestral hall, puzzled. Since Yangqing had such a strong cultivation, how could the cultivator of the Meng family still be alive? Moreover, why did Yangqing use the law of space to fight? Unable to understand, Absolute Sword Taoist had to leave first. He had to return to the illusion and report the special situation to the supervisor of Hongmeng. In the early hours of the morning, in a presidential suite of a 5-star Hilton hotel in the provincial capital of Huaxia. Looking down from here, the lights of the city were like endless stars. The winding roads were like rivers in the starry sky, and there were sparse vehicles flowing in the middle of the night. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, there was a spacious desk. Under a European-style lamp, a woman was quietly flipping through the documents on a notebook. The woman was wearing a white chiffon long sleeves and a light beige Chanel windbreaker. The woman's black hair fell like a waterfall on her shoulders and hung down to her waist. On the side of her face, which was so perfect that it was a little too perfect, there was a faint trace of undetectable melancholy in her expression, which added a different kind of cool temperament. It was already past 1 o'clock the next day, but the woman did not seem to have the slightest intention of resting. She still tirelessly flipped through the densely packed words and data. Chairman, Chen, it. That use mind. Chung, Chairman, it. Sword him, it. I, come. Chairman, it's late. Why don't you rest? Zhao Hongyan asked. She was supposed to spend the new year at home, but Lin Ruoshi had suddenly returned and was going to the other provinces for an inspection. As the newly appointed head of the public relations department, she naturally had to follow along as a lackey. And because Lin Ruoshi didn't arrange for an assistant before, she, the former assistant, naturally became the temporary one. The presidential suite of the hotel was very large with 4 beds. She was lucky enough to stay with Lin Ruoshi, so it was convenient for her to give orders. Zhao Hongyan didn't understand why Lin Ruoshi suddenly came back from Beijing. Did she have a conflict with Yangqing? But wasn't this too much of a commotion? Lin Ruoshi raised her head and smiled, "It's okay. Hongyan, you don't have to worry about me. Go to sleep first. My boss isn't sleeping. He's reading documents here. How can an assistant like me sleep first?" Zhao Hongyan smiled. "It's okay. I'll let you rest." Lin Ruoshi took the coffee and took a sip. It was a little bitter. Zhao Hongyan furrowed her brows. "Chairman, you can't go on like this. You haven't slept for 3 days. We're not in a rush. Why don't you sleep?" Lin Ruoshi lightly pursed her red lips. In fact, she really didn't need to sleep. She just needed to circulate her qi to eliminate her fatigue. However, she still felt uncomfortable if she didn't sleep. It wasn't her body that was tired, but her heart. Putting down the coffee cup, Lin Ruoshi pulled the coat on her shoulders and stood up slowly. She turned around and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the silent city outside the tall building. Zhao Hongyan, who was standing behind, felt lonely and sad when she saw the figure standing in front of the window. Hongyan, if I said, I'm afraid of dreaming, so I don't dare to sleep, would you believe me? Lin Ruoshi lowered her head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Zhao Hongyan was stunned. She thought for a moment and said, is it a nightmare? Chairman Lin, did you do it because you're in a bad mood? Lin Ruoshi shook her head, I don't know. I only know that I can't sleep for now. Zhao Hongyan clenched her teeth and said with determination, Chairman Lin, forgive me for saying this. If it's because of a conflict between husband and wife, it will be very hurtful. I feel that no matter how big the problem is, you should be frank and open about it. You shouldn't choose to avoid it. It will only make your heart worse. After saying this, Zhao Hongyan felt her heart beating very fast. She was very nervous. However, whether it was Yangqing or Lin Ruoshi, one was a man she adored but couldn't get close to, and the other was her boss and benefactor. She didn't want them to be unhappy. Lin Ruoshi turned around indifferently and looked at Zhao Hongyan deeply. She suddenly asked, have you slept with him? Huh? Zhao Hongyan felt her sleepiness disappear. She suspected that she heard wrong. Her face was as red as an apple and juice was about to drip out. She stood on the spot, not knowing how to answer. Looking at Zhao Hongyan's expression, Lin Ruoshi had already read the answer in her eyes. Isn't my question redundant? You've always had a good impression of him. I can tell that he's not a gentleman. It's normal for him to sleep with a beauty like you. No. Zhao Hongyan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Chairman Lin. Please listen to me. It's all my fault. I was in too much pain that night. He didn't have the heart to reject me. I've only betrayed you once. But I didn't have any other thoughts. I know that he's not a man a married woman like me can get close to. I'm not worthy, I really. Zhao Hongyan was incoherent. She didn't know how to explain herself to wash away the fear in her heart. Lin Ruoshi seemed to have heard something interesting all of a sudden, and her snow lotus-like face revealed a trace of a charming smile. Didn't have the heart to reject him. Didn't have the heart to. Lin Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. She pursed her lips and smiled. Hongyan, don't panic. I'm not blaming you. He's always had many women. I'm used to it. Now that you've reminded me, I remember that when I wanted to marry him, he also didn't have the heart to reject me. That's why he agreed. Zhao Hongyan was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to threaten Yangqing to marry her by jumping off a building. Even if it was a contract marriage. Lin Ruoshi gradually realized that Yangqing didn't really care about her death that day. He wasn't the kind of man who would have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. It was because her eyes and appearance were so similar to 17's that he couldn't bear to reject her. Of course, that was after the two of them had real feelings for each other. Lin Ruoshi quietly closed her eyes for a while. When she opened them again, there was a strange determination in her eyes. She said to Zhao Hongyan, do you believe in me? Zhao Hongyan wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded without hesitation. Why? I don't know. But I've always been willing to believe that Chairman Lin's decisions are always right, Zhao Hongyan said sincerely. Lin Ruoshi smiled faintly and pointed at a printed document on her desk. Take a look at it. I'll notify you to handle the specific implementation. Zhao Hongyan carefully picked up the document that she had never seen before. After flipping it open, her pretty face turned pale. Chairman Lin. You. Why? You said that you'll believe in me unconditionally. So, just do as I say. Lin Ruoshi didn't want to explain. She quietly turned around and looked at the night sky of the city. She was lost in thought. After burning the Meng family's ancestral hall, Yangqing was in a good mood. He drove back to Zhonghai overnight. He took a hot bath and went to Mo Qianni's boudoir. He stayed there for the rest of the night and then went to sleep with satisfaction. The next morning, Mo Qianni went downstairs to make breakfast, while Yangqing helplessly received a call from Yang Gongming. You have done a good deed, have you thought about how to end it? Yang Gongming's tone was neither angry nor happy, it was very dull. Yangchen scratched his head. Old man, don't tell me you're scared. Humph, Yang Gongming disapprovingly sneered and said, last night, Chief Number 1 asked me to sit in his office. I haven't asked about these things for a long time. I haven't been to his office for almost 5 or 6 years. This time, I let you drag me down. Chief Number 1? He is involved in this matter? Yangqing froze for a moment. He remembered Huaxia's boss who often appeared in the news. He estimated that the people in the country were familiar with him, but he didn't come into contact with him in Yanjing. He looked like a very kind person. Now that he thought about it, the fact that he can stand above the 4 major families and sit on the fishing platform is really mysterious. He thought that it was to avoid causing disputes with the 4 major families, so Chief Number 1 almost didn't get involved in this matter. It seems that he misunderstood. The matter that Chief Number 1 took the initiative to ask about must be related to the foundation of the country. This matter involves the Meng family, and the Meng family's ancestral hall was destroyed by you. This matter will not be easily settled. The Meng family is not easy to pinch. It is wrapped with steel bars and iron bones. It is very difficult to bite. You have to be mentally prepared. Whether it is you or your woman, in short, you have to bear this matter yourself. Don't implicate my Yang family. Yangqing couldn't help but smile stiffly and said, Old man, you don't have any feelings. I am your heir. Do you want to cut ties with me? You still have the nerve to say that. When you went to burn the Meng family's ancestral hall, did you tell me anything? Yang Gongming suppressed his anger and said. Yangqing immediately lost his confidence. He did act first and report later, but who asked the other party to take advantage of him? So, he made up his mind, okay, old man, you announce to the public that this has nothing to do with the Yang family. I have a personal conflict with the Meng family. Isn't it just that my background is deep? If I can't beat them, I will run away. Yang Gongming suddenly chuckled and said, You don't need to say it, I have already told the number 1 official. This old man doesn't know anything about this, it's all because of you, this stinky brat. If the Meng family really dares to disturb the peace of my Yang family because of this, then this old man is not someone to be trifled with. You too, don't think about fighting and killing all day long. Sometimes, it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. You have to see the essence of the matter. Yangqing frowned. What do you mean? But Yang Gongming didn't explain and just hung up the phone. Yangqing cursed and threw away the phone. This old man always said half of what he wanted to say and let me ponder the rest, it's really not kind. After washing up and putting on his clothes, Yangqing remembered the house-guarding spirit treasure that he snatched from the Meng family's ancestral hall last night. From the space ring, Yangqing took out the red brocade box and casually opened it. The thing revealed inside made Yangqing wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He didn't know what kind of material it was, but the whole body was black, like coal, and also like a stone. It was heavy and the size of a pigeon egg, which made Yangqing dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Yangqing thought, could it be a magic weapon? But his cultivation was sealed so he couldn't detect it. However, Yangqing couldn't imagine that a magic weapon could look like this. He guessed that it was most likely a special souvenir of the Meng family, so he didn't think about it for the time being and threw it back into the space ring. When he came downstairs, Lanlin's small mouth was already bulging. She ate breakfast like she was flying. Minwan, who was on the side, persuaded the little grandaunt to drink some milk. How can such a small neck be stuffed with so much food? It's simply incredible. To Yangqing's surprise, Anqin and Xiao Qiqing also came early in the morning to eat breakfast, and they were laughing and talking. Why did you come so early in the morning? Yangqing smiled and pinched the 2 women's faces. Anqin wrinkled her nose. I promised Lan Lan that I would take her to the amusement park to play. Of course, I have to keep my word. In a few days, kindergarten will start. At that time I won't have so much time. Yangqing looked at the chubby little girl, who was nodding her head. Hubby, you should go too. It's more fun when there are more people, Xiaoqiqing suggested. Yangqing patted his chest and said, isn't this nonsense? My woman and daughter are going to the amusement park. There are beauties big and small. If I don't go there, what if I get kidnapped by those bad men? It's fine if it's the big ones, but you don't have to worry about the little ones. Those boys are lucky not to be afraid of Lan Lan. Mo Chenni came over with a big plate of egg pancakes and said with a smile. Little Xianxia, you don't understand. Our family's Lan Lan has great potential. She has my good genes. At a glance, you can tell that she will be a great beauty in the future. Those shameless men will definitely want to get the upper hand, Yangqing said with a serious face. All the women rolled their eyes. This father is really thick-skinned. If Lan Lan is like him, then she will be unlucky. After breakfast, Anqin asked the driver to drive a comfortable Mercedes-Benz GL 550 and the group went to the newly built children's park in Zhonghai. In the amusement park that was built in the style of Disney, although it was the spring festival, there were many people. Everyone was wearing sweaters and hats. Under the warm sunshine, there were children chasing and playing everywhere. When Yangqing saw Lanlan's excited expression at the roller coaster, pirate ship, etc., he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment and joy as a father. It turned out that bringing joy to his children was such a satisfying thing. When they arrived at the amusement park, Anqin, who promised to bring Lan Lan to play, was the first to regret it. Because Lan Lan insisted on dragging her to ride the roller coaster. Although Anqin was a flight attendant before, this was a completely different concept. She was dragged by Lan Lan to ride on the roller coaster twice. Anqin was so scared that she almost cried. When it was almost noon, with the excuse of taking a break for lunch, Lan Lan finally agreed to settle down. They found a luxurious Western restaurant in the amusement park. After ordering a bunch of food, Lan Lan began to eat happily again. To raise such a daughter, ordinary people really couldn't afford to raise her if it wasn't for the well-off family. But halfway through eating, the chubby little girl looked out of the window and stopped. Yangqing saw a vendor selling sweet corn and grilled sausages outside. It seemed that the chubby little girl wanted to eat snacks again. After Xiaoqiqing also noticed it, she smiled and got up. You guys eat, I will buy some for Lan Lan. Lan Lan happily waved the knife and fork in her hand, licked her little tongue and nodded. Xiaoqiqing carried a small bag and trotted out of the restaurant. She came to the vendor and directly ordered 10 skewers of corn and 10 skewers of sausages. Anyway, Lan Lan could eat it all by herself, so she didn't think it was too much. Just as Xiaoqiqing took out her wallet, a girl ran to her side and shouted with a sweet voice, "Boss! I want 2 corn." Hearing this voice, Xiaoqiqing's hand trembled, and the wallet accidentally fell to the ground. She hurriedly turned sideways and squatted down. Xiaoqiqing picked up the wallet, picked up the plastic bag with a trembling hand and wanted to leave. However, a series of abnormal situations of Xiaoqiqing attracted the attention of the girl on the side. Wait! The girl quickly went in front of Xiaoqiqing. A youthful and sweet face showed a hint of surprise. Ah! It's really sister-in-law. Xiaoqiqing's pretty face was pale. She lowered her face and froze on the spot. She tried to calm down and squeezed out a smile. "Miss, you must have mistaken me." However, the girl shook her head forcefully, causing her bangs to shake violently. She said firmly, "Sister-in-law, why are you pretending not to know me? I am Xiaoxiao, Luo Xiaoxiao. Didn't you meet my brother when you were engaged?" "No. No." Xiaoqiqing's breathing quickened. She turned around to avoid Luo Xiaoxiao and ran back to the restaurant. In fact, Xiaoqiqing also didn't know where to run to. She had already seen Luo Xiaoxiao in Zhonghai before, but successfully avoided her. She didn't expect to accidentally meet her here this time. She didn't expect that Luo Xiaoxiao was alone in Zhonghai and was bored during the New Year, so she came to the amusement park to play and coincidentally bumped into her. When Luo Xiaoxiao saw that Xiaoqiqing didn't recognize her, she pouted unhappily. She felt that she had seen Xiaoqiqing before, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now that she had caught her red-handed, how could she let it go? She immediately ran into the restaurant. Yangqing, who was eating a piece of steak at the table, had a bad feeling when he saw Xiaoqiqing and Luo Xiaoxiao rushing in. Yangqing suddenly recalled the time he saw Luo Xiaoxiao downstairs at Xiao Qiqing's apartment. He also recalled the unnatural look on Xiao Qiqing's face when she went upstairs. This time, when he saw Luo Xiaoxiao chasing after Xiao Qiqing and Xiao Qiqing's panic, Yangqing subconsciously thought of something. Luo Xiaoxiao. If the word Luo was changed to Luo, wouldn't it mean? Thinking about Luo Xiaoxiao's mysterious background and how she ran away when he mentioned her family background, Yangqing was even more certain that she was from the Luo family. Yangqing was also annoyed that Xiao Qiqing did not tell him earlier that there was someone from the Luo family in Zhonghai. Now that something like this had happened right under his nose, it would be difficult for him to cover it up. What's wrong with Qing'er? Who's the girl chasing after her? Anqin was puzzled. Mo Qianni was also puzzled. Yangqing put down the fork in his hand and stood up. He walked over to Xiao Qiqing and shielded her behind him. When Luo Xiaoxiao saw Yangqing, she was stunned for a moment. Then, a blush flashed across her face. She smiled shyly and said, "You're here too. It seems like fate has brought us together." The girl seemed to have forgotten that she had to run away from him. She was confused again. Yangqing's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Yes, but why are you chasing after Qing'er?" "Qing'er?" Luo Xiaoxiao blinked. "Oh, she's my sister-in-law. She's my brother's fiancée." "Your brother's name is Luo Hang?" Yangqing remembered that this was the name of Xiao Qiqing's fiancée. Luo Xiaoxiao was indeed surprised. "How did you know?" "Oh, did my sister-in-law mention it before?" "What's your relationship with my sister-in-law?" Yangqing didn't waste any more time. He directly grabbed Luo Xiaoxiao's hand and walked towards the toilet in the restaurant. Xiao Qiqing was so scared that cold sweat was dripping down her face. Her lips were pale. She didn't understand what Yangqing wanted to do. Anqin also watched in bewilderment as Yangqing hurriedly dragged an unfamiliar and beautiful girl to the toilet. The chubby little girl did it herself. She took the sweet corn from Xiao Qiqing and began to eat it happily. Luo Xiaoxiao, who was being dragged away by Yangqing, could not break free from Yangqing at all. She could only feel the man's hand burning hot and shockingly strong. This wild action made the girl's heart beat wildly, and her face became hot. She thought that Yangqing was going to the toilet to do something shameful with her. Luo Xiaoxiao kept asking herself, "What should I do?" Was he going to kiss her? Should he refuse? Wasn't it developing too quickly? Damn it, I'm not mentally prepared yet. When the other guests in the restaurant saw this scene, the men were extremely envious. This ordinary-looking man was surrounded by beautiful women. The women's eyes were sparkling. They felt that this scene was too intoxicating and romantic. Yangqing didn't think so much. After walking to the toilet, he directly dragged Luo Xiaoxiao into the men's toilet, and then shouted at the two men who were still peeing inside, "Get out." The two middle-aged men with big bellies looked like bosses. How could they be happy? They were only peeing halfway. "Who are you? What right do you have to do that?" A bald man scolded. Yangqing didn't say anything and directly kicked the wall. Bang! The cement tile wall directly caved in. The two middle-aged men were so scared that they didn't even put the thing they were using to pee into their crotch and ran out. When Luo Xiaoxiao saw Yangqing's action, her big watery eyes were full of light. She felt that he was handsome. He really was worthy of being the man who kissed my butt. After Yangqing closed the toilet door, he pressed Luo Xiaoxiao against the wall. His two hands tightly locked Luo Xiaoxiao's fair wrists. He lowered his head, and their eyes met. Luo Xiaoxiao's bright eyes were a little shy and a little excited. She looked at Yangqing expectantly. At this moment, Yangqing's somewhat fierce face was just another kind of manly flavor to her. Seeing that Yangqing kept staring at her without saying a word, Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but whisper, "You. Everyone saw you like this. It's so embarrassing. But I think it's quite handsome." Yangqing didn't hear what she said at all. His mind was a pot of porridge. What should he do? If Luo Xiaoxiao sent news of Xiao Qiqing back to the family, the Luo family would definitely capture Xiao Qiqing. Even the Xiao family would come back. Even if he still had his cultivation, he might not be able to defeat the experts of the Luo family. Xiao Qiqing had said that the head of the Luo family, Luo Qianxiu, was one of the top experts in the illusion realm. He didn't even dare to use his cultivation. If Xiao Qiqing was captured, he might even have a problem protecting himself, let alone protecting her. Moreover, if the Luo family knew that he had a clear relationship with Xiao Qiqing, they might not care about anything else and kill him for the sake of their reputation. Did he really have to kill this girl in front of him here? At the end of the day, he was just guessing. Whether she would be a threat or not was still unknown. Do you want me to close my eyes and kiss me? Luo Xiaoxiao thought that Yangqing was shy. She said softly, I'm actually not mentally prepared. You're so sudden. But, if you really want, I can. Yangqing's eyes flashed. His hands were already stained with the blood of countless innocent people. One more life was nothing. As for whether Luo Xiaoxiao was a beauty, he didn't care. There were many beauties in this world. In the past, there were countless beautiful secret agents and assassins who wanted to kill him. Even after sleeping with him, he would still kill them. Luo Xiaoxiao's existence was a threat to his woman's safety, as well as his family's safety. She could only keep the secret if she died. Thinking of this, Yangqing's face darkened. His right hand gradually moved to Luo Xiaoxiao's throat. Luo Xiaoxiao thought that the man was going to hold her chin. She cooperated and panted, not dodging. Luo Xiaoxiao, if you can't erase your hatred after going to the other world, then come and find me. This is my decision. It has nothing to do with Qing'er. Ah? What do you mean? Luo Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. At this time, she gradually realized that Yangqing didn't seem to want to kiss her, but Yangqing no longer hesitated. His fingers were about to crush the girl's tender neck. No. The door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Xiao Qiqing's figure rushed in. The woman's eyes were hazy with tears, and her face was flushed red. Hubby, don't hurt her. She has never done anything to let me down. At least she hasn't harmed us yet, right? Just now, outside the toilet, other than Mo Qianni who stayed behind to take care of Lan Lan, Xiao Qiqing asked Don Xin, who had already cultivated, to go to the door to help listen to what was going on inside. When she heard that Yangqing was going to kill her, Xiao Qiqing immediately begged Anqing to quickly kick the door open. Anqing didn't care too much and directly kicked it open. Luo Xiaoxiao's face froze for a moment before she understood. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she said sadly, You want to kill me? Yangqing was unmoved. He turned to Xiao Qiqing and said, Qing'er, she's from the Luo family. If the Luo family finds out. I understand. Xiao Qiqing pleaded, I know it's dangerous, but I don't want you to kill a good person because of me. You don't know, when we were engaged, those people from the Luo family looked down on me. Xiaoxiao is the only person from the Luo family who didn't treat me coldly when she saw me. She's not a bad girl, she won't hurt me. Yangqing's eyes struggled as he looked at Xiao Qiqing. If he didn't respect the woman's decision, then he would be too disappointed. All right. Yangqing let go of Luo Xiaoxiao. The girl covered her red neck as she looked at Yangqing, then at Xiao Qiqing, and her tears kept falling. You guys are too much. I'm not my father or my brother. Sister-in-law can't go back if she doesn't want to. Why can't you talk to me nicely? The girl wiped away her tears and glared at Yangqing angrily, even if you don't like me, can't you just talk to me nicely? Do you think it's fun to be happy for you? I hate you. I don't want to see you ever again. With that, the girl ran out of the room crying. Xiao Qiqing heaved a sigh of relief and said to Yangqing gratefully, Hubby, thank you for listening to me. Yangqing looked at Luo Xiaoxiao's back as she left the dining room with a complicated gaze. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he felt suffocated. I hope your judgment is correct. She won't harm us. If worst comes to worst, I'll find a day to go overseas and live with Sister Changwei. The Luo family won't dare to go overseas to catch me. Xiao Qiqing said. Yangqing smiled, you're thinking too simply. If they really want to go all out, they'll come out even if they have to risk a war with the gods. Your 9 terminal meridian is too useful for alchemists, and this is also a matter of their family's reputation. Xiao Qiqing bit her red lips and wiped away the tears on her face. She smiled sweetly and came up to hold Yangcheng's arm. Alright, today we're here to accompany Lan Lan and have fun. Don't think about such a heavy problem. Sister Qianni is worried, and there's still Aunt Xin blocking the door. It's not good to let the chairman of the in-group be the gatekeeper. As she said that, the woman leaned her head against Yangcheng's body. Hubby, I'm so happy. I thought you would be soft-hearted when you saw a beauty, but I didn't expect you to be willing to kill Luo Xiaoxiao for me. Although I've let her down. But I'm really happy, I'm so happy. Sooner or later, my little life will fall into the hands of you women. Yangcheng poked the woman's forehead and smiled helplessly. After such a commotion, the other customers in the restaurant were shocked. The owner of the restaurant, on the other hand, was very happy because an ex-Xian had given him a huge stack of cash as compensation. He was too lazy to count how much it was, but the restaurant had made a huge profit. After playing with the chubby little girl for a whole day, they left the amusement park in the evening and found a hot pot restaurant to have a meal before returning to the courtyard in the western suburbs. After a day of playing, the chubby little girl didn't care about practicing and fell asleep halfway. Mo Qianni held her heavy and soft little body and touched Lanlan's face lovingly. She sighed and said, I really don't know what Ruashi is thinking. Even if Lan Lan is born from you and 17, she still has the heart to ignore such a cute child. Yangcheng called Mother Wang before he went home. The answer was that Lin Ruashi hadn't come back yet. He also felt a headache. Hearing Mo Qianni's words, he was even more annoyed. Mo Qianni saw through the man's thoughts and said with a smile, maybe Ruashi will be back on Monday. Yulei's Spring Festival holiday is over. She should be officially announcing the establishment of Yulei Group. I don't care what she wants to do. I just want to make it clear to her. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days and I feel that she's hiding something from me. Mo Qianni nodded with a worried look on her face. After returning to the courtyard in the western suburbs, Aunt Xin and Xiao Qiqing went back to their own homes. Yangcheng and Mo Qianni strolled home with Lan Lan in their arms. As soon as they arrived at the door, they suddenly found 2 black Audi cars and a red Maserati sports car parked outside the room. There were also 4 bodyguards in black standing outside the door. Their expressions were cold and their physiques were strong. It seems that someone is here. Yangcheng said, Little Xianxia, you carry Lan Lan up to rest first. I'll deal with it. Mo Qianni understood and didn't walk through the front door. Instead, she leaped onto the balcony on the 2nd floor. With her current strength at the peak of the post-liminary realm, she could easily use this qinggong. Yangcheng walked into the living room. The bodyguards stood there like statues, as if they didn't see anything. Only Minwan was left in the house. At this moment, Minwan was standing in the house cautiously. When she saw Yangcheng come in, she was relieved. She greeted him and said, Mr. Yang, the police officer said not to rush you. He has been waiting for you to come back. Yangcheng had already seen that sitting on the sofa in the living room was Jiang Xiaobai with a tranquil smile on his face, and, the woman from the Meng family? She was dressed in a simple black office suit, straight pants, and a pair of red shiny high heels. Her hair was dyed red and was tied up, revealing a delicate, confident, and charming oval face. Under the light of the living room, Meng Yu, who was dressed as a white-collar worker, was like a queen in the shopping mall, causing ordinary men to be intimidated and filled with the desire to conquer. Young Master Yang, let me introduce you. This is the pearl of the Meng family's eldest son, Meng Ke, the CEO of the Central China Industry Group, Miss Meng Yu. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. We meet again, Mr. Yangcheng. Meng Yu took the initiative to extend her delicate hand. Yangcheng had such a gentle attitude towards this woman. His heart was beating fast. He didn't understand what it meant, but there was nothing to be afraid of. He reached out and shook hands with Meng Yu. As soon as he shook her hand, he felt that this woman's hand was indeed well maintained. Although it wasn't as soft as Xiao Qiqing's, it was still smooth and tender. Yangcheng could tell from Meng Yu's footsteps and breathing that Meng Yu's martial arts weren't low, but to be able to maintain her hand so well, she must have spent a lot of effort on him. To be able to practice martial arts, to be able to take care of her body, to be calm in the face of her enemy, and to become the CEO of the largest industry in South China at such a young age, this woman was very extraordinary. And at the moment of this handshake, Yangqing suddenly felt that his palm was quietly rubbed. It was actually Meng Yu with a smile on her face, calmly using her little finger, incomparably ambiguously playing tricks on his palm. This happened in the blink of an eye, and soon the two of them separated. Yangqing was getting more and more puzzled. What was this woman thinking? Could it be that she wanted to seduce him today? The three of them immediately sat down, and Minwan also brewed tea for Yangqing. Jiang Xiaobai, you didn't bring her to my house to let me get to know her, did you? Yangqing pointed his spear at Deputy Bureau Chief Jiang. Of course not. Jiang Xiaobai's heart was very uneasy, but his face didn't seem to be any different. Straightforward people don't speak in riddles. This time, I am not here on behalf of the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Western City Branch, but on behalf of the Special Commissioner of the Security Department to carry out the orders given by the higher-ups. What did Old Manly ask you to do? Yangqing raised his eyebrows and asked. Jiang Xiaobai's palms were sweating. Old Manly? Vice Premier, Minister of the Security Department Li Moshen was actually called Old Manly? As expected of the guy who single-handedly rushed into the Meng family and burned down their ancestral shrine, he dared to say anything. What the minister means is that the Meng family and the Yang family are both important families in the country, and this time, old Marshal Yang has publicly stated that all the developments have nothing to do with the Yang family. It was Mr. Yang's own actions, so this matter has to be discussed with Mr. Yang. Can you get straight to the point? Yangqing was impatient with these words. Meng Yu interrupted, why don't I say it? Mr. Yangqing, to put it bluntly, today, I am here on behalf of our Meng family to seek justice from you. What justice? Return the spirit treasure, then rebuild our Meng family's ancestral shrine, and kowtow in front of the ancestral tablet to admit your mistakes. Meng Yu said with a faint smile. Yangqing sneered, feeling that it was ridiculous. First, I don't have any spirit treasure, and second, do you think I look like someone who will kowtow? If that's the case, I won't have the guts to burn your family's ancestral shrine. Child Yang, although Zhang Ling and Meng Zhixin have wronged your woman, you can take revenge on them, and you can also make a request to our family. However, you chose to burn down our ancestral shrine and snatch away our guardian spiritual treasure. Our Meng family has always been at peace with the world and has lived in the Central Plains. This time, we don't want things to get out of hand. No matter how capable Child Yang is, he can't defeat the strength of our Meng family. Therefore, I hope that Child Yang can weigh the pros and cons. Our Meng family can guarantee that as long as Child Yang agrees to these requests, we can let bygones be bygones, and we will also form a friendly relationship with the Yang family. Meng Yu's expression didn't change. If you're done speaking, then you can get lost. Yangqing stood up and pointed his finger outside. Meng Yu stood up unhurriedly, charmingly pursed her lips into a smile. She moved closer to Yang Chen, exhaling a fragrant breath as she said, Mr. Yang, on Monday night the day after tomorrow, I will be hosting a business reception at Wanqing Hotel in Zhonghai. The attendees will all be celebrities and merchants who have business dealings with our Huazhong industry. If you have the guts, would you like to come? Why should I go? Because I will give you a reason that you can't resist. After that day, you will definitely be willing to agree to our request. What if I don't go? Yangqing squinted his eyes. Meng Yu shrugged, I believe that a man with courage like you will not let the outside world think that he is a coward who is afraid of our Meng family, not to mention that I am just a weak woman. Well, it's a deal. I will come to pick you up in person that day. After that, Meng Yu winked at Yangqing, swaying her slender waist and beautiful buttocks, and gracefully walked out of the door. Yangqing sighed, this woman kept him in suspense and made him curious. He then looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, the Meng family didn't take any particularly violent means to retaliate against me. They should be controlled by you, right? Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, how can we control the Meng family? I am just following orders. There should be some power above that is restraining the Meng family. But, to be honest, Mr. Yang, no matter how this matter is controlled, it is impossible for the Meng family to suffer in silence. They are just looking at your attitude. If you still refuse to bow your head in the end, then I am afraid it is not good for the higher-ups to let the Meng family suffer in vain. Since my old man said that this matter is only related to me, it means that my women and children should not be the target of revenge, right? Yangqing said again. Jiang Xiaobai hesitated and said, it stands to reason that this is the case. After all, most of the women around you have a good identity. The higher-ups want to affect the lives of the people as little as possible, so. If the Meng family wants to make a big move and make a move on the other people around you, we will also stop them. Yangqing grinned. With this sentence, I am relieved. Aren't they coming for me? I will play with them. Jiang Xiaobai swallowed his saliva and felt that the young master in front of him seemed to be really bold. In other people's eyes, this was like piercing the sky and reaching the heavens, but he still regarded it as playing. Mr. Yang, with all due respect, in fact, you don't need to worry about the Meng family attacking your children and women at all, because the Meng family will not lose this face. Oh? The Meng family is not like other families. They are no longer in the category of ordinary underworld. Huanan Gang is a group with clear organizational discipline. For the Meng family, the reputation of a rich family is the most important. If they can only attack your women and children, they will be ridiculed by other families, proving that they have lost to you alone. Yangchen nodded in agreement. Only those who considered themselves weak would kidnap the enemy's wife and children to threaten them. The Meng family seemed to be very confident. This may also be the misfortune of a big family. If the Meng family is shameless, then there may be thousands of ways to deal with Yangqing, but he is shameless, so he can't be like a ruffian, he can only face you head-on. What Yangqing is least afraid of is a head-on confrontation, a sharp knife stabbing Red, fighting to his heart's content. After fulfilling the mediation task, Jiang Xiaobai left with his people. Yangqing sat downstairs and thought for a while. Mo Qianni came down from upstairs in a nightgown and sat beside him. The woman reached out and held Yangqing's arm and asked with concern, is the matter of the Meng family difficult to solve? Yangqing smiled at her, it's a little troublesome, I have to make some preparations. Do you need my help? Yes. What? A trace of excitement flashed in Mo Qianni's eyes. Yangqing took out his mobile phone and shook it, the mobile phone is out of battery, help me charge it, by the way, bring a computer over, I want to contact someone online. Mo Qianni rolled her eyes. She had been happy for nothing. She had thought that the man was going to take her to do something spectacular. In order to help Yangqing, she had practiced a lot of fighting and firearms. She had been waiting for the opportunity to test herself. However, he still obediently took a laptop for Yangqing and sat beside Yangqing, wanting to see what Yangqing was doing. Can I see it? Mo Qianni asked carefully. Yangqing smiled and said, of course, you're not an outsider. Yangqing didn't really need to hide anything from her. He just gathered some of his subordinates and followers, as well as some of his overseas friends, and asked for some help. Of course, once Yangqing asked, they didn't dare to refuse. Mo Qianni sat beside Yangqing and watched as the man skillfully used an incomparably complicated password to enter an unfamiliar website filled with all kinds of foreign languages. Then, he began to contact all kinds of people. Mo Qianni realized that she couldn't understand even if she was sitting at the side, because Yangqing's typing and speaking languages were all Italian, Russian, Japanese, and various other languages that couldn't be distinguished. The only thing that Mo Qianni could hear was that those people's tone was very respectful, and they were even surprised that Yangqing was talking to them. By the time Yangqing finished dealing with everything, more than half an hour had passed. Hubby, you're so awesome. Mo Qianni looked very happy. Yangqing didn't know what was going on, so he smiled and said, do you understand what I'm saying? Mo Qianni shook her head and said confidently, anyway, I think you're very powerful. Yangqing enjoyed the feeling of being looked at with admiration by a woman he liked. This was the experience a man should have. Lan Lan, did you sleep well? Yangqing asked as he hugged the woman's waist. Yes, I slept soundly like a fat pig. Yangqing's hand immediately climbed up a snowy peak and pinched that cherry, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble. In that case, let's have a big fight on the sofa and then go up to take a bath with me. After saying that, without waiting for the woman to object, he directly pressed down on her. For a moment, the living room was filled with the chirping of birds. The next day, it was still Sunday, but Yangqing didn't plan to take Lan Lan out to play. The chubby little girl had been eating well, sleeping well, and playing happily these past few days. She couldn't fall behind in training, so she guided Lan Lan to train for a while. Because Yangqing couldn't use his divine sense, he couldn't find out which level of the endless resolve restoration scripture Lan Lan had cultivated to, so he could only bring Lan Lan to the back of the mountain and let her hit a huge rock with her palm. As a result, the rock that weighed 4 to 5 tons was split into 7 to 8 pieces. Yangqing felt that although Lanlan's pure physical strength was already very strong, to split this kind of granite, she would have to reach the realm of selflessness or above, which was very likely to reach the third realm of return. Although Yangqing had provided the assistance of the pills, the chubby little girl's talent still made Yangqing overjoyed. As expected of his own flesh and blood, her training was really not bad. Happy, Yangqing hugged the chubby little girl and kissed her face a few times. When the chubby little girl pouted and said that she wanted to fly, Yangqing's heart fell to the bottom. No matter how fast Lan Lan improved, without his protection, she would still be in danger. It seemed that he had to find a way to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, but he didn't know if Jane and Xiao had researched anything. He remembered that he still didn't know what the black lump in the red brocade box was. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well take it to Zhonghai University to find Jane and Xiao. After lunch, Yangqing drove to the university's research room and found Jane and Xiao who were reading books together. "Have you found any way?" Yangqing opened the door and asked. Jane's amber hair was tied into a ponytail. It seemed that she didn't rest much these 2 days, and she looked a little haggard. Based on Qing'er's understanding of primal chaos, there doesn't seem to be any form of energy that can restrain primal chaos. That's because it was born from primal chaos and is an ancient ferocious beast. If it wasn't for the fact that its physical body was destroyed so early, it might have become the strongest ferocious beast. Yangqing's jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Dear Jane, I came to hear some comfort." "Aren't you scaring me?" Jane said with a serious face, "I'm a scientist, not a lecturer on success. To be honest, the situation is very bad." "Hubby, you don't have to worry too much. Although Jane and I didn't think of an energy form to restrain chaos, maybe we can find a way to restrain chaos from its temperament." Xiao said. "Temperament?" "That's right." Xiao said, "The reason why chaos is called a beast is because its nature is evil, vicious, cruel, and cruel. The one that restrains it is naturally the auspicious beast in the ancient legends. However, although the auspicious beast restrains chaos, it may not be its opponent. After all, chaos can devour everything. So, if we want to restrain and trap chaos from the root, we have to start with your own cultivation. Let your true qi transform to be able to suppress the ferocity of chaos." Yangqing was troubled. After saying so much, "Do you have a specific way?" Jane and Xiao looked at each other, and in the end, Jane said, "Qing'er and I have our own ideas. What I mean is, hubby, you should think of a way to practice Buddhism. I've studied all the major religions in the world, except Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. The 4 noble truths of Buddhism can eliminate troubles, eliminate ferocity, cut off reincarnation, and purify all things. From a religious point of view, chaos may be suppressed by the holiness of Buddhism. Of course, it's better to purify." Yang Chen's facial muscles twitched as he touched his face. "I say. Little Jian, since when did you learn about Buddhism?" Jane said proudly, "I know more than you do. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I learn everything very fast." Yangqing nodded and asked, "What do you think, Qing'er?" Xiao said, "Actually, I'm almost the same as Jane, but I think Buddhism is more difficult to find, and Taoism may be easier to find. However, I need to find some evil-suppressing techniques, but I'm worried that it's not too late to start practicing now. Also, I can't think of any technique that can restrain chaos in a short time." After listening, Yangqing couldn't help but smile and said, "In the end, it's just a direction, there's no countermeasure." "That's not it. Compared to looking for techniques, I think if we can find a magic weapon that can restrain chaos, maybe the chance of success will be greater. As far as I know, whether it's Buddhism or Taoism, there are many magic weapons that can restrain evil," Xiao said. When Yangqing heard this, he hurriedly took out the red brocade box and said, "Today, I came here for another thing. I'll let you see what this is." "What kind of treasure did I rob from the Meng family?" It's a mess, I don't recognize it at all. Women are always particularly interested in things with the word treasure, so they immediately take it and open it to look at it. When they see that it is a pigeon egg-sized, dark thing, the two women immediately lose most of their interest. Xiao cutely sniffed it with her nose and frowned. What? Is this really a house-guarding spiritual treasure? It looks like a piece of coal, but it is heavier than coal. Is it a stone? Jane is more professional. She took it under a microscope and looked at it for a while. Then she took it to do a chemical analysis and even used a spectrum test. It seems to be a kind of carbide. The composition is very complicated. It seems to be some kind of mineral, but the strange thing is, it seems to have protein composition. Is it the remains of a creature? There are indeed a lot of living and non-living creatures in nature. Although there are not many, it is not that rare. After listening, Xianxia can't help but be a little angry. How can such a broken thing be regarded as a spiritual treasure? The Meng family is not so poor. Is it really only meaningful to the Meng family? But after all, they value it very much, so Xianxia took it back first. He will see if it is useful in the future. In a short period of time, the two women can't figure it out. Xianxia asked them to go back to the courtyard in the western suburbs to have dinner together. Don't just think about finding ways to starve. On the way home, Xianxia received a call from Hui Lin. The girl is very busy now. She just finished promoting the box office hit movie, and she has already rushed to the United States to record the latest album. Then, she will start a global concert tour. He doesn't know if Lin Ruoshi deliberately arranged this so that Hui Lin has no spare time. Although she will not be tired physically, her heart is always tired. Xianxia promised to find time to go to her concert, so Hui Lin is very looking forward to it. She misses him so much that Xianxia feels very guilty. When he returned home, Min Wan is playing with Lan Lan in the living room. Mo Qianni went to the market to buy vegetables. It was rare that the chubby little girl didn't play games. Perhaps she felt that Min Wan's skills were too bad, so she simply took out some watercolors and crayons and began to draw on some white paper. The art class in kindergarten was one of Lanlan's favorite classes, because Lanlan's drawings of animals and flowers were always more realistic than other children's. This was also related to Lanlan's excellent memory. Xianxia walked to his daughter's side and looked at the picture on the white paper. It was a big house with a red roof, green grass, Lanlan sky, and the kind sun. On the grass, there was a long-haired woman holding a little girl's hand. There was also a man, who looked like Superman, flying in the sky with a red cape. Xianxia was amused. My good girl, is this Superman you drew your dad? Lan Lan was concentrating on painting the last green leaf of the big tree before she turned around and nodded vigorously. Then who are the long-haired woman and the little girl? Xianxia asked. The little girl is Lan Lan, the big girl is Mommy. Mommy's hair is long, Lan Lan said sweetly. That can't be right, our chubby little girl's face needs to be rounder and her body needs to be more fleshy. This little girl is too thin, Xianxia teased. Lan Lan suddenly pouted. Lan Lan missed Mommy, so she lost weight. Xianxia felt a little strange in his heart and said with a smile, these few days, it's your Aunt Qianni who made delicious food for you. I see that you ate a lot. How did you lose weight? I don't want to eat, Lan Lan is hungry. The chubby little girl seemed to be embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pinched the child's face. Your Aunt Qianni must be sad. She made so many delicious food for you, but you didn't draw a picture for her. Lan Lan blinked her eyes and said, because Lan Lan misses Mommy, but I can't see Mommy, so I want to draw a picture. Xianxia didn't say anything. He didn't expect this to be the reason. He sighed in his heart. Not to mention that you can't see her, I'm still waiting for her to come back. Daddy, does Mommy not want us anymore? Lan Lan suddenly asked. Xianxia was caught off guard and didn't know how to explain this problem. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. Lan Lan, you have to remember, Mommy definitely likes you. It's just that Mommy isn't happy right now, it will get better in the future. Mommy definitely likes Lan Lan, because Mommy gave birth to Lan Lan. The chubby little girl said with certainty. He didn't know where her confidence came from. Xianxia felt sad in his heart. He didn't know if Lan Lan really remembered her biological mother. A burst of affection surged up. He couldn't help but pick up the heavy little body and patted her back gently. Minwan listened and watched silently from the side. Her eyes were filled with pity and she quietly wiped the corner of her eyes. If it weren't for Yanqing who taught Lan Lan the method of practice, perhaps these days when Lin Ruoxi was not around, Lan Lan would not be able to sleep as before. Perhaps not many people would believe that such a young girl would hide these complex emotions in the depths of her heart, even if she smiled so brightly during the day. In the torturous time, a Sunday night slowly passed. Yanqing's long-awaited Monday finally came. It was reasonable to say that Lin Ruoxi should return to Zhonghai to work today. As for what Mengyu said about picking him up in the evening to attend a cocktail party, Yanqing didn't care much at all. He wouldn't be nervous about that kind of thing. Originally, he planned to wait for Lin Ruoxi to get off work and go home, but Yanqing felt that he had to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Perhaps women couldn't put down their pride, and they wouldn't really want to make things irreparable. Therefore, after Yanqing finished breakfast, he drove to the headquarters of Yulei International and planned to go to Lin Ruoxi's office to find her. Following the familiar elevator to the top floor, although the president of Yulei International was now Xue Mingyi, the president's office was given to another person. Lin Ruoxi's office was directly changed to the title of chairman. Yanqing was a little nervous. He went up and knocked on the door, but there was no response. At this time, a young secretary who seemed to be in her 20s came out of a secretary's office and asked, "Are you Mr. Yang?" Yanqing was stunned. He didn't know her. "You are?" "I'm the newly transferred secretary, Xiaoyun." "Mr. Yang, I'm sure you don't recognize me. Are you here to look for Director Lin?" Xiaoyun respectfully asked. As employees of the company, they naturally recognized Yang Chen. "Yes, where is she?" Yang Chen smiled. He guessed that she was the new person who took over Zhao Hongyan's position as the head of public relations. Xiaoyun said, "Chairman Lin held a board meeting this morning. She should still be in the third conference hall." "Board meeting?" Yanqing frowned. She was really a workaholic. She didn't rest even for a moment. He came to the third conference hall that Xiaoyun mentioned. Sure enough, it was full of people from the outside. They were either the company's executives or Yulei's shareholders. Lin Ruoxi, who was sitting in the chairman's seat, was as serious as usual. There was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in her bright beautiful eyes. Compared to the past, it seemed that the degree of coldness had only increased. The shareholders and executives in the entire conference hall were a little uncomfortable. Some people were more in awe of Lin Ruoxi. This woman was like an ice sculpture, exuding a cold aura that made them tremble. Yanqing's appearance at the door immediately attracted the attention of many people in the conference hall. Xue Mingyi, Wu Yu and her husband, Chris, and the foreigner, all smiled kindly. Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu, who were in the front seats, were slightly stunned. They didn't seem to expect that Yanqing would be so impatient to come to the company. Yanqing smiled at the two women and looked at Lin Ruoxi with a complicated expression. Lin Ruoxi frowned slightly, but her expression was indifferent. After a glance, she pretended that Yanqing didn't exist. Many people in the room smelled something and looked at the two strangely. Yanqing's smile stiffened. He touched his chin bitterly, sighed, and helplessly leaned against the doorframe of the conference hall. Although he really wanted to go up and have a good talk with Lin Ruoxi now, it was definitely not worth it to disturb a woman's work at this time. "Department head Zhao, I was halfway through, continue," Lin Ruoxi said to Zhao Hongyan who was beside her. When Zhao Hongyan saw Yanqing appear, her originally nervous expression became especially difficult, but she still nodded and said while referring to the document, "For the establishment of our Yulei International Group this time, we need to appoint a large number of high-level personnel to take up posts in the various branches and subsidiaries, in order to ensure the smooth operation of the group's management. The chairman believes that the senior executives of the headquarters should set an example and contribute to the expansion of the group. Therefore, I propose that we first appoint the two vice presidents, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu, to go to South Africa to be in charge of the newly established South Africa branch and the South America branch in Buenos Aires." Not only Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu, but even Yanqing, who was standing at the door, couldn't believe what he had heard. South Africa? Argentina? Yangqing didn't doubt Yulei International's ability to open branches all over the world. Because of the company's capital and involvement in many industries, it was normal for them to have branches in South America and Africa. But why did they have to send Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu to those two places? Although their actual power and treatment would only increase if they went to the local branch to be in charge of the director, they were two women who were not even 30 years old and alone. What was the difference between letting them stay in a foreign country all year round and exiling them? Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu suddenly realized something. They looked at Lin Ruoxi in disbelief, but Lin Ruoxi didn't look at them at all. Chairman, Vice President Mo and Vice President Lu's working ability is obvious to all. It's not a problem for them to become directors of the branch company, but as the elders of the headquarters, wouldn't they be able to play a bigger role if they stayed at the headquarters? Shui Mingyi, who was the current CEO, said. Lin Ruoxi said calmly, it's because they are veterans that they should set an example. I don't trust anyone else. Plus, it's always good to have more experience. Why, do you want to go yourself? Shui Mingyi shut up when he said that. Wu Yu had been Lin Ruoxi's assistant for a few years and knew her senior's temper very well. She winked at her husband, telling him not to go against Lin Ruoxi. It was obvious that Lin Ruoxi did it on purpose. Everyone knew that Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu were qualified to be directors in foreign branches, but it was a tough job. It wasn't like they were in North America or Europe. They were in South America and Africa. Yangqing, who was standing at the door, came back to his senses. He couldn't help but clench his fists and tremble. A year promise. A year had passed. Was this woman using this method to take revenge on him? Not only did he ignore her, but he also wanted to forcefully exclude the women related to her. Without a doubt, Lin Ruoxi, who controlled more than 50% of the shares of Yulei and was like the spiritual leader of Yulei International, often made arbitrary decisions. Since she instructed Zhao Hongyan to make this proposal, she had already made a decision. If you don't have any objections, we can vote. Those who agree, raise your hand. Lin Ruoxi didn't care about Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu's pale faces and initiated the vote. Many of the shareholders present looked at each other and raised their hands without hesitation. This scene seemed to have been rehearsed countless times. It was so perfect that it made people's hearts go cold. Zhao Hongyan stood up and was about to count the votes, but she was interrupted by Lin Ruoxi. There's no need to count the votes. It's passed by more than 80%. As the major shareholder, I haven't cast my vote yet. Looks like this is what everyone wants. Vice President Lu, Vice President Mo, the African and South American branches have only been established for less than a year. It's up to you in the future. Lin Ruoxi said calmly. Compared to Lu Mingyu, who was biting her lips in silence, Mo Qianni was much more emotional at this moment. Her eyes were slightly red and had a hint of tears. The woman sneered and stood up from her seat. She looked straight at Lin Ruoxi and said, "Are you really going to do this? You've already asked these shareholders to cooperate with you and invest the two of us overseas, far away from us. Is this really going to make you happy?" The audience was silent. No one dared to make a sound. It was as if a storm was brewing. Indeed, even a blind person could see that Lin Ruoxi was purposely getting rid of these two generals of the company. Moreover, it wasn't done in secret, but in front of everyone. He humiliated the two female executives. He had completely trampled on their self-esteem and their face. But no one had the guts to go against Lin Ruoxi. They didn't even dare to ask questions. Because if they didn't obey, they would suffer. As the only foreigner, Chris didn't vote. At this moment, he had already closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see this storm. "I don't know what you're talking about," Lin Ruoxi said calmly. "Lin Ruoxi, don't give me that look. You make me feel disgusted." Mo Qianni was so angry that her face was red and her body was trembling. "If Vice President Mo doesn't obey the board's decision, then please leave Yulei," Lin Ruoxi said calmly. Mo Qianni sneered. "Do you think I don't dare to?" "Of course not. I know a lot of big companies are hoping to hire you," Lin Ruoxi replied nonchalantly. She then turned to Zhao Hongyan and said, "Minister Zhao, you'll be in charge of this. If Vice President Mo leaves the company, I'll buy all of her shares at double the market price. Zhao Hongyan had obviously thought of this a long time ago. She nodded unsurprisingly and then looked at her former boss apologetically. Mo Qianni was so angry that she laughed. Lin Ruoshi, do you think I'm saying this because I care about the shares in my hands? Do you think I'll be happy just because you gave me so much money? Whether you're happy or not has nothing to do with me. Thank you for everything you've done for the company. If you really want to leave, I won't mistreat you, Lin Ruoshi said. Mo Qianni supported herself with both hands on the conference table. She looked at the woman with grief and indignation, as if she couldn't believe it. Lu Mingyu stood up and patted Mo Qianni's back calmly. Forget it, Qianni. Since Director Lin has made this decision, we can't go far away. We have no choice but to leave. What do you mean we can't? Mo Qianni said angrily. Mingyu, why are you playing dumb? The problem isn't how far away we can go. It's that she doesn't even want to discuss with us. She's treating us like garbage and throwing us away. I don't want the position of vice president. I don't want a high salary or shares. But I, Mo Qianni, work here. It's not like I don't have anywhere else to go. I have my own principles and dignity. Lu Mingyu's expression was gloomy. How could she not know this? But now that things had come to this, how could she draw a clear line between public and private? Thinking of this, Lu Mingyu looked at Yangqing, who was standing at the door. However, she found that Yangqing was thinking about something with his head lowered, as if he hadn't heard anything. Mo Qianni took a deep breath. Her eyes were resolute. She said to Lin Ruoshi, "Let me tell you, Lin Ruoshi. Ever since I joined this company, I've never thought about getting anything from this company. It's your grandmother, the old CEO, who gave me everything I have today. I'll be grateful to her for the rest of my life. If everything could be measured by money, the wealth I've created for this company would have been returned to the old CEO thousands of times over. If the chairman of this company wasn't you, if it wasn't you, Lin Ruoshi, I wouldn't have stayed until now. I gave up my brighter future, gave up the opportunity to be the center of attention, and willingly stayed behind to work overtime here. I didn't do it for this company. I didn't do it for anyone else. I did it all for you. Because of you, Lin Ruoshi. I admit that I owe you for personal matters, but you actually used public matters to humiliate me. No matter what other people think, as a woman, I look down on you." The whole place was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yangqing, who was standing at the door, raised his head. He looked at Mo Qianni, who was standing in the crowd like a female warrior, and his expression changed. Lin Ruoshi acted as if she hadn't heard anything. She said calmly to the crowd, "Vice President Mo, if Vice President Liu leaves, their jobs will be taken over by Zhao Hongyan and Chris for the time being. Within this week, encourage everyone to nominate good candidates to take over. If there aren't any, I'll arrange." The woman's cold attitude made the higher-ups shudder. They didn't know what kind of psychological quality could be so indifferent to Mo Qianni's words. Mo Qianni looked deeply at Lin Ruoshi in despair. A feeling of wasting time disappeared in a flash. She indifferently turned around and walked out the door. Lu Mingyu sighed softly. She had a gentle temperament. She didn't have that much passion and anger. Instead, she had a lot of worry and helplessness. When the two women walked to Yangqing's side at the door, Mo Qianni raised her head and looked at Yangqing. Suddenly, she smiled like a flower and asked, "Hubby, are you staying here or going to lunch with us?" Looking at the woman's tear-stained face, but smiling so happily, Yangqing's heart twitched with pain. At this time, if he hesitated even a little bit, it would break the hearts of the two women. With a gentle smile, Yangqing held the two women's hands. "Let's go. Why don't we go to Sister Xiang's place and eat at the food stall? I'll take you guys to drink some wine." Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu's hands trembled as they were held, but they immediately nodded tenderly. Yangqing didn't waste any more time. He didn't dare to turn around and look at Lin Ruoshi. He didn't know how to face her. At least at this moment, Yangqing felt that the two women beside him were the ones who needed to be comforted more. Lin Ruoshi's coldness made him doubt his own eyes. Although he was still confused, he was also a little angry. Women's temperament changed too fast. It was so fast that Yangqing couldn't react. This scene at the entrance of the conference hall was naturally seen by everyone in the conference hall. Naturally, they were instantly stunned, and many people thought of something. However, it was hard to imagine that these two female executives had an unusual relationship with Director Lin's husband. Everyone was wondering if this was caused by Director Lin's family conflict. However, no one dared to look at Lin Ruoshi. Strangely, they were all afraid of being beaten to the ground by her. Zhao Hongyan looked at Lin Ruoshi helplessly. She didn't understand why this woman would do such a cruel thing. It was too cruel, both to others and to herself. Moreover, losing Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu, two senior executives who were extremely familiar with the company's business and had always held real power, would actually be a blow to Yu Lei. Just as Mo Qianni said, if she and Lu Mingyu went to other companies, they would only be treated better. They really couldn't just hang on to Yu Lei. Moreover, they were all Yangqing's women. Why did they have to kill each other? Could it be that Lin Ruoshi really didn't want to reconcile with Yangqing? However, no matter what Zhao Hongyan thought, Lin Ruoshi's expression didn't change. She urged Zhao Hongyan to continue announcing the other appointments. Yangqing drove Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu to Auntie Xiang's restaurant. Because it was the Lunar New Year, the restaurant's business wasn't very good, so it became a good place to go. When Aunt Xiang saw Mo Qianni enter the restaurant with a sad face, she didn't ask any more questions. Older women were more understanding. At this time, it was better to ask less. She did not waste any time and served some spicy Sichuan dishes. Xianxia brought some sorghum and said with a smile, "Lass, eat while it's hot. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for your health." Finished speaking, she went back to her work. Sister Xiang's words were in vain. Mo Qianni took the wine and poured it into the cup. Soon, 2 tails of sorghum had gone down her stomach. Yangqing obediently poured wine for the women and drank a few glasses with them as well to keep them company. He came here with the 2 women instead of explaining anything to Lin Ruoshi. He had already expressed his stance on this matter. There was no need to say anything else. Even before they started cultivating, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu were good drinkers. Now that they had internal energy, they could not really get drunk. However, neither of them tried to use their internal energy to get rid of the effects of the alcohol. Instead, they let their cheeks turn red and drunk. This was the most silent lunch Yangqing had ever had with the 2 women. Other than drinking, they were sobbing softly with teary eyes. If an outsider were to see this, they would think that the 2 women had some mental problems. After the 3 of them drank nearly 6 caddies of sorghum, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu were already swaying. They were mumbling something, but it was unclear what they were saying. Originally, Lu Mingyu was relatively more mature. However, she was later infected by Mo Qianni. Thinking about all the things that happened in Yulei and the fact that she would have to leave Yulei in the future, she began to feel sad. After the meal, Yangqing brought the 2 women back to the car. Just as he was about to drive the 2 women home, Mo Qianni scratched Yangqing's body and muttered, "Hubby, I don't want to go back." "You don't want to go back? Then where to?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. "Anyway, I don't want to go back. You can take me anywhere." "Stop it. You're already so drunk, and you still reek of alcohol." Without waiting for Yangqing to get an answer, Lu Mingyu, who was sitting on the front passenger seat, suddenly pounced into Yangqing's embrace. Raising her flushed face, she opened her mouth and passionately kissed Yangqing's lips. The alcohol mixed with the woman's fragrance stimulated Yangqing's cerebral cortex, causing his male hormones to surge. It was rare that Lu Mingyu took the initiative to kiss him passionately. It was as if she wanted to melt her body into Yangqing's. The woman was soft like a pool of spring water. She wrapped around his body and seemed like she could melt at any time. The collar on her chest revealed a gap because of the compression, and the white soft flesh inside could already be seen being squeezed out of shape. After their lips parted, Lu Mingyu murmured and gently bit Yangqing's lips. "When I told you not to do anything, you just had to do it. Now that I told you to take the initiative, you're so slow." Yangqing immediately understood what she meant. He reached out and patted the woman's plump buttocks. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped in the direction of the sea. The 2 women wanted to vent the sadness and grievances in their hearts. with sex. How could Yangqing refuse? He made a phone call and asked Tang Wan to arrange a presidential suite on the top floor of the Maple Forest Hotel. Tang Wan had already returned to Zhonghai for work. She didn't ask much about this sudden request and immediately got it done. Yangqing took the two women directly from the hotel's underground parking lot to the top floor. The manager who specialized in serving VIPs was already waiting at the door. When he saw Yangqing holding a beautiful, drunk woman in one arm, his eyes were a little dazed. This was the dream of most men, but unfortunately, only a few could achieve it. After Yangqing sent the manager away, he took the two women into the room and directly threw them on the big bed. He took off his clothes and threw himself on them. It was the first time that Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu shared a bed, but the two women weren't shy at all. Alcohol and sadness made them particularly open. They were all at the mercy of Yangqing with all kinds of fancy movements and positions. For the whole afternoon, the alcohol evaporated in the big room, and the sorrowful cries of orioles lingered in the ears. When Yangqing was done, the two women were already hugging each other. Their graceful bodies were intertwined with each other, and their peaks were pressed against each other, showing off their whiteness. The two women fell into a deep sleep on the bed. There were still traces of tears in the corners of their eyes, which made people feel a little sad. Yangqing took a hot shower, put on his clothes, and covered the two women with a quilt. He sighed slightly. He hoped that this afternoon of madness could let the two women pour out the negative emotions in their hearts. There was no need to mention the depression in his heart. Originally, it was the conflict between him and Lin Ruoxi that had intensified. Now, it seemed that more and more people had been implicated. Yangqing didn't intend to stay in the hotel. He wanted to return to the Shijiao villas and wait for Lin Ruoxi to get off work. After calming down and thinking about it, he felt that all of this was abnormal. It didn't seem like something Lin Ruoxi would do. The traffic was so heavy that it took Yangqing almost an hour to get home. Just as he drove to the gate of his old house, he coincidentally saw Lin Ruoxi driving the red Bentley back home. What surprised Yangqing even more was that Lan was standing at the gate, waiting for Lin Ruoxi to come back. Mother Wang was standing there with Lan at the moment, looking at Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi arriving together in surprise. Lin Ruoxi saw this situation in the car and didn't hesitate much. She naturally got out of the car, carried her bag, and was about to walk home, as if she didn't see Yangqing at all. Ruoxi! Yangqing got out of the car and shouted, but Lin Ruoxi didn't turn around to look at him. The chubby little girl at the door saw her mother coming back and smiled happily. She called out Mom sweetly and ran to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi frowned slightly, looked at the hopeful chubby little girl, and said coldly, "You're mistaken, I'm not your mother." This sentence was like an ice wall, directly separating her from the little girl. On Lanlin's little face, the bright smile gradually disappeared, and a trace of grievance and inexplicable sadness appeared on her chubby little face. She lowered her eyes and didn't dare to raise her head. Her little mouth was flat, and her big eyes were full of tears, as if she was about to cry at any time, but she was holding it in. Yangqing, who was about to ask something, saw this scene and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Lan was obviously smart enough to ask Mother Wang when Lin Ruoxi would come back, so she waited here. It wasn't easy for him to see a woman, and he ran over happily, but he was coldly splashed with cold water. It was fine to deal with a man like him, but a child, and a daughter who was once so close to her, how could she be so heartless? Yangqing's tolerance also had a bottom line. It was fine if she looked at him coldly, but when his own daughter was hit like this, he was naturally furious. Lin Ruoxi, you've gone too far. Yangqing angrily rebuked, ran forward, and carried Lan up. He covered Lanlin's head and leaned it against his chest, and soon his clothes were wet with tears. The chubby little girl leaned against her father's arms. And finally cried out, "Mommy doesn't want Lan again. Boo-hoo. Mommy doesn't like Lan anymore." The child's crying broke Mother Wang's heart. Her eyes were red, and she glared at Lin Ruoxi angrily. "Miss, what are you doing? The child is innocent when a husband and wife quarrel." After that, Mother Wang hurriedly ran over to comfort Lan, but how could she comfort her so easily? The chubby little girl felt that she had been abandoned twice, and she couldn't bear this blow. Husband and wife? Lin Ruoxi sneered, turned her back and said, "Mother Wang, I have nothing to do with him, and the child has nothing to do with me. He had it with another woman. Our divorce has just not been completed yet. Xianxia listened to his daughter's crying, and his whole body trembled with anger. He could no longer control his rationality, and his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ruoxi. I have nothing to say if you hate me, but you hurt my daughter, I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Mother Wang was shocked. Although she was very angry with Lin Ruoxi, if Xianxia were to hurt Lin Ruoxi, she would never accept it. Please don't. Son-in-law. Miss is not sensible, you can't be impulsive. She's just saying it out of anger. Mother Wang did not know that Xianxia was on the edge of extreme danger. Because he was filled with frustration and doubts about Lin Ruoxi's heartlessness, and because of Lanlin's crying, he was extremely distressed. To him, these two women were probably the most important women in the world, but they made him feel exhausted. A feeling of helplessness that no matter how hard he tried, he could not untie this dead knot. This made Xianxia's soul suffer a great impact. At this moment, the strength of the heart was the weakest. And the chaos in his dantian took this opportunity to attack Xianxia's primordial spirit. In this way, Xianxia was so angry that he spoke without thinking and even wanted to kill the woman in front of him. The goal of the chaos was also obvious. The ferocious beast was very clear that if it could provoke Xianxia and make Xianxia really kill Lin Ruoxi, then Xianxia would have a complete mental breakdown. By then, it would take over Xianxia's body and devour Xianxia's cultivation. Even if it did not restore its true strength, it would be enough for it to regain its power. When Xianxia realized this, he gritted his teeth and his throat made the sound of grinding gears. He had already restrained himself to the limit. This was not a competition with Lin Ruoxi, but a fight with himself. Lin Ruoxi wasn't aware of all this, but when she heard the words kill you, her body trembled slightly. Biting her red lips, she sneered without changing her expression, you think I'm afraid of death? If I'm afraid of death, I won't divorce you. You. Xianxia was already in an extremely difficult situation. Hearing the woman's words, he couldn't control himself. Although it wasn't to the extent of killing her, he couldn't help but want to slap the woman. But before Xianxia could step forward, Lanlan cried and shouted, Daddy, don't hit mommy. Don't fight. Xianxia's brain was baptized by the crying. The child's voice was like Sanskrit, suppressing the chaos in his body. The emotions of a father were inexplicably strong. Xianxia's heart suddenly softened. Looking at his daughter with tears in her eyes, how could he really hit her? At the very least, he still had a daughter that he needed to take care of. He absolutely could not let chaos devour him. It's Lanlan who's not obedient. Lanlan won't come to mom anymore. The chubby little girl sobbed, wiped her tears, looked back at Lin Ruoxi hesitantly, and then turned away. These words made Xianxia have mixed feelings again. He touched the back of the child's head and was speechless. Lin Ruoxi's hand that was holding the bag tightened unnaturally. She still said expressionlessly, if there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. I'm very busy. After that, the woman turned around and was about to leave again. Wait a minute. How could Xianxia let it go so easily? He had just suppressed chaos, and he hadn't even asked the question yet. Ruoxi, let me ask you, do you have any difficulties? I don't believe that you are such a heartless person. If you have any difficulties, why can't you tell me? We have experienced so many hardships together. Don't you believe in my ability? Shouldn't a husband and wife be in the same boat? Xianxia asked expectantly. Mother Wang also thought so. She looked at Lin Ruoxi with hope, waiting for her answer. Lin Ruoxi suddenly sneered a few times. Her beautiful eyes showed some disdain, and she glanced at Xianxia. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I'm just doing what I want to do when the time we agreed on is up. I don't believe it. Your change is too sudden. Xianxia's eyes were burning. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath, and her eyes showed a touch of coldness. Well, since you want me to say it, then I will tell you the truth. With that, Lin Ruoxi pointed at Lanlan who was held by Xianxia. As long as she's here, there's no me. If you want me, there's no her. Xianxia and Mother Wang were dumbfounded at the same time. They couldn't believe it. Lin Ruoxi was so cruel that she wanted Xianxia to choose between her and Lanlan. Yangqing subconsciously tightened his grip on Lan Lan. He shook his head and said, "Impossible. She is the only flesh and blood that 17 left for me. She is my daughter. How can I not want her? Then isn't it over?" Lin Ruoshi smiled sarcastically. "I don't care how many lovers you have, because they are all inferior to me. I have this confidence. But I can't accept that the dead woman has anything to do with you, including the daughter she gave birth to for you. As long as I think that she gave birth to this child for you, I feel as if she is still by your side. Even if you keep saying that I am not a substitute, I still feel that you are very hypocritical. I feel that it is an insult to me when I see her now. It is a joke to our marriage. It is the deepest pain to me. As long as this child is alive, you will never put that woman in the deepest part of your heart. You will never love me more than you love her. Because she is not only the woman you love the most, but also the only woman who left you a child." Yangqing listened to these words in a daze. He felt a sense of defeat and helplessness. Can I really love Lin Ruoshi more than 17? Even if I can, how can I make her believe me? To Lin Ruoshi, perhaps every time she saw Lan Lan was a form of torture. Yangqing didn't understand why it became like this. Was it wrong for him to admit that Lan Lan was his daughter? No, my child must live openly. Yangqing lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "It seems that I am too greedy." "You are right. I am not sure if I love you more than 17, but I am sure that I can't lose my daughter." "It's good that you know," Lin Ruoshi said indifferently. She didn't seem to be willing to talk more and walked straight back into the house. Wang Ma let out a long sigh of sorrow, and walked in front of Yang Chen. "Young master, is there really no other way?" Yangqing raised his head and smiled. "Mother Wang, I know you are doing this for our own good, but you don't have to be too sad. From the perspective of your own daughter, Qing'er, shouldn't you be happier? How can I be so heartless? Qing'er won't think that your divorce is a good thing," Mother Wang said unhappily. Yangqing's eyes revealed a hint of determination. "It is time to let go. It is wrong for me to stay here and make her unhappy. Our marriage has indeed been unpredictable from the beginning. Just like when people learn to ride a bicycle, the teacher will remind them that if they fall, they must turn to the side that fell and not the other side in their hearts. All I could do now was turn to the side where I had fallen, and not try to turn over. Ruoshi may look down on me for giving up on her and choosing to let the child and the past memories, but I will definitely not be able to see that scene. She doesn't have many close friends around her. If Ruoshi talks to you about us, no matter what she says, you must listen carefully. If she cries, remember to pass her a tissue until she stops crying. Don't show any sympathy. She is very strong and doesn't want others to see her as weak, even if she looks like she disdains it. If she scolds me, no matter what she scolds me, let her scold me or accompany her in saying bad things about me. You can say anything about my womanizing, shameless, indiscreet behavior. If she asks me if I said anything, you can directly tell her that I am very sorry, very sorry." Mother Wang listened with tears streaming down her face. She choked with sobs and wiped her tears. "Mrs. Too insensible. When two people are together, it is good that they like each other. It is really not worth thinking so much. Everyone is different after all." Yangqing shrugged. When he was about to say something, he saw a Bentley driving over from not far away. It should be Mengyu looking for him. Yangqing narrowed his eyes and handed Lan Lan to Mother Wang for her to hold. "Mother Wang, I have to go out to do something tonight. Later, help me carry Lan Lan back and tell Minwan that Jenny may not come back today. Let her take Lan Lan out to eat delicious food. She can eat whatever the child likes." Wang Ma agreed. She took the depressed girl and felt a burst of heartache. At this time, Mengyu's car had also reached Yangqing's side. Wearing a red evening dress and a black mink coat, the woman with long hair tied up high was gorgeous and charming. As soon as she got out of the car, Mengyu's eyes swept over the tears on Mother Wang and Lanlan's faces. She then looked at the location of the mansion. After a flash of thought, she suddenly smiled enchantingly and naturally threw herself into Yangqing's arms. Fragrant, soft and fragrant body, leaning into Yangqing's arms, made Yangqing a little unable to dodge. He didn't expect this woman to throw herself into his arms so ambiguously. When Yangqing was about to dodge, Meng Yu's jade arms held on to Yangqing and even rubbed Yangqing's arms against her full breasts, making it slightly cave in. Yangqing didn't understand, what was wrong with this woman, why was she suddenly so passionate? Hee, Mr. Yang, is this your daughter? She's so cute, Meng Yu said as she looked at Lan Lan with love. Mother Wang, who was holding Lan Lan, saw a woman suddenly appear and pester Yangqing. She didn't know how to react, but when she came back to her senses, she looked at Yangqing with a strange look. Yangqing awkwardly wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain, so he could only pull Meng Yu's hand away. We don't seem to have such a close friendship. Yangqing was in a bad mood, so he naturally didn't have a good face to the Meng family. Meng Yu didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. She continued to stay by Yangqing's side and smiled. She's called Yang Lanlan, right? Her name is also very nice. Yangqing frowned. You investigated quite clearly. For a man I admire, I naturally want to know as much about him as possible. Meng Yu's charming eyes blinked, and her tone revealed a bit of a strange ambiguity. How could Yangqing believe her nonsense? Alright, lead the way to your party. Wait a moment, there's no hurry. Meng Yu smiled sweetly, and suddenly took off a bracelet inlaid with platinum and jade from her hand. This was a high-grade imperial green. Such a bracelet, if placed on the market, it would be worth more than $1 million. Meng Yu gave the beautiful bracelet to Lan Lan and revealed a gentle big sister smile. Come, this is the first time we meet, Auntie will give you a small toy. Even if a child didn't know the value of the bracelet, he wouldn't reject such a gift. After all, the bracelet was shiny and emerald green. One look and anyone could tell that it was a good item. However, Meng Yu had made a mistake that she would never have thought of. Other little girls might be interested in this kind of beautiful jewelry, but the chubby little girl was used to seeing the good things that her father and aunts had. Just the pink diamond in Mo Qianni's hand was far better than this bracelet, not to mention the huge gem that Yangqing gave to Lin Ruoxi. You want to bribe me with such a small string of greenstones? The chubby girl was very unhappy. This auntie was so stingy. Besides, these stones and iron lumps couldn't be eaten. She didn't want them. Lanlan's eyes were originally filled with tears, but now she pouted and turned her head to look at Meng Yu in disdain. She snorted and said, "It's not delicious. Lanlan doesn't want it." Meng Yu's smiling expression just now was very interesting. From astonishment to bewilderment, followed by confusion, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not tasty? This wasn't food at all. Is Madman Yang's daughter also a little madman? Mother. Wang was amused by Lanlan. How would outsiders know that Lanlan's desire for food was far greater than anything else? She couldn't help but cover her mouth to hold back her laughter. Yangqing naturally sniggered, but he was a father at this moment, so he couldn't damage his dignity. However, in order to praise his daughter's sensible, Yangqing quietly reached into his trouser pocket and quietly took out a piece of sapphire from the 10,000 demon realm from his space ring. Sigh, you want to buy my daughter's happiness with such a small piece of trash? It seems that your Meng family isn't having an easy time. Yangqing said leisurely, and at the same time, he slipped a sapphire the size of an ostrich egg in his hand in front of Meng Yu's eyes. He especially slowed down to let her see clearly. Come, Lanlan, Daddy gives you a big stone. Daddy is going out today, so you stay at home obediently. Later, you will go with Aunt Minwan to eat delicious food. Lanlan turned around and saw the huge sapphire in Yangqing's hand. She smiled and took it. Although it was a little smaller than her mother's, she liked the color very much. Meng Yu's eyes were almost glued to it. She stared at the sapphire in Lanlan's hand, revealing a burning envy. Big stone? Oh my god. This kind of pure sapphire, and it was so huge, how could it be sold on the market for more than 50 million? He actually gave it to Xiao Budian's daughter as a toy so casually. Meng Yu didn't believe that a family like the Yang family, which focused on military strength, could have such huge financial resources. The only explanation was that Yangqing himself was rich enough to rival a country? Meng Yu bit her thin lips, and cold sweat seeped out of her back. She gradually realized that she had underestimated Yangqing. His background seemed to be much more mysterious, which really made her love and hate him at the same time. The more aloof a woman like her, the more she looked down on the so-called aristocratic young masters. The most unbearable was a man with strength and a sense of mystery, because money and power were all superficial. Only absolute strength and charm could make her fall in love. In fact, it was no wonder that Meng Yu didn't know. Even Meng Kaiyuan didn't know much about Yang Cheng's affairs abroad. After all, the Meng family relied on their own background. They had always looked down on the high-level officials of Huaxia. They didn't care about the gods abroad or the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade at home, because they only needed to occupy their own land and be the local tyrant. It could also be said that the Meng family had long been out of touch with the outside world. They were not like the Rothschild family, constantly collecting the latest world developments with the changes of history. Instead, they relied on their strong background to steadily seal themselves. However, she had already established a basic hostile relationship with Yang Cheng. Meng Yu wouldn't boost his morale. No matter how strong Yang Cheng was, he was just one person. The Yang family had already stated that this matter was Yang Cheng's personal grievances. Didn't this mean that the Yang family was also afraid of the Meng family? Thinking of this, Meng Yu had confidence again. However, she didn't think of another possibility. Yang Gongming didn't care about Yang Cheng. It was also possible that he thought that there was no need for the Yang family to make a big move. Yang Cheng could handle it himself. Mr. Yang is really generous. Meng Yu is showing off her slight skill in front of an expert. If that's the case, then please. Meng Yu smiled and went up to hold Yang Cheng's arm. Yang Cheng shook her off. This woman wouldn't go crazy thinking about men, right? Then he waved to Lan Lan and sat in the car. Meng Yu looked back at the direction of the mansion. After showing a touch of disdain, she followed him into the car. Soon, the Bentley drove out of the courtyard and headed for the Wangqing Hotel on the northeast coast of Zhonghai. Yang Cheng didn't know that when the car left, on the second floor of the mansion, the curtain of a floor-to-ceiling window swayed gently. The Wangqing Hotel in Zhonghai was located on a hill in the northeast direction. After a builder opened up a large piece of flat land, he wanted to build a villa group, but he found that the terrain was a bit dangerous. There were several cliffs on the east side of the hotel. Although the scenery was magnificent facing the sea, it was always easy to cause accidents, so he had to give up. In the end, in less than 2 years, a foreign businessman transformed this place into a 5-star hotel. It did not receive ordinary customers, but only accepted the preparation of large-scale activities, banquets, and other matters. This was easy to manage, and there would not be any accidents. Yang Cheng stayed in Zhonghai for almost 3 years before he knew that the boss behind the hotel was the Meng family. No wonder the government was willing to approve such a dangerous location to build a hotel. Along the winding asphalt road to the top of the mountain, surrounded by green trees and jungle, the light brown color of the hotel was particularly beautiful and natural in the forest. When the car was parked, Yang Cheng walked out of the car and looked around. He couldn't help but show a knowing smile. The entire parking lot had more than 100 parking spaces, but there were only 20 cars. You're not telling me that there are only so few people at this banquet, right? Meng Yu smiled and said, "It's too late to regret it now." Mr. Yang, are you very touched? Our Meng family specially held a banquet for you? Yang Cheng shrugged indifferently. In fact, before he came, he thought that what the Meng family wanted to talk to him was not something that could be talked about in public. This time, he came to prepare for a banquet at Hongmen. At this time, from 2 directions in the forest, 2 men wearing black gilded robes suddenly appeared. They looked 40 or 50 years old, with their hair in a bun and sharp eyes. At this time, Yang Cheng didn't dare to use his divine sense, but he could feel that the pressure from these 2 men was far stronger than that of Meng Qi that day. They may have reached the crossing tribulation stage. No need to look, brat. Meng Qi's voice was full of pride as he walked out of the hotel. He waved his big sleeves and shouted, "Elder Meng Tian and Elder Meng Wei have reached the second level of the 3 Yang Real Fire Tribulation. Today, with them watching you, you won't be able to escape." Second layer of the 3 Yang True Fire? That was the Samadhi True Fire Tribulation? Even Yang Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. According to Xiao Qi Qing, those who could reach the 3 Yang True Fire Tribulation would usually be able to enter the profound rank in Hongmeng. They were already considered to be relatively rare cultivators and not ordinary spirit-severing cultivators. What was the background of this Meng family? They could actually invite 2 elders of the second layer of the 3 Yang true fire in the blink of an eye? Was the Meng family really related to Hong Meng? No need to stand there foolishly. Yue, bring him in. Meng Qi sneered and walked in with his hands behind his back. Meng Yu made a pleased gesture and smiled mysteriously. Yangqing didn't care much about this and slowly walked into the hotel. As he walked, he asked Meng Yu, "Don't tell me your Meng family doesn't respect strength?" Meng Yu was slightly surprised. "Mr. Yang, why do you ask?" Meng Tian and Meng Wei, who are guarding outside, have higher cultivations than Meng Qi. Why do they seem to have to listen to Meng Qi's commands? Yangqing was indeed puzzled. Meng Yu suddenly understood and chuckled. "Mr. Yang, you are underestimating our Meng family too much. To tell you the truth, those 2 elders are just experts from our Meng family's branch family. Therefore, in front of our main sect's elder Meng Qi, their status is 1 level lower. Our main sect has as many experts as the clouds. We definitely have more than these branch family members. I'm afraid even my grandfather doesn't know how many of those ancestors are still alive. A little girl like me doesn't even have the chance to spy on them. Are you trying to scare me? If you're really that powerful, then I'll leave this country to you." Yangqing blushed and said. Meng Yu shook her head. "We don't need to scare you because we have enough strength to subdue you. As for our Meng family, we have always minded our own business with other families and have no intention of competing for hegemony." Yangqing was almost amused by the confidence in this woman's words. She was really blind. He also admired the Meng family's strong sense of honor. Walking through the magnificent corridor, apart from some hotel management staff, there were only a few reserved bodyguards standing around. Yangqing couldn't help but sigh. It seems like the Meng clan was indeed systematically cultivating their own strength. These bodyguards had all reached an extremely high level of internal energy cultivation. Some of them looked less than 30 years old, but it was obvious that they had already reached the peak of the Hotian realm. In a few more years, these people would probably advance to the Xianxia realm. In order to deal with him, it seems that the Meng clan has come up with a lot of determination. When he entered a conference hall, Yangqing finally saw the people from the Huanan gang again. With Meng Kaiyuan in the lead, Bisect Master Meng Ke, Hall Master Bai He, Xianxia and the others were all present. As for Elder Meng Qi and another black-robed old man, they sat together on the left side. The old man looked much older than Meng Qi. He closed his eyes and rested. Ever since Yangqing entered, he hadn't moved his eyelids at all. Yangqing noticed that besides Meng Qi, no one else stood close to the old man, and he faintly felt that the old man was the most extraordinary figure here. "Kid from the Yang family, we meet again," Meng Kaiyuan said in a calm tone. "So many people are here to welcome me. What are you doing in the conference hall instead of eating?" Yangqing said with a smile. "Humph, you're still putting on an act even when you're about to die." Tang Zhilong, who was sitting on the right, sneered in disdain. Without saying a word, Yangqing rushed over and kicked Tang Zhilong's body. The table and chairs exploded. Tang Zhilong didn't even have time to react before he was sent tumbling a few times. All the people from the Meng clan were shocked and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Did this guy eat gunpowder? He made a move without any warning. Because no one had expected all of this, almost no one thought of stopping it. The black-robed old man sitting on the left finally opened his eyes and glanced at Yangqing. Meng Kaiyuan's face darkened. He nervously looked at the black-robed old man before saying to Yangqing, "What are you doing? Do you really think we don't dare to touch you?" "Nothing, it's just that your grandson's mouth stinks. You should know that if I really wanted to kill him, he would have been kicked into meat paste by me long ago," Yangqing said lightly. At this moment, all the bones in Meng Zhilong's body were about to fall apart. He fiercely glared at Yangqing. He wanted to say something, but was reprimanded by Meng Kaiyuan. "Zhilong, get out of here." Meng Zhilong looked at his grandfather in annoyance, but he had no choice but to walk out of the conference hall with a sinister look in his eyes. When the scene quieted down, Meng Kaiyuan said in a deep voice, "Yangqing, the reason why we are not ruthless to you right now is because we want to have a good talk with you. You'd better not be tactful." "What's there to talk about? Return the spirit treasure?" "I didn't take any bullshit spirit treasure." Don't even think about kowtowing and apologizing. Yangqing sat down on the conference table and leisurely said. Everyone finally understood that this guy was a scoundrel and completely unreasonable. Meng Kaiyuan's eyelids twitched as he gestured for Meng Ke to bring him in. Very quickly, the noble lady, Zhang Ling, and Meng Zhixin were brought in. When the man and woman saw Yangqing, they were still a little fearful. It was my failure to discipline my daughter-in-law, and it was also my grandson who provoked me first. You might have a grudge against them, but I can make them apologize to you on the spot and guarantee that they won't take revenge on you in the future. Meng Kaiyuan squinted his eyes and smiled. How about it? This old man is very sincere. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said, I don't care if they apologize or not, because I've already burned your ancestral hall and vented my anger. Meng Kaiyuan's expression changed. Alright, since you've already vented your anger, it's our Meng family's turn to vent our anger. Following Meng Kaiyuan's instructions, Meng Ke had someone turn on the projection equipment in the conference hall. Very quickly, a video transmission formed on the big screen. Yangqing took a closer look and immediately frowned. A trace of darkness appeared in his eyes. That was the scene of Lu Qingshan and his wife being pointed at by a group of strong men with machine guns in their seaside villa. Lu Qingshan and his wife were gagged and tied up, but they didn't dare to move because several machine guns could take their lives at any time. It was fortunate that Lu Mingyu and Lu Minghe weren't here, otherwise they would have been caught red-handed. The Meng family had many experts, and Lu Mingyu was only at the Hotian realm and couldn't defend against bullets. It was really not enough. According to what we know, Lu Qingshan of the Azure Dragon Society provided you with explosives, and he is your woman's father, one of your father-in-law. How about it? Did this old man say anything wrong? Meng Kaiyuan liked Yangqing's expression at the moment. Without saying a word, Yangqing took out his cell phone and dialed Jiang Xiaobai's number. As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Xiaobai directly said, Mr. Yang, I know what happened. You know. Didn't you tell me that the Meng family didn't dare to touch other people? Yangqing asked gloomily. Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Mr. Yang, I didn't know before that you have a father-in-law who is a mafia leader. Lu Qingshan is suspected of a lot of illegal projects. From our point of view, his arrest. In fact, it doesn't affect Social Security. Bullshit. If you want to arrest someone, it should be the police. Why should they arrest him? This? Jiang Xiaobai said awkwardly, we haven't received orders from the higher-ups. We can't participate in the matter between you and the Meng family. Yangqing cursed a few times and directly hung up the phone, too lazy to say anything more. The group of people above seemed to be watching a good show. Anyway, as long as they didn't get hurt, it had nothing to do with him and the Meng family. With his current cultivation base, he didn't dare to move, and it was impossible to rush back to save Lu Qingshan and his wife in an instant. If something happened to them, how could he face Lu Mingyu? Meng Kaiyuan and the others were already complacent, enjoying the feeling of being in control. How about it, brat from the Yang family, you are too rash. People are not isolated in this world. Everyone has their own weaknesses, and you are the same. Meng Kaiyuan slowly said, if you obediently cooperate with us, then our Meng family will let bygones be bygones for helping you. But if you don't know what's good for you, then we can only deal with Lu Qingshan together. After a moment of thought, Yangqing asked, what do you want to do? Meng Kaiyuan and the others only thought that Yangqing had given in, and they couldn't help but smile. They felt that young people were still young after all. Our Meng family will give you 3 paths. Choose one for yourself. Meng Kaiyuan said. Oh? The first path is to return the spirit treasure, rebuild the ancestral hall, and kowtow to the ancestors of my Meng family. You should have heard of this before. As for the second path. Meng Kaiyuan looked at his granddaughter, Meng Yu, with a strange look in his eyes. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched as he said, marry my granddaughter, Meng Yu, as your wife, and become our Meng family's son-in-law. Yangqing almost fell to the ground, suspecting that he misheard. But when he looked at Meng Yu who was blushing, he was sure that he didn't mishear. Thinking of the intimate actions that Meng Yu had done to him before, Yangqing had to believe that she already knew all of this. I'll forget about the first option. As for the second option, I'm already married, so forget about it. Yangqing waved his hand. At this moment, he couldn't be fierce even if he wanted to. Why forget about it? Didn't you and Lin Ruoxi already come to an end? She left the Yang family on New Year's Eve. Not to mention Beijing, all the big families know about this matter. You guys will divorce sooner or later, it's just that the procedures haven't been completed yet. 2. Annul your marriage certificate, it's just a matter of a word from the Meng family. This time, Meng Yu took the initiative to question back. Marriage isn't a matter of a certificate. What does it have to do with you? Yangqing said unhappily. Don't think that I don't know. Isn't it because she can't stand you having other women? What a joke. She doesn't have the ability to control her husband, yet she wants to make such a joke. Is she even worthy of being the head of the Yang family? Meng Yu said disdainfully. Shut up. Yangqing glared at her and raised his voice, it's not your business. Don't make irresponsible remarks here. Meng Yu snorted and teased, why are you so fierce? I'm a woman, and I know women better than you. If you have the ability, go and yell at Lin Ruoxi. Why are you yelling at me when I'm telling the truth? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This woman was really bold. He couldn't help but ask, Big sister, do you really want to marry me? I'm not big sister. I'm the same age as you. Meng Yu's face changed. Although her eyes were red, she still held her head high without the slightest timidity. Her eyes were still slightly moist. This expression caused Yangqing to be stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but think that it was an illusion. If it was in the past, Yangqing would not reject a beauty. But now that he and Lin Ruoxi were about to separate, he was in a low mood and did not have the time to pay attention to this woman. Moreover, it was fine to play around, but getting a wife was a serious matter. How can a woman from the Meng family be touched so casually? This would directly turn the matter into a different situation. The Meng family made it very clear that they will fight for Meng Yu as the main wife. Obviously, this was a condition to tie the Meng family to the Yang family, or to himself. My granddaughter, whether it's her appearance, intelligence, background, or other conditions, she's top-notch. You won't be able to find many like her in all of Huaxia. Meng Kaiyuan calmly said, don't be ungrateful. It's your fortune that she's willing to marry you. Although that Lin Ruoxi is the illegitimate daughter of the Ning family, she's only an illegitimate daughter and can't be seen in public. And the help that our Meng family can provide you is far more than you can imagine. As long as you marry our family's Yuer, then in Beijing, the Yang family will naturally become the most powerful family. We can make up for the lack of the Yang family in the political and business circles. Yangqing was getting more and more confused as to what this old man was up to, but even if he really divorced Lin Ruoxi, he didn't plan to marry another woman. Enough, there's no need to praise your granddaughter anymore, I'm not interested in her. Yangqing stopped. Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Ke all revealed indignant expressions. Meng Yu was their treasure, not only because she was the hall master of the Red Flower Hall and the CEO of Huazhong Industry, but also because she was the disciple of the younger generation who was most likely to inherit the mantle of the South China Gang. Meng Yu also bit her lower lip, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. She never thought that a man would reject her, and the other party was obviously a lecherous man. This was a blow to her. Could it be that she really wasn't as good as that ice-cold Lin Ruoxi? Do you know what you're saying? Our family's Yuer, whether it's bloodline or intelligence, is a strong successor to the next leader of the South China Gang. You can't be so stupid that you don't even know what that means, right? Meng Kaiyuan angrily slammed the table. When these words came out, Meng Qin, Xianxia, and the others were slightly surprised. This was the first time that the old man mentioned the successor in public. Sure enough, even if she was a woman, Meng Yu relied on her own ability to win her grandfather's trust. Yangqing wasn't interested in the South China Gang. He already had enough mafias under his control. Even the most populous Yamaguchi group was under his control. Why would he want the South China Gang? Didn't you say there were 3 paths? What's the third one? Yangqing directly asked. This was undoubtedly rejecting Meng Yu's marriage, causing the Meng family to be indignant. Good. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The corner of Meng Kaiyuan's eyes twitched, revealing a fierce expression. The third path is very simple. Our Meng family has never been lenient in dealing with our enemies. Lu Qingshan and his wife will be dealt with on the spot, and you will be detained in our Meng family. Your martial arts will be abolished, and you will be tortured until you hand over the spiritual treasure and kowtow to our Meng family's ancestor spirit to admit your wrongs. Yangqing clicked his tongue twice. He couldn't help but admire the Meng family's boldness. They really dared to say anything. Don't think that we don't dare to do anything. The Yang family is nothing to us. It's still unknown who the army of the 4 provinces in the Central Plains will listen to. What's more, my Meng family can casually send a few elders to exterminate your Yang family. It's just that we won't easily make a move until the last moment. Meng Kaiyuan looked at Yangqing disdainfully. Yangqing wouldn't believe that his Meng family would really dare to exterminate the Yang family. If that was really the case, he, Meng Kaiyuan, would have become the emperor long ago. Why would he still need to stay in the Central Plains? However, it wasn't impossible to target him alone. The other party did indeed send 3 experts that seemed to be enough to deal with him. What's more, if something happened to Lu Qingshan and his wife, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. After all, he was the one who first let Lu Qingshan get involved. Now that the South China gang accidentally had a big background, not only did he not reap any benefits, but he also provoked a fatal disaster. This old man will give you 3 minutes. Think about it carefully. This matter must be settled today. Meng Kaiyuan was satisfied. He didn't think that Yangqing had a way out. However, Yangqing lowered his head and chuckled. He didn't reply and silently took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a few numbers. This caused everyone present to be confused. He still wanted to make a call at a time like this? However, Yangqing didn't dial a number. Instead, he pressed a series of numbers and sent a message. Yangqing, don't play around. Boom. Just as Meng Kaiyuan was speaking, an earth-shaking explosion erupted from the mountain where the Wang City Hotel was located. This explosion startled all the birds in the forest and caused them to flee in all directions. The dozens of elites of the South China gang in the hotel at the top of the mountain all had deathly pale faces. Following that, a series of explosions sounded from the mountain. Boom. Rumble. Flames soared into the sky, rocks flew everywhere, and large patches of towering trees were uprooted. The bluestone pavement around Wangqing Hotel was also shattered. The walls of the hotel began to collapse, and rocks flew down and smashed into the cars outside. The fuel tanks of the cars were ignited, causing a violent explosion. The entire mountain that was already by the sea began to shake, and everyone in the hotel began to sway. They were completely dumbfounded. Damn it. He sent the detonation signal. There's a bomb buried on the mountain. Finally, someone came to his senses and roared. He wanted to rush over and eat Yangqing alive. Yangqing had already reached out and grabbed Meng Yu, who was beside him at the moment of the explosion. Meng Yu's internal energy cultivation was nothing in front of Yangqing. She was still in a state of shock when she was grabbed by the throat. Following that, her faint acupuncture point was hit violently and she fainted. Yangqing carried the woman's body on his shoulder and laughed, "Shameless old man. You want to fight with me? I buried enough C4 explosives under here to blow up the mountain into a pit. All of you can go to hell. You bastard." Meng Kaiyuan smashed a falling slate with his fist. "Do you want to die with me? Are you crazy? Dream on. I'm not afraid of nuclear warheads. You think you can compete with me? I'm taking your granddaughter, Meng Yu. If you want her to live, then let go of my woman's parents. Otherwise, I'll feed your granddaughter to the sharks. Then I'll slaughter your entire family." Yangqing laughed heartily and flew out. He did not care if there was a wall in front of him. He used his body to smash through it unimpeded. Suddenly, the black-robed elder who had not opened his eyes to look at Yangqing flashed and stood in front of Yangqing. Yangqing thought, sure enough, this old man is the most troublesome one. Just looking at his speed and momentum, he could tell that he was much stronger than Meng Qi. However, Yangqing knew that he had no other way out. He could only fight and see if his body could withstand this old man's attack. "Evil creature, where do you think you're going?" The old man waved his black robe, and his pair of seemingly turbid eyes flashed with a sharp light. His whole body surged with true essence. A yellow halo flashed in the old man's hand, and a 5-foot-long quaint saber suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen this kind of long saber-type magical weapon. He couldn't help but be surprised, and his heart became even more vigilant. Although the explosives buried in the entire mountain were still wreaking havoc, constantly rumbling, the old man didn't panic. He rolled up his saber and opened up a dozens of feet wide yellow true essence barrier, surrounding the Meng family members present. The explosives were unable to cause any harm to the Meng family members, and the collapsed buildings that fell on the barrier were also unable to shake it in the slightest. Within this old man's barrier, you will be safe. Don't move. Meng Kaiyuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a powerful elder here. Otherwise, how could their flesh and blood withstand the bombardment of such high explosives? Even if they weren't blown to death, they would still be smashed to death. Meng Qi and the other 2-3 Yang Real Fire Tribulation Meng Tian and Meng Wei, after opening up their true essence barrier, surrounded Xianxia. Just an insignificant skill, yet you want to use it to escape? You overestimate yourself. Eat this old man's Qianjun. The old man coldly snorted, and in a flash, he raised his saber and fiercely slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia cursed in his heart. This guy didn't seem to care that Meng Yu was still in his hands. He knew that Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill Meng Yu because Lu Qingshan and his wife were still in their hands, so he unscrupulously slashed towards him. The Meng family members were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. If Meng Yu died, it was likely that it would be difficult to find a suitable successor among the direct descendants of this generation. However, this elder was a figure even more senior than Meng Qi. Even Meng Kaiyuan didn't dare to stop him in the slightest. As Xianxia saw that the yellow true essence was about to fall onto his body, he wished that he could push Meng Yu out and use her as a shield. But at this time, this woman was still useful, and he wasn't fast enough to dodge. He could only stretch out his hand and forcefully receive that saber light. Boom! A loud and powerful explosion rang out. Dust flew everywhere, and it was especially obvious amidst the explosion. Starting from where Xianxia stood, the ground caved in by more than 2 meters. The hotel building behind him was split in half by the saber light. It was as if a huge hole had been cut in the ground. But what shocked everyone was that Xianxia was still standing firmly on the spot. He was stuck in the ground, and one of his hands was unbelievably catching the edge of the mo saber. Astonishment flashed across the old man's face as he held the long saber hilt in midair. He couldn't understand. Was this young man's body made of dark steel? No, it was impossible for ordinary dark steel to withstand such a tyrannical saber light as his own Thousand Jun. Xianxia's hand was also in pain. He felt as if his flesh was about to split open, but fortunately, he was the least afraid of pain in his life. Wasn't it just a cut in the flesh? He had been used to it since he was a child. The old man in midair also noticed that although Xianxia's bare hand seemed to be incomparably brave, his hand was slightly trembling, and a trace of blood slowly slid down from Xianxia's arm. Humph, I don't know what kind of evil martial arts you cultivate, but you think you can block this old man's Thousand Jun? Wishful thinking. The old man smiled disdainfully. True essence surged from his body, and a yellow light struck the Thousand Jun mo saber. In that instant, Xianxia felt that the mo sword in his hand seemed to have increased in weight by hundreds of times at the same time. Rumble. The ground under his feet began to collapse more and more. Xianxia's muscles and bones felt as if they were about to burst. The oppressive feeling caused his blood to surge and his veins to bulge violently. Boy, why haven't you handed over Meng Yu? How long can you hold on with just one hand? At this time, Meng Qi leisurely floated over to the deep pit where Xianxia was and jokingly said, "The one you are facing is our Meng family's ancestor, Elder Meng Qua. Elder Meng Qua has already reached the 6 directions cold water sunflower water tribulation. With your brute strength, Elder Meng Qua can kill you in the blink of an eye. He really is a cultivator of the 6 directions cold water tribulation?" Xianxia couldn't help but cry out in his heart that he had been fooled. If he had known that there were so many old monsters hiding behind the Meng family, he wouldn't have rashly burned down their ancestral hall. He really didn't know what kind of background they had to be able to hide so many masters. Could it be that besides Hong Meng and the hidden families, there were other hidden forces? If he used his cultivation, these people present could kill him in minutes. But if he did that, it was very likely that he would be controlled by the primal chaos and would never be able to escape. How could he dare to take such a risk? Hey, you're still holding on? If the veins in your right hand continue like this, they will all rupture. Meng Qi sneered. In fact, if they were to rush down and take Meng Yu away, Yangqing wouldn't have the ability to resist. However, after being humiliated by Yangqing before, Meng Qi held a grudge in his heart. He wanted to see Yangqing's arm crippled. How could Yangqing not know this old man's vicious heart? He grinned sinisterly and said, "It's still unknown who will die." "You're still being stubborn?" "Hee," Meng Qi said in a sinister voice, "Elder Meng Ku's 1,000-kilogram-long blade can condense the earth spirit of the heavens. The weight you eat now is only a drop in the bucket. Do you think you have a chance to escape?" At this time, Meng Ku had clearly run out of patience. Although he didn't want to hurt Meng Yu, to an ancestor-level figure like him, the death of one or two juniors was not a big deal. As long as the Meng family's bloodline continued, it would be fine. "This old man will ask you one last time. Will you hand over my clan's spirit treasure?" Meng Ku asked in a deep voice. Yangqing's face flushed red. He felt that the 1,000-kilogram mountain was beginning to gather the earth spirit again. The pressure multiplied, as if he was supporting a small mountain with only one hand. "If you have the ability, kill me." Meng Ku's expression changed greatly, and his eyes revealed an ominous glint. What a stubborn young man. He is truly worthy of being the descendant of an ancient family of generals. It's a pity that he doesn't know what's good for him. After saying that, the 1,000-kilogram mountain in Meng Ku's hand seemed to have grown a few centimeters, and the blade also became thicker. A large amount of earth spirit chi was channeled through it, causing the entire blade to begin to show a golden color. 1,000-kilogram giant blade, MT Tai collapse. Meng Ku roared. The 1,000-kilogram-long blade seemed to let out a heavy roar. Like a giant beast, it fiercely pressed down on Yangqing's body. Yangqing's right hand was finally unable to support itself. The long blade directly pressed down on Yangqing's arm and shoulder. It was like a pull, pressing down on Yangqing to the point that it was difficult for him to get up. "Ah!" Yangqing let out a low roar of pain. If not for the terrifying degree of toughness of his body, he would have already been split in half. The ground had long since been unable to withstand this violent force. It constantly collapsed, issuing a deep rumbling sound. The granite underground was also broken layer by layer, and the pit had already been pushed down to dozens of meters underground. The explosives buried in the mountain had long since exploded. At this moment, the barren mountain had completely changed the appearance of the hotel, and the huge pit was a ghastly sight. Meng Qi, Meng Tian, and Meng Wei, the three elders, saw that Yangqing had been pressed into the ground. They couldn't help but frown. Yangqing's body had unexpectedly not been crushed in half. This was simply incredible. As for Meng Kaiyuan, Meng Kai, and the others, they were all scared witless. They were all afraid that something had happened to Meng Yu. After all, to the Meng family, Lu Qingshan and his wife's life was not as valuable as Meng Yu's. "Dad, we're already underground. Will you be all right?" Meng Kai asked worriedly. "Don't panic. Look at the elders' faces. That bastard isn't dead yet. He captured you as a hostage. If something happens to you Lu Qingshan and his wife must die. He should understand that if nothing unexpected happens, he will protect you Meng Kaiyuan analyzed. "But if this goes on, will you be affected?" "Shut up. Elders have their own discretion," Meng Kaiyuan reprimanded. "I really don't know what kind of martial arts that brat practiced. How could a human's body be so abnormal?" He exclaimed. Meng Ku, who was floating above the pit, also had an ugly expression on his face. He looked into the deep pit. Although he couldn't see clearly because of the mess, he could sense that Yangqing was still struggling to resist. This made him very dissatisfied. How could he still not be able to kill this young man? This was because he didn't have any cultivation to resist him. Stubbornly resisting, this old man will make the Yang family bleed this time. Feeling that he had lost face, Mengque once again condensed a large amount of Earth's spiritual power and rushed towards Tianjun. A water kuei stage tribulation passing cultivator's full-strength attack was definitely not inferior to the power of 3 or 5 Samadhi true fire stage cultivators. Even if Yangqing relied on his incomparably terrifying physical fitness to not be chopped in half, it would be difficult for him to maintain resistance, not to mention that he was carrying a hostage. But the moment Mengque was about to attack with all his strength, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Mengque suddenly turned around and looked at the boundless dark sky in the east. Meng Qi, Meng Tian, Meng Wei, and the others also realized something and looked at the sky with a surprised and puzzled expression. Just when everyone in the Meng family felt a trace of strangeness and did not understand why all the elders were looking at the same sky, they heard Mengque murmur in confusion. "What is that?" Before everyone could react, there seemed to be a faint roar coming from the sky. Then, in the dark clouds in the east, sparks of fire appeared, as if a meteor shower had pierced through the clouds, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. But this time, the landing point of these arcs seemed to be concentrated in one place. Many people in the Meng family had served in the army, so they naturally had more knowledge about some modern weapons. Not good. It's a missile. Damn it. How is this possible? A few of the Meng family's guards shouted out in disbelief. Meng Kaiyuan and the others' faces instantly turned ashen. Missile? Wasn't that something that only the army would have? Mengque, Meng Tian, and Meng Wei were all old guys who had lived in seclusion for more than 100 years. How could they know what a missile was? But vaguely, several Meng family elders knew that this was a dangerous thing, and for the Meng family who could not escape by flying, it was a fatal blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the sky, more than 10 cruise missiles were already close at hand. Blazing with fierce flames, the missiles were like suicide squad members, crashing head-on into the mountain where everyone was. Without a doubt, the accuracy of these missiles was extremely high. There was almost no deviation of more than 30 meters, and the bombardment of these missiles was enough to blast the entire mountain, which was already riddled with holes, into powder. Sensing the extraordinary power of these missiles, Mengque and the others immediately thought of protecting Meng Kaiyuan and the others on the mountain. Taking the lead, Mengque used the true essence that he had used to attack Yangqing to form a thick true essence shield, covering a large number of Meng family members. As for Meng Qi and the other two, they also protected the members of the Meng family. Even if they didn't care about the safety of a Meng clan's disciple, but if so many Meng clan's disciples were killed, the South China gang's strength would be greatly damaged, and they would also be distressed. After all, these were their descendants and the seeds of the Meng family. If there were too many casualties, how could they have the face to see the other Meng family members? As for flying up and shooting down these missiles, it wasn't that Mengque and the others couldn't do it, but the speed of the missiles was too fast. If even one of them was missed, then it would be enough for the Meng family to go to heaven. Moreover, ordinary cultivators didn't have a monstrous physique like Yangqing. Mengque and the others couldn't bear being hit by the missiles, and it would take half their lives. Almost at the moment when the force shields were opened, more than 10 cruise missiles bombarded these shields, and also fell all over the mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosion completely collapsed the entire mountain, and after the huge rocks were broken, they began to fall in all directions. Everyone in the Meng family had already lost their hearing. Not to mention Meng Kaiyuan and the others, who hadn't even reached the soul formation stage. Even if Mengque was a dignified water stage cultivator, even if he used his true essence to protect everyone, he was still scared stiff. The 4 Meng family elders were shaken to the point that their liver and gallbladder were in pain, and their blood was boiling. They could indeed use their true essence to protect themselves, but there was also a limit. The concentrated detonation of the missiles was like dozens of heavy hammers violently hitting their shields, causing all the bones in their body to shatter. This group of hidden old monsters, for the first time, witnessed the fierceness of human firearms, and they were all stunned. What kind of heavenly technique was this? How could it be so powerful? Meng Qi, who had the lowest cultivation, couldn't resist this series of attacks. After his internal organs were also shaken, he crazily spat out a mouthful of blood, and his old life was almost gone. But even more terrible things had yet to come. Because the mountain had collapsed, everywhere began to collapse, and the ground under their feet had also begun to sink. Elder Mengque. Not good. This mountain is going to collapse. Kaiyuan and the others must immediately move away. Meng Wei shouted. Although the Meng family had a lot of resources, they were still maintaining the Meng family on the outside. The ones who continued the Meng family's lineage was the group of people on the mountain. If a few of the old died, it was fine, but if the young died, the Meng family would only exist in name, so naturally, they were extremely worried. Mengque hatefully looked at the deep pit where Yangqing was buried. The pit had already been filled up because of the explosion, so he had no time to separate his divine sense to search for Yangqing. He waved his sleeves, prepared to carry Meng Kaiyuan and the other Meng family juniors, and began to fly to another mountain in the west. But the crisis from the sky was not over yet. Another round of missiles fell from the sky, and it was still more than a dozen cruise missiles. This was simply taking the lives of Mengque and the others. Damn Yangqing. This old man will definitely tear your body into 10,000 pieces. Mengque was so angry that he madly shouted, but at this time, there was no other way. He had already seen the horror of the missiles, so he did not dare to resist them. He could only obediently open up the protective shield and let himself be bombarded. They were very clear that even if their bodies had been tempered by true fire and baptized by Kuei water, they still could not resist the power of the missiles. At this moment, they were extremely jealous. Yangqing's body was something that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Many of the Meng family's people had fainted from fear. Zhang Ling, Meng Zhixin, and some other juniors were also scared out of their wits. Their intestines were green with regret. They could have provoked anyone, but why did they provoke such a fiend? In the continuous bombardment, Mengque and several other elders protected the people of the South China Gang, and they also took the opportunity to carry out the transfer of people. In total, more than 40 missiles had landed, and all of them had accurately landed in the same area. The missiles had blown up the entire mountain beyond recognition. Rather than saying it was a mountain, it was better to say that it was a sunken crater. But when the people of the Meng family landed in a safe position, they had more or less suffered from external and internal injuries. Many of them vomited blood, and some of the guards who did not have the time to hide in their true essence shield, had long since died without even leaving behind their bones. Meng Kaiyuan and other people of the Meng family were protected in the core, so no one died, but they were covered in dust and felt very shameful. At this moment, the people of the Meng family felt a deep shame, a kind of hatred for being played in the palm of their hands. Mengque and others were also exhausted. Using the true elemental shield to defend against the missiles was a considerable consumption. Most of their true elemental shields were used up, and their vitality was greatly damaged. After confirming that there were no more missiles in the sky, Mengque and others were relieved. Suddenly, they thought that they had missed something. Yangqing. Yangqing, that beast? At this moment, Mengque's eyes were red with anger. His black robe was covered in dust. He stood on the top of the mountain and glanced at the crater. As far as he could see, there was not even half a shadow of Yangqing. Elder, Yangqing wouldn't have been blown to pieces, right? Meng Wei asked. Behind him, Meng Kaiyuan and Meng Ke looked sad. Didn't that mean that Meng Yu was also dead? Mengque, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly and shook his head. No. That brat had already planned all of this. He must have prepared an escape route. Even if his body was blown up, he shouldn't die without a complete corpse. When he heard this, Meng Kaiyuan did not know whether he was happy or worried. Yangqing did not die, which meant that Meng Yu still had a chance to live. But, if Yangqing was still alive, didn't it mean that everything was not over? They really had to give in to this madman. Not to mention how he unknowingly buried so many explosives in the mountain. How could an ordinary person obtain so many missiles? Even if they could, did Huaxia's border guards eat shit? How could they be sent here by him? In fact, tonight's bombing was heard by many places in Zhonghai. The army of the Jiangnan military region was naturally alarmed, and it has long been chaotic. In less than half an hour, the news of Madman Yang bombing the Meng family with dozens of missiles reached the ears of Huaxia's top officials. Under the vast sea of stars, turbulent waves rolled in a sea that was as thick as ink. The fierce sea breeze whistled past, bringing with it a hint of coldness and the fishy smell of the sea. If one were to analyze it carefully, they could even smell a hint of gunpowder. In this seemingly calm sea, a huge object that was more than 100 meters long was quietly floating on the surface of the sea like a huge monster. As it got closer, it could be seen that it was a submarine with a body of steel. At this moment, a classical Oriental beauty wearing a black leather jacket, black hair and a long ponytail, and a voluptuous figure was standing on the deck of the submarine with her head held high. Beside the woman was a tall, golden-haired man with a slightly thin figure. The man wore a navy coat and looked at the sea in the west with a smile on his face. His tough face had a relaxed expression. Behind this man and woman was a team of soldiers in navy uniforms. However, there was no flag of any country. Instead, on their chests, there was a glaring and terrifying skull pattern outlined with silver lines. The blonde man noticed the worry on the Oriental beauty's face and said in standard English with a London accent, "Lady Xianxia, don't worry too much. There's still plenty of time. There's still at least half an hour before Huaxia's Jiangnan Navy finds us and rushes over." Xianxia was expressionless as she said coldly, "Colonel Brewster, I don't care about Huaxia's Navy. I only care if His Majesty Pluto is in trouble." This blonde man was Maekton's grandson, Brewster. Compared to when he was in the Forgotten Realms, he had put on a little more weight and wasn't as skinny as before. Wearing a navy trench coat, Brewster returned to his position as a colonel leading the troops. He was less humorous and more mature and reserved. The explosives were personally set up by Lady Xianxia and the Jonans of Yamada sect. You should know better than anyone else the power of those explosives. It's nothing to His Majesty Pluto. As for the torpedoes and Tomahawk crews, missiles that our fleet launched, it was His Majesty Pluto's request. He naturally knows the consequences and won't do anything that would harm himself, Brewster said. A complicated emotion flashed through Xianxia's eyes. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at the iron-blooded soldiers behind her. In addition to the nuclear submarine under his feet, there were 2 frigates and a guided missile destroyer parked here just now. They were all equipped with the most advanced naval equipment from various countries. In fact, due to some special modifications, they were even more technologically advanced than the American and Russian fleets. Hundreds of soldiers, who looked like regular soldiers, listened to Brewster's command and launched dozens of Tomahawk missiles according to the coordinates sent by Yangqing. After the battle command ended, the fleet headed for the high seas, while the nuclear submarine stayed behind to wait for Yangqing. Xianxia almost didn't dare to imagine how Yangqing could have such a well-equipped super fleet that could enter the waters of Huaxia without being discovered. This was not only a matter of financial resources, but also a matter of strong channels and a wide range of appeal to be successful. With such a fleet, it wouldn't be a problem to attack the American mainland because the American military wouldn't discover the fleet's whereabouts until they were attacked. If it wasn't for Yangqing asking her to lead the Yamada sect's Jonin to participate in this operation, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine that Yangqing actually had such a force under him. "Colonel, can you tell me the name of your fleet? I don't think I've heard of any mercenary army of such a scale." Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Brewster narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Lady Xianxia, you're one of us, so of course I can tell you. But I have to correct one thing first. This isn't my fleet. This is His Majesty Pluto's private fleet. I'm only the commander of this ghost fleet. Thanks to my father-in-law, General Sauron, I've received His Majesty Pluto's trust to lead this fleet. Our ghost fleet isn't a mercenary army but a regular army. Other than fighting for His Majesty Pluto, we're also protecting his territory from invasion. This time, it's only a small team from our fleet because we don't want to make things too difficult for the Huaxia government." Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe it. This was actually just a small team? She had pledged allegiance to Yangqing for quite some time. In between, she had also interacted with Yangqing's other subordinates. She didn't think that she would only see the tip of the iceberg. Actually, she didn't know that after the previous Pluto left, many of the forces left behind were taken over by Yangqing. Therefore, it didn't take Yangqing much effort to accumulate a large amount of combat power. Otherwise, if Yangqing wanted to expand his forces all over the world, it would also take him many years. After a while, Hanya recovered from her incomparable admiration. It was also at this moment that the ninja's keen sense of smell made her notice a trace of abnormality on the surface of the sea. Someone's coming. It's His Majesty Pluto. Hanya looked at the distant sea in surprise. In front of outsiders, she still wouldn't directly call out the two words master. Broust also saw a figure floating on the surface of the sea and heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had asked people to search for Yang Cheng's phone signal, but they couldn't find it, so he was a little worried. At this moment, carrying Mengyu, Yang Cheng, who only relied on the strength of one hand and two legs to quickly move forward in the sea, was very embarrassed. The clothes on his body were basically tattered and almost falling off. Although his wounds had already healed quickly, he could only swim to the location of the submarine, which was still quite embarrassing. When fighting with Mengqua, he could have used the space law to quickly escape, but firstly, the space law was almost useless against people like Mengqua. Not only was it easy to be intercepted, but it would also leave traces that could be tracked. Secondly, bringing Mengyu with him, Yangqing was even more uncertain. Therefore, he could only use the passage between the mountain and the sea created by the torpedo to quickly swim out of the sea. With Yang Cheng's strong physique and proficiency in the water, protecting Mengyu, who already had a good amount of internal energy, while escaping from the sea was not a difficult task. Due to the large number of cruise missiles surrounding them, Mengqua and the other elders were busy moving the others, and they also had to resist the power of the explosion. Naturally, they had no time to care about how Yangqing escaped. What made Yangqing depressed was that his phone was destroyed by the strong pressure and lost its function. Fortunately, he had already remembered the coordinates that he had asked Broust to wait for, so he could still find this place. Swimming almost without slowing down, Yangqing came to the side of the submarine and sent the wet and unconscious Mengyu up first. He handed her over to Hanya and climbed onto the deck of the submarine. Your Majesty Pluto, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghost Fleet, Broust, pays his respects to you. Broust saluted solemnly, not missing the necessary etiquette. Yangqing took some salty seaweed from his body and threw it to the side. He spat out a few mouthfuls of salty saliva, waved his hand, and said, "All right, Broust. Although we are carrying out a combat order and not playing privately, let's put the salute aside for now. Let's drive the submarine to the high seas first, lest Huaxia's navy comes looking for trouble." "Yes. Your Majesty. Please enter the submarine." Yangqing nodded and said to Hanya, "Hanya, look after Mengyu. She knows internal energy, so give her some medicine that will make her lose her combat power. Just don't kill her. I still have questions for her." Hanya nodded and nodded. She lowered her head to look at Mengyu in her arms. Although her wet hair covered half of her face, she could still see that she was a charming beauty. A hint of coldness flashed in Hanya's eyes. After entering the submarine's cabin, the submarine quickly sank and quickly headed for the high seas. Yangqing walked with wet steps all the way to the command room. He dug his ears and listened to Broust's battle report. "Your Majesty Pluto, as per your request, we have sent the third squad of the Ghost Fleet to carry out this mission. In addition to the Virginia-class nuclear submarine beneath our feet, there are also 2 Bazan-class frigates and an Alibert-class guided missile destroyer. Your private luxury yacht, Erebos, is already waiting on the high seas. At our current speed, we can leave the waters of Huaxia within half an hour." This kind of battle group is just right. "Oh right, how many missiles did you fire?" Yangqing asked. "A total of 47 Tomahawk cruise missiles," Broust quickly replied. Yangqing couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "How's the market for the Tomahawk now?" "The cost is about 600,000, and our starting price is around 700,000 US dollars. "Sir, you're asking about this." "What? 700,000? Yangqing raised his voice and said in annoyance, "Why did you shoot so much? Wouldn't it be fine if you shot less and bombed more in batches? You've spent more than 30 million US dollars in 4 rounds. Isn't your grandfather very good at accounting? How did he raise a prodigal son like you?" Broust looked wronged, but he didn't dare to refute. Didn't he want to cover the entire area with firepower? Besides, you didn't tell me to save money. Yangqing's heart ached. Although he was well off, he also had a lot of people to support. These missiles wouldn't be able to kill those bastards from the Meng family, so wouldn't it be a waste? When he thought about how the Meng family had so many experts, Yangqing felt a headache coming on. When Mengyu woke up, he would ask her what she was up to. Half an hour later, the Ghost Fleet squad gathered around a brightly lit luxury yacht on the high seas. This white yacht had 4 floors and was nearly 200 meters long. It was one of Yangcheng's personal toys, the Erebos. After the nuclear submarine surfaced, the surrounding destroyer and 2 frigates slowly moved closer to the front and sides of the yacht Erebos, forming a guard formation. Although it was a starry night, the soldiers of the Ghost Fleet were still led by the officers on the deck of the warship. They stood straight against the fierce sea breeze and watched Yangqing board the ship from afar. Yangqing stood on the deck of the submarine and waved at the soldiers, expressing his satisfaction with their actions. When he was only a few dozen meters away from the Erebos, Yangqing couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. He directly sprinted and landed on the deck of the yacht after drawing an arc in the air. It cost Yangqing nearly 400 million euros to build this luxury yacht. It was secretly built by the German company Blomvoss. The company once helped the Russian oligarch Abramovich build the world's #1 luxury yacht, Eclipse. However, in fact, Yangqing's Erebos was the largest yacht. However, Yangqing didn't disclose it to the public, and no media dared to report it. Because he didn't have a fixed residence before, such a mobile castle on the sea was what Yangqing needed. However, ever since 17 left him, Yangqing didn't board this yacht again because there were too many memories of the two of them. After today, boarding the yacht again, Yangqing felt a lot less conflicted. Perhaps it was because he knew that 17 had really left, or maybe it was because he had matured, but Yangqing didn't feel much sadness for this yacht. Hanya also boarded the yacht with Mengyu, who was still unconscious. As for Brewster, he boarded the Albert-class destroyer and continued to lead the fleet. On the yacht, the crew members were all in neat blue uniforms. Most of them were middle-aged and experienced sailors, as well as some elderly maids. These people didn't look pleasing to the eye. The one who led them to welcome Yangqing was an old chef wearing a chef's hat, with a curly mustache and white hair. "Your Majesty Pluto, I'm so happy to return to the Erebos. We old guys miss you very much," the chef said with a smile. "Old Fanny, you look like you're still many years away from seeing God, but you're in good spirits." Yangqing smiled and patted Fanny on the shoulder. He had known her for many years and was also Ron's good friend. Fanny smiled and said, "Thanks to you, life on the yacht is very comfortable. From time to time, we stop at the port to buy some supplies. The rest of the time is very leisurely." Yangqing nodded and looked at the other crew members on the ship. All of them looked good. It seemed that these old fellows weren't too bored. "Is this Cheryl?" Yangqing asked curiously when he saw a plump woman in her 50s. She seemed to be in her 50s, and her eyes were narrowed into slits from smiling. Cheryl smiled shyly. "Your Majesty Pluto, don't you recognize me?" "No, no." Yangqing couldn't help but say happily, "Your figure looks a little different, but it's okay. I can recognize your small eyes." All the crew members smiled kindly. Cheryl had clearly been living too comfortably for the past 2 years, and her figure had changed. However, she was still a woman in her 50s, so they didn't mind it too much. Yangqing pointed at Hanya beside him and said, "She's Hanya, the leader of the Yamada sect. She's also staying on the yacht for the next few days. Cheryl, arrange a luxurious single room for her. Furthermore, the woman she's carrying is a hostage that I've captured. You guys should know how to manage her." Cheryl and the rest nodded. It wasn't their first time taking care of hostages and prisoners, so they were very experienced. As for Hanya not being the leader of the Yamada sect, they didn't care too much about it. Hanya, who had been observing the entire yacht, felt a little uneasy when she saw these old fellows. That was because she could smell a trace of danger from these seemingly amiable middle-aged men and women. This made Hanya have no choice but to be cautious. Experience told her that the people around Yangqing weren't as simple as they seemed. At this moment, Yangqing turned around and said to Hanya, "Give Mengyu some medicine to stop her from moving around, then hand her over to Cheryl. You've been busy enough these past 2 days, and you've completed your mission well. Rest early tonight." Hanya nodded and meekly said, "Yes, master. May I ask if master needs to sleep with me tonight?" Just when Yangqing was about to enter the cabin, he was stunned by Hanya's question. Hanya's expression was as it should be, and she didn't look embarrassed at all. Yangqing could only helplessly smile. "No need, don't think too much about it." "Yes." Hanya obediently replied with some hidden bitterness. Yang Chen's body was still wet from the seaweed and sea salt. He was too lazy to care about anything else. He ran to his bedroom on the top floor and planned to take a hot shower before lying down until the sun rose. As for tonight's commotion, the shock it would bring to Xianxia, and the consequences, Yangqing couldn't care too much about it for the time being. At the same time, outside the courtyard of the Yang family in Beijing, a black BMW 7 Series with 2 military jeeps stopped outside the gate. The car door opened, and Li Mozhen, who was dressed in a military uniform, quickly walked into the courtyard with his son, Li Yunpeng, and a few confidants from the security department. Li Mozhen's expression was a little ugly, and the members of the security department were also anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that things had gotten out of hand, they wouldn't have all come to the Yang's house after work. They entered the guest hall, which was brightly lit. Usually, Yang Gongming would have already gone to bed at this time, but tonight, he was woken up by a call from the Jiangnan military, and then he received a call from Li Mozhen, who was rushing over, so he had no choice but to get up. Yang Pijun heard the commotion in the residence and followed him to the guest hall. When he learned about what happened from his father, he almost fell to the ground. "Sir Yang." After Li Mo entered the house, he sat down, and without even taking a sip of tea, he asked, "Did you know about this?" Yang Gongming felt that it was a little ridiculous, so he smiled and said, "Old Li, you know that I put this matter aside, and you also know about that kid, why would you inform me in advance?" Li Mo slapped his thigh, gritting his teeth in anger. What's going on in his head? Isn't this a provocation to our Huaxia military? He openly snuck into our territorial waters, and even bombarded us with missiles 4 times. If this matter spreads internationally, our Huaxia military will lose face. You're worrying too much about this, Yang Gongming said leisurely. This kid hid it well. I'm afraid the other countries don't know where he got his fleet from. Even if they know about this, they won't spread it publicly, because after all, it's a military force that can't see the light of day. Not only will it make people panic, there's also no benefit in provoking that kid. Li Mozhen nodded. This was indeed reasonable. The other countries probably couldn't bear to provoke Yangqing. He had already deeply experienced the extent of this guy's madness. Thinking of this, Li Mozhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed bitterly. How did that kid do it? His ships entered our territorial waters, and the Jiangnan Navy didn't receive any signals at all, and their escape route is also unknown. It's really strange. As far as I know, even the US military doesn't have that kind of technology. Yang Gongming laughed and said, "This matter has to be looked at in a positive direction. Such good technology wasn't snatched away by other countries. Didn't it give our military a chance to improve?" Li Mozhen's eyes lit up. Otherwise, why would he run over to this old man in the middle of the night to chat? Why didn't he think of this point? That's right, since Yangqing's fleet could quietly sneak into their own waters, with such a strong technology, if they were to equip Huaxia's navy with it, wouldn't they surpass Russia and the United States? But when he thought of something else, Li Mozhen became worried again. There's no harm in saying it, I'm afraid you've already guessed it. Previously, after I asked number 1, I planned to let Yangqing cause trouble with the Meng family, kill the Meng family's arrogance over the years, and make them restrain themselves a little. Number 1 also agreed with me. We should cut off some of the Meng family's claws. But she didn't expect that Yangqing, that brat, would do things so ruthlessly. He wanted to go all out and directly burn down the Meng family's ancestral hall. Rumor has it that he even robbed the Meng family's treasures and even involved the Meng family's unworldly power. This is not within the scope of our expectations. But fortunately, the Meng family invited some experts. Otherwise, with just those missiles, the Meng family would have lost most of their descendants, and the world would be in chaos. Even if no one from the Meng family died, this time, they will not let this matter go. Originally, they planned to set up a Hongmen banquet, but in the end, they were backstabbed by Liu Bang. They suffered a double loss and lost their face. No one will be able to swallow this. This little bastard's perception is good, he is also good at fighting, but when it comes to this kind of thing, he really has a one-track mind. Yang Gongming smiled bitterly and said, I have given him some advice before, but in the end, he still handed in such an answer sheet. It seems that it will take some time for him to take charge of this family. Li Mozhen sighed, I don't know what number one thinks about this matter. The Meng family is now the victim. It is unreasonable to touch them again. It is not in the national interest to provoke the forces behind the Meng family. What Yangqing did is to let those who hate him have an advantage. While the two old men were talking, Li Yunpeng, who was behind Li Mozhen, received a message. His complexion slightly changed. He walked forward and said, Father, I just received a notice. Number one wants you to meet him immediately. Almost at the same time, Yang Gongming's personal guard came to his side and reported, Marshal, number one wants you to go to Zongnanhai. End of chapter 1402. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.